Standing at the podium, an old professor pointed directly downward and bellowed, "I've been a teacher for many years, and the one thing I hate most is an idiot who thinks he's smart like you. My advice to you is," facing the professor's burning anger, the young man put on a cocky expression, propped his chin on his hand, and nonchalantly countered, "And?" Immediately after his question, the professor suddenly looked as if he'd been struck by something. For no reason, his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn. He beamed with joy, declaring that this was a commendable achievement worthy of emulation. The shift in his demeanor was faster than a flip of a pancake, leaving all the students in the class speechless. Seeing the professor's current attitude, the young man curled his lips into a devious smile, then recalled that day. The first time he saw that mask, he put it on purely out of curiosity. To his surprise, the mask fused with his face, and he felt no discomfort at all. But gradually, another discovery excited him immensely. It seemed that as long as people saw his masked face, whatever he did would be met with their complete approval. Wu Mian Li hated school, but that was back before he had this mask. While Wu Mian Li was lost in his own memories, the professor's words still echoed in his ears. This time, he was talking about the final exam results. "A foolish idiot dares to rely on guessing to achieve a perfect score, right, student Wu Mian Li?" His eyes narrowed and his face soured, as if he were about to continue criticizing Wu Mian Li's method. But he suddenly burst into laughter. "While I don't exactly support this approach, at least I see in him a hunger for a bright future." Listening to the professor's words, which sounded like stones grinding together, Wu Mian Li grew bored, stood up, and walked toward the professor, startling him. He circled behind him, placed a hand on the professor's shoulder, and said with a disdainful tone, "It's nothing. I just felt your class was quite boring and wanted to go out for some fresh air. That's not a problem, is it? Teach?" As he walked out, he didn't forget to glance back to observe the professor's reaction. Behind him, the professor looked dazed, feeling that something was very strange. He couldn't understand why he felt this situation was so bizarre, yet he found Wu Mian Li's words to be perfectly reasonable. So, he happily agreed to let him leave. The power of the mask that Wu Mian Li had accidentally found had completely changed his life. No one would ever criticize his actions again. Walking down the hallway, Wu Mian Li had a grand idea. School was the most boring place on earth, so he would turn it into a place for entertainment, turning everyone into lazy students who only cared about playing an environment that said no to homework and exams. And to achieve that successfully was far too simple for him now with the mask in his hand. Just thinking about it, Wu Mian Li became extremely excited, looking up at the sky with a twisted, joyful expression, thrilled that he had just come up with the perfect plan. Suddenly, a sly voice whispered behind his back, "If you want to do it, then just do it." Recognizing the familiar voice, Wu Mian Li turned around and grimaced. "Mask, is it you again? Are you annoying or what?" Seeing his attitude, the mask was delighted to have startled him. Wu Mian Li disgustedly demanded that next time the mask appeared, it should find a fresher way to do it. He raised both hands, his expression arrogant, telling the mask that he had said it before, he had no desires whatsoever. So, if the mask wanted to trade for his precious body, it should wake up from that dream. Hearing him say that, the mask broke into tears, acting pitiful and clingy just like those delicate, innocent characters in dramas. It expressed with utmost sincerity that it also wanted to experience the feeling of touching the bottoms of beautiful girls. Wu Mian Li was speechless. Refusing the mask's request even more firmly, he asserted definitively that he would absolutely not agree to this perverted suggestion. Wu Mian Li continued, saying that he was already very satisfied with the mask's current power. It was like being an emperor, where everyone agreed to everything. Wu Mian Li muttered like a lunatic, standing there laughing like a fool. Suddenly, someone passing by saw him laughing so happily, and walked over to ask what he was doing that made him look so cheerful. Hearing that voice, Wu Mian Li suddenly froze and held his breath. Seeing Han appear, Wu Mian Li's expression changed instantly. He turned to her with a shy face to greet her, bashfully rubbing his head, saying he was just excited because it was rare for him to get a high score. His eyes drifted to the stack of books she was carrying in her arms. Shy and hesitant, he offered to help her carry them. Seeing this, she flashed a cute smile, one with the power to pierce the hearts of hundreds of boys. She agreed and thanked Wu Mian Li, then conveniently reminded him that there would be a test during the afternoon session. Just like any other boy, when Wu Mian Li saw that world-class, super cute smile, he felt shy. His face flushed red, and he tried to say something but could only stammer. Even with his strange power, the mask couldn't change the truth about Wu Mian Li. He was still a struggling student, and the gap between them felt so close, yet impossible to bridge with top-tier students like her. Like birds of a feather flocking together, everyone was divided into groups. Who knew when she would ever pay attention to a guy like him? Even though the distance was small, it was hard to get close, like two opposite poles of the world. Just as he was deep in thought, a hyperactive guy suddenly smacked Wu Mian Li on the head, making him hold his head in anger. The guy saw Wu Mian Li sleeping like the dead and asked, "Isn't it time for you to go to your part-time job after school?" Wu Mian Li glanced at the seat next to him and saw that the girl he secretly admired was gone. He immediately kicked his imaginary rockets into gear and sprinted toward his workplace. It was a secret café located in an alley, which was also where Wu Mian Li worked part-time. Seeing him arrive, Dihua pointed to his uniform on the other side. Wu Mian Li worked here because every day, around 7 o'clock, Han would come to order a milk tea and read for an hour. Afterward, he would sit and watch Han from afar, experiencing a beautiful sunset. But it was already 3 o'clock, and he still hadn't seen a trace of his crush, and he realized he didn't even know what he was waiting for. He had the idea to confess to Han, but he worried, if he were rejected, could they still be friends? No, I can't be rejected. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li's thoughts turned twisted. Han couldn't reject the current him. Since he had the mask, nothing he did had ever been rejected. Whatever he did, he would get others' consent. But Wu Mian Li also knew that was just the mask's power. Even if she agreed, would it be her true feelings? He slapped his own face a few times to snap out of it and straighten his thoughts. He felt it was ridiculous to rely on a mask for something like this. He really needed to rely on himself. "Welcome, customer." As Wu Mian turned around nervously, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Han had finally arrived today, just as he had hoped. Feeling happy, Wu Mian suddenly widened his eyes when he saw the girl he liked, not only walking alone, but holding hands with a young man. They were chatting and laughing, looking like a perfect couple. Seeing them walk in affectionately, the color drained from Wu Mian's face. He recognized the guy with Han. His name was Huang Yi. A month ago, he was just like Wu Mian, a mediocre student and one of the few friends he had. But now, that guy, Huang Yi, had become a traitor. He recalled back when he and Huang Yi used to hang out. While they were sitting together, Huang Yi suddenly asked Wu Mian, "We aren't talented at school. Hey Wu Mian, what do you plan to do after graduation?" He nonchalantly said he hadn't thought about the future yet. But Huang Yi's mindset was completely different. He wanted to be truly outstanding. However, he then laughed loudly and said he was just joking. He continued, saying he just wanted a normal life, just scraping by through high school, graduating peacefully, finding a steady job, getting married, having kids, and finding a young girlfriend. Wu Mian cut him off. He thought that was practically cheating. He asked if Huang Yi wasn't afraid of his wife tearing him to shreds. Wu Mian stood up to go to gym class. While he was at it, he mentioned that he hadn't seen the arrogant honor student from class 3 lately. Clearly, that guy's basketball skills were terrible. But one day, a month ago, a crowd of students stood before the school's scoreboard, talking excitedly. The person they were discussing had achieved a perfect score in every subject. Some thought it might be cheating, but others dismissed it because the proctors had been very strict this time. Just then, a yawning Wu Mian walked by, mocking the students gathered under the achievement board, thinking it was so boring. Suddenly, he saw Huang Yi standing in that crowd. He felt confused, wondering what Huang Yi was doing there. Then he approached Huang Yi and asked him to go buy pineapple buns with him. Huang Yi turned his head at the call. Wu Mian was shocked by Huang Yi's new, stylish haircut. Wu Mian complimented the hairstyle, saying it suited him, and invited him to the convenience store to buy snacks before they sold out. Unlike usual, today Huang Yi just gave a cold laugh and refused. The lame excuse was that he had to study urgently. Finding him strange, Wu Mian wondered if Huang Yi was truly unhappy or if he had taken the wrong medicine today. Suddenly, Huang Yi showed an annoyed attitude, openly despising Wu Mian, and snapped back at him. "Do you think a loser like you can influence me? Acting like we're so close." Huang Yi walked past Wu Mian like a total stranger, hurling bitter words. "We aren't in the same world anymore." At that moment, Wu Mian accidentally looked at the scoreboard, his face filled with disbelief. Huang Yi was at the top, achieving a perfect score in all 3 major subjects, and from that moment on, he and Huang Yi drifted apart. The two stopped interfering in each other's lives, treating each other as strangers. To Wu Mian, losing a friend didn't affect his life much, but seeing Huang Yi happily chatting next to Han, he couldn't help but be jealous, because they looked so happy. Having coffee with Han was a scene Wu Mian had always dreamed of. But suddenly, he felt insecure because a loser like him didn't know how to be self-reliant and only knew how to depend on the mask. Without the mask, he couldn't accomplish anything. While he was feeling gloomy, a scream from Han snapped him back to reality. He stared wide-eyed at her. Across from him, Han was looking at Huang Yi with a face full of terror. On Huang Yi's face, a mask just like Wu Mian's suddenly appeared, but it was slightly different as it was gradually devouring Huang Yi's face. The mask suddenly spoke. Forgetting an important promise is not very good. Huang Yi was panicked and terrified, not knowing what promise the mask was talking about. Seeing Huang Yi pretending not to know, the mask exposed him. Having enjoyed someone else's talent for so long, it's time to pay back some interest. Saying that, the mask didn't hesitate to swallow Huang Yi's face, causing him to shriek like a chicken being slaughtered. After that, he started muttering something. "I want to be more outstanding than you." Han, seeing her boyfriend like that, asked what on earth was wrong with him. Suddenly, Huang Yi moved with lightning speed, grabbing Han's neck before she could react. Now he had become the mask, no different from a monster. He opened his huge mouth in front of Han, intending to taste the human delicacy that so many guys were obsessed with. Feeling that the moment he had waited for had finally arrived, Wu Mian immediately used the mask's power, commanding the creature to release his crush immediately. The monster Huang Yi seemed shaken by some supernatural force. He let go of Han's neck. Having narrowly escaped death, she coughed, terrified. Wu Mian approached and commanded Huang Yi again. "That's good. Stay still. Don't move." He looked cool, but internally, Wu Mian was more tense than ever. He felt that Huang Yi was just like the damn mask inside him. He walked over to Han, held her hand, and acted like a superhero to reassure her. "Don't worry. Leave this to me. Protecting the customer's safety is my duty." Then he cracked his knuckles, looking at Huang Yi with a challenging gaze, inviting him to have a little chat. He was still wondering why Huang Yi had ended up as such a fool. He kept questioning him, but the monster didn't answer a single word. Han, behind him, didn't understand why he was still so calm, and told him to be careful. Being cheered on by his crush was the best feeling ever. He thought to himself, "What's there to worry about? This is nothing. After all, someone who can resist me doesn't even exist." Seconds after that thought, the monster gave him a love tap directly to the face, dislocating his jaw. In the heat of the moment, Huang Yi's memories flooded back. Back then, someone was angrily slamming Huang Yi's test paper down, yelling. He had messed up even the simplest calculations. "You idiot. You've clearly gone over these types of questions before, and you've obviously spent so much time studying them. Yet every single time, you come back with such pathetic results. It's honestly so disappointing. Your father and I are both high-ranking teachers. How on earth did we end up with a useless son like you? It's so embarrassing." Not only was he being berated by his own mother, but at school, Huang Yi was also openly looked down upon by his peers. A female classmate who was seated next to him by the teacher was incredibly disgusted. "This is unbearable. Why does the teacher insist on making me sit next to this loser? If you dare disturb my studying, I won't let you off easy." At that moment, a swarm of thoughts flooded Huang Yi's mind. A series of insults and demeaning words played over and over, along with his friends constantly trying to drag him out to hang out, telling him that even if he studied now, he wouldn't get anywhere. Just then, a mask gradually appeared and asked Huang Yi, "You're not satisfied with yourself as you are now, are you?" The mask then introduced itself. "I am a mask that can make your wishes come true. It's a simple deal. I'll grant your wish, and in return, we make a trade." It turned out that was the reason why. Huang Yi had transformed into the monster he was now. Just then, Wu Mian Li, having taken a direct hit, was still in shock, unable to believe his eyes. "You hit me? Is the mask's power not working on him?" Wu Mian Li threatened the monster, Huang Yi, ordering him to stop and follow his commands. Seeing the monster freeze up after his words, he confirmed that his power was still effective against it. Han, standing behind them, seemed to have a sixth sense. Feeling that something was very wrong, she spoke to Wu Mian Li. "There's clearly such a huge commotion here, yet everyone around us seems completely oblivious. They're still just focused on their own business. It seems that damn monster is the one pulling the strings." He told Han he was going to go interrogate the creature. Suddenly, the monster started moving again, which confused him. Wu Mian Li used the mask's power to command the monster to stop moving once more, but this time, it had no effect. The monster let out a cunning, clown-like grin that left Wu Mian Li terrified and completely baffled. "By all rights, with my abilities, everything in this world should absolutely obey my every word, but right now, it's not working on this monster." Suddenly, the monster shifted its target. It looked toward the pretty girl at the next desk, moved toward her, and muttered, "I can't let this go to waste." It grabbed her roughly and was about to swallow her whole. The sight was so terrifying that Wu Mian Li nearly wet his pants. Seeing that it was already looking for another target, the situation was turning critical. He grabbed Han's hand and told her to get out of there first, but she hesitated, making him shout in frustration, "We'll talk about it later. If we don't leave right now, I don't know if we'll make it out alive." But her legs were shaking uncontrollably. She stammered back that she couldn't move because her legs wouldn't listen to her. Just then, a voice echoed inside Wu Mian Li's head. "Leave her behind and run for your life." That invisible voice kept ringing in his ears. "The mask's power isn't working. You're just a weak, ordinary person. Only by abandoning her can you escape. Your own life is more important, right? Just leave her and run. Just like that time, just like when you abandoned your little sister to save yourself and ran away." The mask's cunning laughter continued, relentless in its attempt to manipulate Wu Mian Li. "Being scared isn't something to be ashamed of. Just be honest with your true feelings. Run away. You don't have any power anymore anyway. You like to show off, but that's just stupid and foolish. You should be the smart one." Hearing the mask's words, a war was raging inside Wu Mian Li's heart. After a long moment of agonizing deliberation, Wu Mian Li finally turned to Han and said, "Leave that monster to me. Once you've calmed down, run as far as you can and call the police." Hearing this, Han worried that he would be in danger if he faced the demon alone. But Wu Mian Li reassured her, saying he would be fine and she didn't need to worry about him. It felt as though a massive weight was crushing his mind, but he didn't want the painful memory the mask spoke of to happen a second time. He thought, so what if I'm an idiot? So what if I'm stupid? I don't want to live this pathetic life anymore. Wu Mian Li pulled off the scarf he was wearing with a look of determination. He strode decisively toward the monster, striking a cool martial arts pose and pointing at the creature to threaten it. "You foul monster. My fury is before you. If you don't back down now, you're going to suffer." Seeing no reaction, Wu Mian Li continued to threaten it, while striking another intense martial arts pose. "I gave you a chance. If you're going to be stubborn, then you'll have to face the wrath of Wu Mian Li." Wu Mian Li lunged forward, but before he could even touch a hair on the monster, it had already grabbed him by the throat. Held in its grip, he couldn't move a muscle. He felt so humiliated because he wanted to look cool in front of Han. If he had known it would catch him this quickly, he would have just used his power to order her to escape. He glanced at her, urging her to run quickly. Ignoring his gaze, the monster slammed him into the floor so hard that he started spitting blood. Seeing that he looked like a tasty snack, the monster opened its massive maw, ready to swallow him whole. It bit down into his arm with affection, causing him to scream in pain while he was still in a daze. But suddenly, it let go of his throat, muttering that he tasted bad. Then, it glanced toward where Han was standing. Sensing that she was the true delicacy, it started moving toward Han, leaving her terrified. She stepped back, but tripped and fell. Just when it looked like she would become the monster's main course, Wu Mian Li stood up slowly behind it, looking incredibly cool. "Hey, stop right there." Seeing someone in its way, the monster lunged, intending to beat him to a pulp, but Wu Mian Li recited the command to stop. The monster suddenly stood perfectly still, its face twisting with fear as sweat poured down its forehead. Revenge is a dish best served cold, he thought, and delivered a powerful punch, sending the monster tumbling to the ground. After knocking the monster out, he walked over to Han and gallantly offered his hand to help her up. "Oh, by the way, I'm not that weak Wu Mian Li from before. Don't get it twisted. My name is Wu Mian Li. It's been so long, the memories are a blur," but the mask finally cracked, revealing Wu Mian's face underneath. At long last, the mask can meddle with this world once again. It looked over Wu Mian's body, still feeling skeptical about this new vessel. Then, its eyes narrowed into a lecherous, twisted gaze. It felt absolutely surreal, yet incredibly amazing. Suddenly, it acted like a total maniac high on drugs, hugging itself and laughing out loud, just like some socially awkward freak, reveling in the feeling of being alive that it had waited so long for. Han stood by, watching in high definition, completely uncensored, as the mask inside Wu Mian's body pulled down its own pants to take a look. It stared and laughed blankly. Seeing such a scene, she secretly judged it. What a pervert. Suddenly, sensing something launching straight at him, he dodged to the side. A monster shot toward him like a rocket, but thanks to his quick reflexes, he was unscathed. He grinned with a lewd, perverted look, complimenting his own devilishly handsome face. The monster lost its momentum and slammed its face right into the wall. He turned back, but couldn't see the monster, only the thick, white cloud of debris it had kicked up. Suddenly, a black object emerged from the smoke. In a flash, the thing opened its wide mouth, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth, and lunged at him with lightning speed. Not even bothering to put in much effort, he raised a leg and gifted the monster a crushing stomp that sent it face first into the floor. Inside the same body, Wu Mian's voice suddenly rang out, offering a bit of logic. Although he understood that the one possessing the new body wanted to enjoy itself and have some fun, he urged him to show some restraint in front of women and not to scare them. Seeing him distracted, the monster seized the chance to twitch, then bolted upright, squatting down and screaming directly into his face. Unfazed, Wu Mian, controlled by the mask, looked at the monster and laughed loudly, finding it incredibly flashy and dramatic. Feeling mocked, the monster lashed out at him with an attack. It smiled smugly, thinking it had won, but unfortunately, he wasn't even scratched. On the contrary, he countered the monster with an even more violent blow, pinning it against the ceiling before it plummeted to the ground. Wu Mian stared at the monster with a bored, disgusted look, because its fighting power couldn't stir any excitement in him. He quickly grew tired of the fight. Then, he looked over at Han, as if he had found a new source of fun. He gave her a bright smile and told her it was time to go home. When Han asked, confused, he gave her a mysterious smile and said they should return to the original world. She was still puzzled, so he explained. Although it looked very realistic, this wasn't the real world. It was just an idealized world belonging to Huang Yi, which he had created using the mask. He asked Han if she had felt that something wasn't quite right, even though he wasn't entirely sure of the properties of this world. Escaping it was a piece of cake for him. Han broke into a cold sweat, looking worried, and asked, "Then what happens if you die in this world?" Wu Mian didn't care at all, because to him, it didn't matter either way. He had no interest in looking into it further. Besides, in this world, with his level of power, he couldn't possibly die. Then, he stepped closer to Han, stroking his chin. His eyes narrowed like a clown's as he said he was very interested in her. Han was a fascinating person because she was a human, who could remain clear-headed while inside this virtual world. It was truly surprising. Suddenly, a whisper echoed in his ear. "Give it back to me. Give it back to me." Wu Mian broke out in a cold sweat, anxious. He hadn't expected the real Wu Mian to wake up so soon. Seeing this, Han asked him with a worried face if he wasn't feeling well. He forced a smile, acting like he was fine and just dealing with a minor problem. Meanwhile, deep in the consciousness space, the real Wu Mian was shouting naked, "Minor problem, my foot. Give me back my body." Not backing down, the mask-controlled Wu Mian retorted, "You're so noisy. You're a man. Why are you acting like a hen? Besides, why are you blushing?" Wu Mian's face turned bright red, shyly looking away as he muttered, "Who gave you permission to use my body to stand so close to Han?" The mask-controlled Wu Mian lowered his voice, slinging an arm around Wu Mian's shoulders and telling him that a real man has to take the initiative to be charming. Wu Mian said angrily, "Stop blathering and give my body back." Hearing this, the mask-controlled Wu Mian casually refused. He figured that even if he gave the body back now, Wu Mian wouldn't be able to accomplish anything, which would be a waste of such a perfect vessel. He responded to the request by asking with a sneering tone, "Did Wu Mian have any way to return to the original world? Or any way to defeat that damned monster to protect Han?" Of course not. He couldn't do anything at all. Inside, Wu Mian's heart was in total chaos. The mask-controlled Wu Mian continued to whisper in his ear. If he couldn't do anything useful, he should just stay in the subconscious. He continued to provoke him, asking if running away wasn't his specialty. It seemed Wu Mian was being swayed by his words. He sat in a corner, curled up, unable to respond, knowing he was just as useless as a blade of grass. The mask gripped its fist, feeling the body. Although he held control over the body for now, the feeling of rejection grew stronger ever since Wu Mian regained consciousness. He sighed. Being powerful really wasn't convenient. There wasn't much time left, so he had to speed things up before Wu Mian regained his spirit. Han, seeing his actions and his weird facial expressions, asked, "Wu Mian, are you okay? Your expression is suddenly really scary." Before he could answer, a hand reached out from nowhere, interrupting their conversation. He effortlessly swatted the arm away with an irritable tone, ordering it not to ruin his good time. Suddenly, the monster he had just knocked down sprang back to life. It generated clouds of thick white smoke, and from within, many black arms emerged. One arm grabbed a person, 2 others grabbed 2 more. No one was spared. Everyone around was seized and hoisted into the air. The monster opened its mouth wide, swallowing everyone it had captured. Then, it grew larger and more terrifying than ever. It ballooned to 100 times its original size. Han, terrified by the monster, backed up behind Wu Mian and asked what that thing was. That was the monster's true form after completely consuming its host. Han trembled even more, stuttering as she asked about her boyfriend, Huang Yi. Wu Mian Li showed obvious disgust, stating that the personality of that loser Huang Yi had vanished long ago. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from somewhere for Han. Why did I turn into this? Hearing the voice, she immediately recognized it as her boyfriend, Huang Yi. The voice of Huang Yi kept echoing from inside the monster. It's so painful. I don't want to become like this. Wu Mian Li raised his hand, preparing to knock out the monster, but Han suddenly stopped him. She needed to confirm with Wu Mian Li if he had also heard Huang Yi's voice just now. She desperately asked if there was truly no way to save her boyfriend. To her, since he knew so much, there had to be a way to save Huang Yi. She kept asking, but all she received in return was the cold, silent truth. Inside the monster, tears rolled down its face, and Huang Yi's voice wailed more pitifully by the second. Han, save me. It's so painful. I've turned into such a strange form. Save me. It hurts. It hurts so much. Han cried out Huang Yi's name in despair. She begged the truth to find a way to help him. Even though Huang Yi had turned into this, he was still Huang Yi. Was there really no other way? But unexpectedly, just as Han turned her back to beg the truth, the monster opened its maw, which seemed wide enough to swallow the world, intending to devour Han right then and there. Sensing danger, Han turned around and was terrified on the spot. At that moment, the truth clasped his hands together and chanted a spell. Imprisonment. The monster was instantly shrunk into a small frame. Han stood frozen for several seconds, staring at the shrunken monster. She was still in shock, unable to believe that the words she had just heard from Huang Yi were actually the monster's deceptions. Wu Mian Li walked over to comfort her. Didn't I tell you earlier that the personality of that Huang Yi vanished long ago? Suddenly, he felt something leaking from his nose. He wiped it and saw blood. That last move seemed to have overloaded his body. Wu Mian Li stood before the monster and spoke of what it had done, using the fulfillment of the host's desires as bait. Once the contract is made, it immediately obliterates the human personality. It's just a mask. When it all comes down to it, it's just a creature that exists like this. After saying this, Wu Mian Li punched the frame containing the monster, shattering it into 100 pieces. Wu Mian Li had finished off that obstacle. Han looked around, wondering if they had returned to their original world. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li smiled with a sinister and perverted look, casting a lustful gaze toward Han. It's finally time to get down to business. Han, on the other hand, was still wondering because something felt very strange. There wasn't a single person around here. Now, Wu Mian Li didn't care about the outside world at all, because in this space there were only the two of them. It was the perfect opportunity to satisfy his long-held desire. Wu Mian Li raised his hand, preparing to move silently toward Han's chest. Suddenly, he froze as if possessed by a ghost. It turned out that the real Wu Mian had regained control of his body. Han heard him speak, and turned around to ask what was wrong. Wu Mian awkwardly scratched his head and replied that it was nothing. Han exclaimed that he was bleeding too much. He forced a smile, wiped it away, and replied that it was just a few drops, and it was nothing to him. But his body defied his words. Suddenly, something welled up in his throat, and he vomited a large amount of blood. His body gradually lost consciousness, falling freely. His eyes slowly closed, shrinking until they only held the silhouette of Han, who was desperately calling his name. He asked unconsciously, "What's happening to me?" A scene appeared of a young boy spreading his arms to protect a smaller child cowering in fear behind him. "You bad people. You aren't allowed to hurt him." In front of the boy were three bad men threatening to approach his younger sister, who was trembling but still standing up to protect him. Fear was clearly etched on the boy's face. One of the three large, scary men stared at him and grinned disgustingly. Wu Mian slowly opened his eyes weakly, feeling that this place was quiet. Outside, a nurse could be heard crying and pleading. "Sir, please don't do this. You're disturbing the other patients." The moment the nurse finished speaking, she was physically assaulted by a large, muscular man who yelled at her to get lost. A bald man with a fierce face kicked the door open and roared, "Where are you hiding?" A thug with two nasty scars on his face laughed loudly and told the person in the room that they had worked hard to find them. Wu Mian, in a daze, opened his eyes slightly and saw a figure with white hair rush past him. "Are you wondering about the white hair?" The white-haired girl with a bold attitude held a folding chair and chased the thugs away. A large man stepped forward and lifted her chin, speaking sarcastically, provoking her by saying how scared they were of the fists in her hands. Without wasting any more words, the girl gripped the chair tightly with both hands and swung it straight at that foul man with a look of murderous intent. Seeing his comrade insulted by a little brat, the bowl-cut man yelled, threatening to send her to her grave immediately. Suddenly, The leader stepped forward, striking the bowl-cut man in the face with the handle of his cane, reminding him not to be so rough. The leader approached the girl, saying it seemed she didn't know how much money the person lying in the bed owed them. Then he shouted in her face, 30,000. You're an outsider. Don't stick your nose into other people's business. As he spoke, he used his cane to strike the bed frame where the man was lying in fear. Seeing the guy lying through his teeth, the girl screamed back, "You're lying! It's obvious you forced him." Before she could finish, the leader grabbed her. Two henchmen moved toward the bed of the man named Old Bai, held his arms, and took the man who was lying in the hospital bed away. The girl cried out to the man, "Didn't you promise me you wouldn't borrow money to gamble anymore?" Hearing this, the man just remained silent. The arrogant debt collectors dragged the man away quickly. Suddenly, Wu Mian, lying in the bed nearby, sat up and spoke, "Hey, you guys are grown men picking on a little girl, isn't that a bit too much?" He smiled slightly, his expression cold and terrifying, and said to the group, "Have some decency and let her father go first. Making noise in the hospital is disturbing other patients." The leader turned back, speaking arrogantly, "Who the hell do you think you are to lecture us?" He raised his cane, threatening him to see if he wanted to taste a blow. He slowly stepped toward him, using his cane to lift his chin. Wu Mian thought the mask's power would force them to obey him obediently, but to his surprise, it had absolutely no effect and only provoked the leader. Then, he turned to leave and reminded him to use his brain before meddling in other people's business, ordering his men to withdraw. As soon as they left, two trails of tears streamed down the girl's face. She buried her face in her hands and sobbed, leaving Wu Mian sitting there, not knowing what to do. It felt as if only the two of them were left in the space, one weeping incessantly, while the other could only watch. He handed her a rice cake and told her she should really report what just happened to the police. The girl pressed her lips together without saying a word, then dashed away quickly. Reaching the door, she whispered a thank you and walked off again. Watching her leave, he thought she was truly strange, when suddenly, the truth appeared to mock him. "I didn't know you had this side to you too." Wu Mian turned to look. The truth smiled enigmatically and said, "Good morning." Wu Mian grabbed the folding chair nearby, intending to give him a good beating. But Wu Mian Truth hurriedly explained, holding up both hands to block him, telling Wu Mian not to get excited and to sit down for a heart-to-heart. That chair wouldn't be able to hit Wu Mian Truth anyway, and it would be a shame to waste energy only to end up destroying public property. Wu Mian put the chair down to confront Wu Mian Truth. Why did he pass out after regaining control of his body? What exactly did Wu Mian Truth do to his body? Wu Mian Truth scratched his head, looking sheepish, and nonchalantly replied that since he hadn't used his powers in a long time, he hadn't adapted yet, and accidentally pushed Wu Mian's body beyond its physical limits, leading to a coma. Wu Mian Truth crossed his arms and laughed, saying, "Looking at the bright side, it's lucky that Wu Mian only fell into a deep sleep." Hearing this, Wu Mian retorted angrily that if his luck had been any worse, he would have been pushing up daisies by now. Then, Wu Mian remembered something important and asked Wu Mian Truth if Han was all right. Mentioning Han, Wu Mian Truth suddenly jumped for joy, making a heart shape with his hands, saying that Han was perfectly fine and that she was the one who called an ambulance for him. Then, Wu Mian Truth's expression sank as he told Wu Mian that he sure knew how to pick his moments to wake up. Just at the critical second when he was about to touch Han's perky, youthful breasts, Wu Mian had to regain control of his body. Seeing Wu Mian Truth's utter lack of shame, Wu Mian shouted and hurled an object straight at him. "You still dare to speak?" A girl with black hair walked in the door and was nearly struck by the object Wu Mian had thrown, causing her to freeze for several seconds. Wu Mian Truth and Wu Mian stared at the door in shock. The girl looked annoyed, frowning at the object that had just whizzed past her. Seeing who it was at the door, Wu Mian panicked and stammered, "Big sis, why are you here?" The older sister glared at Wu Mian with eyes like daggers. Wu Mian looked at Wu Mian Truth, who seemed to understand his intent. Wu Mian Truth whispered, "Don't worry, she can't see me." After listening to his sister explain everything, he panicked, unable. After hearing everything from his sister, he panicked, unable to believe he'd been fast asleep for 3 whole days. His sister set down a bag of fruit, telling him they were tangerines for him. Seeing his favorite treat, Wu Mian's eyes lit up instantly. His sister glanced over at him, sighed helplessly, and asked if he could stop causing trouble for once. She said it was a mistake to have ever taken him in. She then tossed a stack of papers at him, telling him that was his hospital bill for the last 3 days, and that he'd better go out and earn the money to pay her back later. He was confused as to why the hospital bill included charges for beer and tangerines. She calmly took a sip of water and replied, "That's a service fee for running errands for you these past 3 days." She continued, "I heard you got into a fight with someone again." Before he could even explain, she jumped in, saying he was always like this. How was she supposed to answer to his late parents? She kept on scolding him, saying his grades were terrible and he never listened. Their parents must be turning in their graves at how she's raising a boy from the Cheng family. Wu Mian couldn't take it anymore and changed the subject, telling his 30-year-old sister that she should stop worrying about him and go on some dates, unless she was secretly in love with him or something. His sister, furious, blew her top and put him in a headlock, completely ignoring the fact that he was still a patient. Afterward, she asked to confirm if everything was okay, since someone had come looking for her yesterday. Wu Mian was curious, so she mentioned that the person seemed very mysterious and wouldn't say anything. He rubbed his head where he'd just been hit and told her not to worry, as he knew his limits when doing things now. His sister ruffled his hair like he was a child, leaving him grimacing and helpless, not knowing what else to do. Suddenly, she remembered to ask if he knew about his classmate who had gone missing, her attitude probing. He looked at her thoughtfully, then replied with a blank expression, as if he knew nothing. "Oh, there's that too." Seeing his reaction, she told him if he didn't know anything, then forget it. But Wu Mian just wanted her to be clear about everything. Just then, a girl's voice drifted in from the doorway. "Excuse me, is the student Wu Mian in this room?" A girl with purple hair appeared, beaming. She looked inside, saw the two of them staring at her, and greeted them warmly. "What a coincidence. Is Wen Jingguang here too?" Wu Mian glanced at his sister, asking if she knew her, but she flatly denied it. The purple-haired girl, dressed quite stylishly, walked over, put her arm around his sister's shoulder, and said, "Don't act so cold. Didn't the two of you just meet yesterday?" Wu Mian was confused and wondered who she was, so the girl introduced herself. "My name is Ziluolan. You can call me Sister Lan. In all seriousness, I'm actually your sister's superior." Ziluolan turned around and said she came today because she wanted to ask Wu Mian a few things. She brought up what happened at the café that day, saying that except for him and Xing, everyone else had mysteriously vanished. He asked in surprise, and Luolan added an explanation. "Poof, they just vanished like that." Luolan sighed and continued. "Those people disappeared without a trace, no cause, and even the CCTV couldn't capture anything." She then glanced over at Wu Mian, asking with a probing tone if, as one of the survivors from the café that day, he had any impressions of what happened. He replied evasively, telling Luolan that only a ghost would know about such bizarre things. Asking her if she's messing with him, how could he even explain that? Seeing him acting so uncooperative, Luolan inquired with a mysterious vibe, her gaze intense and terrifying as she locked eyes with him. "Let me try asking you a different way then. Have you ever seen the monster hidden beneath the mask?" Her eyes slowly turned a shade of purple as she demanded that he answer her. Wu Mian's mind suddenly went blank. He felt dizzy, as if some force was controlling him. At this moment, Wu Mian appeared, teasing him. "You're so distracted by a pretty girl you've lost your soul, huh?" Wu Mian looked dazed and confused. Ziluolan coldly pressed him. Wu Mian stammered, "No, I've never met her." Then, he nonchalantly asked, "Did something happen?" Suddenly, Ziluolan hugged him tightly. She said nothing was wrong. She was just asking him out of curiosity. Wen Jingguang watched them, feeling somewhat relieved, and whispered to herself, "I guess it's fine now, right?" Outside the hospital entrance, the three of them walked out. Suddenly, Ziluolan called out to Wen Jingguang, saying she had something she wanted to talk to her about. Ziluolan smiled and said, "Regarding what you heard today, please keep it to yourself." Then, she coldly added that this was an order from their superiors. Ziluolan waved goodbye to them. Suddenly, a sound came from her earpiece. She tapped it to report. "Target is temporarily clear of suspicion. Assassination attempt aborted, but continue surveillance." I don't know who was on the other end, but she chirped happily. "Right, exactly. Whether it's the area Bai Ye is scouting or my side, the target shows no signs of using any abilities." She continued telling the person on the other end not to worry about it. "Just send it to Bai Ye later, that's fine. It's their money anyway." Ziluolan twirled a lock of her hair and smiled wickedly. It was fortunate she had noticed that useless father, making it easier to control things. After finishing, she planned to go buy some sweets to treat herself, but then a voice echoed from the other end. I don't know what was said, but it left Ziluolan completely panicked. Meanwhile, Wu Mian and Wen Jingguang had almost reached Wu Mian's house. She said she would only walk him this far. He turned his head and asked why she was in such a hurry to leave. She replied that she had just happened to be passing by and stopped to visit him. She still had a mountain of missions waiting for her. Wu Mian tried to probe Wen Jingguang about who that girl was. She brushed it off, telling him not to worry about things like that. Basically, don't get involved with those people. Seeing his sister seemed to be hiding something, He waited until she was far away and asked Wu Mian, "Hey, do you know what's going on?" The damn mask, Wu Mian, appeared to snap back. "Is that the attitude you use when asking for help? How rude." Then, Wu Mian coldly asked Wu Mian if his loss of ability was something Wu Mian had done. He pressed him for information on Ziluolan's background and why she had suddenly mentioned a mask. "Are there many people like you?" He then mentioned Huang Yi, asking if he was already dead. Seeing him ask so many questions, Wu Mian replied, "Are you misunderstanding something? You and I haven't even made any kind of deal yet." Previously, when Wu Mian granted him power, he just wanted to test whether he was looking for the truth or not. Wu Mian was furious. Seeing this, Wu Mian became even more smug, provoking him by saying that he wasn't so naive to think there was such a thing as a free lunch in this world, right? Wu Mian walked around him, adding that his patience had its limits. As long as he made a deal, he would get not only power but anything else he wanted. Then, Wu Mian taunted him, asking if he didn't even have the courage to pursue his own desires. Refusing to fall for his trap, Wu Mian turned his face away, saying that he was doing just fine without his power. The two argued back and forth, completely unaware that someone was eavesdropping nearby. It was a girl wearing a black face mask. She watched Wu Mian with a confused look, wondering why he was talking to himself. Wu Mian sensed something and turned around, but saw nothing. The rain was getting heavier. A couple was on a date, but the man had arrived late. However, something had happened on the road they were supposed to take. A crowd had gathered, and the area was cordoned off with warning tape, keeping everyone out. In that area, a man held an umbrella for a girl while apologizing to her. "I'm sorry. This happening, I'm deeply saddened as well. I truly can't imagine what kind of existence could turn the man once called Green Shield into such a miserable state. Please be strong. Besides this person, all of his teammates have gone missing, and their bodies haven't been found. I understand your feelings, but before we identify the enemy, please don't act recklessly." Below, a hand covered by a cloth was revealed, with a ring on the middle finger. Then, the man looked at the girl and said, this was an order from their superiors. At school, the teacher's voice rang out, telling the students to open their books. Wu Mian, standing at the door, guessed he was late for class again. He stealthily tried to open the door and step in, but the teacher shouted for him to stop and ordered him out immediately. Without the mask's power, things really weren't easy. He stepped outside and sighed, feeling like it was truly a hassle. Inside the classroom, everyone started their lesson. Standing outside, he decided he had to find Xing to clarify what happened that day. According to Zi Luolan, it seemed she had already gone to question Xing. Later, Wu Mian met with Xing privately at the fire escape to ask about it, but he was met with her cold indifference. She didn't understand why he was asking her such strange questions again. She said she hadn't been to that coffee shop at all on that day. When he heard Xing say that, he froze in place, unable to believe it. She had clearly been there. He started to mention Huang Yi, but before he could finish, she cut him off. Xing stated clearly that as soon as school ended that day, she had gone to pick up a birthday cake for her mother. For Wu Mian to say she went on a date with Huang Yi was truly baffling. Seeing her attitude, Wu Mian panicked and waved his hands, trying to explain, but suddenly a blonde girl approached to greet Xing. She walked up to Xing, shot a look of disgust at Wu Mian, and asked if he was bullying Xing. Her name was Shi Yan, Xing's best friend, and a very unpleasant person. The fact that he was treated differently in class just because of his poor grades was partly due to her influence. She assumed Wu Mian was bullying Xing and dragged her away. Now, in the quiet space, he was left standing there alone, lost in thought, surrounded by questions without answers. He couldn't understand why Xing would say she hadn't gone to the café that day. At school today, the weather was beautiful. The teacher tapped his ruler against the blackboard and said, "In today's lesson, we will review the previous chapter." He scanned the classroom. Huang Yi hadn't come today either. Wu Mian raised his notebook to cover his face and glanced toward Huang Yi's seat. The teacher continued, "I heard he's sick and took leave. It would be better to check on him at his house after school." Wu Mian looked up, and something caught his eye. A silhouette was lurking in the hallway. Oh, wait. He knew that person. Why was she here? Her eyes widened as she stared fixedly at Wu Mian. He shuddered, sensing something terrible was about to happen. Something materialized in the air, a doll holding a giant syringe. Wu Mian was on high alert. What the hell is this? The doll's eyes flashed, preparing to strike. Wu Mian tried to run, but oh no, his body wouldn't move. The needle lunged straight at him, stabbing right into the center of his forehead. "Oh, poison," the doll muttered, and a strange red liquid was immediately drawn up. After pushing the plunger, it pulled the needle out. By now, Wu Mian had no strength left to resist. He could only hang his mouth open. The doll with the syringe left, leaving Wu Mian to collapse, his head hitting the table. It returned to where Ziluolan and another girl were waiting. It plunged the needle into her head to transmit the data. Ziluolan's eyes lit up as images flashed through her mind. Enough, she spoke. The masked girl asked her, "Did you find it?" Ziluolan gritted her teeth in resentment. "Not yet." The masked girl sighed and advised her, "I'm just saying, acting on your own like this isn't a good idea." Ziluolan ignored her and quickly walked away. The masked girl continued, "Besides, using your forced extraction ability is highly likely to damage the person's brain nerves." She was still worried about her friend. If he is innocent. Before she could finish, Ziluolan snapped irritably. "So what? It's not your place to worry about it." She turned back, looking gloomy and threatening. "Just do your job. In any case, I have to find the person who killed Mr. Lin," Ziluolan said in a deep voice. "And kill him myself." Her eyes revealed a murderous intent. Is Ziluolan acting on her own? Everything is slowly getting worse, spiraling out of control. Wu Mian felt his internal guard go up. Inside, Wu Mian remained still. Someone opened his eyes, and he curiously observed them. "Hey, brother." From his current perspective, he saw a messy face. "What kind of skill is it to sleep with your eyes open?" Wu Mian startled awake from his stupor and yelled, "Ugh." Then he realized the person in front of him was Di Hua. He grinned. "Who else could it be?" he said excitedly. "Hey, there's a new home appliance game city nearby. My treat today." Wu Mian lethargically refused. "Sorry, maybe some other time." Di Hua looked confused, wondering if his buddy was having a complication or something. Wu Mian held his head, feeling crushed. That incident earlier still had his head buzzing. He was exhausted now and waved his hand to decline. "I'm not in the best shape. Let's catch up another day." Wu Mian stood up and ran to the bathroom to wash his face. Phew, much more alert now. Wu Mian Li suddenly appeared behind him and taunted, "Kid, you're lucky to be alive. If I hadn't blocked it for you earlier," he chuckled, "your little life would have been gone by now." Wu Mian remembered the moment the needle pierced his head, and Ziluolan's annoying face with hatred. That damn woman. Wu Mian Li leaned back and said, "I don't know what happened that made her use such a shameless power, but she must be disappointed." He smirked. "That girl took away what looked like the fake memories I created," Wu Mian said coldly. "That's good." His calm attitude shocked Wu Mian Li. "Huh?" He angrily leaned in close to him. Hey, she almost got you killed, and you can just swallow it with that tone?" Then, he didn't forget to tempt him. "Let's sign a contract, and then let's go get revenge, shall we?" Wu Mian didn't care. He pushed his head away and said gruffly, "Get lost." He muttered, "Maybe she won't suspect me anymore after this." Then he walked away, leaving behind one last thought. Better to avoid a problem than to face one. Starting tomorrow, I can go back to my normal life. Seeing Wu Mian about to leave, Wu Mian Li hurried. "No, wait," Wu Mian suddenly mumbled to himself. If that woman didn't get the information she wanted from me, he suddenly remembered. Oh no, he was suddenly panicked. Han is in danger. Wu Mian quickly dialed Han's number, but all he got were beeps and the automated voice of the operator. "Hello, the subscriber is temporarily unreachable." He froze. "She's not answering the phone?" He then rushed off. "I have to find her." Wu Mian hurried to Han's house, knowing the way by heart. The doorbell rang ding-dong. A woman was busy cooking. Hearing the bell, she stopped and called out, "Coming!" Opening the door, she asked, "Oh, you're Wu Mian. You ran here until you were out of breath." "Phew, may I ask, calm down." He looked up and asked, "Is Han home?" The woman, who seemed to be Han's mother, replied that she wasn't. "She hasn't come home yet." Getting that answer, Wu Mian was devastated. She kindly tilted her head and invited him inside. "You're Han's classmate, right? Why don't you come in and wait? She should be home soon." He smiled awkwardly and waved his hands. "Oh, no, thank you, ma'am." Wu Mian ran off again, leaving Han's mother confused about what just happened. He ran frantically, searching for Han. The red warning light in his heart never stopped flashing. Not at school, not at home. Where on earth could she have gone? In a dark, deserted alley, a voice echoed. "Enough." Ziluolan held her head, questioning reality. "No way, this can't be what happened." The masked girl asked, "What's wrong?" Ziluolan said in a bitter, deep voice, "She wasn't lying. I ran into a ghost." "How bizarre." She left, not forgetting to instruct. "Xiaohei, let's go. Keep monitoring Wu Mian over the next few days. That kid has good luck. There's nothing to worry about." The masked girl, Xiaohei, said nothing, turning to look at the person lying in the corner. And what about this child? Only then did Ziluolan remember the poor girl. She paused and said, "Help her call an ambulance." She said it with a tone of indifference, as if it weren't her business. adding, "Though it looks like she's beyond saving." Then she dusted off her hands and left. Too bad. It's all her own fault. Xiao He cast one last pitiful look, and then they both left the spot. Ziluolan recounted the memories she had extracted from the other girl. That day, she had never even been to any coffee shop. Someone lay silently in the corner. It was Han. She was no longer breathing, her complexion was gray and lifeless, and saliva was spilling from the corner of her mouth. Wu Mian searched everywhere, unable to find the person he was looking for. Where? Where is she? Running while dialing Han's number, he still got no answer. He cursed under his breath. Damn it! He suddenly bumped into a passerby. Losing his balance, he stumbled and fell. The person yelled in annoyance. Damn it! Can't you watch where you're going? Then he walked away. Idiot. Wu Mian looked down, stunned, picking up his phone. Suddenly, he noticed something that looked like a hand at the corner of his right eye. Looking closer, Wu Mian froze. Han! He ran over to shake his friend awake. Hey, Han, what's wrong? He checked Han and realized this was the same situation as before. Wu Mian cursed that wretched woman. He frantically reached for his phone. Right, an ambulance. A voice rang out, making him freeze. Hey, what are you doing here? Wu Mian looked up. What is this? A doctor, carrying a huge medical kit on his shoulder, rushed in. Found the injured person. He checked Han, then spoke to the nurse following him. She doesn't seem to have any vital signs left. We need to perform emergency treatment. Tell them to bring the stretcher over here. They gently placed Han onto the stretcher and loaded her into the ambulance. Wu Mian Li asked anxiously, Doctor, my friend, is she going to be okay? The man coldly warned, If you aren't involved, don't cause trouble here. Wu Mian Li felt disappointed, his hands and feet growing cold. In the distance, a blonde girl stood still, watching Wu Mian Li. She narrowed her eyes in thought. Under the night sky, with the moon shining brightly, a humming sound echoed through the quiet darkness. It came from a figure in a cloak, sitting on top of something that looked like a person. His hands were gaunt, with the bones clearly visible. He hummed, singing about sharp intelligence, powerful strength, a menacing look, and a perfect physique. He looked at the poster in his hands and sighed. His body still wasn't strong enough. He crushed the poster. It really put him in a bad mood. Another cloaked figure appeared behind him. What are you doing here? It was Huang Yi. He tilted his head, looking at the man with half-closed eyes. Ah, it's the old bald guy. The other man took off his hood and continued. Are you going to keep causing trouble like this? He revealed his completely bald head, along with scars on his face that looked like trophies of war. He complained to Huang Yi, saying he couldn't even protect him anymore. Huang Yi jumped up to argue, that has nothing to do with me. He looked down at the unfortunate man he was stepping on with contempt. If he wanted to blame someone, he should blame this guy for being unlucky, who told him to be taller than me. He turned to look at the bald old man and chuckled. Killing him was so boring. The bald old man just said dismissively, "Humph, whatever." His reaction, not what Huang Yi had expected. The old man found a clean spot to sit down and reached into his robe. Honestly, I only expected you to cause a little trouble for him. It's a good thing you managed to kill that green python. Huang Yi excitedly showed off the clothes he had just stolen, mentioning that they actually fit him quite well. The old man pulled out a pack of cigarettes and praised him. Well done. The old man said gleefully, even if I had taken action, it would have cost me quite a bit of effort to kill that guy. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said of that arrogant young upstart, causing trouble everywhere. He inhaled, let the smoke pass through his lungs, and exhaled. He continued, now that he's dead, it's finally quiet. Huang Yi stared silently at the bald old man. His toned arms were exactly his type, so powerful. He raised his hand, muttering in admiration. The bald old man didn't foresee what was about to happen. The old man smirked. As long as you obediently listen to me and do my work, I'll keep this quiet for you. A strike suddenly flashed by. The old man dodged by reflex, but a thin line of blood appeared on his face. Looking at the person who had almost landed a hit on him, the old man cursed loudly. What the hell are you doing? Huang Yi stood in the shadows, his eyes shining clearly. He whispered, your body He wore a monstrous smile. I want to make it mine. Huang Yi lunged at the bald old man. The bald old man was furious. You little brat! He pulled his fist back, preparing to strike. Don't you dare die yet. He landed a punch in Huang Yi's stomach, looking smug. Huang Yi took the hit and flew backward, his whole body sinking into the ground before he could even gasp. The bald old man leaped up, his shadow cast clearly under the moonlight. He dove at Huang Yi's face, the impact so strong that the floor shattered into pieces. The old man stood up and turned to leave. A pawn that doesn't listen has no value. Unfortunately, he noticed something was wrong. He stopped and spun around to look back. Some kind of black slime of unknown origin had been under his feet for a while. He tried to lift his foot but couldn't. He was bewildered. His legs wouldn't move. This is the old man panicked. I'm done for. The black slime suddenly tightened around him, leaving him only enough time to scream. Hooah! The black slime clung to the wall. It was a horrifying sight. The black slime bound the bald old man like a giant spider web. The old man could only lie still, waiting for the predator to arrive. Huang Yi's voice rose from beneath the black slime. This is so useful, he emerged, excitedly saying. Such convenient power. The bald old man looked at Huang Yi and realized, he said in disbelief. No, it can't be. This belongs to the green-legged brat. This is clearly a liquid life form. Huang Yi licked his lips and laughed. Do you want to play pickleball with me? He summoned a monster with huge jaws. I won't be polite with your body anymore. Seeing this, the bald old man was scared out of his wits. He shouted, Hey, hey, hey! If I hadn't saved your life in the beginning, you would have already Huang Yi's arm elongated. And he smiled, saying, I remember. Thank you. The monster opened its massive jaws, and the bald old man was terrified. Hey, hey, hey! With a snap of its jaws, the monster swallowed him whole. It chewed and swallowed for a moment, leaving only scraps of his clothes fluttering before they fell to the ground. Huang Yi said contentedly, Thanks for the treat. He stood alone in the desolate night. He raised his hand and turned it back to normal. His hand was no longer gaunt and bony, but had become firm and sturdy. He tensed his body, and his muscles grew larger all over. He exhaled, satisfied with his hearty meal. Huang Yi was excited now. He was no different from a monster. That was fun. What should I do next? In a certain room, a voice rang out. This wasn't me. I'm just... A shout sprayed saliva everywhere. Shut your mouth. It was the department head. He pointed aggressively in every direction, shouting furiously at the person in front of him. Are you not ashamed at all, considering what the whole department is whispering about you? He was incredibly annoyed, his mouth unable to spit out any truth. Wu Mian Li stood frozen. He also retorted uncomfortably, Sir, please clarify things. I really didn't do anything. Next to him were Han's parents, listening to Wu Mian Li's explanation. At that time, I was also looking for her. Han's mother looked at him with even more resentment. The department head slammed the table, unable to hold back. You parasite! You are ruining the reputation of my school. He criticized him harshly. As a lousy student like you, how could you be close to her? Why were you looking for her? Academic exchange? This isn't something you can tell outsiders. Wu Mian Li looked away and said it was a private matter. The man shouted, Are you insulting my intelligence? If you want to make excuses, why not just say you're her boyfriend? Then he threw a stack of papers onto the table. The school's atmosphere has been ruined by your affair. Don't even say you're a student here. Wu Mian Li was stunned. He was paralyzed. He turned to find sympathy but saw the hateful eyes of Han's parents. Why are you looking at me with those eyes? He bowed his head, justifying himself in distress. It wasn't me. Han's mother remembered clearly that he had come to the house that day. She asked heartbrokenly, Then why did you go looking for Han? Wu Mian Li thought of the person who had harmed Han. He muttered mostly in his mind the image of the doll holding the syringe from Ziluolan appeared. Those vengeful spirits, naturally, the department head didn't believe him. He snapped, Vengeful spirits? Look at you spouting nonsense. He stood up and walked right up to him. Are you treating us like fools? He looked at him with contempt. A bad student is just trash. Then he turned to Han's parents and said, Ahem. To the parents, he handed them an envelope with both hands. This 10,000 yuan is a small consolation from the school. He bowed and said solemnly, As for the recent rumors, even though there's some evidence missing, we'll definitely work hard to control the situation and look into it. We'll give you a proper explanation, so please, let's not blow this out of proportion. Han's mother took the envelope with a heavy heart. The department head continued, As for the medical expenses, the school will try to cover them. He gave a sycophantic, awkward smile. We are a top-tier high school. This concerns our reputation. He glanced at Wu Mian, who was hunched over behind him, and said with disdain, Whatever this guy might have done, it has nothing to do with the school's education. The department head continued. There was no evening study hall that day. The incident happened after school. He expressed sympathy for their family's situation, adding, The school feels absolutely devastated. Han has always been such a good kid. After saying that, he bowed his head again. We really hope you'll give the school some face. Wu Mian remarked. You're pretty seasoned at doing this, aren't you? Teach? The department head shot him an angry glare. Wu Mian made it clear he wasn't afraid. He continued, No matter what the truth is, you're just scrubbing the school clean of any connection first. Hearing this, the department head's face twisted. You! He pointed at the door and shouted. Get out! And don't bother coming back tomorrow. After kicking Wu Mian out, he slammed the door shut. Wu Mian gritted his teeth. Is that all you've got? He stood there for a moment to cool his head before walking away. Damn it. Back in the classroom, the students were buzzing with gossip. Han is so pitiful. I wonder how she's doing. One girl said, I heard she had to get stitches. It sounds terrifying. She turned to ask the person behind her. He doesn't look like a good person, right, Xian? Xian said with disgust. Ugh, I saw it with my own eyes. That guy was definitely heading in the opposite direction. Plus, I caught him bothering Han a few days ago. The other girl was surprised. Is a guy like that a creep? Right at that moment, Wu Mian pushed the door open and walked in. The class fell dead silent. Everyone looked at him with contempt and disgust. Wu Mian walked into the room in silence. With so many eyes staring him down, a voice suddenly rang out. You actually had the guts to do it? A boy said with a lewd grin. Han was so cute, too. Wu Mian didn't understand what he was getting at. Ah, he's laughing. The boy and his two friends looked incredibly smug. He pointed at Wu Mian and said, He's always been secretly in love with Han. Am I right? Ha ha ha. A girl felt uncomfortable with his words and stood up. Taking Han's situation and making jokes like that, you've gone too far. Wu Mian was caught off guard. How do you guys know? He suddenly realized and went quiet. Someone must have spread the rumors. Daihua couldn't do anything at this point. He looked at Wu Mian with a pitying gaze. Wu Mian noticed Shi Yan glancing at him. She wore a look of smug satisfaction. Wu Mian ignored those hateful stares. He walked to his desk to grab his bag. The boy from earlier didn't get the reaction he wanted. He stepped closer. Hey, aren't you going to share some details with us? The guy was gloating over someone else's misfortune. You dragged a girl into a dark alley at night and you're telling us you didn't do anything? His mouth stretched into a disgusting grin. Ha ha ha. You expect even ghosts to believe that? Wu Mian couldn't take it anymore. He threw a punch and charged. With a left and a right, he smashed that sleazy face of his. The boy collapsed to the ground, taking a beating. Wu Mian restrained the urge to keep hitting him. He said, Shut your damn mouth. Then he left, letting the others help him up. He got home and opened the door. I'm home. The house was pitch black. On the table, there was a carton of milk and a note. Wu Mian picked it up and read it. Is Sis working overtime again tonight? He tossed his bag on the chair and collapsed face first onto the bed, exhausted. There were too many headaches today. Wu Mian lifted his head. Mask, I'm asking you something. But no one answered him. The truth didn't appear. He called out again. Damn mask, still just silence. Wu Mian lazily thought about napping for a bit. Strange, like meeting a ghost. Wu Mian was woken up by hunger. I'm so hungry. He looked at the clock. It was already 11 at night, he whispered, hoping the convenience store hadn't closed yet. He had to get up, leave the house, and head to the store. Pork chop rice and a carton of green tea milk, $18.5 total. Cash or scan? Wu Mian said. Wait a second. He patted his pockets. No way I forgot my phone. Damn it. A young girl standing behind him said irritably, Hey, are you buying it or not? If you're not buying it, move out of the way. Wu Mian turned around. This person looks familiar. Oh, right, you're that person from earlier, but he didn't know her name, the white-haired girl. Hearing the words, white-haired, Bai Ye looked visibly annoyed. She shook her head and denied everything. I don't know you. Hearing that, Wu Mian was stunned. The fat guy looked at him angrily and shouted, Hey, if you aren't buying anything, get out. He replied indifferently, I'm leaving, fine. The moment he walked away, he suddenly realized who the girl behind him was. If he remembered correctly, she was someone from the hospital. She had nothing to do with him. He turned to walk away, but then he heard some noisy commotion. Hey, let go! Wait, did I just hear something? As soon as he turned back, he saw that fat guy harassing the girl. The man looked at her with a lewd grin. Hey, if you make any noise, that's going to be a problem. The girl couldn't stop trembling and let out a whimper. The man continued. You know what? Even though you're struggling in my arms, he added. I've been watching you for a long time. You always come here at this time. The girl was terrified and kept whimpering. He continued. Eating just noodles isn't enough nutrition, you know? See how much I care about you. You don't have much money on you, do you? Is your family situation not good? You're still at that growing age, right? With no one cooking for you, give me a kiss, and I'll treat you to a delicious pork chop rice. How about that? Taking advantage of his distraction, she bit his hand hard. Before she could fight back, he immediately grabbed her by the throat. Why? Did you forget? Did you forget? The girl was struggling to breathe. Ugh, ugh. He hesitated for a long while, muttering, "Every time, I give you an extra pack of candy and chocolate. Ah, I like you. I just want a little something in return. Why do you have to reject me?" While she struggled in his grasp, he screamed, "Why? Why do you reject me? I like you so much." The girl began to feel suffocated and let go. The man didn't stop his twisted intentions. "I don't want to turn you into just like the others." The girl wheezed, struggling to spit out the words to curse him. "Let go, you damn pervert." He kept screaming, appearing ready to kill her at any moment. "Why do you all reject me like this?" "No, stop it, stop." She managed to gasp out those 4 words before her vision began to fade. Just then, Wu Mian turned back, the sight before him leaving him shocked. "What is this?" The man let out a grunt, and Wu Mian cursed him in anger. "You piece of scum." The second, before anything happened, before he could do anything, the girl screamed, "Don't touch me!" The fat guy suddenly exploded, leaving no body behind. The girl sat on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably. Having just witnessed what had transpired. He couldn't help but be stunned, standing there in a daze for quite some time. A mysterious man suddenly appeared right behind him, speaking coldly. How annoying. A beast is just a beast. They can't even restrain themselves. And now there's a troublesome witness. But dead men tell no tales. And failing to handle one of your own? That is Ziluolan's incompetence. Come with me. I advise you not to use that power. And don't even think about running away, or the person who fashioned you might suffer greatly. As he struck him, the man kept rambling on. She gritted her teeth in anger, glaring at him. "You lot!" Just then, he shouted her name and bolted upright. "Ziluolan!" The man looked at him, slightly surprised. "Not dead yet?" "A miracle." He stared back with murderous intent, speaking coldly. "You know that wretched woman. The emotions that had nowhere to go have now turned into a catastrophe." He fell into a brief recollection of his past. Ziluolan, what a hateful name. "I've always been weak. I'm a coward. I fear the dark. I fear loneliness. I fear loss. And I fear death. That's why, back then, I ran away. My mind was filled with nothing but fear. I didn't want to die. I wanted to keep living, constantly blaming myself for my own weakness. For 9 years, I've lived as a relic of my younger sister, at least ensuring that the thing she risked her life to protect didn't become pathetic. But somehow, I secretly grew fond of this girl, and it made me feel so happy. But even this small happiness was snatched away by that woman. Is this world not strange? You do nothing wrong, yet you're targeted. Innocent, good-hearted people meet misfortune, and even those who become witnesses are killed unexpectedly. What kind of messed up world is this? Why do these damn people get to live so well? Why are the weak always the victims? Having said that, he was prepared. Even though I don't want to admit that meeting a masked jerk like you is a good thing, what's the deal? A moment later, he returned to reality, realizing he wasn't just some ordinary person. "What? You don't look like some innocent bystander either." Ignoring the man's words, he kept pressing him. "Hey, you know that woman, don't you?" the man said coldly. "Another beast, huh?" Ignoring him, he commanded the man, "Answer me." The man replied subconsciously, "Forget what?" His body wasn't under his control. It answered automatically. He realized he didn't intend to admit anything, but his body was acting against his will. He asked again, "Where is she?" Before he could finish, the man lunged at him, attacking head-on. Dealing with a beast? Fists are enough. He didn't budge an inch, just sneered. "Do you think you can touch the truth?" The man realized it too late. He hesitated before adding, "I guess you can't, can you?" The man was stunned, exclaiming that he clearly should have landed that punch on an intangible target. Turning back, he saw him holding a knife, a fruit knife. He sneered, "What a naive fool." Looking at him, he raised the knife and made a small cut on his finger, causing the man to turn pale. "That's not right, it's just a normal fruit knife. Why would a simple paring knife give me a body with power that surpasses physical limits, creating such a sense of crisis?" A few days before the deadline, the man was panicking about the current situation. Who on earth is this guy? Ignoring him, he turned to Zila. "Hey, what are you just standing there for? I have no interest in bullying children. You go ahead. Leaving one person to do the questioning is enough. Also, if you run into Zila, do me a favor and pass on a message." She lowered her head and cursed at him. "Are you an idiot? Why aren't you running? He's not an opponent, someone like you, a newly awakened imposter, can fight." Showing off his power, how stupid. Wu Mian didn't respond, just sneered and uttered 3 words, "Pathetic fool." She continued angrily, "You think you're right, yet you can still smile? Are you an idiot? An idiot?" The man coldly ordered her. Ba Ye, kill him. I'll pretend I never saw what happened today. Don't want to? It's rare for me to be kind, but I guess it was a waste. Ba Ye glared at him and replied, I will absolutely not use this power to help you kill anyone, the man said coldly. Clearly a murderer. Yet you pretend to be high and mighty. Wu Mian spoke up arrogantly. If you're scared, just say it. Threatening a young girl is truly despicable. While he was distracted, when did he get behind him? When did this guy? Then, Wu Mian deliberately swung his blade slightly off target and demanded in a harsh tone, Hey, what exactly is your relationship with Ziluolan? Answer me, the man replied subconsciously. We are officers of the prison cage, specializing in controlling you, pseudo-beings. As soon as he finished, he didn't hesitate to strike him and continued. Words I've never heard before explain them in detail. The man was terrified now. This was the same feeling as meeting a ghost. His body was answering on its own again. Trembling, his heart didn't want to talk, but his mouth kept answering against his will. You lot. Creating a second personality is what makes a pseudo-being. And it will harm the world. His body wouldn't listen to him, his mouth continuing to explain. The prison cage is a group created specifically to control you catastrophes. Wu Mian continued to use his hypnotic voice, cold and terrifying. He asked, Keep going. Where is Ziluolan? The man revealed the location immediately. Ziluolan is usually at the 7th Surveillance Headquarters. He panicked. Why wouldn't his body obey him? All the organization's secrets were being leaked. He used a spider silk web to enclose the guy and himself. The man in black darted around at the speed of light, shouting as he attacked. Little pseudo-being, don't get too cocky. He called out to Ba Ye. Watch closely, little sister. Ba Ye looked at the thick silk, looking confused. From the outside, one could only see the blurry silhouettes of those inside. The girl shouted, I can't see. Wu Mian smiled smugly, saying with contempt, This kind of person was never truly strong to begin with. As he finished his sentence, the man in black behind him flew toward him at an impossible, superhuman speed. He used a technique to break physical limits, passing right through him. Behind him, Wu Mian's silhouette crumbled into dust. Snap! The man stood there arrogantly, huffing. He adjusted his glasses, let out a loud laugh, and said smugly, Deleted. As soon as he finished his sentence, a cold, indifferent voice echoed from high above behind him. His body was gradually recovering. He looked at the black-clad man, who was drenched in sweat, and said with disdain, A guy like you is just a piece of trash who bullies the weak. As he spoke, he struck the man with a devastating blow, causing the enemy to cry out in agony. Panic was etched across the man's face. He never expected that Wu Mian, having just awakened, would possess such terrifying strength. He thought to himself that this guy seemed completely unscathed. The black-clad man realized he couldn't win against such power. He calculated his escape route, deciding he had to retreat. This guy is no ordinary person. After saying this, he fled at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He was both furious and terrified, his every cell screaming at him to run away. He gritted his teeth, thinking, He's clearly just a pseudo-object that just awakened, so how? How is he this strong? I need to contact my crew immediately. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed a number to alert his cohorts about Wu Mian's monstrous power. He thought as he ran, Even I can't handle this guy. The third squad at least should be able to. Ba Ye watched the black-clad man's trail, looking confused. Why wasn't he chasing him? She questioned him. He ran, he escaped. Wu Mian returned to his normal form and looked in the direction the man had fled, replying calmly, He won't get away. He held a fruit knife in his hand, the tip stained with a bit of fresh blood, and offered a sinister smile. He said, Fear is not something you can easily escape. Wu Mian Li was now able to grant Wu Mian control over the body. He asked Wu Mian, Haha, have you handed over all control of the body to me now? Are you really okay with that? Wu Mian barked back impatiently. Too much talk. Just do as I say. Wu Mian Li replied, As you command. He turned to look at Ba Ye and said, You guys should head back early too. I'm going to go find that guy to play with. Kids shouldn't get involved. Xiao He, standing behind Ba Ye, asked abruptly, You can see me? Ba Ye called out, Xiao He. He laughed and said, Redundant. He turned back to look at the two of them and said deeply, You are all here, inside my world. As soon as he finished, he vanished. This guy is interesting. Xiao He grinned. The black-clad man had traveled a great distance to flee. When he finally reached a deserted road, he stopped, panting heavily. That should be far enough, right? He wondered why this sense of unease still wouldn't fade. He felt like he had run very far, but he felt incredibly restless, as if trapped in a cage. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind him, making his skin crawl. Not running anymore? Wu Mian Li watched him from the shadows and said, "For someone like you, sometimes being too smart isn't a good thing." The black-clad man looked at him and smirked mockingly. Humph. Wu Mian Li slowly stepped out of the dark, looked at the black-clad man, and chuckled. Let's play for a while. At the same time, in another abandoned tunnel, a foot stepped close to a blood-stained cloth lying on the ground. A tattooed hand covered in rings picked up the bloodied fabric. It was the man wearing a cross necklace. He picked up the piece of cloth and sniffed it. Then, his eyes lit up. He turned back and said, "Xuan Wu, is he dead too?" He stood amidst a scene of destruction. The road cracked open, and unknown slimy substances scattered all around. He looked at the slime covering the road and said, "This is." Suddenly, another person stood behind him, looking at the scene ahead. He sighed, "This is truly a mess." The long-haired man wearing an eye patch and a smiley-face scarf looked at the tattooed man and asked, "Found anything?" "Eddie, I think we're late." Suddenly, the purple-haired girl in the purple shirt opened her eyes wide. She stepped forward to look at the scene before her and stammered, This is seeing." The girl couldn't finish her sentence. He explained, "Ah, the black slime left behind is the poison power of the green town, but it smells like the wound on his amputated arm." The purple-haired girl's expression darkened, her gaze murderous. She said, "He must not have gone far. Let's go hunt him down." The tattooed man grabbed her arm to hold her back and warned her, "I advise you not to be impulsive." He continued to urge her, "This guy is very dangerous. Xuan Wu was likely killed by him." "Ah." She looked startled, showing disbelief. "What? You mean the bald guy?" "No." The tattooed man looked toward the end of the cold, dark road. He observed for a moment and conjectured. "Furthermore, looking at the tracks, it's been at least a day. The evening visibility is also disadvantageous for us." Suddenly, the scarf-wearing man's phone rang, cutting through the gloomy atmosphere with an incredibly cute ringtone. "Dear Master, you have a new message. Dear Master, you have a new message." Everyone around him turned to look at him, speechless. The man with the scarf pulled out his phone, laughed sheepishly, and apologized profusely. Sorry. A message just came in. As soon as he opened the screen to read it, his smile vanished, and his face turned to stone in shock. He put the phone in his pocket and announced to the group, "Zi Luolan, Eddie, never mind that guy for now. Something happened on the other side." He continued, "Zi Luolan, your Bai Ye, her power has lost control again." The purple-haired girl was stunned. She cried out, "Oh!" The man continued, "And a third tier or above, pseudo-object, has appeared." Before the tattooed man could finish his question, the man with the smiley-face scarf had already turned to leave. He said, "We absolutely cannot ignore the appearance of a third tier or above entity. We must provide support immediately." The purple-haired girl refused. "I'm not going anywhere. If it's a level 5 combatant, she'll definitely be fine." The tattooed man warned the girl, "Hey, don't be stubborn right now." She looked at the snake coiling around a teammate and said, "The pet snake that Brother Lin gave Xiaohei is extremely sensitive to its master's aura. It's so anxious and restless that means the murderer who killed Brother Lin." Her eyes turned bloodshot, a look of hatred emerging. She said, "He must still be nearby." The man with the scarf sighed and said, "Fine. Everyone else, let's go." Only she remained. He called out, "Be careful." At the same time, on the roof of a nearby building, Huang Yi was sitting and waiting. He looked at the scene below and laughed insidiously. The prey has taken the bait, he. Walking for a while, Zhang Wu suddenly noticed something. He said, "Wait." Eddie asked, "What is it?" When he looked up at the sky, he cried out, "This Eddie, what is this?" Zhang Wu said seriously, "Eddie, this is not the real world. The situation isn't looking too optimistic." He continued in a grave tone, "We have been trapped inside this anomaly world." Eddie sensed the surrounding air and replied, "Zhang Wu, I can feel Jin's aura in this direction, but his condition doesn't look too good." The scene shifts to a blood-covered arm. It is Jin, clinging to life. Damn it. His face is covered in blood. This guy is basically a monster. He keeps coming for me. If I don't run, I'm dead. Wu Mian Li held his blade and teased with a mocking tone. "Hey, Four Eyes, turns out you're afraid of dying, huh?" He lunged at Jin with the blade. "Then why were you trying to kill me before?" A terrifying smile appeared with his eyes flashing with hatred as he added, "And you didn't even care one bit." The blade was launched, flying past Jin, who let out a whimper of fear. "Yeah," Wu Mian Li stood calmly in the distance. "But I should still thank you. You gave me so much intelligence." He summoned another small blade in his hand and said his goodbyes. Bye-bye. One of the two Long members let out a sinister smile and spat out 3 words. Mr. Ring. Just then, a voice rang out from behind Wu Mian Li. Good evening, brother. Wu Mian Li jumped and threw the blade toward where the voice came from. Zhang Wu appeared and caught the blade. Whoa. Zhang Wu looked in that direction. Yo, little Jin. How did you end up like this? Jin shouted. Watch out, Zhang Wu, this guy is a monster. Before he could finish, Wu Mian Li had already vanished. After the attack, Zhang Wu's eyes widened in confusion as he said, Ugh, seems like my power isn't working on you. A shadowy figure slowly emerged from the smoke, followed by that same mocking voice. Intangible, huh? Those glowing red eyes appeared. Zhang Wu's expression shifted to surprise. It was no wonder that kid was helpless against him. Just then, Jin crawled toward Eddie and Zhang Wu, covered in wounds, and whispered, I'm saved, Eddie. You're here too. He comforted him. Leave the rest to us. Wu Mian Li stood to the side with a wicked smirk. You all have quite the power, don't you? Standing behind the smoke, his voice rang out steadily with a mocking tone. But what I learned from that 4 eyes wasn't enough. Wu Mian Li curled his lip, his eyes deep and bloodshot. He continued, I'm very curious. With a disdainful smile, he stepped forward. Let me feel for myself how the power you were gifted by others differs from ours. Zhang Wu watched him in silence, feeling a flicker of fear. Both Zhang Wu and Eddie launched an attack together, trying to overwhelm him. Zhang Wu was still talking tough. Then I'll grant your wish. Zhang Wu glared. But before he could do anything, Wu Mian Li challenged him. Bring it on. Spheres of various sizes appeared behind Wu Mian Li. He let out a bored grunt, then they gradually exploded. But with that intangible body, Wu Mian Li easily brushed it off, mocking them, so this is the power to control air currents. Looks decent, but you didn't even touch a single hair on my head. Zhang Wu stared at him intently. My power really has no effect. Eddie suddenly appeared from behind. Amon, he said with a light chuckle. Order them down. That command slammed Eddie into the ground, leaving him stunned. What? Wu Mian Li decisively kicked him away. Eddie hurriedly raised his hands to block the kick. The impact sent Eddie crashing straight into the wall. At this moment, Mr. DH struggled to stand up. Zhang Wu, his command can suddenly make us lose control of our bodies. This is tough, Zhang Wu replied indifferently. Oh, he thought to himself. An absolute command. Theoretically, every manifestation of a weird power has the same characteristics. Could this guy? Right then, Wu Mian Li issued another order. Stay still for me. Both were stunned, their bodies unable to move. They just stood there and took the hit from Wu Mian Li, unable to dodge. Zhang Wu coughed up blood. Both were sent flying backward. Wu Mian Li gave a sinister smile. You're their confidant, aren't you? Luckily, the defensive barrier helped them take a bit less damage. The two emerged from the smoke and rubble. Wu Mian Li continued. Birds of a feather, indeed. He raised his left hand, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Let me act on behalf of the heavens, and punish you for what you've done. After chanting, nothing happened, and Wu Mian Li was stunned. Huh? His face showed clear confusion, unable to speak. He glanced around, wondering what was going on. Zhang Wu watched him, as if he had discovered something, and muttered, It really is like this. After Zhang Wu activated the vacuum zone, he spoke as if victory was already in his grasp. Your power doesn't work anymore, right? There's no sound in the vacuum, and your truth power has been sealed. Wu Mian Li was shaken. Could this be a vacuum? He broke into a sweat, his expression growing grim. Are you lying to me? He looked toward Zhang Wu. In such a short time, this guy actually caught onto the weakness of my power. He began to smile menacingly. But that's just as well. Since you treat my ability like mere words, I just need one chance to. Before he could finish, Eddie rushed in and slashed across his body. A wound bled out, and he panicked. What? He glared at Eddie. You can hit us with that scythe? He thought. The attack targeted the soul, like that Four Eyes said. You can even attack intangible beings? Clutching his wound, he groaned in pain. It hurts. Wu Mian Li tried to use his power to heal, but it didn't work. Huh, I can't use that power to stop the bleeding in a vacuum. I was careless. Thinking back, the vacuum only lifted when the dark-skinned guy attacked. Then it closed immediately. It didn't give him any chance to speak. It was a truly desperate combination. During the remaining time of the power's duration, it was nearly impossible to break through. Suddenly, a voice appeared in his head. Enough. Truth. Don't struggle with them anymore. Pull back first. He looked at Zhang Wu and Eddie. Taking another hit like that, and will probably end up in the grave. That terrifying voice reappeared and retorted, "Huh? Run? What are you joking about? Doesn't that make me just like a fool like you? Right now, I am the one controlling this body." He glared, his inner monologue continuing. "Don't underestimate my power." The smoke gradually cleared. The situation was terrible, his power was being targeted, and his wound wouldn't stop bleeding. He appeared from the smoke, clutching his injury, having underestimated his opponent's power. "There's a high chance that the moment I step out of the vacuum's range, I'll be hit by that blade. This is truly a dead end." Just then, Woo signaled to Eddie. Receiving the order, Eddie rushed forward, but Wu Mian Li smiled sinisterly as he intertwined his hands, preparing a technique. Woo seemed to realize something, and his eyes widened. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "No, Eddie, get back here." But it was too late, Wu Mian Li said, with a mocking tone. "Arrogance, you guys are still too naive in my world." As the scythe neared his neck, Eddie was stunned. Wu Mian Li executed a command, triggering a world reversal. The whole space flipped, everything was turned upside down, and everything suddenly hung, suspended in midair, including people and objects. A snake that had been crawling forward was suddenly cut in two by something. Little Thuong's voice trembled as she pointed forward, screaming in panic. "What?" Ziluolan, who was standing nearby, was also startled and turned back, calling, "Little Thuong, little." Shang was completely bewildered, staring in shock at my snake. My snake was. From a distance, Huang Yi's voice echoed, his gaze glinting with a murderous aura. "I hate snakes." Huang Yi sneered, his smile malicious as he continued to speak. The noisy hissing was infuriating. With a look of triumph, Huang Yi gritted his teeth and stepped toward them. "How annoying. Let's just chop it up first." Ha ha ha. Seeing this guy, Ziluolan's face darkened instantly, her eyes scanning the area vigilantly. He was the one who reminded her of a past memory, specifically Lin, her lover. Back then, the two of them were so happy. He even boasted to her, "Little Lan, my power allows me to turn into a liquid state. How about that? Isn't it cool?" Seeing her eating lots of sweets, Lin would tease her while reminding her, "Eating that many sweets will make you fat." How happy we looked back then, didn't we? One day, Lin acted mysterious, causing Ziluolan to worry and ask, "What's wrong?" He was being all secretive, but in an instant, her eyes widened and sparkled, as if she had seen something incredibly happy. Lin suddenly pulled out a ring with a massive diamond, excitedly proposing to her, "Honey, let's get married this year." While Ziluolan was lost in those happy memories, seeing her standing there frozen, Huang Yi lost his patience and barked, "Hey, hey, hey, what are you doing?" He lunged forward aggressively, constantly urging her, "React to something." At this moment, Ziluolan still stood motionless, her face blank and expressionless, while Huang Yi's hand was about to strike her. Fortunately, just as he was about to touch her, little Shang blocked him and knocked him away. Huang Yi pulled his hand back, acting as if in pain. "That hurts," but seconds later, he changed his expression and sneered. "Not bad." Little Shang didn't say much. She quickly tossed some kind of container toward him. Huang Yi curled his lip, his voice mocking. "A broken bottle? Child's play." With that, he used minimal effort to shatter whatever flew at him. Suddenly, his eyes became panicked, one white and one black, looking incredibly strange. "Arg!" He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anxiety as he saw his body freezing rapidly. He exclaimed in shock, "Freezing! It's freezing!" "What was that thing just now?" Little Shang, who had been rushing over from afar, spoke coldly, her voice low and powerful. "It's liquid nitrogen." She used all her strength to slash him, shattering him into pieces. She panted heavily, standing there watching his shredded body parts fall to the ground. Little Shang looked at Ziluolan with concern and asked, "Sister Lan, are you okay?" Suddenly, Huang Yi appeared behind Little Shang, causing her to be extremely startled. He wore a sly grin, not forgetting to mock her. "I told you, child's play." The moment he finished speaking, he flicked his fingernail, creating a massive force that knocked Little Shang flying, unable to defend herself. Ugh! Her entire body slammed into the ground with a loud thud, sending dust and debris flying. Little Shang was hit pretty hard. She lay motionless, coughing. Cough, cough. Huang Yi kept on taunting. "Hey, hey, hey! Can you stop letting weak trash stand in my way?" His face looked twisted and demonic. He stood there muttering, "Do you take me for a joke?" With that, he laughed maniacally. "Everyone who didn't take me seriously before is already dead." Ziluolan stood to the side, dazed, as if she were sinking into darkness. Ziluolan lost control of her gaze. Stunned, she muttered, deeply empathetic. A tiny figure suddenly appeared, responding, "Understood." It then pulled out a syringe containing a red liquid and stabbed it into Huang Yi's head. He had no defense and was caught off guard. He widened his eyes as he turned around, but it was too late. Very quickly, the drug infiltrated his body, causing his eyes to sink into a silent void. In just a moment, the drug took full effect. Huang Yi screamed in helpless pain. "It hurts." He watched himself writhing on the ground. "It hurts." "Ah." Ziluolan finally spoke up. "You are the one who killed Lin, my lover." Her eyes were filled with hatred, and tears welled up. She shouted in righteous indignation, "I will tear you to pieces." Huang Yi attacked Ziluolan while letting out terrifying screams. "It hurts so much. Ah!" She easily tilted her body to dodge his attack and commanded sternly, "What a pathetic fake." Then, she suddenly gave an order that made his form blur strangely and convulse. Amidst the dark scenery, Ziluolan's silhouette stood still as she declared, "Don't think I'll let you die in peace," while Huang Yi lay on the ground writhing in pain. Arg ah, arg ah. Her eyes filled with cruelty as she explained, "The duration of that needle is about 60 seconds. During that time, I can freely manipulate your mental hallucinations." She stomped her foot hard on the ground and declared maliciously, "Experience all the suffering, then go die for me." By now, Huang Yi was still muttering, feeling a burning sensation. He groaned in agony. "It's so hot." Ah. Even so, he was determined to attack Ziluolan, which made her angry, cursing him, "You piece of trash." With that, she widened her eyes and unleashed the next attack, a surge of electricity that hit Huang Yi directly, making him let out a groan. She stood there like a statue, reciting gruesome fates: collapsed lungs, pierced heart, shattered bones, marrow extraction. Every time she mentioned one, Huang Yi suffered from it. Suffocation, corrosion, rot. The moment she said the final two words buried alive, he collapsed to his knees. He lay motionless before her cold gaze. Without a hint of emotion, Ziluolan walked toward Huang Yi's body and yelled, "Go to hell, trash." Suddenly she stopped, panting heavily. "Ha, ha, ha," little Shang called out, "Sister Lan." However, she didn't respond to him, only screaming at the sight of the fallen Huang Yi. Why? Why did Lin's group have to die at the hands of this trash? She hugged herself, cursing, "Damn you, bastard." Seeing her lose her composure, little Shang called out to her again. At this moment, it seemed Huang Yi had regained consciousness, muttering, "Trash, trash." Suddenly, he exploded with rage and screamed defiantly, "I am not trash." A black shadow flashed past both of them, causing Ziluolan and little Shang to jump back in shock. "Ugh, this guy isn't dead yet," Ziluolan glared. Huang Yi dove into the sewer, escaping their sight. Ziluolan exclaimed, "Oh no, he got away. Damn it, a ghost?" She gritted her teeth, her face twisted with frustration. "Even if I have to dig 3 feet under, I will dig you up." Scene shift to the water pipes. The sewer rats were confused by the strange sounds. The murky water rippled as Huang Yi emerged from the sewage, screaming with rage. "You are the ones who deserve to die," Wu Mian Li spoke up. "So you still had some consciousness left. How laughable. I've been saved by you, Huang Yi." Huang Yi walked through the water, as truth began to stir. "I understand your mood. You've lived a very lowly life. That makes sense. If not, I wouldn't have been born," he affirmed it quietly. At this moment, Huang Yi's mouth hung wide, revealing a pair of razor-sharp teeth. "Then eat up. Go ahead and consume everything you lack. Let those who are superior to you become the nourishment that sustains you." The voice of justice was laced with manipulation and a sense of revulsion. "Let me satisfy the deep-seated envy within your soul." Truth offered a cold smile. "After all, you are the one who created me." The scene shifted to the deep, heavy, and silent night sky. 2 figures drifted in midair like leaves caught in a gust. The person standing within the circle of air spoke up, complaining, "Eddie, you're heavy. Control the airflow." He raised his hand, using his power to maintain balance and support the other. As the air currents pulled Eddie closer, Zhang Wu hurriedly urged him. "Hold on to me, Eddie." He struggled to grasp Zhang Wu's hand and muttered, "Thanks." Zhang Wu grabbed Eddie's hand and slung his arm over his shoulder, using his power to stabilize all 3 of them. Eddie let out a breath, his voice laced with relief. Finally saved. Sweat beaded on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks as he recalled the perilous moment he had just endured. The tension still lingered in his eyes. Eddie turned to Zhang Wu and asked, "By the way, where did that guy go?" Zhang Wu released Eddie's hand and reached up to adjust his blindfold, his voice filled with contemplation. "I don't know. But our situation is a bit dire with this kind of bizarre power. Zhang Wu looked toward the inverted city ahead and continued. It's made the world flip again. As he kept manipulating the air, he wheezed. My power, I've pushed it a bit too far. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed, and the scenery around the three of them shifted, leaving them stunned. Eddie sensed something and looked back in shock. Behind them stood high-rise buildings, all severely damaged. Eddie hesitated. Build buildings? Zhang Wu saw the scene as well and speculated. Looks like he's reached his limit too. The city before them was still disintegrating. Everything around them cracked and crumbled. His voice dropped low, as if speaking an inevitable truth. This world is collapsing. I suspect we'll be back in the real world before long. Elsewhere, Wu Mian Li leaned against a wall, his body soaked in blood. His jacket was stained crimson, and though he pressed his hand firmly against the wound, blood continued to seep out. He gritted his teeth, his voice filled with bitterness and resentment. Damn it, it hurts so much. Why is the rejection force so strong? His body was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling down his cheeks, leaving him feeling even more exhausted and tense. He whispered, "At this rate, I'll be the one to dry up and die first." He stumbled forward, each slow step leaving pools of bright red blood behind. His voice was hoarse, his breathing ragged. Even so, he kept muttering, "Damn you, Wu Mian Li. I doubt I'll get a happy ending at the hands of those people, right? They won't let you live. What a pity. You're still a virgin. It would be a shame to just die like that." Wu Mian Li snapped. "Shut your mouth." Wu Mian Li managed a faint smirk. He whispered, "I guess I have to bet everything on one last gamble." The scene shifted to a dark room where a girl in a cat ear hoodie sat on the stairs. Wu Mian Li's voice continued to echo. "That guy, he isn't the enemy." Wu Mian Li reached an abandoned playground. The area was deathly quiet, the equipment rusted and covered in dust, a place long forgotten, desolate and gloomy. Wu Mian Li hurriedly questioned, "Wu Mian Li, hey, what do you mean? Speak clearly." Wu Mian Li stepped into the playground and replied in a rasping whisper, "Sorry, Wu Mian Li." He no longer had the strength to stand. His body collapsed, his breathing growing weak with every passing moment. Pain and exhaustion completely engulfed Wu Mian Li, his vision blurring before fading to black, and his body fell into unconsciousness. Wu Mian Li slumped heavily in the middle of the playground. The scene shifted back to the three who were trapped in the other dimension. They suddenly felt strange fluctuations. Zhang Wu noticed the shift and shouted, "Oh, all three of us have returned to the real world." Eddie quickly checked on him. Jin made it back to the real world. "Say, can you still hold on?" Jin was still dizzy, and he rubbed his forehead wearily, responding, "I'm fine, just a bit afraid of heights." Zhang Wu spotted bloodstains and told the other two, "That guy is injured. He can't have gotten far." Zhang Wu ordered them to follow the blood trail. The three followed it to the abandoned playground. Eddie stood where the blood trail ended. He turned back and said, "Zhang Wu, the blood trail ends here." Eddie looked at the blood on the ground, speaking with a confused tone, "And it looks like something cut it off. It's very strange." He looked around and asked Zhang Wu, "It's almost dawn. Should we keep looking?" Zhang Wu fell into silent thought for a moment before turning away from the playground. He waved his hand and said in a pensive tone, "Something's not right. I'll take Jin to get treated first. We need to report this incident to headquarters immediately." He shoved his hands into his pockets, instinctively sensing impending danger. He added, "The appearance of an entity near the fourth tier gives me a bad premonition. I hope I'm just overthinking it." In another spatial coordinate, the scenery was reduced to only black and white. Truth still lay slumped in that same playground. Ling Diao appeared, resting her chin on her hand, as she asked curiously, "Oh, how did this guy manage to get in?" Ling Diao nimbly jumped down from the steps. She approached him and inspected him. Ling Diao crouched down and called out to him. "Hey," she asked with an indifferent tone while poking his cheek, "are you still alive?" A black color engulfed everything. Voices began to echo. "Hey, I'm talking to you, Wu Mian Li. You've been awake for a while now, haven't you?" A groan echoed. "Yeah," the voice spoke again. "Then why were you pretending to sleep?" Wu Mian Li's face was soaked in sweat. He remained lying there, weakly saying, I don't know how to deal with girls." The girl was leaning on the steps. Wu Mian Li made excuses. "Besides, you're the one who dragged me to this place." He asserted that in this vast space, only a single slide existed, surrounded by pure white emptiness. The girl's voice echoed again, "Solve it yourself." Only then did Wu Mian Li open his eyes, his face dazed as he replied, "Fine, fine." His thoughts were a bit sluggish. Dealing with a girl, how hard can it be? He glanced to his side at an undefined black shape. Before Wu Mian Li stood a black face with two terrifying white eyes. He screamed, "What the hell is that?" Wu Mian Li punched the shadow with a full-force blow that made it cave inward. The shadow immediately scurried back to its owner, terrified. "Little cat, what is it groaning about?" The shadow kept moaning. "Ugh." She picked the shadow up and wore it on her head, smiling. "Heh, you're awake," he asked her indifferently. "Is that thing your mask?" Wu Mian Li complained. "You scared the hell out of me." The girl crossed her arms, hugging her knees as she looked at Wu Mian Li with great interest, saying, "Well, it's a good thing you hid in my place, or you wouldn't have survived, and you haven't even said thank you." Wu Mian raised his hand to scratch his head, smiling sheepishly. "Sorry. I just didn't expect my savior to be such a cute girl. I'm still a bit dazed." He looked down at his bandaged chest and asked, "Wait, did you do this?" He raised his hand. "You've really done me a huge favor." She jumped down from the staircase. It was just a simple treatment. She stood in front of Wu Mian, curling her lip as she asked, "So tell me, how did you get in here?" Then she turned away and explained, "This place is an independent space, isolated from the outside world, that I created." She raised her arms high in a relaxed manner, leaving a confused Wu Mian glancing at her from the side. She walked slowly, with him following behind. "Only I can discover and enter this secret chamber." Then she turned her head, her clear, dark eyes looking up at Wu Mian. "How did you find it?" Hearing that, he slowly looked around. Honestly, aside from that slide, the place was really empty. His remark made her annoyed, and she asked defiantly, "Do you have a problem with it?" Wu Mian scoffed at that. "For someone like me, breaking into a world of this level is basically nothing." He looked down at her with disdain. Hearing this, she was still annoyed and let out a sound. "Are you looking for a beating?" He kept smirking proudly. She retorted with a dismissive jab. "So talented, yet you almost got killed by the people from Prison Cage?" She covered her mouth with her hand, glancing at him with contempt, which made Wu Mian startle. He looked at her in surprise. As she said that, he paused before asking. She knew those people too. Hearing the question, she didn't turn back. Just, "Yeah," she recounted sadly. "A good friend once told me." Wu Mian was surprised and asked, "So, your good friend?" She didn't turn back, answering sorrowfully, "Those people took her away." Her lashes lowered in sadness, "And I never saw her again." Hearing that, Wu Mian widened his eyes. Then she turned back and gave a forced smile. "That's why I let you in. Might as well help you out a bit." Hearing that, Wu Mian smiled and said to her, "To repay you, I will help you save that friend of yours. You can't." She lowered her head. "That place is unreachable." She waved her hand dismissively and said, "So, since you've just picked up your life, don't go looking for trouble." She shrugged and said dismissively, "Can't you just live honestly?" He looked at her, irritated, his face scrunched up. Then she waved her hand and said, "It's time for me to go. If you want to stay, that's up to you." Wu Mian stood by the side without saying a word. She waved her hand carelessly, not forgetting to say goodbye. "As long as I'm alive, this place won't disappear." He kept looking up. Then Wu Mian spoke up. "Hey, I'll remember this kindness. My name is Wu Mian, Wu Mian. And her?" Hearing that, she turned to glare at him and scolded, "You idiot. You should be a bit more polite when asking for a girl's name." Then she walked out of the barrier. Ling Diao. At this moment, only Wu Mian and Wu Mian Li were left alone, talking to each other. Wu Mian Li said, "So she just left?" Wu Mian checked his wound and suddenly realized it didn't hurt at all. Wu Mian Li replied quickly, "That's natural. Your self-healing power is very strong now." Circling around Wu Mian a few times, Wu Mian Li asked him, "What's the plan next?" Then Wu Mian Li leaned close to his ear and said in a cunning tone, "To be so calm after seeing these incredible powers. Your adaptability is rare. But why is the contract going to make you cut off your ordinary dream life? Any regrets? This is a path with no way out." Wu Mian replied briefly and succinctly, "Go home and sleep, then go find that woman to settle the score." He added a sentence that left Wu Mian Li speechless. As for that ordinary life, it's been gone for a long time. At the headquarters of the Black Cube prison cage, a man sat sprawled in the darkness, feet on the desk, asking leisurely, "So, about the intel on Zhang Wu. Is there anyone else who is unclear?" In front of him were three people in hooded cloaks. He continued, "I use special soundproofing. I'll give you each a set later." He emphasized, "Don't let me down." He touched his face. "Remember this well." A moment later, another person's face appeared. He laughed slyly and said, "That person is my face." Bye. He returned to his real face, eyes wide with anger as he presented his case. "The last time that bald guy ruined things. This time, I don't want any accidents. Understand? That guy is definitely a rare find. I want you to capture him before the Seven Realms event and bring him before me. His palm clenched tightly, showing his anger had reached a peak, regardless of the cost. He continued to instruct, don't let other members know about this operation. Also, his eyes darkened, he must be captured alive. His expressions changed constantly. A moment later, a gentle smile bloomed on his lips. I will always be watching your performance. The next second, he didn't hesitate to reveal a wicked and sinister side. Don't forget, you can have as many substitutes as you want. Work hard to get a chance to be human. The hooded figures could only obediently follow orders. Yes, the scene shifted to the morning. Wu Mian found Wenwen Jingguang sitting curled up on the sofa and suddenly exclaimed, "Whoa." He asked curiously when he saw the tears streaming down Wen Jingguang's face. "Sis, why are you home at this hour?" Sensing something bad, he tried to joke a little. "Ha ha ha, what's wrong? Could it be?" Suddenly, Wen Jingguang ran over and hugged him tightly, leaving him completely confused. Wen Jingguang sobbed into his neck. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Are you okay? Where did you go? You didn't even bring your phone," he said confusedly. What's wrong, sis? I'm not used to you being like this." Seeing Wen Jingguang was no longer moving, he asked her softly. After a while, both had calmed down enough to talk. After hearing the news, Wu Mian looked like he couldn't believe it. "Sis, you're not joking, are you?" The expression on Wen Jingguang's face answered everything. She was extremely serious. He widened his eyes, muttering to himself, "How is that possible? Everyone at school disappeared today." Wen Jingguang continued to recount the nightmare. Moreover, the situation there, the school has been completely sealed off. Inside the school, it was extremely chaotic. Hallways and doors were severely damaged. Inside the classrooms, desks and chairs were scattered everywhere, and there were even bloodstains in some places. Facing such a scene, Wen Jingguang could only conclude it was like a major catastrophe had occurred. Wu Mian and Wen Jingguang looked at the TV simultaneously. At this moment, the news station was reporting the following. At approximately 2 p.m. that day, over 1,000 students from a high school in City A went missing, sparking uncontrollable riots among the affected parents. We will continue to follow the story and provide updates on the merchant's situation. Upon hearing the news, Wu Mian spoke up instinctively. That's your school in the news. Wen Jingguan added, hearing the report. This incident has caused major trouble. The number of rioting parents is simply uncontrollable. Wu Mian's face darkened, his eyes widening in shock. Jingguan, sitting on the sofa holding the TV remote, continued. Only the few students who weren't at school at the time managed to escape. Hearing this, Wu Mian pulled out his phone, checked it, and spoke. So you're saying that rotten guy, just as Wu Mian picked up the call, a loud voice boomed from the other end. Yo, Wu Mian, finally decided to call me back? I'm at that place. Don't blame me for not being sincere, when I called you so many times and you didn't answer. Hearing this, Wu Mian's face twisted in annoyance. The voice on the other end continued, but I've already bought a lot of before the person could finish. Wu Mian hung up. Wen Jingguan then asked Wu Mian, is your friend okay? Looking at his phone, Wu Mian replied, looks like he skipped school to go out and play, so he managed to escape. Wen Jingguan looked at Wu Mian with a strange expression. She asked, where did you go today anyway? You didn't even take your bag or your phone, which really worried me. And what's with all the blood on you? Hearing that, Wu Mian replied, I fell off my bike and got hurt, but I've already had it bandaged at the hospital. I'm fine, don't worry. He then took off his shirt to reveal the wound and said, I'm going to my room to change. Although he said that, deep down, Wu Mian felt as if this had all happened before. He recalled the girl's words. You know, at the cafe that day, aside from you and that little girl, everyone else died. Suddenly, a dark shadow with white eyes appeared. Hey, Huang Yi is still alive, right? The shadow asked. That shadow was none other than Truth. He appeared behind Wu Mian again and said, it doesn't matter if he's alive. Even if he is, he's no longer him. Wu Mian felt as if he had lost his soul. Then Wu Mian Li continued. As for those students at the school, their lives aren't worth mentioning. If you want to blame someone, blame their bad luck. My power has already recovered. You just need to do what you have to do. Don't overthink unnecessary things. Wu Mian Li's eyes gradually changed, becoming more terrifying. He said, clarify your stance. He added, we are not heroes of justice, nor are we friends of humanity. His words seemed carved into Wu Mian's mind. Wu Mian replied, I know all that. But his face darkened. He turned back to look at Wu Mian Li and added, stop lecturing me. Wu Mian Li just laughed and teased Wu Mian. It was terrifying. Suddenly, Wu Mian said, sister, I'm going out for a bit. Jingguan reached out to pull Wu Mian back. Wait, it's very dangerous right now. Stay home, she said. Not letting Jingguan say more, Wu Mian rushed out the door. A man was standing outside smoking, waiting. As soon as Wu Mian stepped out, the man spoke. It really is very dangerous. Hearing his voice, Wu Mian's face darkened. He widened his eyes and stared at the man. Zhang Wu glanced at Wu Mian and said, Yo, a level 4, or rather, I should call you Wu Mian. Right, kid? Wu Mian spoke up. How did you find this place, uncle? Wu Mian's expression changed, his eyes turning bloodshot. You even know my name. You're quite efficient. Jingguan stepped out at that moment, grabbed Wu Mian's arm, and said, You brat, get back inside right now. Zhang Wu stood there smoking, blowing out smoke. Jingguan turned and saw the man. Zhang Wu didn't back down. He said, Oh, isn't this Wen Jingguan? It's been 8 years. You've become even more beautiful. Hearing that, Wu Mian's eyes went blank, and he shouted, Ah! Jingguan's face darkened in the light. She said nothing, just glanced at him and turned away. She hurriedly pulled Wu Mian inside, telling him to go home. As Wu Mian was dragged away, he asked her about it. Before Zhang Wu could say anything, both of them had gone into the house. Zhang Wu reached out and said, Hey, don't look down on me. That's so heartless. Jingguan's face had been dark for a while. Hearing Zhang Wu, she replied, What exactly is going on? Speak. Zhang Wu looked a bit awkward and said, I know you don't want to see me, but for the sake of our old friendship, can't you at least let me talk to Wu Mian? In another corner of the city, surrounded by dilapidated buildings, an old man with silver hair was gasping for air. He spoke in a language no one understood. The door opened. Behind it, a woman was watching Bai Ye taking care of the silver-haired man. The woman at the door said, You know exactly why I came to find you, right? Ziluolan's eyes glowed, widening in intensity. She said, Join us. Become a member of Tulong, Bai Ye. This is the place where you can truly unleash your potential. Bai Ye hesitated, responding, I don't want to hurt anyone else. Ziluolan looked at Bai Ye with contempt, then stepped closer and whispered into his ear, But you already accidentally killed someone this time, didn't you? Hearing this, Bai Ye's eyes glowed with a red light. Ziluolan narrowed her eyes with a sinister expression. She said, The power you possess was meant to harm others. Ziluolan smiled, putting her arm around Bai Ye's shoulder, and added, But you didn't do anything wrong. Surprised, Bai Ye asked, Huh? Ziluolan picked up a newspaper, looked at it, and said, You accidentally killed a convenience store clerk and are now a fugitive, the prime suspect in the case of the 4 missing schoolgirls. Ziluolan's eyes grew vacant as she added, If those girls had power like yours, they probably wouldn't have died. Finished, Ziluolan turned and placed her hand on Bai Ye's shoulder. She continued, Your power could save so many more children. Ziluolan stroked Bai Ye's hair, saying, Often, only by harming others can you protect yourself. With sharp eyes, Ziluolan added, So, your power is not a mistake. Standing in front of Bai Ye, she continued, Tulong will provide you with the proper way to use it, to punish those evil people who have such power. This is our responsibility. Ziluolan glanced in another direction. She said in a sympathetic tone, Besides, doing this will also make things much easier for your father. Suddenly, the silver-haired man spoke up. I can win him back. Ignoring that man, Ziluolan continued discussing with Bai Ye that the monthly salary would be enough for him to pay off his debts. Bai Ye looked melancholic and heavy-hearted. She replied, Let me think about it. Ziluolan placed her hand on Bai Ye's head and said, Don't keep me waiting too long. Her face had become distorted. Ziluolan was thinking to herself, If Bai Ye's corruption could be put to work for me, I would be able to track down that troublemaker to avenge Brother Lin. Bai Ye's expression suddenly darkened. She said, That's right. The guy we met at the convenience store told me to pass on a message to you. Her demeanor shifted as she continued. He said. Before Bai Ye could finish, Ziluolan interrupted. I remember my debt to Xing. Ziluolan's eyes widened, and she said, I'll settle things with you later. Wen Jingguan stood there looking serious, her voice grave. You little brat, you've been hiding things from me, haven't you? Wu Mian stood there stunned, not knowing how to explain Zhang Wu's sudden appearance to Wen Jingguan. Wen Jingguan gave a cold smile and calmly replied, Dummy, do you really think it's that easy to fool me? She shot a sharp, icy glance at Zhang Wu. Zhang Wu raised his hands in a stiff, awkward greeting. Heh. Seeing this, Wen Jingguan got straight to the point. Since you've insisted on finding this little brat, I won't stop you anymore. And honestly, I couldn't, even if I tried. Zhang Wu grabbed Wu Mian's head, rubbed it, and gave a sidelong glance, saying, But even though this guy likes to argue and fight, he has a solid character. He would never start trouble or bully others for no reason. Wen Jingguan warned sternly. If you people frame him just to achieve your goals, I will never forgive you. Having said that, she turned and walked away. Wu Mian spoke up. Sister. Zhang Wu remained silent, his brows furrowed tightly. Wu Mian cut to the chase. You've brought me more trouble, old man. What do you want to talk about privately? Just spit it out. Wu Mian's gaze was fierce, his voice icy. I don't have the patience to sit down and chat calmly with an enemy. Wu Mian squeezed Zhang Wu's throat, making him gasp for air, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth as he wheezed. This power, it's different from before. Who exactly are you, kid? Wu Mian used force to pin Zhang Wu against the wall, growling, enough talk. The wall cracked under the pressure, forming a deep hole. Wu Mian asked, That's exactly what I wanted to ask you. He stared intensely, demanding, What is your relationship with her? Zhang Wu lay in the wreckage, offering a forced smile. Not bad. Zhang Wu's eyes were weary as he spoke, seemingly unfazed. It seems you're able to maintain your humanity at level 4. I think we can talk this out calmly. Zhang Wu's eyes rolled back as his pupils dilated. He slowly stood up and said calmly, Let me introduce myself. I am Zhang Wu. As you can see, I am one of the 7 Pleiades of the prison. Zhang Wu's one eye looked hollow while the other narrowed. He sighed. But I am not like the others, we are anomalies. Zhang Wu stared at his own hand and explained, Because of that, I understand even better what kind of massive destruction an anomaly at level 4 or higher can cause. Zhang Wu looked at Wu Mian and said, It is ironic that after tracking you down, I realized such a dangerous person was once the younger brother of my subordinate. Wu Mian lowered his head, so his sister was once Zhang Wu, extended his bony hand and whispered, Luckily, you haven't turned into a monster whose personality has been consumed by a mask. Wu Mian put his hands in his pockets, listening as Zhang Wu continued. I came to talk to you alone, to avoid unnecessary conflict. Are you interested in joining the prison? Zhang Wu's damaged eye widened, obscured by his messy hair. Joining the prison means you'll be under surveillance, but it also means you'll be able to use your powers more legitimately. Zhang Wu tried to convince Wu Mian to join. I know there are some misunderstandings between us, but everything the prison does is to suppress the influence of anomalies on the world's order, so that the tragedy from 30 years ago doesn't happen again. Wu Mian muttered, The tragedy from 30 years ago. He asked, Are you talking about the city that turned into ruins in a single night 30 years ago? That was caused by a research mishap involving some weapon, right? Wu Mian's pupils contracted in shock when he heard the real reason Zhang Wu gave. That's what they say on the outside, and it's not entirely wrong. But the true cause of that disaster, Zhang Wu revealed a hidden truth, was simply because an anomaly had lost control. Zhang Wu was interrupted when a girl lunged toward them, whispering, Help. Wu Mian recognized the person and stuttered, You're Shi Yan. The girl lay face down on the ground, murmuring, Help me. Behind them, a dark shadow was slowly approaching. Wu Mian glared behind them, vigilant. Huang Yi, his body distorted, tilted his head and stared with excitement, saying, Oh my, what a familiar face. Wu Mian stared back at him and whispered, So you really are still alive. Wu Mian growled, Huang Yi. Huang Yi didn't even bother to acknowledge the two, simply replying, Right, it seems I dropped my toy somewhere near you guys. With that, he swung his distorted arm toward Shi Yan, who was lying on the ground, but a powerful whirlwind blocked the strike. Zhang Wu lunged forward to counterattack, saving the girl's life. Huang Yi's pupils contracted and rolled back as he let out a surprised grunt. Zhang Wu narrowed his eyes and growled, You look awfully unfamiliar to me. Huang Yi extended a giant, pitch-black, distorted hand from behind Zhang Wu and replied, The one you know isn't you. Zhang Wu glanced back, wary of Huang Yi's cunning. It was too late. Zhang Wu was sent flying back against the wall by a powerful blow. Zhang Wu hit the wall hard, crying out in pain. Ugh! Before he could regain his composure, the pitch-black hand was already closing in on him. It was as if black threads were tightly binding Zhang Wu's entire body, rendering him unable to struggle. He stared in a daze at what was wrapping around him, muttering, This black liquid, this power. Zhang Wu couldn't believe his eyes, muttering, This guy Wu Mian sat down, looked at Shi Yan lying on the ground, and asked, Huang Yi, the incident at the school that was your doing, right? Huang Yi laughed smugly, snapping his fingers loudly to show off. Bingo, but no prize. Wu Mian stared coldly and asked, Where did those people go? Huang Yi's distorted form broke into a gruesome smile, showing his white, straight teeth. Ha ha ha. Huang Yi clenched his bony hand, grinning as he replied with a cold, casual gaze, Obviously, I ate them. It's a shame. The taste of those losers was like garbage, not good at all. Hearing this, Wu Mian's pupils contracted in fury. Zhang Wu's eyes widened, unable to believe the barbaric words he was hearing. Huang Yi's voice was as cold as if he were discussing an ordinary meal. But I did spare one. Turning his gaze toward Shi Yan, who had remained motionless, Huang Yi said with a hint of excitement, I couldn't let this one die so easily. One of Huang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, while the other opened wide, as he wore a faint, chilling smile. Huang Yi, you've got plenty of memories of loathing her. If you don't torture her a little, aren't you letting her off too easy? Suddenly, a whirlwind began to spin around Huang Yi, filled with fury at those wicked words. Zhang Wu erupted in anger, tearing off his restrictive clothing to reveal a muscular physique, his face twisted with a savage expression as he cursed loudly. What kind of sick joke is this? You've killed so many people. Huang Yi calmly snapped his fingers and replied, Why are you so surprised? Huang Yi created a circle, encircling the three people with Yan. After all, those guys were just trash that deserved to die. Zhang Wu's eyes widened, and he froze as he blurted out, I can't move! This is weightlessness. This is that bald guy's power. Oh no. This power must have already exceeded level 4. Wu Mian stepped on Shi Yan's shoulder and said, This kind of person is truly trash that deserves to die. Wu Mian said in a deep voice. But there were over 2,000 people there. Most of them were innocent. They were just people trying their best to study and live. I remember the students at that school. Some were hot-tempered or loud, but they always stood up for their friends. Taking their happiness and playing with it like this, that's unforgivable. Wu Mian's voice was choked with sobs. There was also my classmate, Xiao Wu Mian, who always spoke up for us. And Uncle He at the cafeteria who worked part-time at the coffee shop. They were all good people. And the janitor who was always smiling and reminding us to leave our things on the other side. Wu Mian bowed his head, his bangs covering half of his face as he didn't stop questioning the other. Why did you strike at them? Huang Yi gritted his teeth as sweat poured down, his eyes narrowing. He let out a groan, then a scream, and lunged toward the three of them. So what? What does that have to do with me? Huang Yi reached out his hand to attack Wu Mian, but he suddenly froze as if struck by lightning. Huang Yi's pupils contracted, sweat poured down, and his eyes bulged in panic. Huh? Wu Mian muttered subconsciously. Why? Wu Mian's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils glowing blood red as he whispered from deep in his throat. Stop. Seeing the red aura enveloping Wu Mian, Huang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. This kind of unreasonable oppression. What on earth are you? Huang Yi asked in a deep voice. His eyes looked at him as if he were looking at some kind of anomaly. Wu Mian mumbled in his throat, speaking subconsciously. What am I now? Am I human? Or am I a monster? A so-called pseudo-being? Wu Mian felt he could no longer accept himself. Whatever I am, I'm not your friend anymore. Huang Yi Wu Mian said, completely hopeless. Seeing that the situation had become grave, Zhang Wu spoke up to awaken him. Hey kid, cover the flat plane. Wu Mian read the name of the technique, and the red aura swallowed him, rising to the high heavens. A wave of power surged out from the aura all around. The wind blew past Huang Yi, making him tremble all over. He stared at Wu Mian like a monster and said, I am no match for this guy. Before his eyes, Wu Mian gradually merged into that red aura. His human form was no longer clear. Only two wide, blood-red pupils remained, like a wild beast. Huang Yi quickly fled. He turned into a black liquid and darted away, leaving behind one last sentence. I'm not playing with you anymore. Wu Mian's face remained indifferent as he lazily raised his hand and read the technique for the liquid state. Erase. Wu Mian clenched his hand, and Huang Yi, trapped within the black liquid, immediately froze in place. After that, the black substance covering Huang Yi immediately evaporated before he could even gather his thoughts. Huang Yi dropped to the ground, looking around frantically as he trembled and asked Wu Mian, What have you done? What did you do to me? He screamed at his side. Wu Mian did not answer. Huang Yi lifted his hands, his eyes darting around continuously, mumbling, unable to turn his body back into liquid. Wu Mian furrowed his brows, annoyed, and said, Too noisy. Huang Yi, like a child who had his favorite toy snatched away, opened his mouth wide and roared, Give my power back. His face was twisted in a way never seen before. Wu Mian only softly whispered 4 words. Erase sound. Huang Yi immediately clamped his mouth shut, his whole body stiffening. After that, Huang Yi could only mumble at the air without a single word being clear. Wu Mian walked over with his hands in his pockets, looking down at his defeated form. He asked in a soft voice, Did eating the whole school make you happier? Huang Yi looked up at him, growling like a wild beast in a cage. helplessly looking out. Ignoring the eyes filled with fury that Huang Yi was glaring at him with, Wu Mian continued to pour his heart out. My life has become a mess, and that is all thanks to you. Huang Yi could no longer stand it. He stood up and poured his internal energy into a punch toward Wu Mian's face. Seeing this, Wu Mian calmly read the technique, abnormal gravity, dispel. He easily caught Huang Yi's punch. Huang Yi was terrified to see his internal energy completely vanish. What? He stared in amazement. Before he could process what had just happened, Wu Mian landed a punch in his gut. A cracking sound rang out. Huang Yi's spine was severely damaged. Wu Mian glanced behind him and said, "Uncle, the rest is up to you." Zhang Wu had been stunned watching Wu Mian's overwhelming power. Hearing Wu Mian call him, he finally snapped back to reality and placed the necklace on Huang Yi. Just like that, he was completely captured. Wu Mian looked at the necklace and asked, "What is this?" Zhang Wu replied briefly, "A collar to suppress the personality. The effect of this thing is to completely suppress the power of the pseudo-being wearing it. It's often called a metal collar." Wu Mian looked at Huang Yi with disgust and asked Zhang Wu, "How will this guy be dealt with?" Zhang Wu replied, "That's a matter for headquarters. We don't have the authority to decide. I'll take this guy away first. Please take that girl to the hospital." Afterward, Zhang Wu forcibly shoved Huang Yi away. Before leaving, Zhang Wu reminded Wu Mian about joining the cage. "I hope you can reconsider. I will come back to look for you. If possible, I really don't want to be your enemy. Your power is too dangerous, but immense power, if not controlled, will lead to disaster." Zhang Wu turned away, his face filled with fear. Wu Mian did not answer. He watched the backs of the two as they left, lost in thought for a long time. Witnessing Zhang Wu's actions and his reminder, Wu Mian concluded, "That uncle is a good guy." The cage. A name appeared in his head, the organization Zhang Wu belonged to. Wu Mian's touch of emotion immediately faded. A righteous organization that specializes in controlling pseudo-beings who harm society like Huang Yi? Even so, I still don't have a good impression of the cage. It's not just because of Zilalan and that four-eyed guy. This kind of loathing seems to have been there for a long time. In a dark alley, a man was running for his life, gasping for air as he ran. Huff, ha. He was extremely agile, constantly dodging through the dark, narrow alleys. After running for a long time, he stopped and stared ahead, his eyes widening. Damn it. A dead end. He cursed angrily in his throat, having walked right into his own death. "You really are stupid." A mocking voice rang out from behind him. He glanced back with a look of pure disgust. Ziluolan looked at him as if he were vermin, then said to the person beside her, "Ba Ye, take care of this counterfeit. Once you do, you'll be an official member of Tulong." The small girl beside her, with long white hair and a hooded cloak, remained silent and didn't respond. The man retreated until his back hit the wall of the dead-end alley, his left arm, covered in purple and red bruises, swaying helplessly. He gritted his teeth, glared at the two approaching him, and cursed, "You bunch of bastards! My father never offended you, so why are you being so ruthless? And now you want to kill me?" As it turned out, before he had tried to run away, his left arm had been broken by Ziluolan and by Ye. Ziluolan's eyes remained hollow and cold as she stared at him, as if he were nothing. She raised her voice, "Humph, you're right, but we aren't exactly killing a human here. Finish him, Ba Ye." Ziluolan ordered with a flick of her chin, but the white-haired girl beside her just stayed silent. "Humph." The man let out an angry snort. Ignoring him, Ziluolan urged Ba Ye on. "This guy's only got one good arm now. It shouldn't be hard for you to handle, right?" The girl, her face dripping with sweat, finally spoke up, sounding hesitant. But, I'm a little Z." Luolan pulled out a paper and read the man's criminal record to Ba Ye, a dark horse in underground boxing with the nickname the Reaper's Fist. In just 4 wins, he left 12 opponents severely injured, and of those, 6 died, with 1 killed on the spot. These crimes are enough to earn him the death penalty several times over, not to mention all his other atrocities. Ziluolan was losing her patience. She rolled her eyes and grumbled. "Not to mention, the time my father had his arm broken, that was him. Why hesitate to kill trash like this?" Ziluolan continued telling Ba Ye, "Come to think of it, one of the girls he killed was about your age. Watching your father get beaten to death isn't exactly a pleasant memory, is it? Doesn't someone who trades other people's lives for money deserve to die?" Hearing Ziluolan say this, Ba Ye snapped out of her hesitation. She glared at the man. The Reaper's Fist saw that the girl had lost her fear, knowing that now, verbal abuse and psychological attacks wouldn't work on her anymore. He gritted his teeth and growled, "You women, you're just begging for death. Waves of power radiated from him, filling the dead-end alley. His body had been enhanced, making him incredibly muscular. He lunged forward with the eyes of a wild beast. As he approached, he muttered, "I'm going to punch a few holes in you two." Ziluolan pushed Bai Ye and ordered, "Go on, kill him. If you've agreed to join too long, you have to learn not to show mercy to these people." As Ziluolan urged her, Bai Ye also began to approach the Reaper's fist. He crouched down, curled his hand into a fist, and lunged, hissing, "I'll kill this brat first." Ziluolan reassured Bai Ye, "He's just a level 2 counterfeit. If you use your power to hit the mask on his face, you can kill him." Bai Ye was caught off guard and stuttered. "The mask," a different voice suddenly chimed in. "Don't you worry, Ye." A dark shadow appeared behind Bai Ye and whispered, "Which one of these wretches wants to hurt you? I'll take care of him myself." It reached its hand forward and told Bai Ye, targeting the weakness of a strong opponent's technique against a weak one. Bai Ye looked at the shadow nervously and called out, "Little Black?" The shadow said with extreme confidence that it would handle this fake. In just a split second, it cracked a triumphant smile. Little Black clenched its fist, and the man exploded right in front of Bai Ye, flesh and blood splattering everywhere. Witnessing this, Ziluolan remained silent, completely unfazed, and then gave a sinister smile. "Heh, with this kind of power here, once I find the one who killed Brother Lin, I'll make him suffer." Bai Ye hadn't come to her senses yet, staring blankly at the foul-smelling flesh and blood hitting the ground. Ziluolan praised, "Not bad. Don't let me down on future missions." Ziluolan's earpiece started beeping. She picked up and asked, "This is Ziluolan. What's the situation?" The person on the other end spoke urgently. After listening to the report, Ziluolan felt her world collapse, and she gasped in shock. "What? He's already been caught? Are you kidding me? Then what have I been doing all this for? If he's already at headquarters, how am I supposed to avenge Brother Lin?" Her face turned deathly pale, drained of all blood. Ziluolan gnashed her teeth in frustrated helplessness. What a joke. At that very moment, in a general hospital, Wu Mian was sitting by Zhang Dian's bedside. Wu Mian Li suddenly appeared and asked, wondering why he hadn't killed her. Pointing at her, he continued to question him, even asking if there had been some mistake in bringing her here for treatment. Then, he narrowed his eyes and questioned him sternly. "Do you still remember your original goal? Wasn't it to destroy the things you hate? Now that I've put her in front of you to destroy, you don't have the heart to do it. Kid, don't get distracted. My power isn't something for you to waste." Wu Mian stood up abruptly and turned his back, denying it. "That's not it." As he walked out, he explained coldly, "It's just that I'm sick of playing these petty roles now. Those bastards at Too Long are the only ones bothering me now. I don't have the energy to squabble with ordinary people here. People like her aren't even worth my hatred anymore. Besides, you wouldn't want me to act like Huang Yi, would you? I can feel that you're probably top tier among our kind. Such low-level revenge doesn't suit us." Hearing him say that, Wu Mian Li narrowed his eyes and let out a cold huff. Suddenly, a loud, questioning voice echoed from the room to Wu Mian's right. "What you're saying is pure nonsense. My patient is not your test subject," which made him jump in surprise. He turned his head curiously and saw a nameplate on the door that read, "Director's Office." The person who had just been questioned quickly spoke to soothe the situation. "Director Xing, please calm down," he said loudly and firmly. "I am very calm." As he squinted and walked toward the door, Wu Mian muttered in confusion, "What's going on?" Not sure what he saw, he let out a surprised exclamation. "Oh," Director Xing asked loudly, "did you talk to me before making that decision?" At the same time, on a desolate road, someone suddenly asked, "Hey, relax." The fifth uncle had specifically warned them that there was a dangerous guy in the escort, so they shouldn't make a scene. The driver quickly replied, "Don't worry. Don't worry." Inside the truck bed, Huang Yi suddenly lowered his voice and muttered, "The counterfeit wearing that collar is just a dog, with its teeth and claws pulled out. Plus, with all those chains on him, he's basically a dog that can't even die." No sooner had he finished speaking than the truck suddenly slammed on the brakes, causing a piercing screech of tires against the road. The man with the long hair and the hat asked aggressively, "Damn it, how are you driving?" The hooded guy with short hair wiped off his sweat, trying to explain that something strange was blocking their path ahead. When he saw someone holding an enormous syringe, the hooded guy with long hair couldn't help but panic. "What is that?" Ziluolan slowly lifted her head, staring at both of them with an icy, piercing gaze. Moments later, someone had kicked the back door of the truck wide open. Meanwhile, the two guys from before had been dealt 2 blows to the head by Ziluolan and had successfully met their end. Inside the truck, Zi Luolan gripped her knife, speaking coldly. Lucky, I caught up in time. Killing you now won't even take much effort. Seeing him staring back with a face full of terror, she asked in a cold, detached tone, "Why that look? Are you scared?" Then, she quickly raised the dagger in her hand and shouted angrily, "Go to hell and regret it." Just as she was about to plunge it down, someone suddenly appeared and stopped her. He gritted his teeth and demanded, "What do you think you're doing?" Hearing that all too familiar voice, Zi Luolan was completely taken aback. Bai He suddenly gripped the hand Zi Luolan was using to brandish the small knife. She glanced at the uninvited guest, asking with a hint of surprise, why are you here?" Bai He ignored her question entirely, saying sternly, "Humph, using an avatar to infiltrate the simulation?" Zi Luolan tried to break free from his annoying grip, shouting angrily, "Let go! Let me go! Don't stop me!" Bai He narrowed his eyes and declared, "You don't have the authority to handle this simulation subject." As he spoke, he used both hands to force her joints, smirking as he offered some well-meaning advice. "So, don't do anything reckless." Sweat poured down her face like rain. Painful and resentful, she glanced back at the annoying guy behind her. Just then, a sharp object suddenly lunged from behind, aiming straight for Bai He's head. A demon, clutching a massive needle, jabbed it into Bai He's head. Taking this chance, Zi Luolan quickly escaped his grasp. Yet, Bai He was completely unfazed. He glared, his voice dropping low. "I'm sure you know by now. I don't feel any pain from this thing. Your power is useless against me." The moment he finished speaking, Bai He saw a leg swinging toward his face. Sure enough, just like that, a loud thwack echoed out. Bai He's cunning face took the full force of Zi Luolan's kick, and he fell to the ground by momentum. Zi Luolan looked down arrogantly at the guy sprawled below and said, "I have to kill him. Based on my status, you can't stop me." Suddenly, a pair of familiar hands appeared from midair, along with a restraint chain designed to control simulation subjects. In a flash, that chain was locked around Zi Luolan's slender neck. Her arms were also firmly held on both sides by two of Bai He's avatars. Zi Luolan was shocked by how fast it happened. She didn't even understand what the hell was going on, only managing to let out a cry. "Ugh." The avatar holding the chain kindly explained, "I don't just have one form here." Then, he ground out every word, "You can't defeat me." Still wearing the chains, Zi Luolan looked at the target she'd almost tasted but couldn't swallow, feeling unwilling. She asked Bai He, confused, "Why? Why do you keep getting in my way? Isn't he the enemy? Who exactly are you helping here?" Then, Zi Luolan listed off a series of Huang Yi's crimes. Mr. Lam was killed by him, the bald guy too. She didn't forget to add his biggest crime, the incident that had caused so much recent damage. Everyone from that school was also wiped out by him. With a blaze of vengeful fury, Zi Luolan glared back at the one interfering, shouting, "He's a piece of trash that deserves to die anyway. By what right do you get to stop me from dealing with him?" Bai He slapped her neck and replied, "I already told you, the situation has flipped." Now, Bai He looked down from above at Zi Luolan, who had been knocked unconscious. He recalled his two avatars, leaving only a single body. "Bai," he repeated patiently, "you have no authority to handle this." Then, he glanced at the mastermind who had caused this whole chaotic battle. "Bai," he greeted him like an old acquaintance. "Long time no see, Huang Yi." He walked over to Huang Yi, who was being held by the neck, handcuffed nearby, and said with a sarcastic smile, "You've got some luck, managed to pick up another life." Just like that day, if that bald guy hadn't shown up to save you, but looking at the unfamiliar face before him, it didn't trigger any sense of recognition for Huang Yi. He asked vaguely, "Who are you?" "Bai." He seemed to understand. He reached up and pressed his hand against his own face, then explained, saying it like that probably doesn't make sense. To be accurate, this is another personality of my host that you've interacted with before. Maybe if you see her face, you'll find it more familiar." Immediately, a face he couldn't possibly mistake appeared. It was Xing's face. He used this appearance to greet him in a friendly tone. "Long time no see, classmate Huang Yi." At the same time, the city hospital was shrouded in a gloomy atmosphere. Someone lowered their voice and said, "That's enough, Dr. Xing." He continued, "This matter has been decided. You don't need to interfere anymore." Hearing this, Director Xing couldn't help but be furious. He hissed, "Damn it." Wu Mian suddenly spoke up. "Director Xing, could I bother you for a moment?" The director turned to him with a confused look. Wu Mian said in a serious tone, "I want to hear about a few things." The director turned away, annoyed. "I'm not free. Go find someone else." Seeing this, Wu Mian asked directly, "What is this test subject you all were discussing?" Hearing those words, the director startled. He whispered back, "It's that kid Xing, the 15th test subject for the personality overlay therapy. Suddenly, the director, not understanding why, unexpectedly blurted out, "Oh!" He grabbed his throat, looking panicked and wondering why he had just said that. Director Xing frowned. The young man, Wu Mian, coldly suggested, "Let's talk for a bit now." With no other choice, the director had to take him to his office. Holding a glass of water, he recounted the story. "I used to be one of the members participating in this therapy project." Director Xing continued. "It was a recovery experiment for brain-dead patients. If successful, it could bring the patient's brain back to life," he said, in a grave tone. "But if it failed, they would just be a corpse," the director added. The goal of this experiment was to cover up the original personality with a fake one to stimulate the cranial nerves for cooperative treatment. Even if they woke up, the patient would no longer be their original self. The personality created by humans would completely replace the patient's own. Hearing this, Wu Mian was slightly stunned. Director Xing continued, "It's equivalent to waiting for the patient to die and then stuffing the gaps with something else. Plus, the success rate is less than 10%. This isn't therapy at all. This is a crazy, unethical experiment." Speaking to this point, he couldn't help but crush the glass of water in his hand. The final result was that the patient had been involuntarily turned into a puppet. The department head considered this a fate worse than death. Wu Mian asked softly, "Is there no way to stop it?" Hearing his words, the department head sneered disdainfully. "Even if there were, you wouldn't be able to do anything about it." He placed his water glass on the table and added, "The department director signed a waiver with the patient's parents without consulting me. The only thing I could do was cause a scene and get thrown out." Upon hearing this, Wu Mian bluntly demanded, "Tell me where that girl was taken." The department head hesitated for a moment. "You're a false object," he continued. "I only know this involves the prison cage organization," the department head warned in a stern voice. "But I'm telling you, getting tangled up with the prison cage won't do you any good." Despite this, Wu Mian remained indifferent, claiming that ignoring it wouldn't make him feel any better. Before leaving, he firmly stated, "After all, I am her friend." Outside, amidst the bustling city crowd, Wu Mian Li couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, you can actually say things like that?" He continued to tease him, mocking his words to a crush. "You call yourselves friends? I've never seen you be this thick-skinned before." Wu Mian Li sneered and asked, "Is she really that important to you? Or is this just to ease your guilt over how useless you were back then?" He didn't stop there. He continued with a sarcastic tone. "Heh, someone like you isn't a hero at all." Wu Mian's expression turned grim. He snapped angrily, "Shut up." Suddenly, Wu Mian brushed past a man in a black jacket. The guy had a fierce, intimidating face. Wu Mian felt something strange and blurted out a sound of recognition. "Huh?" A flood of memories rushed into his mind. When Wu Mian was a young boy, he had once encountered that same aggressive man. The man grinned with a sinister expression. Wu Mian was startled and wondered, who was that person who just walked by? When he turned back, Wu Mian only saw the busy crowd. The fierce man was nowhere to be seen. He was a bit bewildered. Was it a hallucination? Seeing Wu Mian's odd behavior, Wu Mian Li asked, "What's wrong with you? Did you suddenly lose your mind?" Wu Mian kept staring into the crowd, as if trying to find a clear answer. Wu Mian Li reminded him, "No matter how much you want to save her, don't be reckless. You can't use your paradox power anymore today, just go home." Hearing this, Wu Mian replied, He didn't expect that the fierce man had really disappeared into the crowd. As if sensing a strange gaze, Wu Mian Li also turned to look. When he arrived home, Wu Mian hadn't even turned the key before the door opened. Seeing him, Wen Jingguang asked softly, "Oh, you're back?" She looked busy, so Wu Mian asked, "Are you going out?" Wen Jingguang replied, "I have an urgent mission tonight, but I've prepared dinner in the fridge for you." Before Wen Jingguang could finish, Wu Mian called out to her. He hesitated and said, "I have to go away for a while soon. I might not be home for a bit." Hearing this, Wen Jingguang replied coldly, "I know, I won't stop you. You're grown up now." She turned her head and teased him. "Hey, if you get bullied like when you were a kid, don't come crying to me. It's embarrassing." After that, Wen Jingguang left, not forgetting to add, "Remember to try the food I cooked before you go. It's rare for me to cook for you. If it weren't for taking you in, I would have gotten married by now." Wu Mian was speechless. "You're still bringing that up?" Deep down, he thought. She probably knows I'm a false object but isn't asking anything. Wu Mian silently opened the fridge while lost in thought. She seems to really oppose those bastards too. Did something happen in the past? In the end, I still couldn't ask. Looking at the strangely dark food, such as midnight fried chicken and cursed brown rice, Wu Mian blurted out, What is this?" Elsewhere, at the #1 monitoring headquarters, Feng Yan, a voice rang out. Zhang Wu, I didn't come all the way here to listen to your nonsense. Bye, he said in a stern voice. Dealing with a minor, false object doesn't require alerting the boss, and we certainly can't let this guy become a member of the prison cage. Not everyone can be like you, Zhang Wu said firmly. I'm not joking. He can even make other people's powers temporarily disappear. Without help from our superiors, fighting based only on us will put us at a huge disadvantage. It's better to add more combat power than to stubbornly hit a stone with an egg. Moreover, before he could finish his sentence, Bai he guessed the rest. Moreover, he's the younger brother of someone you know. So you don't have the heart to do it, right? Having his mind read, Zhongwu hesitated. That's not what I meant. Bai, he tapped his finger hard on the table and frowned. He believed that this kind of mentality was exactly why they had become so stupid. Bai, he continued. He already knows Eddie's power, so it probably won't be effective anymore. As for what happens next, there's no need for the 7 brilliances to get involved anymore. Bai he tilted his head, sneered deviously, and added, I already have a not-so-bad plan. The next day, the indoor playground still held a gloomy atmosphere. Seeing a woman huddled by the slide, Wu Mian Li asked, Do you come here every day? Hearing the voice, Ling Diao looked up. Wu Mian Li put his hands on his hips and sneered, looking a bit depressed. Aren't you? Not feeling well? Ling Diao shouted angrily. Hey, you don't know how to knock before entering a girl's room? Wu Mian Li laughed mockingly. This place of yours doesn't even have a door. Hearing this, Ling Diao was extremely annoyed because she didn't know how to respond to this guy. Wu Mian's voice rang out softly. Actually, I also think entering so casually is a bit impolite. Wu Mian Li retorted immediately. You don't even know how to deal with a girl, and you're lecturing me? Shut up. Then, Wu Mian Li walked over to Ling Diao and said, I'm looking to get some information from you. Wu Mian Li got straight to the point. Do you know where the people the prison cage captures are taken? Hearing this, Ling Diao was surprised and couldn't help but chuckle. Ling Diao said softly, That? If you want to help me save that friend, there's no need. She buried her head in her arms and added, You're like me. If you want to live peacefully, you have to be submissive. You just escaped from the prison cage with your life, and now you want to go find them again? Are you tired of living? Wu Mian Li sneered in response. What are you talking about? As a gentleman, how can I break my promise? He lowered his voice. Besides, they took my friend. I have to go save her. Hearing this, Ling Diao looked worried for his friend, but she insisted, That place is very dangerous. If you go there to save someone, you can't come back. Wu Mian Li said firmly, You just need to tell me the location and then obediently wait here for me to rescue them. Those prison cage trash, his eyes blazed with killing intent, will all have to fall before me. Seeing this, Ling Diao was a bit surprised, so she lowered her voice and said a location. Xiao Qiao. Wu Mian Li stroked his chin, lost in thought. Xiao Xiao, I heard that four-eyed guy mention something about the surveillance bureau, where Zi Luolan is being held. As this crossed his mind, a smirk of amusement tugged at his lips. Perfect. Just then, Ling Diao leapt down to the ground and asked quietly, Hey, are you really going? Her voice softened. I was the one who told you about that place. If you die there, I'll never forgive myself. Hearing this, Wu Mian Li smirked with confidence. Why worry? Ling Diao waved her hand in frustration. Forget it. I'm done worrying about you. I've never seen anyone as reckless as you. She glanced at him, warning. Next time you get hunted down, no one will be able to save you. Wu Mian Li quickly turned and walked away. Anyway, thanks. I'll be back soon. In the blink of an eye, he stepped through the spatial rift. Standing before Wu Mian Li now were rows of thin, pitch-black hands. He asked in shock, Where am I? Wu Mian Li felt his body plummeting freely, and he shouted in panic, Oh no, this must be an illusion. As soon as he voiced his guess, a dark figure appeared behind him. With a few simple movements, he successfully restrained the truth. The illusory face exclaimed with amusement, Heh, gotcha. Under the shackle, Wu Mian Li's eyes widened. He asked in a low voice, Is this a personality-suppressing shackle? Seeing the other person speak, the illusory face was briefly surprised that he could remain conscious. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li bared his teeth in an eerie grin. Heh heh. His eyes ignited with murderous intent as he growled, It seems like you're not the one in control here. Kneel down. Seeing this, the illusory face was startled and quickly stepped back. Wu Mian Li glared, wondering to himself, Why isn't my power working? Realizing Wu Mian Li noticed the illusory face was wearing earplugs and was unaffected by his skills, He grabbed the figure's head and said furiously, "Nice earplugs. But do you really think you're safe just because you can't hear me?" Wu Mian Li then slammed him into the ground, barking, "Give me a break!" The force of his strike shattered the ground into pieces, kicking up a cloud of dust. In a flash, the illusory face vanished into thin air. Wu Mian Li whispered, "An illusion." Just then, a shadow appeared and offered praise. "You've got some skills, kid." Zhongwu didn't seem to be exaggerating. Wu Mian Li turned, his glare intensifying. The form of a hulking skeleton wielding a giant axe with a powerful aura appeared before his eyes. He launched an attack and sneered, "I'm very curious to see what level you've reached." Wu Mian Li curled his lip with contempt. "Curiosity kills, you know." The very next second, he shouted, "Dissipate!" The skeleton's figure instantly dissolved, then split into multiple versions of itself, all lunging at the truth at once. He remained calm, whispering, "I can destroy as many of these trashy illusions as you throw at me." Facing the powerful onslaught, Wu Mian Li dodged with agility. Seeing the shadow still persistently clinging to him, Wu Mian Li remained defiant. He unleashed a sharp attack as precise as a professional chef. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li realized the truth and panicked. "Wait, you're Xing." A pink-haired girl with an innocent face appeared right before Wu Mian Li. Xing was slashed across the chest and cried out in pain. "Oh, Wu Mian." With fresh blood on his hands, Wu Mian Li wondered, "An illusion?" No. He became convinced it was real. Wu Mian Li glared, thinking to himself, "Good." Watching Xing collapse onto the cold ground, Wu Mian Li thought indifferently that taking her out for good would eliminate a weakness for Wu Mian. After this, that brat should be thanking me. He bowed his head, thinking it was only a pity. Then, the truth tightened his grip on the opponent's neck and declared, "You're a fake." The image of Xing began to fade with an eerie smile. "Oh? Bye." He revealed his true form and remarked, "You saw through my disguise at first glance, how terrifying." "Bye," he continued. "But to be able to strike down the girl you like, it seems the host's personality is truly suppressed." He laughed mockingly. "Bye," he added, "that won't do." Suddenly, the shackle on Wu Mian Li's head transformed, slowly wrapping around his face. Within a second, Wu Mian Li was completely restrained. He clawed at the mask in a frenzy, groaning. Bye," he said coldly. "Don't waste your energy. Even with your holification powers, you can't remove this shackle. You were tested when it was first put on, right?" "Bye," he added. "This is a shackle specifically designed to suppress falsehoods. Once it's worn, it becomes a part of you. If you were fitted with it during the experiment, don't dream of escaping. Next, it will slowly strip away your personality." By now, the truth had collapsed to his knees. "Bye," he sneered. "The moment you put that shackle on, you had already lost." He approached the struggling Wu Mian Li and said, "The peeling process is beginning. You're having trouble even moving now, aren't you? This is exactly how a beast should look before a human." Bai He kicked the truth in the head and whispered, "Enjoy it. This will be a long, painful process." Bai He thought to himself that ordinary masks don't have growth potential. According to Zhang Wu's description, this guy must be a sin face. Which one? Arrogance? He looked toward the amusement park, thinking the guy's power was truly unique. The earlier disappearance was similar to the ability to hide in space. Bai He kicked the truth aside and ordered, "Illusory face, bring him to me." The illusory face immediately obeyed. Seeing such a miserable sight, Ling Diao blurted out, "Ugh, you idiot." She quickly summoned a square box, and the illusions were all sucked into Ling Diao's grasp. He was caught off guard. "Huh?" The illusory face beside him was equally confused. "No, I can't move?" Ling Diao sat down next to the truth and whispered, "Hey, idiot, you still owe me a favor." Facing this situation, with Ling Diao nonchalantly squatting in front of him, Bai He chuckled, "Oh, so you weren't planning on hiding, were you?" He smiled ear to ear, wanting his opponent to clearly understand his emotions. Keeping a straight face, Bai He said, "This is truly an unexpected surprise." He was met with Ling Diao's cold glare as she scrutinized him. "Prison Bai," he began to probe. 3 investigators went missing here before, yet no traces were found. Skipping the small talk, he looked straight at Ling Diao and asked, "It wasn't you, was it?" A moment ago, Ling Diao had been silent, but in a flash, she summoned her mask and lunged forward aggressively. Ling Diao tilted her chin and retorted, "Is that so?" Not exactly a glare, Ling Diao simply suppressed him with her overwhelming confidence. She said she had never heard of such a thing. As soon as she finished, Bai He couldn't react fast enough to the sudden event. He froze in place, watching in terror as Xiao Ji lunged from behind like a lightning bolt. biting off the upper half of Bai He's body. It expanded its body, slowly swallowing Bai He in a vortex. Ling Diao glanced at the illusory face and said calmly, Xiaoji has quite an appetite. Inside the square box with no escape, Xiaoji continuously expanded into a bizarre black mass. Ling Diao's voice was as sharp as a knife. Everything in this space belongs to its feast. She concluded, you won't escape either. Witnessing the scene where Bai He was swallowed in one gulp, the illusory face couldn't stay calm after hearing what Ling Diao said. He gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down incessantly. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoji had approached the phantom face, getting so close that it would have made any faint-hearted person freeze in terror. A second later, it happily gobbled up the phantom face, as if it were nothing more than a mosquito. The square box immediately dissolved, leaving only Ling Diao in truth in the empty space. She slumped down beside him and poked his mask with her sleeve, saying, You idiot, you really know how to cause trouble. The sound was quite loud, but Wu Mian Li remained silent and motionless. Ling Diao stared intently at the mask covering Truth's face, wondering to herself, how on earth do you take this thing off? Suddenly, a strange figure appeared behind them and spoke up. That can't be removed. His appearance was completely unexpected for Ling Diao. Her eyes widened in surprise, and she spun around quickly to get a better look at him. Bai He sat leisurely, crossing his legs and clapping his hands as if nothing had just happened. That kind of power makes me shiver. No wonder I couldn't find any traces. Those 3 investigators who went missing must have been reduced to nothing. Ling Diao still couldn't believe her eyes. She was utterly shocked and confused, murmuring, Why isn't it you? Before Bai He could reply, the phantom face suddenly appeared right behind her neck, smiling brightly as it said, Who knows? Ling Diao's gaze almost shattered. He unleashed a kick directly at Ling Diao's face, leaving no room for error. The force of the phantom face's attack was so great that it didn't just send Ling Diao flying back. It even snapped a fully grown tree in half. With no time to think, Ling Diao weakly groaned, calling for Xiaoji. But given the sheer power it had just displayed, how could the phantom face let its guard down? He lunged at her again in an instant. This attack was even more powerful than the last, creating a massive explosion. Carrying Ling Diao as if she were a mere mouse, the phantom face emerged from the thick cloud of dust and debris, looking at her and saying, Let's call this an unexpected bonus. He scanned the area briefly and, noticing something missing, wondered, Where did that thing I was talking to earlier go? Suddenly, the scene before him shifted. Everything reflecting light turned a strange, vivid crimson. The phantom face was baffled. What the hell is going on? Sitting high above, Bai He couldn't figure out what was happening either. He replied, The situation doesn't look right. Phantom face, be careful and switch to earplug mode immediately. But it was likely he who needed to be more careful. Suddenly, a massive wave of pressure descended, causing Bai He's eyes to widen. While Bai He was still struggling to react, he let out a gasp. Hovering right above his head was Truth, whose glowing red eyes were watching his stunned expression. At the Tulong headquarters, the original Bai He was rubbing his temples, deeply anxious. A major problem was brewing. Why couldn't he connect to his avatar? He propped himself up, analyzing the situation with his own abilities. He was certain there couldn't be any variables, yet he felt unsettled. He had clearly controlled Wu Mian Li. That girl only ate the illusion the phantom face created. She shouldn't pose a threat. What exactly was happening over there? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Bai He had finally spotted Wu Mian Li. He trembled, feeling weak, looking at him while trying to deny the scene unfolding before his eyes. No way. The chains were clearly fully activated. How is he still able to move? Wu Mian Li didn't say a word. He instantly destroyed everything around him, a literal, total wipeout. Bai He reacted quickly, leaping out of the range of the sweep. After that strike from Truth, everything was reduced to sand and dust. The ground, the debris, all turned to dust. Bai He panted heavily, having narrowly avoided being erased. Watching Truth standing in the distance on the barren land he had just created, Bai He couldn't predict anything anymore. Terrified, he wondered, what is this guy? Even though he had escaped in time, his entire back had been caught in the blast, shredded and bleeding. Wu Mian Li suddenly looked up, turning his glowing red eyes toward where Bai He and the phantom face were standing, and then Truth began to walk forward. The phantom face was dazed, completely bewildered. He didn't understand anything, nor did he know what to do. That dark silhouette moved bit by bit, the suffocating pressure making the very air feel heavy and stagnant. Wu Mian Li stepped off the patch of land. As he stepped out, he paused for a brief moment. Everything was going as expected. The terrifying, pitch-black figure of Wu Mian Li drew closer and closer to the phantom face. The phantom face panicked, his thoughts tearing at each other. Should I do something? Shoot him? But why? Why? Seeing the phantom face still standing, rooted to the spot as Truth approached, Bai He dashed away, wondering, why is that idiot just standing there, facing Truth? The phantom face asked himself why he felt like everything he did. He wore a grotesque smile, stretched up to his ears, his pupils stained with a vibrant red. Is it all the truth? Wu Mian Li raised his blackened hand into the air and flicked his wrist gently. The phantom face vanished, as if he had never existed in this world at all. He couldn't believe what had just happened. He stared at Truth and the phantom face who had just been sent to meet his maker, leaving only a deep crater in the ground, muttering to himself that the phantom face had been eradicated. He wondered. No way. Why didn't he dodge? It seemed as though he felt a burning gaze fixed upon him. Truth turned around, those blood-red eyes staring out from a pitch-black face with no readable expression. As that gaze, like a demon from the underworld, swept over him, he felt his entire body stiffen as if under a paralysis spell. Those emotionless red eyes seemed to emit a magical power capable of controlling the mind. Finally, He was experiencing exactly what the phantom face had felt. Feeling helpless, he was scared out of his wits, realizing, so this is what it feels like. His mind raced as he guessed that the phantom face must have fallen just like this. The silence in the air evoked a sense of impending death. He recalled the feeling of being dominated by Truth's power, which had left his entire body motionless. He could only feel a sense of brain-numbing dread beginning to consume him. His eyes bulged in fear as he thought, thank goodness this body isn't my original self. My consciousness isn't affected yet. He immediately cast a spell. After shouting, split, a swarm of He clones appeared all around him. He commanded them to retreat and stall for time. The clones scattered in all directions at lightning speed. He thought anxiously, I can't connect to my original body in this world, and I can't send any intel. I have to find a way to drag this out. Across the distance, the black face with glowing red eyes was watching him, and suddenly, cracks began to appear on its surface. I can't transmit the intel. I have to find a way to stall. A dark figure with glowing red eyes stood in the distance, and as he watched, cracks began to form. The chains shattered into fragments in midair. Wu Mian, wait. Wu Mian looked at him and asked, are you trying to stall for time? The magic eyes behind him seemed to be staring straight at He, waiting for a chance to devour him alive. Seeing this, He was scared out of his wits, thinking, the chains are broken. Wu Mian looked at the chain fragments in his hand with those red eyes, his face emotionless as he muttered, interesting little trinket. Being suppressed by that fool, Wu Mian Li made me feel so at ease. Suddenly, he looked up, his eyes widening as he threatened He, as if he wanted to tear me away from him. Thousands of black eyes behind him grew enormous, covering the sky where Truth was standing. He scoffed, you really have terrible taste. He thought in terror. This oppressive feeling, he recalled an unpleasant memory from the past. When he walked into a room filled with iron chains, he could only feel those sensations coming from the guy. Suddenly, he felt like a naive child being played for a fool. He gritted his teeth and hissed, you tricked me? He was determined to get intelligence on this guy out, thinking, this is no longer a beast. Looking at the shadow in front of him, along with those glowing red eyes, and the thousands of emotionless eyes behind him, He concluded, that's a damn monster. He calculated, thinking that as long as one clone could escape, it would be enough. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li's voice rang out. As long as one clone could escape, it would be enough. Is that what you think? At this moment, He was truly panicked. Wu Mian Li asked, who do you think you're looking down on? He spoke of paradoxes. The eyes behind him suddenly sprouted blood-red pupils, staring fixedly at He. Wu Mian Li's voice was gentle, yet as authoritative as a final verdict. At that same instant, the spot where He stood was reduced to a faint shadow before vanishing. In the mystical space, a city with red windows slept under a moon as red as blood. A figure sat huddled on a rocky outcrop, protruding from a large crater covered in white mist. Wu Mian Li asked in a flat tone, are you satisfied now, you coward? Wu Mian Li, in his Adam attire, sat on the rock and replied wearily, yeah. Wu Mian Li seemed dissatisfied and questioned him. What's with that expression? The protagonist jumped in fright at his attitude. Truth reverted to his mask form, his body a wisp of red smoke, looking at Wu Mian Li with a sneer. Hey, why the disappointed look? Just because you were ambushed once, you're scared? The protagonist felt like something was off with Wu Mian Li, so he asked, is that mask your body? Wu Mian Li narrowed his eyes and replied, it's nothing. I just used a bit too much power. He acted like a sage, explaining that truth and paradoxes, this power is ultimately the opposite of the world's rules. The dark space where they stood turned white. Wu Mian Li had stood up to face truth. Beneath their feet, a ripple appeared on the surface of the still water. The protagonist listened silently as his strange friend continued. Being rejected by reality is the price you pay for overusing this power. Wu Mian Li smiled and said, a good sleep should do the trick. In the real world, Wu Mian Li K.A. Wu Mian Li stood silently in place after sending Bai He to meet his ancestors. The eyes behind him had returned to their original black color, and magical power crackled around Truth's body like lightning. A giant eye with a yellow pupil stared at the young man standing motionless below. Wu Mian Li smiled lightly and muttered to himself, I took a big loss this time. The giant eye continued to observe Truth, and white circles appeared around him, with magical energy constantly radiating from his body. Feeling his power fading, Wu Mian Li chuckled and said, still, it feels great to have my own body back. He laughed and glanced toward the eye. Wu Mian Li teased it. Are you jealous? Returning to the mystical space, Wu Mian Li told Wu Mian Li, I've been targeted by it. I can't help you for a while, he said angrily. To be honest, I've had enough of you, you little brat. I really hate how you're always hiding behind me like this. As soon as he finished speaking, Truth immediately vanished. Wu Mian Li anxiously called out after him, Hey, wait, what's wrong with you? Explain yourself. He was met with complete silence. Wu Mian Li was scared out of his mind and shouted, Hey! The protagonist sighed sadly. Damn mask. Amidst the white smoke, a figure emerged, the wisps of magic having retreated back into his body. Wu Mian Li mumbled, Mask? Suddenly a voice rang out. Wu Mian Li, did you run away after hitting me? He was immediately pulled back to reality, turning toward the voice. Ling Diao saw that look in his eyes and felt something was wrong, quickly asking, Who are you? Wu Mian Li gave a confused sound. Ling Diao clutched her injured arm and said to him, Sorry. It felt like you turned into someone else. The protagonist's mood suddenly turned gloomy, and he let out a, Is that so? Less than a minute later, he adjusted his mood, looked at her, and smiled. We are meeting for the first time, after all. After sharing a few thoughts, Ling Diao exclaimed, Is that so? So that fool is your mask. You're brave to let a mask take control of your body. Wu Mian Li felt guilty and asked her, Are you okay? I'm sorry, this got you involved. Ling Diao turned her back to Wu Mian Li and replied with a laugh, Hey, it's fine. Who could watch their friend get bullied right at their doorstep and not step in to help? I couldn't really help much, though. Looking at the devastated surroundings, she wiped her sweat and praised him nervously. That destructive power of yours is truly insane. As if remembering something, Wu Mian Li asked, Ling Diao, why did you turn into a Ngai Vat puppet? Seeing her go silent, the protagonist hurriedly explained, Don't get me wrong. I didn't mean anything by that. He scratched his cheek shyly and said, I was just a little curious. Besides, your mask isn't like mine. It's actually quite cute. Ling Diao lowered her head and gave a sad smile. I'm not cute. Suddenly, her attitude shifted. Her eyes filled with warning as she looked at Wu Mian Li and said, You still have the heart to think about these things? Don't you want to go save your friend? He replied blankly, Right. I have to go save Han. She only got involved because of me. The protagonist signaled that he wanted to say goodbye to Ling Diao, saying, I don't have time to linger. I'm going. Suddenly, Ling Diao's voice rang out, leaving him utterly shocked. I'm coming with you. With a sincere face, she explained. You were able to take care of 2 people from the Tu Lung prison cage. You're very capable. I believe what you said wasn't just bragging. If I help you, your chances of success will be a bit higher. Wu Mian Li felt guilty and said, But this will drag you into it. Ling Diao closed her eyes and smiled. Well, I have my own selfish motives. I want to save my friend, so I have to put in some effort. Don't I? Casting her eyes toward the nostalgic slide in the distance, she continued. Besides, this place has been discovered by the people from the prison cage. I can't stay here anymore. A look of sadness appeared on Ling Diao's face, as memories haunted her like a ghost. A crisp clatter sounded as a plate shattered into pieces on the ground. The image of young Ling Diao appeared, her face full of terror. A shadow loomed over her trembling little body. Teeth gritted as he scolded her. You clumsy child, why are you so useless? The shadow continued to ask. Do you remember the punishment for breaking a plate? The little girl turned back with teary eyes, stuttering, Dad, I'm sorry. Before she could even finish apologizing, her father tied her hands to the doorknob and lashed out at her with his belt. Her small body was covered in wounds, and she could only despairingly repeat, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." The cruel man didn't stop until the belt snapped. He looked at the girl, who was now limp from the beating, knelt on the ground with her hands bound, and said coldly, "This is the only way you'll remember." Tears rolled silently down her cheeks as the little girl whispered, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, a voice spoke up. Do you have any wishes?" Xiao Ji, wearing a cat mask, asked her curiously. This is enough." Ling Diao sat on the slide and replied happily, Yeah, this is enough. My mom used to bring me to play on this slide. I'm so happy to have a secret base where Dad can't find me." She blushed and insisted, "Xiao Ji must be a guardian angel sent to protect Ling Diao. Thank you." At that moment, it was unclear what Xiao Ji was thinking behind that mask, after hearing the girl thank her for a small act that had saved her soul. Xiao Ji just remained silent. Back in reality, Ling Diao quietly gazed at the slide. Her childhood secret base. Wu Mian asked, "What's wrong? Is something the matter, Ling Diao?" His voice startled her back to reality. She smiled and replied, "Nothing, just feeling a bit nostalgic." Ling Diao told Wu Mian, "Let's go. We have to get our friend out of there." Wu Mian and Ling Diao discussed their strategy as they walked. She asked him, "There are a lot of annoying guys at the detention center. Do you have a plan?" He coolly replied, "Not necessary." Ling Diao was shocked, blurting out, "Huh?" Wu Mian didn't answer. He just waved down a yellow taxi, slowly moving past the towering city buildings. As he got in, he told the driver, "Take us to the 7th Surveillance Bureau." The man behind the wheel replied, "Got it." Then, seeming to realize something was off, he asked in surprise, "Wait, the 7th Surveillance Bureau?" With a grave expression, the driver turned to look at Wu Mian in the back. "Hey, I can't go there. Outsiders aren't allowed near that place." The protagonist, showing no patience, replied, "Don't worry about that. Just get us as close as you can." The car rolled through the busy streets. Ling Diao knew Cheng Ying had used a trick to make the driver comply. She praised him. "Your power is really convenient." Wu Mian, his face as cold as an ancient glacier, replied, "Is it?" Inside, he was constantly anxious, thinking, "I can still use my power, but the mask isn't reacting at all. Is that guy okay? It feels a little weird not having someone yapping in my ear all day." They really were the type to bicker because they cared. Wu Mian turned to ask Ling Diao, "By the way, what kind of place is the Tu Lung Surveillance Bureau?" She was speechless. "Are you serious? You didn't do any research before coming here?" Ling Diao informed him that the Tu Lung surveillance bureaus were scattered everywhere, tasked with monitoring the activities of deviants and suppressing any who caused trouble. In her mind, she saw dozens of red eyes trapped behind barriers, and continued explaining to Wu Mian, "Simply put, this bureau is a prison built to lock up deviants like us." The protagonist sneered, concluding, "So that means they see us as vermin that threaten this world." Ling Diao lowered her head sadly and asked, "Wu Mian, do you ever regret becoming a deviant? Our identities have been exposed. We can't live normal lives anymore." The protagonist immediately replied, "No regrets." Compared to living like a pathetic bird in this world, his eyes filled with cold intensity as he asserted, "I'd rather be a piece of vermin who can control their own fate." Suddenly, a man blocked their path and ordered them to stop the car. Two young men questioned them, "Where are you people from? Who told you to drive in here?" Wu Mian, sitting in the car, wondered, "People from Tu Lung are here?" One of the youths said impatiently, "Hey, I'm talking to you." Losing his patience, he kicked the poor taxi, shouting, "Didn't you hear me?" Wu Mian and Ling Diao, still inside, were caught completely off guard by the guy's aggressive attitude. They yelled, "What the hell?" The car skidded a long distance like a toy. Then, a massive explosion rocked the area, and the taxi was engulfed in smoke and dust. Wu Mian carried the driver on his back, and with Ling Diao, leaped out of the wreckage. He glared at the man, his voice seething. There was an innocent person in that car. What the hell kind of hellhole is this? Is everyone at Tu Lung this immoral? The Tu Lung thug didn't care about what Wu Mian said. He kept rambling. "So, there's two of you? What are you doing here? This isn't a place for you to just wander into." Seeing this, the protagonist channeled his magic power and calmly breathed out two words, "Get lost." The Tu Lung guy seemed to realize something and said, "He's a deviant." The other guy laughed mockingly, walking right into the trap. "Are we?" He asked, "Hey, do you even know where you are?" Wisps of ghostly smoke curled in, and electrical arcs of magic power slowly crackled around Wu Mian. He said, "In any case, I didn't come here to negotiate peace with you." One of the protagonist's eyes turned blood red. He commanded, "Get out of my way." Damn it, a huge explosion rang out. Pieces of the wall were blown away, and smoke filled the air. Among the flying debris, a figure went sailing through the air like a kite with a snapped string. The Tulung guy, who had been so arrogant a moment ago, now looked like a soulless corpse. His eyes rolled back, a mouthful of blood spraying from his lips. Thud. He hit the ground and lay there like a dead pig. This was the consequence of messing with the wrong person. Wu Mian coolly told Ling Diao, "Let's go inside." They walked past the unconscious Tulung thug. Ling Diao glanced at him, exclaiming, "I can't believe this guy is a lackey for Tulung." The protagonist heard her and asked, "You know him?" Ling Diao confirmed, "Yeah, I heard that after he heavily wounded some Tulung agents, he retreated safely. He's a well-known deviant." Wu Mian replied, "Forget it. He's just an irrelevant person." They headed inside and stood before a sealed gate. He said, "We just need to get our friend out." Suddenly, the protagonist's voice dropped to a menacing command. "I'm talking to you." He warned whoever was behind the door, "If you're already here, aren't you going to come out and greet us?" Sure enough, behind the door, a man had been silently listening to the commotion outside. It was Mr. Jin. He was drenched in sweat, gritting his teeth as he cursed. Damn it all. Why did that guy show up here? Didn't that person say they had a way to deal with him?" DH seemed to lose his mind. It was as if the phrase "women are nothing but trouble" really hit home for him, and he kept muttering, "You really can't trust that bitch Zilualan. Who knows where she's even gone? And now I run into this monster? I am seriously cursed." He gazed off to the side, silently thanking the heavens that he'd managed to get her out of there. But before he could even enjoy the relief of his good fortune, Wu Mian used his magic to carve a massive hole right through the door. "Do you think hiding behind the door is going to help? Or are you just teasing me?" Stepping inside, he, the protagonist, noted that the place was surprisingly spacious. Spotting an old acquaintance, Wu Mian asked with a deadpan expression, "Oh, if it isn't the Four Eyes who almost got himself killed last time." Jin, feeling embarrassed and humiliated, let out a scoff. He adjusted his glasses and spoke to the person beside him. "Hey, I shouldn't have to teach you how to handle this, right? Don't forget, we still have your father. Let me see what you're worth, Bai Ye." Jin challenged her. The person beside him was a petite girl. She wore a checkered hat that covered her signature silver hair. Wu Mian asked, surprised, "What are you doing here?" Bai Ye looked down, her expression unreadable. She said, "It has nothing to do with you." Despite sweating profusely, Jin flashed a confident, smug smile and asserted, "It takes a monster to deal with a monster." Jin's words triggered some painful memories for Bai Ye. Back when she was a child, she was often pointed at and teased by other kids. "Hey, look at that girl. Her hair is white." She felt hurt as they continued. "And those red eyes, she's such a freak." The children threw rocks at her, calling her a monster. "Get lost, you white-furred freak." The young girl, hit by a stone, let out a cry. Ugh. Seeing Bai Ye bleeding from the head and glaring back in anger, the group cheered, "Run! Look at her eyes! Ha ha ha." Seeing the murderous intent in Bai Ye's gaze, Jin, oblivious to his own impending doom, asked, "What's that look for? Looking at me like that, are you unwilling to cooperate?" She didn't hold back, stating bluntly, "I hate being called a monster." Jin felt things weren't going according to plan, and asked in surprise, "Huh? Just get it over with." Suddenly, he felt a wave of killing intent rushing toward him. A dark figure suddenly appeared right in front of Mr. Jin. He was immediately sent flying several feet by Wu Mian. After landing the blow, Wu Mian pondered, "Using this mask so many times, it seems I'm slowly getting used to this paradoxical power. Is it supposed to dissolve and rewrite the rules of this world?" Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through his entire body. The protagonist silently groaned. "What an absurd power. It's no wonder that damn mask is so strong. But every time I use this power, I feel like my whole body is being crushed by the surrounding space." Finally, Wu Mian understood the cost of such power. It meant being rejected by the physical world. A strange smile appeared on his face as Wu Mian concluded, "But as long as I can endure this rejection, the paradox will only become stronger." In the distance, after Mr. Jin had an intimate encounter with the door, creating a crescent-shaped crack in it, he lay sprawled on the ground. He coughed painfully twice, and blood poured from his mouth like a waterfall. Behind Wu Mian, the paradoxical power gathered, forming the shape of a black eye. He thought to himself, "As expected, relying only on my current ability with the paradox, I still can't directly erase existences that don't belong to this world, like the mask." Jin, both hurt and humiliated, screamed, "What are you doing, Bai Ye? Hurry up and finish him off." Bai Ye retorted, But he's not like the vicious people we dealt with before." Mr. Jin adjusted his glasses, acting like an intellectual while being a complete scumbag. He told her, "Do what I told you to do. Monsters like him will only cause a catastrophe sooner or later. Do you want to wait until he causes a disaster before you act? Squash him now before he grows. Hearing this, Wu Mian approached him and asked with contempt, "Since we first met, you've been calling me a beast, a monster. You really enjoy this feeling of superiority, don't you?" He glared at Jin and said, "What right do you have to try and stop me?" As if touched a nerve, Mr. Jin gritted his teeth and questioned, "You talk about rights? I care about the people, my family, and my comrades." He roared like a wild beast. "They were all killed by you, pseudo-beings. You are all just beasts. You bring chaos. You shouldn't exist." Wu Mian waited for him to finish venting, then immediately stepped up and confronted him face to face. "What the hell does that have to do with me? I didn't do it. If you want to vent, go find the person who actually did it." He grabbed Jin by the collar and said, "You get killed by pseudo-beings, and then blame all of us? That's ridiculous." The protagonist smiled and asked, "Isn't it funny? If a human had done it, would you start opposing the entire human race?" Wu Mian delivered a heavy, crushing punch to Jin's face, sending him tumbling backward. He stated a fact that hit him hard. "Your hatred for pseudo-beings is just an excuse for your own weakness." Jin, in excruciating pain from the punch, lay silently on the ground. Feeling utterly defeated and embarrassed, he screamed at Bai Ye, "Are you not going to make a move?" Jin threatened her, "If you don't show your worth today, you can go back to your old life." Hearing this, Bai Ye's red eyes widened. Mana began to gather around her, forming a sphere. Wu Mian seemed to sense it too. He turned around and saw that the dark mana swirling around Bai Ye actually seemed to have a consciousness of its own. It whispered, tempting her, "You're very conflicted, aren't you, Bai Ye?" Wu Mian seemed to realize something was wrong. He blurted out as a mask, with a black body appeared behind Bai Ye, whispering in her ear, "Leave it to me. Let everything that troubles you be destroyed." The dark mask continued to tempt Bai Ye. "Make them all disappear, and Bai Ye will never be bothered again." Sensing the danger, Wu Mian exclaimed, "My world is being torn apart by her power again." Bai Ye used the last of her consciousness to try and stop the shadow. She said, "No, Little Black." But Little Black used a black hand to cover her eyes, comforting her. "It's okay." Little Black's mask showed a grotesque smile with sharp teeth, and cracks slowly began to appear in the air. Both Wu Mian and Jin stared in shock at what was unfolding. Jin asked about the cracks. The protagonist's eyes widened. He seemed to realize what it was planning to do. The crack grew massive, striking directly toward them. Wu Mian quickly dodged backward, shouting, "This is dangerous." Seeing the blood trickling down his cheek, the protagonist thought, "She managed to injure me even when I was in my non-corporeal state." Jin also managed to avoid meeting his maker, cursing Bai Ye's ancestors down to the 8th generation, whispering, "How hateful. What is that Bai Ye doing?" Jin suddenly wondered. "There are supposed to be 2 intruders. Where is the other one?" Meanwhile, Bai Ye regained her consciousness, pulled away the hand covering her eyes, and said, "Let go, Little Black. What are you doing? You promised me." She firmly asserted, "Unless I'm in danger, I won't take the initiative to harm others. Right?" Little Black stubbornly argued, "I am protecting you." And so, seeing Wu Mian injured in front of them, Little Black decided, damn it all, that he had to die. The protagonist felt the space around him shift and asked, "Killing intent?" The magical cracks continued their assault, and Wu Mian created a defensive sphere around himself to block them. Wu Mian Li's face was truly terrifying, and he let out a soft groan. Little He was suddenly struck by a past memory and said, "I had this thought the moment I first laid eyes on you." Little He was certain that this guy possessed a power that made her feel afraid. A crack appeared on Little He's mask. She told Bai Ye, "If we become enemies, I don't have the confidence to protect you." Little He's black hair suddenly stood on end, and she continued, "Because of that, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared, alongside a deathly proclamation." Little He made up her mind that she had to kill him right now. In another deep corridor, a figure appeared. Ling Diao heard a thunderous noise and wondered, "Is Wu Mian Li fighting those guys?" She anxiously kept running forward, silently praying that the idiot wouldn't get into any trouble, as she needed to hurry and rescue someone to help him. Suddenly, a voice calling for sister made Ling Diao stop in her tracks. She wondered about the childlike voice, then turned back to ask who it was. A pitch-black monster coldly thrust its hand straight into her chest. Ling Diao widened her eyes, not understanding what was happening. The shadow with deep-set eyes asked, "What are you sneaking around here for, sister?" The hulking monster waited in silence for Ling Diao to answer, but she just hung silently from his hand. Looking at her corpse-like face, he babbled, "Are you dead?" Then, he tossed her aside like a bag of trash. The monster walked away, saying, "Not my fault. It's because you were trespassing. Suddenly, his entire body acted as if it were spellbound, freezing in a strange position. He asked himself, "Whoa, I can't move anymore." Behind him, Ling Diao's voice rang out as if from hell. "How terrible, to strike so hard. Don't you know how to treat a lady with care?" Ling Diao stood tall like a zombie, with a graceful, gaping hole right in the center of her chest, continuing to complain. "Getting hurt like this, I'll have to waste time recovering again," she said with disgust. "This guy doesn't taste good." Ling Diao let out a moan, slowly regaining her consciousness. She said in fear, "That was careless. Where did that thing crawl out from? I've never heard of such a thing in too long before." The monster suddenly started calling for sister again. Behind Ling Diao, a monster choir immediately chimed in. "Sister, sister, oh sister. This is a sister we haven't met yet. It feels like being in a horror movie." They only had a single deep-set eye on their faces, and curiously asked, "What are you doing here?" In the battle on the other side, Little He mocked Wu Mian Li, saying he was weaker than she imagined. "Why is that?" she asked further. "Why don't you let him out to fight me?" The male lead didn't care about the question and changed the subject, answering, "Although the reason is unclear, this is surely a good opportunity to eliminate you." Little He asked him, "How much longer can you hold out?" The cracks aimed at Wu Mian Li once again. Before long, he was overwhelmed. Watching from afar, Dian Sheng was already breaking into a cold sweat. Inside the defensive orb, Wu Mian Li was still struggling, with scratches appearing on his hands and face. He lamented to himself that he was too passive, couldn't get close at all, and was just being drained. If this continued, it wouldn't end well. Her power was terrifying. How could a 10-year-old girl have a mask like that? Looking at the magical lightning bolts growing larger, inversely proportional to his defensive orb, he calculated that if he couldn't suppress Zhao Chao's primary power, Ling Diao's situation would become even more dangerous. Suddenly remembering an annoying person who hadn't babbled in a while, Wu Mian Li wondered what that masked bastard would do. He clearly analyzed that he could use a stronger paradox now, so why did he look weaker to her than when he wore the mask? What was the reason for that guy's power? Beyond this power, Wu Mian Li's mind suddenly clicked, and he blurted out, "Ah, is that it? I really am a bit slow." The male lead's silhouette suddenly vanished. Little He widened her red eyes, watching the event unfold with lightning speed. She looked toward where Wu Mian Li had just been standing, now only thick with smoke and dust, wondering where he had gone. Little He looked in shock at where Wu Mian Li had disappeared, saying, "He vanished." Little He looked around and wondered, "What kind of trick is this?" Wu Mian Li suddenly appeared behind Little He, reaching out a hand, wanting to take action, and whispered, "Eliminate." Just before he was about to eliminate Little He, he stopped, thinking, "No, that white-haired girl is also in the attack range. Although it won't directly eliminate her, taking this blow head-on will cause her serious injury." In that moment of hesitation, Little He detected his appearance behind her. Little He quickly spun around, hunched over, and attacked him with one hand. "Wu Mian Li, we're done for." Little He's strike sent him flying far away. Bai Ye saw the scene and frantically called out to Little He. Hidden in the thick smoke, Wu Mian Li was kneeling, clutching his stomach. Little He saw Wu Mian Li like that, and said in surprise, "Still not dead?" Wu Mian Li disappeared once again. Little He couldn't see him and said, "Disappeared again." Wu Mian Li used the same trick to attack from behind. He thought that if he just kept eliminating his own sense of presence, he could achieve an invisibility effect. Bai Ye, who was currently under Little He's control, cried out, "Little He, that's enough. Stop now." Wu Mian Li, his face covered in wounds, gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Although I can use the power temporarily, I can't be careless." Little He clutched her heavily bleeding wound in pain, thinking to herself, "Almost lost half my life. That hurts." His eyes were now filled with killing intent as he looked at Little He, telling himself, "Don't hurt that little girl, but the mask is acting on its own. I have to control the range of the paradox." Once the move was finished, he gathered all his strength into one final blow and lunged at Little He. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li stopped in midair, his whole body motionless, and he fell freely to the ground. Wu Mian Li panicked, thinking, "Oh no, oh no. The time for the paradox has come. My body is being rejected." Little He approached Wu Mian Li. She raised a hand in front of him and said, "Goodbye." The puppet lying on the ground wheezed, "Sister, sister, you can't." Ignoring the puppet's plea, Ling Diao decisively crushed it. She cursed silently. "Disgusting. There's no one in such a large structure, only these monster things. Although none of them are very strong, there are just too many of them." Dozens of pitch-black puppets lunged at her, attacking from behind. Ling Diao sighed. I can't eat anymore. Then she activated the square box, cutting the puppets behind her into pieces. Ling Diao glanced at the puppets being sliced up, thinking to herself, there's just something that makes me feel uncomfortable. The reactions of these things are too much like humans. As the puppets were sliced into pieces, they wailed miserably as their bodies were severed. Sister, mother, help. It hurts so much. Looking at the wailing puppets, Ling Diao thought uneasily. It just gives me a wrong feeling. A small, sliced-up puppet approached her and said, no, don't go there. She glanced at the door at the end of the corridor and thought to herself, don't want me getting too close to that spot, huh? I can't believe I haven't found any aberrations locked up here yet. This is the only place I haven't checked. Let's go take a look. Ling Diao headed toward the door. She stared at it for a moment, thinking, it's sealed tight, looks like a real pain to open. The aberration must be trapped inside. Ling Diao approached the door to trigger it. A magic square appeared, revealing a slimy, fleshy mass behind the door. Stunned by the sight, Ling Diao stammered, oh, what is this? Switching scenes to Xiao He and Wu Mian. At this moment, Xiao He's hand was reaching toward Wu Mian. Bai Ye shouted, Xiao He, stop, don't do it. Hearing this, Xiao He suddenly froze and asked in confusion, Bai Ye, why stop me? I'm about to take care of this threat for you. Bai Ye hung his head and said, when did I ever ask you to do that? Why must you kill him? It's so strange. He has never harmed me, so why keep using the for my sake excuse? I have no desire to kill anyone. Bai Ye looked at Xiao He with a determined gaze and continued, whether he's a bad person or not, I will see it with my own eyes. Honestly, I don't want to go against my conscience. I don't feel troubled by him anymore. Xiao He stared at her blankly for a moment, then finally relented. Xiao He said, fine. Wu Mian watched everything in shock, unable to believe he had just escaped death. Seeing that Wu Mian wasn't killed, Jin frowned in anger and said, damn it, why didn't you finish him? Such a perfect opportunity. Suddenly, a voice rang out. There's no longer any need for confirmation. This guy is a villain, Bai Ye. Everyone present turned their eyes toward the source of the voice. The person continued, he is the main culprit behind the massacre of thousands at the school. Furthermore, the only survivor who saw the real killer's face was killed at the hospital after coming into contact with him, and the person who had been speaking was Zi Luolan. She approached the group, her eyes now devoid of life. She pointed her hand toward Wu Mian and continued, the next mission is to execute the Class A arrest warrant issued by headquarters. Use all forces to capture the class. 4 aberration, Wu Mian, and his female aberration companion. Wu Mian widened his eyes in shock and said angrily, Zi Luolan. Zi Luolan's face remained emotionless as she coldly commanded, Bai Ye, you've done well. Hurry up and capture him. Bai Ye turned pale, bowed his head, and stammered, he's a murderer. Xiao He interrupted from the side. No, she's lying to you. That guy might be dangerous, but he doesn't have the stench of blood on him. If he did, I would have finished him no matter what. Then Xiao He and Bai Ye stood there in silence, looking at Wu Mian, who was collapsed on the ground, wondering, besides, has this guy really lost his fighting ability? Xiao He bowed his head, thinking to himself, even though I was just stalling Bai Ye earlier, I had a strange feeling at that moment, a feeling like I was being stared at by something terrifying. Seeing them remain silent for so long, Zi Luolan asked, Bai Ye, what's wrong? Are you getting soft-hearted? Bai Ye and Xiao He, standing side by side, just hung their heads in silence. Seeing this, Zi Luolan lowered her head, reached up to brush her hair behind her ear, and said softly, fine then, I'll just do it myself. She walked up to Wu Mian and warned him, don't look at me with those eyes. It's impossible. Who told you to be an aberration, anyway? These words from Zi Luolan triggered a dark memory from Wu Mian's childhood. The nurse in front of him patted Wu Mian's head, hung her head, and said, don't look at me like that. This is unavoidable. Zi Luolan's voice echoed vaguely through the memories. You understand, don't you? Wu Mian lay on the ground, his face darkening as he thought, here it is again. That same feeling. It's not just because of Xing. This feeling of disgust keeps pouring out from within me, as if it has existed for a very long time. A chilling, dark void opened up. A prison cage? No, it's just pure, desperate impatience to destroy everything. Wu Mian's eyes turned blood red, and he started to stir with a dangerous grin. Zi Luolan looked down at Wu Mian, who was trembling on the ground, and mocked him. What's this? Shivering in fear? Her face was cold as stone. Did I overestimate this guy? Suddenly, Wu Mian let out a sound. Ugh. Hearing the noise, Ziluolan frowned, confused. Wu Mian's eyes were blood red, his teeth clenched, veins popping on his face in anger, and he said firmly, "Get out of my way." Suddenly, a wave of pressure slammed into Lalan. With a loud boom, Wu Mian remained on the ground, but Lalan was blasted into a nearby wall, creating a deep crater as dust filled the air. Lalan was sent flying, her eyes lost their pupils, and she coughed up blood. She sat in the rubble, her face dark with frustration and confusion, thinking, how is that possible? I was wearing earplugs when I approached him. Ziluolan's eyes were blood red and frantic. She tried to calm herself. Stay calm, but she couldn't, and she asked in terror, what are these masks in my mind? A black, featureless figure of a young boy appeared in Wu Mian's train of thought. He spoke softly. Are you the one who sees me? Wu Mian asked in confusion. Who are you? Behind the boy, hundreds, no, thousands of people lay motionless, piled on top of each other. The mysterious boy stood still and replied gently, I thought you could see everything. What are you talking about? Behind the tower of corpses stood a giant, blood-red eye. The boy stood before that tower, tiny and mysterious. He replied, Is this rage all you can feel? Suddenly, Wu Mian lost control and screamed, What are you even saying? He clutched his ears and shouted, showing his refusal to accept it. I don't understand a word of this. Lalan watched Wu Mian from afar, suspicious. The earplugs were ignored. Right. Lalan arched an eyebrow, contemplating. In such a short time, his power has grown even more. This is an astonishing speed. Thinking this, Lalan turned and called out, Jin, don't just stand there. He won't last long. Go and subdue him. Jin stammered. But, eventually resigned himself. I know. Hearing this, Wu Mian lowered his hands and continued, That's right. Don't just stand there. Jin was startled and instinctively glanced toward Wu Mian. Wu Mian looked like he had lost his humanity, grinning with a smile that stretched ear to ear, his blood-red eyes staring back at Jin. He ordered with glee, Beat that woman up for me. Then, suddenly, something exerted force on Jin. Lalan turned, confused, and called for Jin. Unexpectedly, Jin lunged and attacked Lalan directly. Because it was a surprise attack, she couldn't react in time and was sent flying into the corner of the wall, dust billowing everywhere. Attacked by surprise, she spat blood and glared. What the hell? Jin stood still, but his mouth kept stammering. Sorry, my body is moving on its own. Before he could finish the sentence, his body took control again, and he attacked Lalan once more. But this time, she reacted in time and dodged. Before even landing from his jump, Jin lunged forward with a follow-up attack, landing a direct punch right under his opponent's chin. Little Black and White Knight stood close by, watching silently. Little Black spoke up. This guy, he really is something. White Knight, standing beside him, asked, What's going on? Suddenly, Wu Mian started laughing. Ha ha ha. He lifted his long fingers to cover his face, laughing as he said, Ha ha, go die, just go die, beat her to death. Jin, under control, seemed to follow every word Wu Mian uttered, raising his fist for another attack. The force was so immense that the ground cracked and buckled, sending massive chunks of rock flying. Ziluolan managed to dodge the blow and shouted, Pull yourself together. Jin didn't react at all, his face blank as he turned to look at everyone standing nearby. Suddenly, a square barrier appeared where they were all standing. A voice rang out, Square box. Then, something leapt up from the ground, spewing blood from its mouth in midair before crashing hard back down. Wu Mian raised an eyebrow. Oh, Ling Diao. He stood frozen, staring, while Little Black and White Knight also turned to look. Ziluolan and Jin stood facing each other, but they also instinctively turned their heads. All five of them looked in the same direction, where the thing had just landed. In place of the human-sized figure, there now stood a grotesque monster with massive, blood-red eyes. Wu Mian stood stunned after hearing the loud noise. He turned around to see the giant monster standing right in front of him. It was Gluttony. Gluttony glared down at them and rumbled, You dare waste my food again. Wu Mian looked at Gluttony, wondering, What is this thing? Ziluolan stood far off, equally stunned. Her eyes widened, shocked by the sheer size of the beast. Ziluolan trembled, stuttering. This is Jin stood right beside her. Jin looked shocked as well, exclaiming, Gluttony? Why was it released? His eyes tightened as he glanced at Ling Diao, gritting his teeth in thought. Is this brat the intruder? Is it because of her? Jin looked at Ling Diao, who lay weak on the ground, and continued to wonder, but how did she get past the crowd of personality puppets to get here? Ling Diao sat slumped on the ground, coughing up blood, Cough, cough. Seeing her like this, Wu Mian stepped forward, reaching out a hand as he said, "Hey, Ling Diao, you're hurt again." Before he could finish, Ling Diao grabbed his wrist tightly, as if she had realized something. Before Wu Mian could even process it, Ling Diao stood up and activated her ability. "Space!" she shouted. No sooner had she spoken than Gluttony appeared right behind them. It prepared to strike. As Gluttony closed in on them, Ling Diao urged, "Jump." Both Wu Mian and Ling Diao teleported away from their original spot. At the same moment, Gluttony missed, slamming its head straight into the ground with a deafening crash. As the two emerged from the space rift, Ling Diao landed right beneath Wu Mian. They had narrowly escaped an unpredictable outcome. They collapsed onto the floor. Wu Mian ended up on top of Ling Diao, who whispered weakly, "You're too heavy." Hearing that, Wu Mian jumped up in a panic. I'm sorry." As he sat up, he felt that something had changed within his body. He rested a hand on his head, thinking to himself, "Ever since Ling Diao appeared, that thing inside me has calmed down a bit." In the distance, Gluttony was still hunting for them. Suddenly, Wu Mian realized something terrifying was about to happen. His eyes widened, and he tensed up, ready to strike. Surrounded by a murderous aura, Gluttony was charging toward them at breakneck speed, its jaws wide open as if to swallow them both whole. But just before it could succeed, Wu Mian blocked it. He thrust his hand out, generating massive air pressure that compressed the space, slamming directly into Gluttony's face and warping its features. "Don't get in my way," he said coldly. Wu Mian glanced back at the monster and added, "Big guy, you're really annoying." Just as he prepared to counterattack, Ling Diao pulled him back. "Don't fight it, Wu Mian. This place isn't what we thought it was," she continued. "I'm sorry. I must have been mistaken. There aren't any imitation objects locked up here at all, just one strange monster." Wu Mian looked at her, surprised. "What?" At that moment, Gluttony lunged at them again with incredible speed, letting out a deafening roar. Annoyed by the beast, Wu Mian turned to it and muttered, "Ugh." Before he could strike, Ling Diao teleported past him, appearing right in front of Gluttony. She raised both hands and shouted, "Magic Square." A sharp, square-patterned net shot toward Gluttony. With that move, the monster's head was sliced into blocks and fell to the ground. Anticipating what would happen next, Ling Diao used her space jump skill again. Almost instantly, Gluttony's head regenerated. After dodging the attack, Ling Diao said, "Let's get out of here first." She and Wu Mian watched the monster from a distance. Ling Diao added, "This thing just keeps multiplying endlessly." Watching the scene, Ziluolan let out a sinister laugh. "You aren't getting away," Ziluolan sneered. "Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." She approached the monster, standing right in front of it. She reached out, smiling gently at it. "Little Boo, stop playing around. Help Mom catch these two intruders, will you? But don't eat them." Gluttony froze upon hearing this, turning to look at her. "Mom?" Ziluolan smiled. "Little Boo is such a good boy." Gluttony, still doubting, turned fully around and asked again. "Mom?" it muttered in confusion. Ziluolan smiled sweetly, placing a hand over her heart. "It's Mom." But the next thing that happened was not what she expected. Gluttony lunged at Ziluolan. As it brushed past her, it growled, "That's not Mom's scent." Ziluolan stood there in shock, unable to understand why it would say that. Ling Diao looked back in surprise to see Jin standing there. Jin let out an involuntary laugh. "Ha ha!" His laughter grew louder. "Ha ha! Lucky. Finally. You can't maintain that annoying state anymore, can you?" Ling Diao gritted her teeth. Damn it. That square, she was about to attack. But Little Boo slammed down right where she was standing, cursing her for being a waste of food, forcing her to scream and scramble away. Jin stepped toward Wu Mian. Since villains always die because they talk too much, Jin began to talk a lot, too. The debris made Ling Diao shriek and scramble away. Mr. Jin stepped toward Wu Mian. Since villains always die from talking too much, Mr. Jin started talking a lot too. "You weren't wrong before. I am indeed afraid of dying. I'm just a coward who bows to power and picks on the weak. I was afraid that your ability would stop me from using my own strength. Until just a moment ago, I didn't even dare to lay a hand on you." He grabbed Wu Mian's hair and pulled his head up like a trophy. "But now, it seems you can't use it anymore, right? Oh, wait. I already trashed your throat just now, so you can't make a sound, can you? Now that you're right in front of me, what makes you any different from a loser?" Mister Jin had a chain ready in his hand. After saying that, he looped it around Wu Mian's neck. "Put the collar on." "That's not enough yet." Mr. Jin grabbed Wu Mian's face in his palm and squeezed hard. "You damn monster. He slammed Wu Mian's head into the ground, and the earth cracked and caved in. Mr. Jin muttered about things only he could imagine. Even if I can't kill that murderer with my own hands, I can at least vent my anger on the pathetic bodies of you masqueraders. But so what? You were never anything good to begin with. These so-called masks are just disasters born from society's scum. You only bring pain to the world. He insulted Wu Mian and others like him. Finished, Mr. Jin flew up high, preparing to end him. Mr. Jin swung his leg, acting as if he were saving the world. If this cage has given me the power to destroy disasters like you, then call me a coward or selfish. I don't care. As long as I wipe you out, my actions are justice. Saying that, Mr. Jin dove toward Wu Mian like a rocket. A massive boom echoed. The ground seemed to split in two, and dust billowed up into the sky. Ling Diao stood outside, looking dazed, and called out loudly, "Wu Mian, are you okay?" But then, a familiar voice rang out. "Oh, is that so?" Mr. Jin's expression shifted from smug to extreme confusion. His eyes widened, his pupils shrank and trembled, and sweat poured down his face. It was clear he was useless. Mr. Jin couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he said, This is impossible." Under his feet, our Wu Mian had caught Mr. Jin's foot with one hand, incredibly easily. After hearing all that verbal abuse, Wu Mian still maintained a calm expression and said, "I'm the disaster here, so I'm truly sorry." Mr. Jin looked at Wu Mian, who was still glaring at him, and stammered, Why isn't the collar working?" Hearing that, Wu Mian glanced down at the black collar on his neck, then curled his lips into a terrifying smile. Who knows? Then, a massive explosion blew away the dirt and rocks. Thinking you can just devour him? Not a chance. Wu Mian stood amidst the swirling dust, with Mr. Jin lying at his feet, vomiting blood, his glasses shattered into pieces. Wu Mian had taken only a few seconds to take this guy down. Suddenly, the collar began to look strange, with long black lines spreading up Wu Mian's neck and face. He touched the collar. What on earth is this thing? A huge, strangely familiar power was flowing from the collar into his body. It felt similar to the last time he was forced to wear this thing. But apart from this power naturally rushing into his body, there were also some emotions and memories that didn't belong to him. In the hazy, indefinite darkness, he couldn't see anything. From far away, a light appeared. What is that? Is someone there? Everything slowly drew closer. Who are you? A little boy stood there, and a scene unfolded. A gray-haired woman in a white coat was leaning over, talking to the boy. Don't be afraid. You're just moving to a better place. The better place she mentioned was the Yi Dian Children's Welfare Institute. What could possibly be good about such a terrifying place? The boy stood frozen, eyes wide, whispering to himself. Did you bring all these people here, sis? Didn't we say that was our secret? You always trusted me, didn't you? The boy's accusations didn't make the woman feel guilty. Instead, she gave a soulless smile. I'm sorry, she said, patting the boy's head. Don't make that face. There was nothing else I could do. Saying that, she tilted her head, acting sweet, and asked, You'll forgive me, right? The woman turned around to look at the security guard nearby. He looked at the boy and said, Leave the rest to us. Thank you so much for the intel. After getting the job done, she didn't forget her own interests, gently reminding him, Oh, and don't forget about the money we agreed on earlier. The guard smirked. Don't worry, it'll be transferred to your personal account in a moment. Now, leave this masquerader to us. She carefully instructed the guard. Even though his ability doesn't have much offensive power, you still need to be careful. It was clear she felt no affection at all for the boy who had chosen to trust her. Tiny Wu Mian stood watching the whole memory, lowered his blood-red eyes, and whispered, Betrayal. The boy in the memory slowly turned back. And then, a terrifying, agonizing pain erupted from within Wu Mian's body, forcing him to clutch his chest and collapse. The collar shattered into 100 pieces like a broken glass cup, clattering onto the ground. In an excited state, Wu Mian gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it, I just got that urge under control, and now it's back. Outside the bird's nest, the humans had finally arrived. A man with hair covering most of his face said to Zhang Wu, I didn't expect them to get here so fast. Your ability is quite convenient, get to work. Zhang Wu, wearing a blindfold, asked, The glutton is just a fragment of that person after all. With a situation like this, should we report it to the higher-ups? The man laughed dismissively. Don't overthink it. They're just jinn supplements. Everything is still under control. Inside, Ling Diao quickly teleported to Wu Mian to check on him. Wu Mian, are you okay? Why did you use a broken brick to stab yourself like that? Perhaps Wu Mian couldn't suppress that urge, so he grabbed whatever was nearby to stab himself, using pain to dampen the excitement. Wu Mian pulled out the brick shard, sweating profusely, and wheezed. Finally, I suppressed that surge. Before the two could recover, a group of humans entered through the door. The black-haired man said loudly, "Oh, looks like we arrived just in time. I wasn't lying, were we? We meet again. Friend Wu Mian." Ling Diao and Wu Mian looked at this man. With absolutely no joy, they could have killed him right there. Sensing the hostility, the man softened his tone. "Oh, come on. Relax. We've had a lot of misunderstandings in the past, and I'm truly sorry." With a smile on his lips, the man smirked and asked, "To show my sincerity, I'll tell you the secret of the cage. How about that?" The man seemed very confident in the deal he was offering. "What's wrong? Surely this is a pretty good deal for you guys, right?" Ling Diao hid behind Wu Mian Li. Hearing the pitch, which sounded like a pyramid scheme, Wu Mian Li just said indifferently, "So, secrets of the prison? I was wondering the same thing, actually." The man with the side-swept hair let out a laugh. He bowed and gestured forward, as if welcoming a king or queen. "Haha, no need to be so hostile, right? Let me introduce myself properly. I'm one of the wardens of the prison. Call me Bai He." Bai He looked up, his fox-like, sharp eyes making it impossible to read his thoughts. So glad to meet two birds who stumbled into the cage. Even so, Bai He narrowed his eyes, glancing around. Xiao Bu was still in her most grotesque form. He turned to her and warned, "Xiao Bu, go back to where you belong. Now isn't the time to play around." His terrifying glare made Xiao Bu, whose name was Xiao Bu, huff and obediently vanish from the spot, leaving only a large crater behind. Wu Mian Li stared at the hole, muttering, "What on earth was that?" Bai He, with a fake, eye-crinkling smile, asked Wu Mian Li, "You know about the disaster 30 years ago, right? The hungry one was just a fragment of that disguised one's body." Bai, he held up a finger. "It looks just like a monster, doesn't it? But that is the dead end for disguised ones like you." Wu Mian Li was startled. "What are you talking about?" Bai He narrowed his eyes and explained, "Using and absorbing the power of the mask only leads to misery. You'll slowly lose your freedom, your loved ones, and your friends, eventually turning into a monster just like it." He grew more aggressive. "Hey, as a disguised one, killing a normal person must be easy for you, right? Have you ever thought about who you'd kill?" Bai He grinned as he watched Wu Mian Li's reaction. "To be precise, hasn't someone beside you already suffered because of that?" Wu Mian Li's eyes widened in shock. Bai He gave a twisted, ear-to-ear smile. "You found the wrong person to vent on. Who should you even hate for this?" Seeing Wu Mian Li being mentally attacked by Bai He's relentless taunts, Ling Diao stepped in front of him. "Wu Mian Li, don't listen to his nonsense." Bai He had no intention of stopping. He continued to stir the pot. "As for that brain-dead girl, that was indeed our negligence. Zi Luolan has already been punished. You came here to find her, didn't you? To make amends, we used our proprietary technology to treat her. Even though most people have a biased view of treatment via personality simulation, this was the only way to save her, and the treatment was a success. If you don't believe me, go verify it yourself. She should be back in the ward soon enough." Ling Diao didn't want Wu Mian Li to hear any more. She firmly grabbed his hand and pulled him away. "That's enough. Wu Mian Li, let's go." Bai, he was quite satisfied that he had successfully messed with Wu Mian Li's head. Yeah, but after that, he couldn't do anything to them because Ling Diao used a spatial leap, immediately taking her and Wu Mian Li away from the bird's nest. Bai, he looked impressed. "Oh? A spatial jump? Rare ability. No wonder they had the guts to come here." Eddie, standing behind him, was confused. "Why didn't you let us act instead of letting them leave? Wasn't the original plan to corner them?" Bai, he smiled. "Can't be helped. It's inconvenient to act too rashly when people are watching." He glanced behind him. "I don't want to provoke that girl who holds a grudge." The group turned around and saw a familiar figure who had already pulled up to the entrance. Bai He asked, "Hey Zhangwu, why did she show up here?" The person who arrived was Wu Mian Li's sister, Wen Jingguan. Her appearance caught everyone off guard. Zhang Wu quickly defended himself. "Do you think I leaked the info? I'm not that bored. Besides, she blacklisted me a long time ago." Bai He was speechless. "Forget it. Should we go say hello?" Just as he turned to greet her, Wen Jingguan had already turned on her heel and left, leaving only a glimpse of her hair. Huh, just like that? Even though he was openly loathed by others, Bai He smiled calmly. "Haha, we really are hated to the core, aren't we?" Eddie, being new, didn't know who Wen Jingguan was, so he asked, "Who was that girl?" Bai, he replied, "Eddie, you're new, so it's normal you don't know her. She left this prison a long time ago, and she took her younger brother with her when she left. Eddie didn't understand why Bai He considered her trouble. Is she that strong? I couldn't sense any disguised one aura on her at all. Bai He jumped. You idiot. Of course not. She's human, but she's the kind of human who can hold back a major criminal on the run using only her own strength. Having said something cryptic, Bai He pointed at Zhang Wu and told Eddie, you can just ask Zhang Wu about the rest. She's the capable subordinate he's always been hiding from headquarters. Hearing this, Zhang Wu didn't react much. He ignored Bai He and gave orders. Get the injured to medical treatment first. Yes. Yes. Bai He stroked his chin, thinking, I intended to catch the disguised one, Wu Mian Li, before she found out. But with the current situation, I'll have to rethink the plan. Suddenly, Bai He looked down. Huh? Little Bai Ye was staring intently at him. Bai He asked, confused. Is something the matter? Bai Ye's eyes sparkled. You stepped on my hat. Sure enough, Bai He had stepped on the hat the girl was wearing. He hurriedly lifted his foot, apologizing profusely. Sorry about that. Watching Bai Ye pick up her hat, Bai He sighed. Almost forgot about this troublesome kid. Should have let the boy go sooner. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a high-rise building, Ling Diao arrived with Wu Mian Li via spatial leap. Wu Mian Li looked around, confused. Suddenly, he heard retching. Turning around, he saw Ling Diao vomiting uncontrollably. Ling Diao, are you okay? Actually, Ling Diao was suffering from motion sickness due to the spatial leap. She hung her head and said, I should be asking you that. Are you all right? Did that guy's words shake you up? Are you that kind of person? Can I really trust you as a companion? Wu Mian Li stood there, stunned. Ling Diao continued. The survival of a disguised one is difficult. I don't want a hesitant, easily swayed companion by my side, and I don't want to gain another enemy. To survive, one must be cautious, walking as if on thin ice. Ling Diao turned away, then stopped. So, I'll ask you one more time. She looked Wu Mian Li straight in the eye. Can I trust you as a friend? Seeing the terrifying seriousness in her eyes, Wu Mian Li smirked. I've really been underestimated, haven't I? Ling Diao stood in silence, then just gave a small, quiet smile. She knew she could trust Wu Mian. Suddenly, someone inside kicked the door open and shouted at them. What the hell? Who gave you guys permission to be on my turf? The young man with long orange hair looked quite surprised. Wait, what is this? Ling Diao, you're back? Ling Diao replied. Sorry, Fu Si. Some special circumstances came up, so I couldn't report to you in time. The young man called Fu Shi looked confused. Special circumstances? After hearing Ling Diao, he turned and saw Wu Mian standing nearby. Perhaps Fu Shi misunderstood and thought Wu Mian was the special circumstance Ling Diao mentioned, so he immediately tried to look cool. Is that so? Don't worry about it. Leave him to me. With that, Fu Shi zipped past Ling Diao. Before Ling Diao could even react, she realized Fu Shi had gotten the wrong idea. Wait, she shouted. Fu Shi, hold on a second. It's not like that. Fu Shi was already readying his weapon. Just leave the enemy to me to finish off. Divine weapon, secret sword. Having said that, Fu Shi drew his blade and slashed right past Wu Mian. Boom. Fu Shi had struck Xuanyuan, but he hadn't even touched a single hair on Wu Mian's head. Fu Shi lowered his head in frustration. Damn it. Really? I hit him, but he didn't even fall? I can't accept this. With a thud, Fu Shi slowly collapsed. He must have been pretty disappointed. Wu Mian stared at the scene, having absolutely no idea what the hell was going on. What is this guy doing? Ling Diao clutched her forehead, feeling utterly speechless. Just then, someone else stepped out of the house, looking extremely tall and imposing. What's going on? Uncle He asked, looking over at Ling Diao. Ling Diao, you're back? Ling Diao turned to invite Wu Mian in. Come on inside, Wu Mian. This is our base. The one called Uncle He stared intently at Wu Mian, without a word. Wu Mian followed Ling Diao into the base. The interior was like a warm, spacious home, leaving Wu Mian in complete awe. It's so big inside, Ling Diao explained. I used my ability to expand it. Inside, there was also a young girl and another person dressed in black. Ling Diao walked in happily. Oh, Hua Li and Xiao Dan are here too. The short-haired girl with thick, round glasses looked up, asking Ling Diao anxiously. Sister Ling Diao, how did you get hurt? Ling Diao tried to comfort her. It's just a small wound. Just a small wound. Wu Mian also curiously glanced at the injury on Ling Diao's body. I noticed before that her ability to recover is unusually strong. A wound this serious. And yet, in such a short amount of time, it's almost completely healed. Ling Diao noticed and glared at him. Hey, where are you looking? No, nothing at all. Ling Diao patted Wu Mian on the shoulder. Oh, let me introduce you guys. This is Wu Mian, a new member of our base. He's incredibly strong. Wu Mian hadn't interacted with many people in a long time, so he felt a bit flustered. He scratched his face and said quietly, I look forward to your guidance. In his heart, he was curious. Are all of these people disguisers? Come to think of it, I don't know much about disguisers. Ling Diao pointed to the girl with the glasses. The one doing homework is Hua Li. She usually comes here to play after school. Hua Li blushed, feeling nervous, and said, Hello. Wu Mian pondered as he assessed her. A student? She doesn't seem any different from a normal person. And the guy over there trying to look cool is Xiao Dan. He's a wanderer who drifts from place to place. Xiao Dan interrupted. Ugh, I told you not to call me by that nickname. I am the Demon King Xiao Dan. Are you scared yet, mortal? Ling Diao laughed it off, saying, Basically, he's just a delusional guy. Ling Diao looked out toward the balcony. As for that idiot lying flat on the ground out there, that's Fu Xi. His ability is actually quite powerful, but his physical stamina and accuracy are at a beginner level. He's basically just a Voss. Ling Diao said kindly to Wu Mian. Everyone here is a disguiser like you. Although they're a bit strange, they're all people you can rely on. This place is pretty safe for now, so you don't have to worry about the cage finding us. Wu Mian lowered his eyes. For now? Then he pointed at the tall man next to them. And you haven't introduced this guy yet. Who is Uncle He? Uncle He replied coldly, Don't mind me. I'm just a puppet. Wu Mian opened his eyes wide in confusion. What do you mean, a puppet? You look exactly like a human to me. Uncle He doesn't think so. Like a human? Thanks. I always try to train myself so that my behavior is as human-like as possible, even though I'm just a failed product of a personality puppet created by the cage. Wu Mian immediately grew alert. You were created by that thing inside the cage? Hua Li jumped up, stuttering as she defended Uncle He. Don't doubt Uncle He. He's a good person. Over the years, Uncle He has always looked after us. Wu Mian realized he had reacted too strongly and quickly became flustered. I'm sorry. Ling Diao muttered unconsciously. A personality puppet? She tentatively asked. Uncle He, perhaps it's a bit rude to suddenly ask this, but are all failed personality puppet products like you? I mean, do you think there are any changes? Uncle He rubbed his chin and thought. I'm not entirely sure, but if it's a complete failure, it's probably hard to maintain a human form. Ling Diao's face went stiff. She remembered the cage. She remembered the pile of black sludge that called her sister. Ling Diao suddenly felt her stomach turn, and she covered her mouth, nauseated. Wu Mian was worried. Hey, Ling Diao? Uncle He was also uneasy. Ling Diao, your state is a bit abnormal. What's going on? Where exactly did you go before this? Ling Diao's eyes darkened as she replied. The bird's nest. The scene shifted to another location. Warden Bai. He was walking alone in the rain, hands in his pockets, thinking, how annoying. I got her involved in this too. Such a hassle. As he walked, someone appeared before him. Bai He widened his eyes, then smirked. Haha, as expected. You wouldn't give up so easily. It was Wu Mian's sister, Wen Jingguan. Long time no see, Bai He. Bai He narrowed his sly, fox-like eyes and said to Wen Jingguan, Haha, don't look at me with that corpse-like face. Officer Wen, you're quite terrifying. In the darkness, Wen Jingguan simply stood there in her hooded cloak, saying nothing to him at all. Bai He felt a bit annoyed at being ignored. You're really overstepping. Officer Wen, now that you're with the police department, don't you think you're overreaching by trying to manage our business? The matter of the imposter has been completely handed over to our cage to handle. Are you trying to ruin this agreement? Officer Wen replied without hesitation. Not at all. Bai He's lips curled into a provocative smirk. Then why are you bothering me while you're free? Don't tease me. Right after saying that, Bai He immediately started showing off in front of Officer Wen. He used his shadow clone technique and flew around her. I'm both giving to you and provoking you at the same time. That guy is an imposter, one we've been keeping our eyes on. Even if it's you, how long do you think you can protect him? Watching Bai He spinning around with his clones made Officer Wen feel bored. I'm just following protocol. You'd better cooperate a little. As she spoke, Officer Wen eliminated the clones and stepped right in front of Bai He. Bai He frowned. What do you mean by that? Officer Wen interrogated him. Regarding that girl who became brain dead, don't you have anything to say? Bai He reached out, laughing as he explained. Didn't I already report to you that it was just an accident? The loss was caused by Zi Luolan's recklessness. Officer Wen didn't find anything funny about it at all. Is that so? So, you're saying that shape-shifting into that girl, making contact with the imposter, and even bringing him to a café without any reason, Were all just accidents? She really is a miserable child. Bye, he cut her off. Those were all just accidents. What exactly do you want? Officer Wen didn't say a word and delivered a heavy blow right to the middle of Bai He's stomach. Bai He's eyes bulged as he spat out blood, groaning as he collapsed from the pain. Officer Wen left him there. It was nothing, just an unexpected warning. Bai, he gradually dissolved. Officer Wen glared at him with a sneer. Someone who uses clones as much as you do must have forgotten what it feels like to be in pain, right? Bai He couldn't say anything else, so he quickly scurried away. After taking that earth-shattering punch, Bai He returned to his bird's nest. He sat gloomily in his office, resting his chin on his hands, looking deep in thought. Is she threatening me? Bai. He leaned back in his chair, exhausted. I didn't expect her to keep digging into what happened that day. It's hard to avoid being suspected. What kind of bad luck did I run into? She's involved every single time. Is she my nemesis or something? Bai He opened his eyes. If I had been more decisive back then, maybe I wouldn't be in this much trouble. Bai He remembered the last time he used a clone to approach Wu Mian. His clone watched Wu Mian fall, pretending to be worried. Wu Mian. Wu Mian. Seeing Wu Mian lying motionless on the floor, the clone's attitude changed, staring at him blankly. Passed out? The clone slowly approached, not having sensed any trace of an imposter on him earlier. That's the first time I've ever seen an imposter like that. If I wanted to capture him, there was no better time than that. But he frowned. Why do I feel like there's still a dangerous scent on him? The clone hesitated. What should I do? Should I strike? Or should I chase after Huang Yi first? Huang Yi was also seriously injured. He couldn't have gone far. If I remember correctly, this guy is probably the younger brother of that troublesome woman. Seeing Wu Mian covered in nosebleeds on the ground, Bai He decided that acting now was too dangerous, so he chose to keep up the act. Wu Mian, hang in there. I'm calling an ambulance for you right now. While on the phone, Bai He glanced at Wu Mian. Hello, 12? The dangerous scent I felt earlier is gone now. Was it just a hallucination? The clone put the phone down. Seriously, I must be losing my mind. I just need to put a collar on him. Just then, a voice rang out from the doorway. Are you injured, girl? The clone turned to see Xuan Wu standing at the door. Xuan Wu reassured him. Don't be nervous. It's okay. It seems the imposter who caused this chaos is no longer here. The clone was startled. Xuan Wu? Why is he here? Xuan Wu instructed. It's best if you stay here. Don't run around. I've notified the nearby police station to come and handle it. They should be here soon. Just tell them exactly what happened. I have urgent business to attend to. The clone widened his eyes. What? Isn't the police officer in charge of this area that annoying woman? What the hell is this idiot Xuan Wu doing? Facing her isn't good for me. I need to get out of here first. A while later, Wu Mian's sister, Officer Wen, rushed to the scene. Deputy Chief Wen reported that there was supposedly an injured person at this location. Seeing her younger brother, she panicked and ran in. Wu Mian! Wu Mian! The clone hid in a corner outside, secretly observing. Bye, he hissed as his clone transformed back into its original form. Forget it. My clone won't last much longer anyway, and there will be other opportunities. No need to rush now. Bye, he rubbed his nose under the pressure. Whether it was that guy's growth or her interference, it had all exceeded his expectations. I should probably get serious. Shouldn't I? No matter what, high-quality gene essence like that is hard to come by. At the Special Care Unit of the City A Police Department, a subordinate looked up as Officer Wen returned. You're back, Officer Wen? Officer Wen had just come back from seeing Bai He in the rain. She asked her colleague about the status of the detainee. Nothing unusual. Then I'll go in and take a look. Inside the cell, Zi Luolan was staring out the window at the heavy rain. Officer Wen stood at the door and asked her, Is there something outside that interests you? It's been a few days, and you've matured quite a bit. A smart student? Zi Luolan just sat silently on the bed, looking at Officer Wen. Although she wasn't sure if it was appropriate to call her by the name of the owner of this body, Zi Luolan pondered for a moment and spoke. Why? She lowered her head. Since you already know I'm a puppet personality sent by Bai He to capture the imposter Wu Mian, why haven't you gotten rid of me yet? I can't understand it. Officer Wen wasn't that cruel. If she lived like a normal person, she wouldn't do anything. Zi Luolan felt depressed. It doesn't make any difference. You already have my purpose and the relevant intelligence in your hands. To the cage, I have no more use and can no longer be supplied. A semi-finished product like me will die of natural causes if not resupplied within a month. Officer Wen leaned against the wall and asked her, Are you afraid of dying? Zi Luolan looked up and smiled. I don't have that feeling. Our existence is born for a mission. That is the only value we have. As for her view on emotions, knowing names or even the background of others means nothing to me. Someone like me has no real value anymore. I have lost the right to exist. Wen Jingguang looks disgusted. Personality puppets are truly tragic creatures. Wen Jingguang turns away and rests her hand on the doorframe. You are free for now. I have no more reason to keep you locked up, but don't expect any sympathy from me. I have my own principles. It's unfair to you, but I still hope you can live the rest of your time well, like a normal person. At the very least, that way I can still treat you like a human being. Wen Jingguang vents her anger on the doorframe. Her strength warps the door so badly that her handprint is left imprinted on it. As Wen Jingguang leaves, Zi Luolan sinks back into the lonely, empty void. She sits there, reflecting on her life. She isn't afraid of death, yet she still wants to keep on living. Over at the Ling Diao's base, Fu Shi grabs Wu Mian by the collar and demands, "What the hell is this? You actually dared to bring Ling Diao to such a dangerous place?" He acts like a hot-headed delinquent, shoving his face in to berate Wu Mian. "Are you out of your mind?" Hua Li rushes over, flustered, to stop him. "Fu Shi, please, calm down." Ling Diao walks out of the room, and seeing those two at each other's throats, she senses trouble. "Fu Shi, what are you doing?" "I only went to change my clothes. Why are you causing a scene?" Fu Zi turns around, but if it weren't for this kid, Ling Diao sighs, annoyed. "Didn't I already say? I chose to go along on my own, and besides, I didn't help much anyway." The intelligence they gathered and the actual situation at the prison were vastly different. Wu Mian feels guilty toward her. "If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to escape smoothly. I was too reckless and caused so much trouble." Fu Shi shoots a punchable look at Wu Mian and orders him, "Humph, you think a simple apology is enough? Get on your knees and apologize to me right now." It's so annoying that Ling Diao gives him a few sharp knocks on the head. "Sorry, don't pay any mind to this idiot." Ling Diao is lost in thought. "I still feel a bit nauseous. I never expected that huge black monster to be a personality puppet. It's as if I killed those little lives with my own hands." Uncle Hay, seeing her feeling guilty, reassures her. "For us, dying might be a relief compared to being tools of the prison. Don't dwell on it too much." Ling Diao frowns. "But why create so many personality puppets and raise giant monsters? What exactly are they trying to do? We still know far too little about the prison." Wu Mian stands in the circle with everyone else. He silently watches them talk, a restless feeling rising within him. It's strange. Whenever he's with these people, he feels the tension in his nerves, which has been plaguing him, start to ease up a little. There is one thing that has been bothering him. Wu Mian decides to ask everyone, "Hey, have your masks ever acted up in any strange way?" Wu Mian scratches his head. "Lately, my mask seems to have vanished, though it doesn't affect my ability to use my powers." Fu Shi makes a mocking face, curling his lip at Wu Mian. "You mean you don't even know about that? It's likely because your mask is just a useless decoration. A high-ranking individual like me has never encountered such a thing." Xiao Dan calls out from a distance. "In your case, it's most likely hibernating." "Eh?" Wu Mian is surprised. "Hibernating? Before that guy disappeared, he seemed to say something similar." Xiao Dan closes his eyes to explain. "For a unique masquerader, after pushing your powers beyond a certain limit, you enter a state like that. But that type of masquerader is extremely rare." Ling Diao is quite impressed. "Amazing. Xiao Dan, you know so much?" Heh. Xiao Dan beams with pride. "Of course, after all, I am a divine being who is all-knowing. Of course I know everything." Everyone sees him, getting too full of himself, and freezes up, speechless. "Thanks." Wu Mian ponders. "Just hibernating?" But before that jerk disappeared, he seemed to say some strange things. He said, "I have my eyes on you now. I can't help you for the time being." Just then, Uncle Hay calls everyone to dinner. The evening meal is ready. Outside, someone wearing yellow sneakers appears in front of their base. "Is it here?" She smiles. "Oh, the smell of dinner." Xiao Dan jumps in surprise as the woman opens the door and walks in. "Oh, this place is quite lively, isn't it?" Ling Diao panics. "You are Jin Chan from the Seven Luminaries?" She quickly screams to warn Wu Mian and Fu Shi. "Fu Shi, Wu Mian, get away from her." But it's too late. Jin Chan has already placed a hand on Wu Mian's shoulder, smiling. "How very rude. Who gave you permission to call my name so casually?" In an instant, Wu Mian's body is covered in gold. "What?" In just a blink, Wu Mian turns into a shimmering golden statue. "You should call me Sister Jin, okay?" Hua Li is worried. Brother Wu Mian has turned into a golden statue. Ling Diao grits her teeth, feeling helpless. Did the commotion from the jump attract her here? I was too careless. Jin Chan smiles mischievously. "What's wrong? Aren't you going to welcome me?" The hot-headed Fu Shi jumps out. How could we welcome a jerk from the prison? Don't joke around. He immediately uses his secret sword art. Ling Diao rushes to stop him. Don't go over there. Jin Chan tosses a coin into the air and says slowly, "Tribute of time and light." The coin stops mid-air ding, and then everything comes to a standstill. As the golden coin fades, Fu Shi breaks free from the stasis, but Jin Chan is already beside him, patting his shoulder. Fu Shi is stunned. Winded before he can finish, he turns into a golden statue. Jin Chan pushes Fu Shi aside and walks toward Ling Diao with a grin. It seems you know a bit about me. So, you must realize that resisting is pointless, right? Jin Chan leans in to inspect Ling Diao. Oh, I didn't notice you earlier. Are you also? Ling Diao asks warily. What exactly do you want? Jin Chan holds up 2 fingers. He. I'll give you 2 choices. First, I'll wipe all of you out right here. Ling Diao goes pale. You bastard! Jin Chan holds up her 2 fingers. And the second choice is to bribe me. Ling Diao is stunned. Is there something wrong with that? Why? Jin Chan is excited. Haven't you heard that bringing benefits to others also brings benefits to yourself? Well, make your choice. Don't drag it out. Time is money, you know. She turns toward Uncle He. I came here specifically to taste Uncle He's cooking. Hearing this, Ling Diao turns to look at Uncle He, bewildered. You Uncle He? Uncle He just stands there, not knowing what to say. He then serves a steaming, delicious tray of food. Jin Chan can't help but exclaim, so good! She happily slurps the soup and praises him. As expected, Uncle He's cooking is the best. Ling Diao still doesn't understand why this old woman is here. What exactly is the relationship between her and Uncle He? Jin Chan, why the wink? Haven't you told them I'm your benefactor? Ling Diao asked, stunned. Are you really the one who helped Uncle He escape his cage? Jin Chan hung her head and chuckled. I wouldn't call myself a benefactor. It was just a whim back then. It felt like such a waste for those kids with such skills to be disposed of just because they were failed experiments. So, rest easy. I have no intention of harming any of you. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the golden statues of Wu Mian and Lady Fo returned to normal. Lady Fo teared up, still in disbelief. Wait, I'm still alive? Ling Diao patted her shoulder comfortingly. It's okay, Lady Fo. She's not going to hurt us. Lady Fo sobbed, tears and snot streaming down her face. Really? I thought for sure I was a goner. Having finished Uncle He's meal, Jin Chan was in a wonderful mood. She pressed her palms together to thank him for the food. That was a satisfying meal. So satisfying. She stood up, threw on her coat, and waved at them. I won't overstay my welcome. Thanks for the hospitality. Jin Chan paused and looked back, adding a warning. One last thing, I've got some bad news for you all. Since some infiltrators attacked the school a few days ago, causing serious trouble, the cage will be conducting a massive sweep for anyone disguised as a human. Note: this line is a continuation of the previous warning about the sweep. You made such a scene at the bird's nest, did you never think about the consequences? Ling Diao, Hua Li, and Lady Fo remained silent. As Jin Chan walked past Wu Mian, she hesitated, glanced at him, and then scoffed before walking away. Wu Mian fell into a crisis of thought. His eyes flickered aimlessly, and his head spun. I was only safe because she wasn't hostile. Another brush with death, saved only by luck. Should I even be celebrating? No, I shouldn't. Why did I ever become an infiltrator? Because I had no choice. If I hadn't made that deal with the mask back then, I'd already be dead. I just wasn't ready to die. I wanted to keep living, even if the mask eventually takes over my body. Even if it's only temporary, at least this power can help me determine my own fate. But hasn't everything stayed exactly the same? I have to get stronger. I'm just too weak. So weak. Ling Diao noticed Wu Mian standing there in a daze, looking unwell, so she went over to check on him. Wu Mian, you look pale. Did she scare you? Wu Mian replied coldly. I'm fine. Ling Diao pressed further. Are you sure? I'm so sorry you had to go through this because of us. Wu Mian forced a smile to reassure her. It's all right. I'm always like this. Meanwhile, at the gloomy, gray bird's nest, a figure walked in. Sister Lan, you're back? After being released by Wu Mian's sister, Wen Kan Guan, Zi Luolan had to return to the bird's nest. She brushed past Bai Ye. The little girl told her about him getting hurt and being brought in, but Zi Luolan didn't care and just walked right past her. So what? What does that have to do with me? Bai Ye turned back, surprised. Huh? Sister Lan, what's wrong? What happened? Zi Luolan walked deeper into the bird's nest headquarters. She stood before a door, looking at the glittering ring on her finger with grim determination. I'm sorry, Lin. Please just wait a little longer. No matter what it takes, I will get revenge for you, even if it means becoming an enemy of the cage. Ziluolan entered Bai He's office. He sat there, resting his chin on his hands, and remarked, Ziluolan, I know you're not willing to let this go, but some things are out of your hands. You cannot kill Huang Yi. I let you go this time, so handle the hungry problem properly, and I might just overlook your mistakes. Ziluolan felt utterly helpless. The infiltrators had cost her her family, her friends, and her lover, and yet she was forced to serve this very thing. Ziluolan gritted her teeth, her eyes filled with hate. It was all a sick joke. The door slowly opened to reveal a massive, grotesque pile of things filling the room. Xiaobu stammered, Mommy, you're back? Ziluolan replied icily, I heard you've been very naughty this time. Xiaobu was immediately terrified. What do you mean, Mommy? Xiaobu has always been a good girl. Ziluolan lowered her face. Still lying? Time for punishment. With that, a needle was injected into Xiaobu's body. Xiaobu immediately wailed, tears streaming down. Ah, it hurts. I'm sorry, Mommy. Xiaobu's screams echoed throughout the cage. I was wrong. I really was. I won't go out randomly, and I won't eat so much anymore. Stop it, please, Mommy. It hurts so much. Ziluolan smirked slightly. No, from today on, eat as much as you want. I won't control you anymore. Xiaobu looked bewildered. Wait, why? She smiled. I'm setting you free. Click. The containment system holding Xiaobu stopped and disengaged. Xiaobu's eyes welled up. The restraints around her body fell away. Clack! Clack! Ziluolan walked over. From now on, I won't limit your feeding anymore. There are plenty of delicious things in the outside world. Eat to your heart's content. She stroked Xiaobu's face. Xiaobu gazed at her with wide, tear-filled eyes. Mommy, I love you. Xiaobu lunged forward and hugged Ziluolan tightly. Ziluolan had her own agenda. After nurturing her for so long, she never expected to finally have a use for her. Suddenly, Xiaobu let out a crazed laugh, revealing sharp, blade-like teeth. I tricked you, the girl roared at Ziluolan. The person I hate most is you. Goodbye, you stinking old hag. Ziluolan managed to block the monster's bite. She muttered a curse. You filthy brat, Ziluolan laughed loudly. I won't die that easily. Xiaobu couldn't believe her eyes. How could you not be shredded to pieces? Ziluolan was the one who truly held the rules of this battle. Seems you finally noticed, haven't you? You can't kill me completely. Xiaobu asked. What did you do to me? Actually, over the years, every time I punished you, I used my ability to leave a mental subconscious mark inside your body. Even though you're a heavy sinner, it seems that over time, it has affected you quite a bit. Ziluolan offered a deal. Agree to one condition, and I'll remove the mental mark from your body, and you'll have true freedom. Upon hearing this, Xiaobu realized she had been controlled by this woman and flew into a rage. How dare you? A stinking hag like you thinks you can use me? I'm going to tear you apart. Ziluolan remained unfazed. Fine. Have it your way then. Back at Ling Diao's hideout, everyone was discussing their next move. This place wasn't safe anymore, especially since they'd been exposed to Jin Chan. We should find a new place to stay soon. As for Uncle He, we were negligent. We'll need a new strategy for him later. Honestly, it seems more dangerous now to keep him with us. Wu Mian closed his eyes. I don't mind. I'm fine staying here, and besides, Uncle He's cooking is delicious. He opened one eye and asked Ling Diao, and what about you all? Even after all this, you don't have any issues with him at all? Ling Diao explained. He's taken care of us for 5 years, raising us. To us, he's like a parent. So, you're an important member of their family, I see. Wu Mian smiled at Ling Diao. Honestly, I really admire you girls. Ling Diao looked confused. Admire them? Why? Just as they were talking, his phone started ringing, ruining the mood. Wu Mian pulled the phone out of his pocket. It was a call from an unknown number not saved in his contacts. Wu Mian mused, a strange number? Still, he picked it up to see. Hello? The person on the other end was the doctor. Wu Mian. It's Dr. Xing. There's something you should know. It seems that the patient named Xing has survived and was successfully treated thanks to the containment measures at the facility. I received word that she will be transferred back to our hospital in 3 days. After hearing that long speech, Wu Mian simply replied, I understand. Thank you. The phone clicked off. Oh, it turns out Bai. He was standing right there behind Dr. Xing, watching him intently. He was definitely up to something. Hearing the dial tone, Wu Mian stared at the screen. He was certain of one thing. He had never given his number to that guy. Dr. Xing Wu Mian felt things getting interesting. Ling Diao looked at the phone. frustrated. What a despicable guy. Giving you this news right now, it's definitely a trap set by the facility. Wu Mian sighed. I know, but I still have to go. Ling Diao couldn't understand what was going through his head. Why are you being such a fool? Even if you go, your friend isn't the same person she used to be anymore. Wu Mian smirked. That's exactly why I have to settle this debt in person. Ling Diao didn't get what he was thinking. He comforted her. Don't worry, I won't be reckless this time. Ling Diao asked, do you even have a plan? It's not really a plan, just a few small preparations. Meanwhile, inside, Fu Xi was pressing her face against the door, trying to eavesdrop on their conversation. With a nosy look on her face, she thought, is this guy really dragging Ling Diao into something dangerous? Damn it, why can't I hear what else they're saying? 3 days later, at the base, Ling Diao looked at Wu Mian in confusion as he prepared to leave. What, you're going alone? He nodded. She, of course, disagreed. It's too dangerous. At least let me go with you. Wu Mian, of course, didn't want to see her get hurt. Ling Diao thanked him, and he turned to look at her, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. But don't follow me. Just let me handle this alone. I can't let you guys get dragged into this again. Suddenly, Ling Diao felt a heavy weight crash down on her. Ling Diao yelled angrily at Wu Mian. You bastard! You dare use your ability on me? Wu Mian pushed the door open to leave. Haha, don't worry, I'll be fine. I've prepared for everything. Wu Mian stepped outside. The growth of his abnormality was faster than he had ever imagined, even though, over the last 3 days, the abnormality had significant side effects on his body, but the feeling was addictive. Besides his powers getting stronger, the sensation of control was something he couldn't stop. Wu Mian looked down at his hands. He was very curious to see just how far this ability could actually grow. Wu Mian glanced to the left. In a nearby building, a swarm of bats was hanging upside down to avoid the light. Their wings flapped with a noisy, chaotic sound. Wu Mian pointed his index finger directly at their nest. Bang! A surge of power shot out, and the massive explosion scattered the flock of bats. Wu Mian lowered his hand. Humph, abnormality can really impact the physical world. Time to go play, you bastards from the facility. Time to erase your existence. After finishing the conversation with Wu Mian, Fu Xi returned to his room, sitting pouting on the sofa. Annoying. Why is he being so nice to him? Xiao Dan even lent him clothes to wear. Facing that grumpy, arms-crossed expression, Xiao Dan asked with a deadpan look, can't you be nice to a newcomer? Why are you being so selfish all of a sudden? Ugh. After a few minutes, the anger in his heart finally faded. He sat there, resting his chin on his hand, and spoke quietly. If that guy asked for my help, I'd help him too. But going alone like that, it's just stupid. Hearing what Fu Xi said, Xiao Dan, standing to the side, gripped the hem of her dress tightly. After a moment, she let go, her head drooping, looking as limp as a noodle as she spoke. For now, I can only trust him. After traveling for a while, Wu Mian finally arrived at his destination. The city was surprisingly peaceful, no different than usual. Below the building where he stood was a large shopping center with countless people coming and going. Watching the crowd, Wu Mian wondered, what exactly is that guy planning? To lead me all the way here, it can't be that simple. Thinking about that, Wu Mian narrowed his dark eyes dangerously. This is a trap, isn't it? If I see Xing again now, how should I face her? Does she even remember me? He activated his invisibility cloak, stepped down onto the street, and walked toward the building, ignoring the crowd. But it's strange. I've walked this far, and I can't feel the presence or the aura of any other members from the facility at all. After walking for a bit, Wu Mian appeared in a deserted hallway where a man was already waiting. You went to all that trouble to lead me here? And yet you're waiting for me so openly? The man lowered his head and sneered. Ha, you got here fast. I didn't even tell you which room I was in. To those words, Wu Mian looked up, giving him a glare filled with murderous intent, and retorted without missing a beat, because you reek. I could smell you from a mile away. Facing that harsh mockery, he didn't seem bothered at all. In fact, he went along with it. Well then, my apologies. That attitude made Wu Mian grit his teeth in frustration. Why are you here alone? You don't actually think you can take me down by yourself, do you? He laughed brightly at the question, then slowly delivered a lethal line. What are you talking about? When did I say I wanted to take you down? Aren't you going to visit your dear friend Xing first? Afraid he wouldn't go, he pointed to the white door opposite them as an invitation. She's in the room on the right, waiting for you. Hearing that, Wu Mian bowed his head, deep in thought, and didn't say a word. He just stood there in silence, glancing toward that side, considering his options. Even though he still couldn't sense any murderous intent coming from the room, shaking off his train of thought, Wu Mian stepped closer to the door. Before leaving, he didn't forget to look at Bai He one last time, but something still felt deeply uncomfortable. Despite that feeling, he reached out and slid the door open. Once it was open, Wu Mian looked inside and greeted, "Xing, I'm coming in." As soon as he stepped inside, Wu Mian saw something that made his eyes widen in horror. Observing it for a moment, he felt his entire worldview shaken. What is this? Outside, Bai He witnessed his entire reaction and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Immediately after, amid Wu Mian's stunned, horrified silence, Bai He's mocking voice echoed everywhere. "You really are such a fool. What exactly were you hoping to find?" As his soul returned to his body, Wu Mian glared at Bai He, with eyes that could kill. "Where is Han?" I growled. At that question, Bai He stood up from his chair. "Don't tell me you're that oblivious. This is the adorable classmate Han. You'd think that would be the end of it." Bai He tilted his head with a crazed grin and unleashed his final blow. A successful treatment for an experiment with a survival rate of less than 10%. Do you really believe that kind of story? Seeing his silent, brooding reaction, the guy laughed mockingly and offered a half-hearted apology. Seeing that Wu Mian Li still wouldn't react, Bai He walked up to him and smirked. "Still thinking about your classmate, Han? She died the very first day of the experiment." Right there on the bed lay the twisted body of a girl. Before he could say another word, he reached out and grabbed his face. Immediately after, the wall began to shatter, and bricks and stone flew everywhere. He was now being pinned to the ground by him, his voice menacing as he threatened, "I'll tear your mouth apart first." Deep in his mind, Wu Mian Li was wondering, does she still remember me? Even while pinned to the floor, Bai He still managed to laugh mockingly at Wu Mian Li. "Heh, is the truth that hard for you to handle?" Watching Wu Mian Li lose his composure and glare at him with murderous intent, he laughed even harder. Or perhaps, ignoring the hand pressed against his face, ready to send him to the afterlife at any moment, he kept laughing and mercilessly taunting Wu Mian Li, making him recall some unpleasant memories. Without letting him speak further, he activated his power to blast Bai He away. You'd think that would be the end of it, but through some miraculous means, Bai He appeared perfectly unscathed behind Wu Mian Li to keep talking, then didn't hesitate to attack. Hearing the voice from behind him, he widened his eyes in disbelief. As he snapped back to reality, Wu Mian Li's face was filled with killing intent. He turned around and glared at him with a look that could kill, his voice chilling as he gritted out each word. "For you, a clone means nothing, right? It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch." Struck right in the heart by that jab, He was slightly taken aback but quickly retorted, still showing that cocky attitude. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Mian Li dashed from where he stood, appeared right in front of him, and slammed his hand onto Bai He's face. Once again, he unleashed his power, and a burst of white energy exploded everywhere, cracking the wall behind them. Even though he had used his power to blast the guy away, Bai He appeared behind him once again, without a single scratch, and continued his psychological warfare. "How was that? Destroying two of me in a row. Do you feel a bit relieved now?" Upon coming to his senses, Wu Mian Li's face darkened, and he turned to glare at him with eyes sharp as daggers, saying in a terrifying tone, "You are as annoying as a fly." After being insulted like that, He didn't seem offended at all. Instead, he laughed like he'd never laughed before. "Not quite, right? I just wanted to verify a few things." Finishing his sentence, he leaned in slightly and looked at him with a crazed gaze, his mouth curling into a grin that stretched to his ears as he asked a cryptic question. "Do you still remember what you are?" He watched as Wu Mian Li stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. He took advantage of the momentum. "Do you still have memories of that meeting 8 years ago?" That state only lasted a moment before Wu Mian Li calmed down, his lips pressed together in determination as he looked at him. Watching Wu Mian Li stand motionless with his head bowed, He took the opportunity to say everything. "No, that might not be quite right. It should be some things from before. For example, your memories after leaving the orphanage." Mentioning that, his expression finally changed, becoming visibly hesitant. Not giving Wu Mian Li a chance to breathe or retort, He appeared behind him, hands nonchalantly stuffed in his pockets. "Looks like I guessed right. It didn't just stop at one clone. Countless versions of He appeared, surrounding Wu Mian Li in the center. I originally thought you had just become a special kind of object, but now it seems it's not that simple. From 3 clones, he seemed to clone himself again and again, surrounding him without a single gap. Your power gives me a sense of familiarity. I noticed it when we met last time." These words left Wu Mian Li with many questions. "What are you talking about?" Faced with that question, he narrowed his eyes, looking at him with a gaze both crazed and slightly excited. "If it's like what I think, Even Wen Jingguan can't protect you. Hearing that name, Wu Mian Li was slightly stunned. Wen Jingguan. But he quickly realized the abnormality and returned to his normal state. Don't drag her into this. Being warned. Bye, he just chuckled. So that's not it, huh? Observing that reaction, Wu Mian Li finally exploded, angrily reaching out as he lunged toward where he was standing. You damn bastard! However, the attack didn't succeed. It was blocked by a blue eye. Seeing the hand appear at another corner of the eye, he doubted everything for a moment. What? It didn't stop there. When the eye disappeared, a massive burst of power appeared out of nowhere, forcing Wu Mian Li to back away. Bai He, hands in his pockets, gently offered information. My power isn't just about standing there and taking hits. Watching Wu Mian Li retreat cautiously, he jokingly asked, how does it feel to be attacked by your own power? Finished speaking, Bai He leaned in slightly, wearing a friendly expression as he advised, don't be so agitated. Even if you destroy this clone of mine, it's meaningless. Why don't we just talk? Right? Wu Mian Li? No, I should call you by redacted instead. Hearing something, Wu Mian Li's face darkened, his eyes wide with disbelief. Immediately after, a surge of power erupted from his body. Countless streams of red energy poured out of Wu Mian Li. He hung his head, expressionless, and said, enough. This guy doesn't need to know these things. Those words left Bai He completely frozen. Eh? Witnessing his bewildered expression, Wu Mian Li glanced at him with his blood-red eye. Why so surprised? Wasn't this your goal? Under that murderous gaze, Bai He finally learned what fear smelled like and began to falter. That's right. It really is the aura of that object. That state of confusion only lasted a few seconds. He calmed down and scanned Wu Mian Li, but it didn't seem quite the same. Knowing what Bai He was thinking, he reached up to adjust his collar and glared at him with dagger-like eyes. If you're looking for death, I'll grant it to you. As he spoke, the entire space turned pitch black, and the Bai He clone opposite him was torn apart by something. Having just finished off one Bai He clone, a smoke-filled Wu Mian Li walked up from behind and declared, this guy's body belongs to me. Don't touch my things so casually. To make his point clear, he looked up, revealing his own blood-red, murderous pupils. Who gave you permission? Hearing that tone, Bai He became dead serious. As he gently removed his gloves to reveal strange black stitches, he spoke slowly. It seems you aren't curious about how I know that memory of yours. Saying that, he narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously. After observing him closely for a moment, Bai He looked at Wu Mian Li, pressed his lips together, and expressionlessly voiced his inner question. But I'm curious, why did you appear inside this guy's body? Let me test that out. He smirked triumphantly as countless streams of black energy erupted from the stitches on his hands. From that mist, infinite copies of Bai He swarmed in, sealing off every single exit. Ignoring the encirclement, I looked up with a blank expression. You've made two mistakes. Your probing has been meaningless from the very start. No sooner had I finished than I wiped out his entire swarm of copies in a heartbeat. The sight left Bai He trembling, his worldview shaken to its core. What is this? This guy's energy, it's completely wrong. Before he could finish, I flickered in and out of existence, appearing right in front of him, my hand raised to strike, because I am not who you think I am. With that, I slammed him into the ground, shattering the earth and sending dust clouds billowing everywhere. Yet, by some strange twist, Bai He reappeared behind me, unharmed, ready to attack again. I didn't even react, just kept my head lowered. Then, as he got close enough, I looked up, my eyes flashing with a dangerous red light. I told you that you were looking for death. Did you think I was joking? Bai He, mid-lunge, suddenly froze, his eyes widening in pure shock. Just like that, I drove my hand straight through his chest. Even with blood pouring from his mouth and his shoulder mangled, Bai He still managed a twisted grin. So strong, but how long can you keep this up? My clones are scattered all over this building. I can play with you as long as I want. I didn't even blink, my hand tightening around his heart. I have no interest in playing. Outside, the real Bai He felt something, his eyes bulging and turning bloodshot. He groaned in agony, clutching his chest in a hidden corner. Ugh, the real Bai. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his body spasming. My heart, what's happening to it? Back at the scene, Bai He stared in disbelief, struggling to process the reality of his situation. No, that's impossible. How can damage to my clone affect my actual body? Hearing his question, I gave a sinister smile, revealing sharp teeth. Because you are currently inside my world. His eyes widened to the point of popping. Before he could beg for mercy, I squeezed my hand, and blood sprayed everywhere. With his heart crushed, the clone of Bai He collapsed, his eyes turning into hollow, black pits. I stood over him and spoke coldly. Killing you right now would be a waste of my time. I didn't stop there. I glared at him with my blood-red murderous eyes and sighed. But you are such a nuisance. As soon as I said that, a giant eye with a golden pupil appeared behind me. Sensing the gaze, I quickly turned my head to look. A pulse of black power shot from that pupil, piercing straight through my chest. Even with a hole through my heart, I spoke with a flat voice. I really didn't want to be detected this early, but now I've changed my mind. As I spoke, the entire space turned pitch black. Immediately after, surrounding that golden eye, countless eyes with familiar red pupils appeared. Somewhere else, in a dark prison, a figure sat on a sofa, shrouded in absolute shadow. A moment later, an old man slowly opened his eyes, revealing golden pupils. On the other side, the blackness began to dissipate, leaving me standing there, stunned and bewildered. As I regained my senses, my gaze fell upon the twisted, mangled corpse of Bai He on the ground. Just as I was focused on it, Truth appeared behind me, startling me so badly I nearly jumped out of my skin. Don't worry, I already took care of him for you. Coming back to my senses, I looked at Truth with suspicion. When did you get here? I fell silent, narrowing my eyes and looking away. Seeing my reaction, Truth circled around me, quickly understanding what was wrong. Ah, you're still thinking about what he said earlier, aren't you? I didn't answer. After a long silence, I calmed down, looked at Truth, and spoke my mind. I know those memories aren't mine, but every time I think about them, I feel such an intense, strange emotion. Hearing my confession, Truth spoke calmly. Don't get hung up on such trivial things. Rest assured, as long as I'm here, those memories won't affect you. Having settled that, Truth returned to the main point. Do you want me to help you dispose of the body? I buried my face in my collar, closed my eyes, and shook my head. Forget it. Let's get out of here first. I opened my eyes, a sense of resolve clear in my gaze as I tried to convince myself. Brain death is irreversible. I should have known that long ago. I walked toward the empty hallway, lost in thought. Han had been dead for a long time. Truth didn't say a word, just followed behind me. Outside the city, the orange-yellow glow of sunset bathed everything in light. On the roof of a building, a figure stood alone. Behind her, another girl approached. She looked at the girl standing by the railing and asked, "You come here every day. Do you like the view?" The girl tilted her head slightly and answered briefly. Like it? She looked up at the sky with a gentle smile and whispered, "It's just that. Very soon I won't be able to see it anymore." With that, she turned to the black-haired girl and beamed happily. "Thank you, Wen Jingguan. These past few days have been enough for me." That remark made Wen Jingguan smile back warmly. Suddenly, Wen Jingguan's eyes widened in horror. The girl with pink hair had leaned back, letting herself fall off the edge. If only I were a normal person, maybe then I could have had a better life. As she plummeted through the air, completely out of control, she silently prayed to live forever in this beautiful place. Thinking of that, she couldn't hold back her tears, reaching out into the empty air. The beautiful sky suddenly felt close enough to touch. After she chose to end her life by jumping, very quickly, Wen Jingguan made her way down and covered the body with a white sheet, sighing heavily. "I never expected you to choose this way to end it." Covering the body, Wen Jingguan's mood was visibly heavy. "If I had been able to catch you in time, maybe it wouldn't have ended like this, but I still couldn't do it." Looking at the broken body on the ground, with blood splattered everywhere, Wen Jingguan felt an even deeper sense of regret. "I couldn't save you." Shaking off the thought, she glanced quietly in another direction and spoke in a low voice, "Sorry." Returning to where he was, as Wu Mian Li and Wu Mian Li had pushed Xiaobu quite a distance away, he suddenly appeared, crouching down to look at Bai He's body to ask for his opinion. "Hey, if you're not going to eat that, can you give it to me?" Xiaobu continued to stare at the remains with hungry eyes. "Such delicious food, it's a waste to throw it away." Those words made Wu Mian, who had one foot out of the portal, stop in his tracks. He turned back, looking stunned. Seeing Wu Mian noticed her, Xiaobu kept chewing on the remains and asked, "What's the matter? Regretting it now? I'm not sharing with you." Wu Mian didn't care, focusing on sizing up Xiaobu. Where the hell did this thing come from? Without stopping, he kept evaluating the remains of Bai He's clone. Soon, Wu Mian Li also noticed Xiaobu, who was chomping away like she hadn't eaten in days. Watching this, Wu Mian Li stood in silent observation. After finishing off the remains, Xiaobu licked her lips, praising the taste as exquisite. Suddenly, Xiaobu twitched as she caught a scent. In a flash, she found the wall he had punched a hole through and grew excited. There's food in there too. However, Wu Mian blocked her path, causing her to bump into him. Having successfully stopped her, Wu Mian glared down at her with a dangerous look. "Little brat, Who are you? Faced with the question, Xiaobu bowed her head, gritted her teeth, and demanded, Move. To prove she wasn't bluffing, she looked up, her expression twisted in a threat. Xiaobu was starving. She was slightly surprised when he mentioned a strange new name. She snapped out of her thoughts. Wu Mian stepped aside, and Xiaobu happily wandered inside. Humph, at least you're sensible. But life isn't a dream. As she was drooling, searching for more food, he silently picked up a rock, planning a sneak attack. With a loud thud, Xiaobu collapsed to the ground, dizzy with a few lumps on her head. Wu Mian picked up the unconscious Xiaobu and pondered. Her build and eyes looked just like that monster I met at the beast's nest. This can't be a coincidence, right? A while later, Xiaobu slowly came to. What happened to me? After a few seconds of dizziness, she finally woke up fully, feeling very woozy. Immediately, Xiaobu glanced down and noticed something. She was tied up, and her mouth was gagged with a piece of cloth. What is the meaning of this? Noticing Xiaobu was waking up and struggling, Wu Mian munched on a meat sandwich, crumbs still on his mouth. Oh, you're up? Xiaobu, who had been wriggling a moment ago, froze as he spoke, replaced by an expression of shock. Watching her surprise, Wu Mian remained expressionless, continuing to devour his sandwich while asking, Sleep well? Instead of answering properly, Xiaobu struggled and kicked angrily. Although she couldn't speak, she used every ounce of her strength to curse him. Watching this, he kept a stoic silence, not saying a word. His dark eyes narrowed, watching her dangerously. Just then, Wu Mian Li appeared from nowhere, looking 3 parts helpless and 7 parts annoyed. Don't let your guard down. This thing is very dangerous. To that reminder, he gave a deadpan look. I know. Even you are acting so cautious. Seeing his dismissive reaction, Wu Mian Li was speechless and narrowed his eyes to warn him again. I'm surprised you managed to knock her out so easily, but she is definitely a tough one to deal with. Ignoring Wu Mian Li's earnest advice, he kept his focus on the furiously struggling Xiaobu. 10 minutes later, she showed no sign of fatigue, constantly thrashing about. Watching the whole thing, he couldn't help but question reality a bit. Are you sure you aren't lying to me? Wu Mian Li was now completely speechless. Regaining his composure, he accepted the truth. I'm not. After watching for a bit longer, Wu Mian gave up his deadpan look and removed the gag from Xiaobu's mouth. Fine, let her talk. I still have some things to ask her. Once the cloth was removed, Xiaobu glared at him, as if she wanted to devour him whole. Without a second thought, she lunged and bit Wu Mian's hand hard, making him yelp in pain. However, after a brief moment of shock, he quickly regained his composure and pulled his hand away, though he still watched her vigilantly. Are you a dog? Why are you biting me out of nowhere? Xiaobu ignored him, her expression serious, as she growled her demand. Let me go. Did you tie me up? You bastard. As soon as she finished speaking, she squinted at him with a suspicious look, saying, I just remembered. You look a bit familiar. Thinking for a moment, Xiaobu finally realized, but she grew even more furious. Ah, you're the bad guy, the accomplice of that evil woman from the other day. Hearing this, Wu Mian confirmed his suspicions. So that means you really are that monster from the beast's nest. Xiaobu went back into grumpy mode, refusing to answer and asking instead, Are you looking for trouble? Faced with the question, Wu Mian stopped hiding it and turned serious, stating his demand. I need you to take me to see Ziluolan. That request left Xiaobu looking utterly incredulous. Ha! You want to find that foul woman? On what grounds should I take you there? Every word she said left him unable to believe his ears. Foul woman? I recall you calling her mother. At those words, Xiaobu scoffed and turned her head away. I was just playing along with her. She gritted her teeth, mocking the title. What a ridiculous way to address her. Just then, the wall beside them began to crack. The movement quickly drew Wu Mian's attention. At the same time, a familiar golden eye appeared. A moment later, another one emerged with a longer tongue. The creature used its long tongue to jab at Wu Mian, but he dodged it. However, the attack left a scratch on his cheek. A few minutes later, a pile of similar-looking creatures crawled through the wall, muttering nonsense. Xiaobu stood frozen, staring at a sharp spike that had appeared in front of her. Suddenly, one creature stood out and stared at Wu Mian, saying, This really surprises me. The creature stared at Wu Mian Li behind Wu Mian and asked bluntly, How did you manage to escape? After Wu Mian Li voiced his own doubts, the other one glared at him and Wu Mian, criticizing them. You made a stupid choice. Wu Mian Li didn't stop there. The golden-eyed one seized the opportunity to taunt him relentlessly. You shouldn't have appeared here. To those taunts, Wu Mian just remained silent. He gave him a deadpan stare without arguing or saying a word. Wu Mian Li had a similar reaction, his face dark and bowed, refusing to utter a sound. A moment later, Wu Mian Li raised his eyebrows, his expression as dark as ever. Right then, a black eye with a blood-red pupil appeared in the sky, shining directly down on them. In an instant, countless streams of red energy enveloped him. Seeing this, the creature reached out, as if to grab something. With a simple reach from below the ground, a massive black arm appeared and clamped down on Truth, catching him completely off guard. Watching Truth immobilized in its palm, the creature was smug. It didn't fear struggle because struggle was pointless. With that, it stared at him with eyes full of madness. "I understand you better than anyone." Hearing those words, Wu Mian Li didn't deny it. He just lowered his head, let out a sinister chuckle, and spoke. "In that regard, we're exactly the same." Dismissed and insulted like that, the creature wasn't even annoyed. It just accepted the fact and bluntly stated, "Then do me a favor and disappear right here." Before the creature could react, Wu Mian raised his hand, and a surge of energy appeared out of nowhere, making the arm that was binding Truth vanish into thin air. Not so fast. The master of that strike, Wu Mian, now held his hand out. His face, though devoid of expression, had eyes that looked like he wanted to eat the enemy alive. Touching someone else's property isn't nice, you know. Watching this, the creature froze. Questioning reality, this was a paradox. Ignoring the creature's stunned, rigid expression, Wu Mian focused on finding information. "Hey, what's up with that thing? It knew your name and attacked you directly. You never told me about this." However, before he could get an answer, a sight made his eyes widen in terror. Truth's body was gradually fading and blurring. Seeing this, Wu Mian lost his composure. "Hey, your body," he observed a reaction. Seeing his panic and shock, Truth smiled brightly to reassure him. "It's okay. It won't have any effect. It won't dissipate like last time." Receiving that reassurance, Wu Mian focused on the main issue, glancing at the group of creatures behind, and voiced his inner confusion. "Earlier you said you were being targeted, you meant these things? What even are they?" As he spoke, an image of a distorted body lying on a bed flashed through his mind. Sensing that thought, Truth looked a bit helpless, and quickly refuted it. "Don't get the wrong idea. They aren't like that one." Afraid Wu Mian wouldn't believe them, Truth explained in full detail. "They were born specifically by mimicking the intent to target me. They're a defensive layer he set up to guard against me." Mentioning this, Truth became visibly dejected. That traitor. The attitude in that phrase successfully caught Wu Mian's attention. The traitor. Wu Mian Li refused to speak further on the matter and proactively changed the subject. "But this time, I've prepared a special treat for him." After saying that, Wu Mian Li asked Little Boo, who was tied up behind them, with a cryptic smile. "Hey kid, hungry yet?" Facing the question, the girl didn't answer. She just started biting her fingernails, her eyes filled with hunger, saliva dripping down her chin. After being asked that, Little Boo couldn't suppress her cravings any longer. Staring at the pile of creatures in front of her, she drooled profusely. Yet, deep down, Little Boo quickly sensed something strange. It was clearly something she had never seen before. From her perspective, the creatures in front of her looked like nothing more than black and white spots with various shapes. After observing for a moment longer, Little Boo panted heavily, drool spilling everywhere as if it were about to become a river. She wondered to herself why she felt such an intense craving. Not wanting to stay curious for long, the little girl planted her feet behind her to gain momentum and lunged forward. The Xiaobu of now was completely different from the girl who was throwing a tantrum just a moment ago. She entered battle mode, charging ahead to prepare to finish off each of those black creatures one by one. Seeing her charge at him, the leader opened his eyes wide in absolute shock and disbelief. As the distance between Xiaobu and the leader narrowed, a similar black creature, but with a much larger body, stepped forward. Without a word, it swung its arm with such force that it sent the lunging Xiaobu flying straight into the adjacent wall. After that attack, Xiaobu quickly lay slumped against the wall, leaving a hole, without any reaction. Observing the scene, the leader felt a sense of déjà vu. This name sounds so familiar. Although he thought that, the leader still commanded the giant creature to move closer to the girl, intending to strike again. But life isn't always a dream. Just as it reached out its hand to deliver another blow, a surge of power appeared from nowhere, causing its hand to vanish into thin air. Just when it seemed everything would end there, Xiaobu somehow miraculously transformed into a surge of power and shot straight toward the creature, to its utter astonishment. Xiaobu didn't launch an attack. She just appeared, staring fixedly at the creature, opening her mouth wide, intending to take a huge bite. Then, she bit down, and a surge of power appeared from nowhere, sending the upper body of that creature to the afterlife. After taking a huge bite, Xiao Bu landed steadily, preparing for the next attack. As she steadied herself, the girl wobbled to her feet, smiling with satisfaction and complimenting, "Delicious, give me another piece." Witnessing this, the leader finally reacted, eyes bulging in surprise. Wu Mian Li and Wu Mian Li, standing behind observing the whole process, couldn't help but be stunned and questioning their existence. How did she suddenly get so strong? Just a moment ago, she clearly had no resistance at all. Hearing this, Wu Mian Li speculated to himself, these guys must suit her taste. Observing for a while longer, seeing that the situation had stabilized, Wu Mian Li felt optimistic amidst the chaos. That group is being held back by her. This is a golden opportunity. At those words, Wu Mian Li stood still, looking determined to charge in and fight at any moment. How should we deal with them? Hearing that, Wu Mian Li silently turned to run, not forgetting to urge him on. Who said we have to deal with them? Why don't you take the chance to run? This decision left Wu Mian Li unable to react. Wu Mian Li's choice to flee instead of fighting left him a bit stunned, unable to believe it as he asked one last time, "Are you kidding me? We're just going to run like that?" Facing his question and his somewhat reluctant demeanor, the truth spoke up, slightly annoyed, not forgetting to urge him, "Stop asking questions. I'm handing control of the body back to you." Hearing this, he intended to argue, but knowing what he wanted to say, the truth didn't give him the chance and cut him off immediately. Enough talking. Immediately after it finished speaking, the surrounding buildings were now engulfed in a wave of red energy. Just like that, Wu Mian's original form vanished, seamlessly slipping right into his body. Outside Wu Mian's body, streams of red smoke emerged as he sneezed. Wu Mian shifted back into his combat stance, his eyes glowing a blood red, radiating killing intent as he prepared to take someone down. If it appeared before him, he'd gently tease it. "Yeah, you little brat," being mocked like that. Finally, Wu Mian surfaced, shakily asking about the truth within his own body. "Were you actually able to hijack my body?" At that question, the truth inside him broke into a smug, mocking grin and answered as if it were only natural. "Are you surprised?" Challenged with such a condescending tone, Wu Mian officially fell into a state of stunned silence, unable to retort. Knowing exactly what he was thinking, the truth of Wu Mian beamed and punched him in the chest, his voice filled with firm conviction. "Don't worry, I'm just borrowing it for a moment. I'll return it to you right after I'm done." The moment those words were spoken, the truth opened his eyes, narrowing them dangerously as he pondered something. He knew he had to take this chance while they were trapped in his own world to get out of here. Thinking this, he began to assess the situation, his physical form gradually fading and vanishing from the spot. That world couldn't be sustained for long. Any mistake now would be catastrophic. A while later, in some abandoned area, countless figures were stumbling aimlessly down the road. Watching those lethargic, sluggish shadows, the truth inside Wu Mian stomped his foot and stated firmly, at this distance, they shouldn't be able to catch up anymore. Up ahead was the abandoned area where Ling Diao and the others were hiding. With that said, the truth inside Wu Mian flashed a bright smile, speaking his final words before the streaks of red energy began to separate from his body. "Though I don't want to use your body anymore, the deadline is approaching. I'm returning control to you." After completely exiting his body, the truth appeared beside Wu Mian, beaming as he asked about the situation. "Huh, you don't look too happy, do you?" At that question, he stared at the truth with a look that could kill, responding through gritted teeth. "You really enjoy taking control, don't you?" Being stared down with such murderous intent, the truth clearly faltered. Wasn't it because the situation was critical that he had to do that? Hearing the excuses the truth offered, Wu Mian's mood didn't improve. Instead, his voice grew sterner. "Is that so? But those monsters were the ones you intentionally led here, weren't they?" These words from him left the truth of Wu Mian slightly confused. Why would he think that? Seeing that he still refused to admit to his actions, Wu Mian felt deeply disappointed, turning to walk straight ahead without looking back. "Don't take me for a fool. You've always been trying to sow discord between me and Tu Long, afraid that it wouldn't admit to the things it had done." He lowered his head and started listing the possibilities. "After all, the power you give me only gets stronger when I use it frequently. I've always been thinking about what Du Ditch mentioned. Eventually, what method will you use to replace me? I'm afraid the more I use this power, the stronger your control over my body will become," he added, not giving the truth a chance to argue. "It's pathetic. You don't even need to pretend to be proud anymore." Finished, he tilted his head and looked at the truth of Wu Mian, asking pointedly, "Isn't this running away stuff what you hate the most?" Hearing that, the truth of Wu Mian's expression darkened as he let out a mocking laugh. Getting desperate, are you? Every word felt like a judgment. You two-faced liar. With that, he looked down and declared to the truth, I don't intend to just hand my body over to you that easily. At the same time, a young girl slowly walked by on the other side. Having said that, Wu Mian quickly took notice of her. He turned his head to observe the girl walking slowly. With her white hair and hat, Wu Mian wondered if it was Bai Ye. Meanwhile, at the headquarters in City A, the mayor spoke slowly. As per our agreement, we shouldn't be asking about these matters. He looked up at the two people sitting across from him and said bluntly, but this time, the anomalies caused over 1,000 students from a school to go missing, creating a very negative impact. What responsibility does Too Long intend to take? Not stopping there, the mayor demanded. Today, I must have a satisfactory answer. Ruo, the woman who had been silent while reading her book, finally spoke up. I truly apologize. Something like this won't happen again. I give you my word as a representative of the Grand Maestro. Ruo closed her book, looked up, and smiled as she declared, Please, give us 3 days. Within 3 days, every anomaly in this city will vanish. Each word Ruo spoke caused the mayor to narrow his eyes and grimace in dissatisfaction. Are you mocking me? The mayor's annoyed, dissatisfied demeanor made Ruo slightly confused as she asked offhandedly, Does this not satisfy you? That question was enough to make the mayor grip the armrest of his chair, veins popping out as he ground out every word. The answer I want is a sincere attitude and a proper solution from you, not some absurd plan that will only bring more chaos to my city. Watching the mayor's explosive anger, she remained completely unmoved, calmly speaking. Wasn't I just asking for your opinion? Sensing he wasn't listening, Ruo bowed slightly. Despite the smile on her face, her voice carried a chilling, emotionless tone. Once an anomaly appears, our people will carry out a major purge. After explaining, she didn't want to say anything more, and slowly stood up, preparing to leave. Surely you understand this better than I do. She went even further, declaring this the most effective way to protect the area. As she finished, she turned to lead her subordinates away, leaving the mayor fuming and helpless. Before walking completely out, she approached the door, pushed it open, and looked back at the mayor with a warning gaze. Your attitude is very strange, Mr. Fushi Mayor. She pushed the door open, gave her final warning, and vanished completely behind it. I hope you don't do anything detrimental to us. Seeing that Ruo had completely disappeared from his sight, the mayor couldn't help but let out a long, frustrated sigh, pressing his lips together in silence. Meanwhile, in another abandoned building, Fushi sat with his arms crossed, growing incredibly impatient. Geez, why hasn't that guy Wu Mian returned yet? Ling Diao stood behind him, flipping through some mysterious papers. A few more minutes passed, and as Fushi continued to grumble, Ling Diao couldn't take it anymore and began to scold him. You're too loud. How many times have you complained today? You clearly don't get along with him, so why are you more worried than I am? At that, Fushi crossed his arms and smirked, looking quite smug. Don't misunderstand. Caring for the weak is the mercy of the strong like me. He then drifted into his own delusions, looking as if tiny stars were sparkling around him. This sight made Ling Diao judge him for being a bit of an idiot. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Li approached from behind, sounding very anxious. Xiao Dan went out and hasn't returned yet. Faced with that worry, Ling Diao remained as calm as a cucumber, keeping her optimism high. After all, finding a new spot wasn't easy. Even Xiao Dan would need quite a bit of time to find one. Just as she finished speaking, she suddenly felt something strange. Very quickly, Ling Diao turned her head toward the door behind them. Her reaction worried Hua Li. What is it? Abandoning her carefree demeanor, Ling Diao narrowed her eyes and stared seriously at the door. A troublesome person had arrived. Outside, a man appeared and sneered at the boarded-up door. Hiding in here, are you? The man held the unconscious Xiao Dan in his hand and offered a careless word of thanks. Thanks for leading us here. Having said that, he threw Xiao Dan aside and signaled his lackeys to head straight for that spot, ignoring her as she lay there sprawled out. Good work. After tossing Xiao Dan aside and approaching the door, the group stood before the boarded-up entrance and shouted loudly, You bunch inside, listen up, come on out. Seeing that there was still no movement, the leader raised his hand, ready to strike. If you don't hurry up, he reached out, his face darkening with intense killing intent, as he looked at the door, ready to unleash his power at any moment. Then don't ever think about coming out again. After a round of threats, no one came out from inside. The man placed his hand against the door, but there was no response. After waiting a few more seconds with nothing happening, everything remaining as silent as before, he narrowed his eyes, looking deep in thought. What a shame. Finishing his words, he activated his power. A massive orb of energy appeared from out of nowhere and blasted straight at the door, leaving it twisted and deformed. Once he had finished, he looked down at his hand, surprised by something. The lackeys behind him were just as confused. Right at that moment, the man who had just attacked glanced backward, noticing something. As it turned out, Ling Diao had managed to dodge the devastating attack and used every ounce of her strength to scream, louder than she ever had before. Big leap move. As soon as she said that, she vanished from the spot as if she had never been there. This scene successfully caught the attention of the group. However, the leader didn't seem afraid at all. Instead, he smirked and mocked her relentlessly. Humph, you can't escape. Returning to Wu Mian, who was wandering around the abandoned area, he accidentally ran into Bai Ye and was met with quite a bit of suspicion from the young girl. Why are you trying to talk to me? Aren't you afraid there are people from Tu Long lurking around? Without stopping there, just as she finished her sentence, Bai Ye closed her eyes and turned away, intending to leave. Wouldn't it be less trouble if you just pretended you didn't see me? Facing such a cold dismissal, Wu Mian smiled brightly and replied, "What's there to be troubled about? They aren't even a match for me." This remark made the girl, who was walking away, stop in her tracks. She opened her eyes and glanced back at him, observing him intently. Seeing that Bai Ye had stopped, Wu Mian quickly scurried over to her side. As he walked, he spoke as if they had known each other for lifetimes. "Now that I think about it, I should thank you. Thanks for showing mercy back then." Hearing every word he said, Bai Ye lowered her head and introduced herself. "Bai Ye, that's my name." The news didn't surprise him much. "I've known that for a while." The girl didn't push it, and instead asked him back, "What about you?" The question left Wu Mian stunned, frozen in place, but once he came back to his senses, he gave a sheepish laugh and answered, "Wu Mian." After introducing himself, Wu Mian put his hands in his pockets and asked straight to the point, "Why are you here all by yourself?" Faced with that question, Bai Ye slumped her shoulders and answered dejectedly, "I live here." This information left his jaw dropped in disbelief. "Are you serious? What a coincidence. Mind if I tag along for a visit?" The moment he made the request, Bai Ye was a bit surprised. Her face flushed red, and she flusteredly agreed. "Oh, sure, but my place is very small." He didn't seem bothered at all, and accepted it casually. "What's the problem with that? I live in a small room too." Walking a bit further, Bai Ye lowered her head and whispered, Don't you think I'm a freak, living with a monster like me?" This question caused Wu Mian to stop in his tracks, reaching out as if to touch Bai Ye's hair. Girls with white hair are definitely rare. However, that wasn't the end of it. A moment later, he broke into a truly excited smile. "But it looks really cool." This remark made Bai Ye's face turn bright red as they walked. "Really cool?" Just as they were about to keep moving, someone appeared to stop them. "Hey, you two, stop right there." This action made Wu Mian's face darken with displeasure. "What's going on up there?" Bai Ye didn't answer. Instead, her eyes widened in terror. "Why?" On the other side, a group of men in black were struggling to pin something to the wall. "Damn it, how is this thing still not dead?" Seeing what that thing was, the girl trembled. "Dad." While Bai Ye was shaking, witnessing her father being pinned to the wall, the residents of the area quickly gathered around, pointing fingers and gossiping. "How cruel. What is that? A monster? Humans wouldn't look like that, right? Who are those people?" Facing that question, the leader of the men in black turned his head, laughed out loud, and retorted with amusement. "Is this everyone's first time seeing one?" The man glanced back at the curious onlookers, sneering as he provided information from A to Z. "This thing is called a pseudo-monster, monsters disguised within the human population." Still not stopping, the man in the hat turned fully to face the villagers with a look of maniacal excitement, using his words to manipulate their minds. "We are the heroes from Tu Long, here to help you purge these monsters." Finishing his sentence, the man in the hat shifted his attention back to the pseudo-monster pinned to the wall by the black stakes. He raised his hand, channeling his power as another black stake slowly took shape. "I don't recommend you stay here and watch the way I handle these pseudo-monsters." At this point, he paused for a moment, narrowing his eyes at Bai Ye's father with a dangerous gaze, and said softly, "Might be hard for you to stomach." However, before that leader could do anything else, Bai Ye had already rushed over from nowhere to stand in front of her father. This scene made the leader's eyes widen in disbelief. He frowned in deep thought, staying silent, unable to process what he was witnessing. When he finally came back to his senses, he retracted the black stake, staring intensely at Bai Ye, and asked in confusion, "Who are you?" Facing the question, the girl just kept her head down, saying nothing. Seeing that he wouldn't say another word, Bai Ye looked up, her eyes glowing deep red with killing intent, grinding her teeth and cursing under her breath. Damn it! The appearance made the pseudo-monster, who they had pinned to the wall, quite stunned, couldn't believe her eyes. After checking again and again, realizing it was her own father, she hung her head low. He tried his best to apologize, but Bai Ye cut him off, asking in confusion, "Why did you end up like this?" But before he could answer, countless black spikes appeared from nowhere and impaled him repeatedly. Witnessing this, Bai Ye was stunned, unable to react. Her father's blood splattered onto her face as she stared in wide-eyed terror. She stood frozen for a moment until her senses returned. With a look of pure hatred, Bai Ye mechanically turned her head, ready to fight that hooded man to the death. He ignored her death glare and calmly warned her, approaching an out-of-control aberration is a dangerous move. Just when it seemed like things would stop there, his eyes widened with a clear, threatening menace. "Little girl, quit causing trouble." Before he could finish, a black spike suddenly appeared and pierced through him. The owner of the spike, the man's subordinate, drove the metal rod deeper into Bai Ye's body and asked, "Where did this brat come from? Is she an accomplice of that aberration?" On the other side, Truth wanted to intervene. "Whatever you're planning, stop it now. Wu Mian, stop doing unnecessary things. We just barely escaped." Fearing he wouldn't listen, Truth played her final card. "If you use your power now, who knows if it'll draw that troublesome guy here again." Hearing that, Wu Mian's face darkened. He couldn't argue and had to accept the truth. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was severely weakened after being stabbed several times. She could only reach out and feebly grasp the metal rod, but there was nothing she could do. The subordinate didn't care and asked the hooded man for orders. "Lian, sir, how should we deal with her? Looks like she's an aberration too." Seeing that potential, the emotionless hooded man gave a cold, blunt command, "Kill her immediately." The subordinate quickly acknowledged, "Got it." Before he could even finish his sentence, Bai Ye scrambled to her feet, and a surge of white power erupted from her, blowing him away. This sight made the hooded man widen his eyes, questioning his reality. After sending that man to the afterlife, Bai Ye stood tall and muttered nonsensical words. She reached her hands out to both sides and declared with determination, "I must kill you." After such a bold declaration, deep in her mind, memories of the past flooded back. Back then, she was holding a picture frame, her heart heavy with thoughts. "Dad, when did you become like this? He had always been so gentle." She looked at the photo frame with the woman's face scratched out, the happy family now torn apart. He used to be reliable, strong, and never cast aside a monster like her. It must have started that day. While she was waiting for her father to come home, he returned with devastating news. "Bai Ye, Dad's company went bankrupt. I'm sorry, I'm really useless." He hung his head, his face contorted with immense guilt. "I'm sorry, I've let you down." Every word left young Bai Ye stunned, not knowing what to say. Since that day, apologies became the thing he said to her the most. After dropping the bombshell, the man sank into inescapable despair. Every day, he would collapse at the table, wailing at the heavens. "Damn it, I lost again. At this rate, I'll never be able to pay it back." Bai Ye stood nearby watching it all, feeling completely wilted. "I understand why Dad is so desperate for money." Thinking of this, she slumped down, her eyes full of sorrow. "Honestly, just having Dad by my side is enough." Recalling that day, Bai Ye held the shattered frame, her heart aching with regret. "I always wanted him to return to how he used to be. If I could help him earn money, maybe he'd feel a little better." Looking at the man's smile in the photo, Bai Ye silently prayed that one day she would pay off all his debts. Back in the present, Bai Ye entered combat mode, crouching down, grinding her teeth as she spoke every word. "Too long. You all promised you wouldn't hurt my father." The more she spoke, the more her internal rage surged to the breaking point. She gritted out with hatred. "Why did you lie to me?" With that, she vanished from the spot, flying straight toward him. Seeing this, the leader finally felt the scent of fear and frantically ordered his subordinates, "Hey, get out of there!" The subordinate looked on in confusion, unaware that Bai Ye had already leaped up, ready to strike. Then, the man was slammed into the ground by Bai Ye. The impact was so strong that the ground instantly shattered, sending rocks flying everywhere. After taking one down, she staggered to her feet, intent on finishing the leader. Under her death glare, the hooded man was visibly hesitant and alert. "Damn it, what is this thing? I've never heard of a monster like this in the purges." Civilians, witnessing Bai Ye's appearance, began to panic and flee in all directions. "Run, don't look. What on earth is that monster? Call the police." "Is that for real? Did that guy just get flattened?" On the other side, Wu Mian and Li heard or saw something that made them hesitate. That doesn't look good. From that panicked tone, Wu Mian, with both hands in his pockets, asked about Bai Ye's situation. Wu Mian and Li observed for a moment longer before providing an assessment. When the mask's personality and the aberration simultaneously hold too much emotion, a mutation occurs. Watching Bai Ye with her pale face and crimson eyes, and her hair turning from silver to black, he assessed that the child's mask was slowly turning into sin. After disposing of the lackeys, Bai Ye marched straight toward the hooded man. In a nearby building, someone sat lazily on the rooftop, quietly observing everything. Whoa, she's actually Sin. That person was none other than the conductor of Too Long. Even though the person below was her subordinate, she felt no pity at all. Oh my, sorry about that, little Lian. Observing the destruction before her, she mused. Using you to test her seems a bit of a stretch. Don't go and get yourself killed so easily, my adorable little subordinate. The hooded man below still hadn't grasped the situation and boasted, running into such trouble right from the start. Hearing those words, Bai Ye was fuming. Watching her reaction, the hooded man suddenly realized something and gave a knowing, mysterious smile. Looks like I've been set up. After realizing he'd been set up, the leader could only feel frustrated. Meanwhile, Bai Ye hung her head, baring her sharp teeth, ready to pounce at any moment. Immediately after, Bai Ye backed up to gain momentum, then lunged straight at the hooded man. That dash was so powerful it shattered the ground, sending clouds of dust everywhere. With blinding speed, Bai Ye appeared before the hooded man, raising her hand to deliver a savage clawing strike. Seeing this, and knowing he was about to be attacked, the man still, with no sense of fear, she maintains a calm demeanor amidst the chaos. A monster. As soon as he spoke, a massive, pitch-black surge of power erupted from the sky, pinning Bai Ye firmly to the ground. The ground shattered into pieces under the weight of that attack. Not stopping there, the pillar slammed into Bai Ye, sending her body flying uncontrollably backward. After successfully knocking Bai Ye down, he retracted the energy from his hands, his face dark as he readied himself into a combat stance. Don't underestimate me. Just as it seemed things might end there, the hooded man summoned countless black pillars around himself, confidently declaring, I am the executioner of all pseudo-beings. Having said that, he swung his hand down decisively. Immediately after, countless black pillars rained down from the sky. They impaled Bai Ye, forcing a whimper of pain from her. He ignored her condition and spoke emotionlessly. A hero must absorb all evil. Witnessing this, Wu Mian panicked and prepared to intervene. Bai Ye realized his intention, but truth appeared behind him, stopping him with a firm assertion. Don't worry. If that attack were truly effective, the sin wouldn't be this difficult to deal with. Seeing that he had completely calmed down and stopped rushing in, Truth's attention shifted to Bai Ye's father. This middle-aged man was very strange. It stared intently at the man who was leaning against the wall. Head slumped. With countless small, bleeding circular holes all over him, it evaluated that the changes happening to his body were highly unusual, and the wounds showed no signs of healing. After watching for a moment, Wu Mian pondered and dropped a bombshell. He is not a pseudo-being at all. That lazy remark left Wu Mian stunned in silence. On the other side, even though Bai Ye was pinned to the ground by those piles of stakes, she struggled to move. Watching her twitching attempt to escape, the guy approached and sneered. What you call sin is just a bit of extra vitality. With that, the hooded man leaned down slightly, summoned a black spear into his hand, and stared at Bai Ye, wondering to himself, but if I pierce her brain, she'll die, right? Suddenly, he noticed something and his eyes widened in shock. Bai Ye's mask, previously white with red eyes, had turned completely white. This sight made him question reality for a moment. Was her mask like this just now? As soon as he spoke, the ground was struck by an unknown force, creating a massive crater. Such a major disturbance quickly made him realize something was wrong. What? An earthquake? Then, the hooded man gasped in terror as he saw something. Bai Ye staggered to her feet, her face dark as she moaned. It hurts. Having said that, Bai Ye braced herself once more and lunged forward with all her might. After this sudden movement, he was sent flying uncontrollably. He slammed straight into a building. Afterward, Bai Ye, with her pure white mask, silently observed the entire process. A few seconds later, Bai Ye slowly raised her hand and clenched it into a fist. That state didn't last long, and she punched the air with immense power. Just like that, a massive, overwhelming surge of power descended from the sky, destroying the building. After throwing that punch to shatter the building, Bai Ye waved her hand to the side decisively. Immediately, another surge of power appeared from out of nowhere and slammed into the ground once again. Just when it seemed it would end there, she reached her hand up to the sky again. However, life isn't a fairy tale. Before Bai Ye could launch her attack, a familiar, massive, pitch-black surge of power pierced through her body. Not stopping there, the hooded man staggered up and controlled the energy, pushing Bai Ye's body backward. Bai Ye was shoved straight through the wall, causing it to crumble and sending debris flying everywhere. Even though the hooded man had been attacked by countless energy orbs, he was still able to stand. Despite his body being bruised and bleeding profusely, he hissed, "Damn it. I won't lose." He shakily leaned on his black stake, trembling as he declared, "Don't play games, righteous hero." Mentioning this, he grit his teeth and roared, "Why would I lose to a vicious monster like you? I am a hero." Finishing his sentence, he used his power to form a weapon and charged straight at Bai Ye. However, she had already raised her hand, and just like before, a surge of power descended directly onto him, leaving the hooded man pinned to the ground. Held firmly under that pressure, he couldn't do anything but moan, "Ur." A moment later, the power faded, revealing his limp body slumped in the pit. Despite being in that state, he still had the nerve to curse, "Damn monster, damn you." Bai Ye, angry, raised her hand to attack again. Watching this, the man stubbornly refused to give up. "I haven't been defeated yet." Just then, Wu Mian stepped forward from behind to stop Bai Ye from attacking further. "Wait, Bai Ye." Fearing she wouldn't listen and would continue the assault, Wu Mian said bluntly, "I have something to ask him." Seeing him appear, the man scrambled to his feet. "An accomplice, huh? I won't tell you anything." Ignoring his words, Wu Mian narrowed his eyes dangerously, voicing his inner concerns. What happened to Bai Ye's father? He isn't a pseudo-being at all, so why did he become like this? Hearing this, the man used his last bit of strength to stand and lashed out at him. "What nonsense are you spewing? He is a pseudo-being, nothing more." These words left Wu Mian in disbelief. "On what basis do you conclude that?" Questioned like that, the man sat up with all his remaining strength to retort. "On what basis?" Speaking of that, his face twisted. "Pseudo-beings emit a foul, evil stench that I will never forget for the rest of my life." The more he spoke, the more he couldn't help but explode with rage. "Do you know how many people die because of pseudo-beings every year?" Then, amidst Wu Mian's stunned silence, the man screamed as if he had never screamed before. "You think only this city is being destroyed by them? What do you know? Living in a peaceful city." Saying that, he couldn't help but lose control. "You idiot. If you don't know anything, don't pretend you do." Not letting him berate him any further, Wu Mian regained his composure and retorted immediately, "Even if that's the case, you should be punishing those who commit crimes. Must innocent pseudo-beings also suffer your punishment?" However, his words fell on deaf ears. The man stubbornly retorted, "Do you expect those innocent crowds to sacrifice their lives for the kindness of a pseudo-being? If that were possible, it would be great, but there is no such thing as an innocent pseudo-being." With that, he finally collapsed, muttering his last words. "It's a pity, but as long as they are pseudo-beings, one day they will become a disaster." This left Wu Mian confused. "What do you mean?" Instead of answering, the man lifted his head, gave a strange smile, and asked, "How far has the transaction between you and your mask gone?" Wu Mian didn't answer. With no one to stop him, Bai Ye swung his arm down, and the guy was knocked out cold once again. Watching this scene, Truth just narrowed his eyes, saying nothing. The mask behind Wu Mian suddenly laughed and spoke up. "Just like that? He's dead? We didn't even get any useful information out of him." Seeing the mask acting this way, Wu Mian reminded him, "Why are you gloating like that?" After ending Ziluolan's life, the mask within Bai Ye was finally removed, and he returned to his original state. She collapsed to the ground, sitting there, stunned. Wu Mian, seeing this, stepped closer and asked, "Are you okay?" Bai Ye replied, "I'm fine." But her eyes remained vacant and distant. Suddenly, she noticed something, turned around in a rush, and called out, "Dad." Bai Ye moved to get closer to check on how her father was doing. But before she could even touch him, Wu Mian, who was standing behind her, spoke up, "He's dead." Hearing Wu Mian say that, Bai Ye stood frozen, looking at her father's body before her, her eyes filled with sorrow. Wu Mian remembered something and urged Bai Ye, "We should get out of here. The people from Tu Long are probably almost here." But Bai Ye firmly replied, "No, I'm staying here. I'm just a monster who only knows how to hurt others, so I deserve to be punished." As she spoke, she gripped her clothes tightly, clearly remorseful. She continued, "I don't deserve to live a normal life. Is this retribution? This is karma, isn't it?" Listening to these words, Wu Mian just stood still for a moment, watching her. He thought he wanted to do something for her, but he didn't know how, and he knew nothing of what she had been through. Thinking back, it seemed he had never once seen a smile on her face. Wu Mian looked at the back of the small girl curled up in the corner, looking so full of misery. After a moment of thought, Wu Mian spoke up. At the very end, he kept calling your name, apologizing over and over, and telling you to live a good life. Hearing these words from Wu Mian, the little bit of strength left inside Bai Ye vanished. She cried out, "Dad!" Bai Ye collapsed to the ground, trembling as she hugged herself and burst into tears. Sobbing, she said, "I hate you the most, Dad. I hate you the most." Seeing Bai Ye in such agony, Wu Mian didn't know what to do, so he turned his head away, remaining silent. He looked down, thinking to himself, that uncle certainly never said those words, but this was the only thing he could do for her. Then, Wu Mian turned to the mask and asked, "Wu Mian Li, will you also one day bring disaster to the world like he said?" Hearing Wu Mian's question, the mask just glanced at him and said, "You are the one who knows the answer best. When we made our deal, it was very clear, wasn't it?" The scene shifts to a city where two girls are sitting and chatting happily. The girl with the ponytail says, "Hey, did you know a monster appeared in Baohuang City today? Someone posted a video online. Even though they deleted it right away, I saved it." As she spoke, the ponytail girl showed the video to the girl sitting next to her. The other girl watched it and said, "Ugh, it's fake, right?" The ponytail girl frowned and said, "I don't think so. Besides, you've at least heard the rumors about the city being destroyed 30 years ago, right?" The two were talking without noticing that a large black shadow had appeared behind them. Suddenly the shadow reached out and placed a hand on the ponytail girl's shoulder, making her frown in annoyance and shout, "Ugh, that hurts." "What are you doing, sir?" To everyone's surprise, the spot where the shadow's hand touched her suddenly started to swell up. Then, the ponytail girl transformed into a giant zombie, causing the girl next to her to scream in terror, trembling. "Ah! What is that? Why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, her friend turned zombie punched her, sending her off to the afterlife. The man watched this scene, laughed with delight, and then left. Deep inside the abandoned city, the Ling Diao group had found a new hideout. They brought Xiao Dan to an abandoned church. Ling Diao looked anxiously at Xiao Dan's body and said, "Xiao Dan." Fuxi, furious, clenched his fist and slammed it hard against the ground, saying, "Damn it, I won't let that guy get away with this." Ling Diao, worried, broke into a cold sweat and kept urging him, "Calm down. Xiao Dan is still alive. Grab her. We're about to use the medicine one more time. We can't go far with so many people." Suddenly, a voice rang out. "I told you, you can't escape." Then, with a loud boom, the church wall was smashed, catching the three Ling Diao, Fuxi, and Hua Li off guard. A large piece of brick slammed into Uncle He. Fuxi shouted in worry, "Uncle He!" Then, teeth gritted in anger, he cursed loudly, "You bastard!" No sooner had he finished speaking than Fuxi was elbowed in the chin by a large guy, sending him flying and crashing hard to the ground. Silver Dog looked at Fuxi lying on the ground and said smugly, "Huh, the cat and mouse game is over." Ling Diao looked at him, surprised, and asked, "How did you find this place?" Silver Dog looked a bit smug and replied, "Well, there are plenty of ways. Which one do you want to hear? But telling you guys is pointless anyway." Ling Diao pulled Hua Li back, intending to run, but two men in black were already blocking the way behind them and said, "We won't give you a chance to escape anymore." Then, Silver Dog raised his hand and said, "Let's just end this here." Hearing this, Ling Diao's face darkened, and she calmly said, "You're right. Killing all of you will end this." As soon as she finished, she shouted, and a square, transparent cube surrounded everyone present. Silver Dog couldn't move and said in confusion, "I can't move." At that moment, the hat on Ling Diao's head transformed into a giant cat mask. Ling Diao pulled Hua Li behind her and said, "Hua Li, don't leave my side." But unexpectedly, at that moment, Hua Li's arms wrapped around Ling Diao's neck, leaving her stunned, not understanding what was happening. She looked back in shock. Hua Li spoke from behind, "I'm sorry, Ling Diao." Ling Diao's body collapsed heavily onto the hard floor. The sound of the impact echoed through the quiet space. Hua Li stood behind her, watching in silence. Ling Diao's breathing became heavy and labored. Each breath felt like it was tearing her chest apart. Her strength was sealed, making her body weak. Her blurred eyes tried to turn and look at Hua Li, filled with confusion. Ling Diao whispered, "Little Hua Li, why?" Silver Dog smiled and said in a mocking tone, "That's right, why, after all? It's been a few years since we last met, hasn't it, little Hua Li?" Hua Li looked at Ling Diao, her face as emotionless as a stone statue, and spoke in a cold voice, "I didn't intend to do this." The girl's pitch-black eyes shimmered with complex emotions, as if hiding a storm raging within. If I hadn't brought you here, maybe we would have just kept living like that. Ling Diao struggled with every word, her voice weak and broken. You mean Wu Mian? Even though her strength was drained, she still tried to speak. Each word she uttered was filled with pain. Why? What did he do wrong? He just joined. Huang Yi kept a terrifyingly calm expression, her voice as cold as ice. Only the weak-willed could stay out of Tu Lung's sight. Pausing for a moment, she continued, her tone sharpening. And staying with that guy is just asking for death. Huang Yi concluded coldly, leaving no hope for Ling Diao. You two are no longer of use to me. Beneath the dissipating smoke, behind Silver Dog, Fuxi fell to one knee, bracing his hand against the ground to regain his balance. He questioned her. What nonsense are you spewing, Huang Yi? Fuxi's eyes widened, flashing with surprise mixed with anger, his facial muscles tightening. Frustrated, Fuxi retorted. Have you been brainwashed by their power? Huang Yi looked at the person before her with hollow eyes, her voice cold and devoid of fluctuation. You don't understand me? Silver Dog approached Fuxi and said nonchalantly, That's enough. Let's finish this early. Silver Dog gripped Fuxi's head tightly, speaking in a firm tone as if it were a final verdict. Weaklings like you aren't worth keeping around. With a casual motion, Silver Dog lifted Fuxi high into the air, as if he were nothing but a lifeless object, showing no effort at all. He muttered that it was a rare treat to be allowed to execute someone himself. A figure lunged from behind Silver Dog, preparing a sneak attack with eyes blazing in desperation. The blow couldn't break through, hitting a solid, invisible shield. Silver Dog remained calm, his expression unchanged, as if he hadn't noticed a thing. Silver Dog glanced back and spoke, his voice dripping with contempt. Coming this close to me without knowing the extent of my power? How foolish. Uncle Hay clenched his fists, channeling all his strength into the strike as the muscles in his arms bulged. With all that power packed into his punch, Uncle Hay landed a direct hit, sending Silver Dog reeling backward as he slammed into the floor. Uncle Hay shouted, Get lost! He then rushed to Fuxi's side and asked in a low, worried voice, Fuxi, are you hurt? Fuxi called out to Uncle Hay with a tremble in his voice. Silver Dog sat up and said coolly, Not bad. That little puppet body of yours can actually resist my repulsion. Silver Dog wore a twisted smile, his eyes cold and murderous. You're actually worth killing. Fuxi used his ability to manifest a weapon and lunged forward, shouting, You're the one who needs to die. Uncle Hay tried to call out from behind him, Wait! Fuxi told himself this was his only chance. While the guy still looked down on him, he had to get close and use his strongest move. Fuxi swung his sword with all his might, releasing violent waves of energy that tore through everything in their path, creating massive shockwaves. Yanjiang thought they had succeeded, but suddenly, the attack was reflected right back at him. Fuxi gasped, with Silver Dog at the center. Every attack was being bounced away. Silver Dog sneered, How naive. Taking the hit head-on, Fuxi was severely injured. He collapsed to his knees, nearly losing consciousness. Fuxi slumped to the floor, his body going limp like a puppet with its strings cut. Silver Dog said mockingly, Pathetic. Fuxi lay motionless on the floor, his face bloodied, his mind filled with a crushing sense of defeat. I really am useless. He lay still, eyes closed, as if giving up on everything, completely drained of strength. Silver Dog walked over, his hands still in his pockets, his expression devoid of emotion. He raised his foot, preparing to stomp on Fuxi's head. Uncle Hay lunged forward rapidly, grabbing hold of Silver Dog and yelling, I won't let you get your way. Silver Dog frowned, annoyed. How annoying. Suddenly, a ring appeared around him. It was formed from powerful, swirling currents of air. It knocked Uncle Hay away. Uncle Hay was sent flying, suffering severe injuries as blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. Silver Dog didn't even glance at Uncle Hay. As the older man hit the floor, Silver Dog slowly stepped toward Fuxi, his walk cold and unhurried. Fuxi looked anxiously toward where Uncle Hay had fallen. He whispered, Uncle Hay. Silver Dog stomped hard on Fuxi's hand, his voice chilling. Stop looking over there. Silver Dog's eyes were full of scorn as he looked down at Fuxi. He muttered indifferently, What a waste of time. Silver Dog used his previous attack to blast Fuxi away again. Then, losing interest in him entirely, Silver Dog slowly turned around and gave an order, 067, clean up the mess. As he looked at the others, Silver Dog sensed something strange. He asked suspiciously, Hey, what's wrong with you two? Are you just going to stand there? One of them said with an angry tone, What are you even supposed to be? Both of them knelt down. The other continued, Our bodies, our souls, only the great God has the right to command us. The other quickly bowed his head and pleaded, I beg the great God to punish this disrespectful fool. Following the direction of their gaze, Silver Dog looked over and asked irritably, So, you're the one doing all this? Wisps of pitch-black energy swirled violently in the air, then dispersed, like shadows spreading into every corner. A voice echoed, Show some respect, you lowly mortal. Jagged, black-purple energy twisted and bent into 6 large wings extending from his back. He stood in the center of a mysterious circle, where a 5-pointed star appeared, made of glowing red energy, with inverted crosses shimmering above his head as a symbol of power. He introduced himself, I am the demon god, Xiao Dan said coldly. At the very least, you should use honorifics when addressing me. The mortal, Ling Diao, looked at him, thinking dazedly. Xiao Dan. Ling Diao asked worriedly, Your wounds? Xiao Dan looked at her and reassured her. I'm fine. Just stay there. Silver Dog frowned, asking irritably, Why are you still standing? I should have completely destroyed you. Silver Dog spoke with disdain, trying to show off with that pathetic power again. He dashed toward Xiao Dan like an arrow through the wind. Silver Dog continued, I guess I didn't teach you a hard enough lesson before, did I? Xiao Dan chuckled and asked, Show off? In the blink of an eye, Silver Dog was right in front of Xiao Dan. He growled, Let me help you remember. Xiao Dan wore a strange smile, his entire face becoming eerie and terrifying. His voice was hoarse. Has the ritual ended already? Silver Dog was stunned, unable to move. He was suddenly impaled from behind by one of Xiao Dan's tentacles. He hadn't been able to react to the strike in time. Xiao Dan threw Silver Dog hard against the floor, creating a loud crash. When the dust settled, Silver Dog lay in the rubble, looking tattered and beaten. Silver Dog channeled his power, and the air currents reappeared. He sat up, laughing coldly. Interesting. Very interesting. When I fought you before, it was obvious those things were just illusions. Suddenly, he frowned, noticing something wasn't right. Looking at the spot where the attack had just struck, Silver Dog asked suspiciously, What is this? A strange mark appeared there. With a blank expression, Xiao Dan commented, Arrogance to oppose a god is the height of stupidity. The mark on Silver Dog's chest was identical to the refines, to the inverted cross above Xiao Dan's head. Xiao Dan glared at Silver Dog, his voice sounding like a judgment. You are guilty. The mark on Silver Dog's chest transformed into a real cross, piercing straight through his body. Silver Dog coughed up blood and cried out in pain. He grabbed the cross, tearing it out of his chest. Ha ha ha. Silver Dog threw the cross aside and used his ability, his voice turning manic. I admit it. You're an opponent who can actually make things exciting. Silver Dog smiled, his face twisted. He continued. You're getting me even more fired up. Silver Dog unleashed his ability to its absolute limit. Absolute repulsion. He growled. I suppose I should show you some respect. Silver Dog raised his hand to control the force, shouting manically, I'll use everything I have to kill you. His attack swept through everything before him with overwhelming force. Xiao Dan caught the attack and said with scorn, How ridiculous. Silver Dog's eyes widened. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. What? Xiao Dan's strike easily distorted Silver Dog's attack. Xiao Dan pierced through it and punched Silver Dog right in the arm. The shockwave from Xiao Dan's powerful blow shattered the building. A huge hole appeared, and the space was blanketed in thick dust. An inverted cross suddenly appeared on the rooftop. Not far away, Zhang Wu and Eddie stood watching the entire scene. Zhang Wu turned to Eddie and asked, Eddie, what's going on over there? Eddie hesitated and replied, That's Xiao Dan. Silver Dog still had a faint smile on his face while being grabbed by the collar. I remember now. He looked up at the pentagram drawn in blood and the cross above, noting the creature's unique morphology. Then, he stared into Xiao Dan's burning red eyes and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to still be alive. He gripped Xiao Dan's arm tightly. This is great. You see, I am a hunter. I always look forward to punishing powerful prey. I stayed in the abandoned district just to kill stronger prey. He gave a twisted smile. That's why I was always disappointed that I couldn't join the fight to destroy you. Only then did Xiao Dan speak. You should consider yourself lucky. A black shadow gradually began to take shape. Xiao Dan directly threatened Silver Dog, saying that otherwise, he might not have survived until now. The black shadow transformed into a giant cross. Xiao Dan's voice rang out coldly. Die. Right at that moment, something with a golden light flashed by. That light engulfed Xiao Dan's entire body. A faint figure appeared. It was none other than the person who had just delivered the slash. That person exclaimed, 8. That person was none other than Eddie. He cast a glance around. Zhang Wu also appeared at the same time, looking down at Silver Dog and saying, How messy. Silver Dog, you are the face of the executioners, after all. Silver Dog retorted aggressively. You blindfolded brat. Don't meddle in other people's business. Zhang Wu remained very calm as he continued. Calm down. This grand sweep is not like the previous ones you participated in. It's too hasty. It shouldn't be happening right now. Zhang Wu didn't forget to warn him that there are some quite troublesome people in this city. Then, Zhang Wu looked toward Xiao Dan, who was slowly recovering from the previous slash, thinking that the trouble was far greater than expected. Xiao Dan hadn't said anything since then, and the gash on his body was gradually closing. Zhang Wu clicked his tongue, a very annoying sound. Suddenly, his eyes widened in horror. The cross that Xiao Dan had summoned suddenly lunged at Zhang Wu, but he was one step ahead, creating a defensive layer around himself for protection. He was completely unharmed and joked about the opponent's sudden attack. Too dangerous, too dangerous. A sneak attack isn't very polite. Xiao Dan's next sentence showed his extreme cold-bloodedness. Before slaughtering, do I really have to beg? However, contrary to his outward appearance, Xiao Dan was internally forming countless indescribable anxieties, figuring out how much time remained for his power to last. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of a building in the abandoned city, Wu Mian was present, observing the surrounding rubble. His face was full of hatred, and he whispered through gritted teeth, "Those Ling Diaos." Suddenly, a kid grinned with a twisted expression, and a second later, the kid lunged straight at him but missed, creating a cloud of dust. Xiaobu, with her thick hair let down, looked extremely terrifying and threatened. "You dared to bully me earlier." She revealed blood-red, murderous eyes. She was quite bold. Her hair morphed into the shape of a giant monster. She screamed, "Haven't you thought about the consequences?" As soon as she finished, a hand swiped past her cheek. Wu Mian had stood behind Xiaobu at some point. He grabbed her hair effortlessly, making her let out a sound. "Ugh, what are you doing? Let go of my hair, you jerk." Wu Mian didn't move, just asked coldly, "Why are you here?" For a second, she was stunned by the question, but the next second, she revealed a very devious smile. "Obviously, I followed the scent on your body." A few quick deductions formed in Wu Mian's mind. Surely this guy didn't do this. The damage to the structure didn't look like her type of attack. Xiao Bu kept screaming, "It probably hurts. Let me down." Wu Mian had no intention of letting her go. He seized the opportunity to ask, "Right, did you finish off those troublesome guys from before?" She shouted. "Too many words, who are you looking down on? They were chewed to bits by yours truly." Finally, he let the kid down after he was done. "That's good. It seems everyone is difficult." As soon as he finished, sweat beaded on Wu Mian's face. He said, "Help me find someone." At this moment in the center of City A, countless monsters were rioting everywhere. People scrambled to save their lives. "What is this? Where did these monsters come from? Help me." A woman with a muscular physique and empty, soulless eyes was slowly moving in one direction. The little girl, cornered, became increasingly terrified. The little girl could only call out, "Mom." She became more panicked as her mother, in a terrifying form, approached. "Mom, what's wrong? Why have you turned into this?" The woman didn't seem to recognize her child. She had completely lost consciousness and swung her arm with relatively strong force. A second before the tragedy, the little girl cried helplessly, "Mom!" The news report immediately flooded the screens. Emergency news. Tonight our city has had an incident. Many unidentified creatures are harming people, causing significant chaos in a short time. A person in an all-black outfit was also sitting in some corner monitoring the news. The attacker is a strange, tall, humanoid monster. The specific situation is still under investigation. Please stay alert. That person laughed deviously. No different from a typical villain. Heh heh heh. This is just the beginning. At the southern branch of the city hall, a young man's voice suddenly rang out. Addressing those in the city hall, Lu Wu said gloomily, "Please stay here. Do not interfere with the Abyssal Lung's sweep." He emphasized this to the people in front of him, or he would kill them. Officer Van asked, "Is the Abyssal Lung trying to pick a fight with the city hall?" Lu Wu replied, "No, it's mainly you." "Officer Van," he continued to explain, "if you get involved, it will make things complicated. After all, your brother is also a creature." Mentioning her brother, the officer suddenly became somber. "Can you tell me what is happening outside?" Lu Wu immediately refused. "This question is very troublesome. Can I not answer it?" His hand clenched slightly, and he said firmly, "Communicating with you is a bit of a waste of energy." However, the officer remained very strong. She stepped forward, determined to have a real showdown. "We need to talk about this differently." Cutting to the prison square headquarters, under the square lights, a young man in yellow yelled, "Ziluolan, have you lost your mind? This is the special containment zone for anomalies. Do you have any idea what the consequences are for destroying this place? Before his eyes, a monster emerged, opening its massive jaws. It lunged forward and snapped him up in an instant. Ziluolan marched forward, completely ignoring the monster, wreaking havoc behind her. All I want is to kill that bastard, Huang Yi. Her eyes bloodshot, she gritted out. Don't stop me. Suddenly, two entities lunged from out of nowhere, biting down on both of Ziluolan's arms. She looked down in panic to see what had attacked her, clicking her tongue with clear annoyance. Gritting her teeth, she spat. What is this? I can't use my strength. A figure in black standing nearby spoke up. You're more trouble than I thought. Do you really think you can just barge in here, by relying on brute force? Ziluolan's expression grew increasingly feral, and she roared like a wild beast. You bastard! Bai He offered a mocking smile, watching the drama unfold. Aren't you looking for revenge? I'll give you a chance. Ziluolan refused as coldly as she could. I don't need your charity to kill him. Bai He maintained an unreadable, subtle smile. Oh, is that so? A second later, his eyes sharpened, looking just like a predator's. Rejecting someone's kindness really hurts. You know? Something leaped onto Ziluolan, and before she could even process it, she let out a scream. Huff, what is this? Bai He immediately reassured her. Don't worry. The puppet that entered your body is a special one, just meant to temporarily suppress your power. Seeing as you've been my subordinate for so many years, I'll give you a chance. He flashed his trademark sinister grin, adding, the traitor of the prison square will become nourishment for a special anomaly. His next words completely silenced. Ziluolan, you will be sent to Huang Yi to serve as nourishment. He leaned in, mockingly asking if she was happy, since she finally had a chance to meet her enemy. Congratulations. Ziluolan, his smile stretched wide to his ears, looking truly grotesque. Prison Square has no use for you anymore. Ziluolan was left speechless, remaining silent. Bai He didn't have time to chit-chat, so he coolly announced, the suppression effect will wear off soon. Good luck. He left Ziluolan behind, seething with killing intent. In an abandoned city, the scenery was utterly desolate. A pair of feet walked silently toward the ruins. Losing the only family you have is truly heartbreaking. The stranger continued speaking to a young girl curled up in a corner. But we in the prison square are just doing our jobs. If we were to just ignore it, even more people would lose their loved ones. Bai couldn't bring herself to care about anything else anymore. I don't want to talk to you. Do whatever you want with me. The stranger seemed quite satisfied with her response. Impressive. That's the first time I've met an anomaly with such self-awareness. The prison square Grand Commander, with his signature curly red hair, wore a mysterious smile. But I hope you'll hear everything I have to say before you make up your mind. Bai's eyes widened. The anomaly that turned your father into that monster is actually still doing quite well, he continued. So, what's it going to be? Sit here and wait to be captured, or go find that monster and take your revenge? Bai muttered to herself. My father was turned into this by a different anomaly. He smiled and replied, that's probably right. The prison square executioner you killed was actually just doing his job. Suddenly, Bai unleashed her power, sending clouds of dust swirling. Gritting her teeth, she screamed, where is he? A hand gently rested on her shoulder to reassure her. Woong, don't get so worked up. The prison square Grand Commander sat down beside her, smiling cheerfully. Calm down. Your opponent is very cunning. He revealed his blood-red eyes, paired with a smile that definitely didn't belong to an ordinary child. I haven't properly introduced myself to you, Bai. I'm called Mo. But the people in the prison square usually call me the Grand Commander. In a desolate scene, a dark figure stood beneath collapsing rocks. Xiao Dan, now distorted, muttered, finally, I've got them under control. All around, people were being roughly grabbed by black hands and squeezed, surrounded by sharp spikes. Elsewhere, others were being grabbed by those same black arms run through or pierced through the chest by black stakes. Some were grabbed by those arms and had their hearts pierced. Xiao Dan finally descended slowly into the middle of the battlefield. He sat down and muttered to himself, the remaining time should be enough to get everyone out of here. Xiao Dan felt relieved, thinking the most troublesome situation had been resolved. A voice rang out from somewhere. That's way too early. Hearing that voice, Xiao Dan's face darkened, and his red pupils constricted. A pair of small feet walked toward him slowly. Jin Chan stepped past him and remarked, you are truly strong, young man. A gust of wind flashed past Xiao Dan's neck. She didn't stop, but continued. Honestly, given the state you were in just now, I'm not sure even I could have won. She didn't turn back. While behind her, he had already been turned into a golden statue, thinking, this is bad. Afterward, she walked toward a man with an indifferent face, his hands tucked into his pockets. Jin Chan touched him and said, "What a mess. Let me help you treat those wounds." Zhang Wu let out a breath once saved. "I'm alive, glad I notified you beforehand. Though I'm still not used to your treatment method, it feels like it costs me years of my life." She heard him and snapped, "Shut your mouth." Jin Chan glanced over at the man and said, "Right, I ran into someone running away on my way here, so I brought him along." She carelessly tossed the body aside, then pointed in a direction. He looked over, surprised, and then opened his mouth. "Thanks for the hard work." He walked toward the corpse. Zhang Wu stepped toward Xiao Dan's body and muttered, "Sorry, but in a one-on-one fight, we're no match for you." He reached up to pull his scarf up, looking annoyed. Even though this victory wasn't exactly honorable, reality rarely treats you fairly. Zhang Wu glanced in another direction, stunned. He hesitated as he looked at a body. "This girl," he paused, feeling a sense of pity. Zhang Wu turned and yelled at the people behind him. "Yin Chu, did you run into any other anomalies before we arrived?" The person replied, "No, all the anomalies I was tracking are right here." He lowered his voice as he heard that. "Is that so?" He paused for a moment, as if deep in thought. "Then, we'd better get them out of here quickly." Boom! Something crashed down beside him, sending dirt flying into the air. Wu Mian stopped, dust swirling all around him. "Found you." The little girl glanced at him and smiled. "The scent is right here." Seeing this, his face darkened as he wondered. Gluttony. Jin Chan also noticed this and got into a fighting stance, wondering why this guy was here. She was currently saving someone behind her. The person glanced over and shouted, "Wait! Besides him, there's someone else." A hand stroked the little girl's head, praising her. "You've worked hard, Xiao Bu." A gust of wind erupted between the two. Wu Mian and Xiao Bu stood calmly at the center of the gale. He spoke up then. "Looks like you all have been taking good care of my friends, haven't you?" Seeing him, Zhang Wu just called out his name. Wu Mian. He didn't care, glancing at them with a look of annoyance. "Let me thank you on their behalf." A powerful bolt of lightning struck down. Raindrops began to patter down. Xiao Dan, who had been turned into a golden statue, was touched by the falling rain. Even the corpse with golden hair wasn't spared by the downpour. The water touched everything, including the corpses. One by one, those bodies. There were old people and little girls, all lying there under the increasingly heavy rain. Zhang Wu whispered into his comms, "Eddie, report the situation here to Bai." He immediately. Beside him, Yin Chu stepped closer and smiled. "You're too slow, Zhang Wu. Even if we're facing a sin, the four of us," he vanished, leaving behind the words, "We'll be just fine." Seeing that, Zhang Wu shouted, "Wait!" He lunged toward Wu Mian, reaching out with an arrogant air. "I'll deal with this nobody first." Wu Mian glanced over. The arm reaching toward him stopped in midair. Yin Chu uttered the word repulsion, and a surge of energy flared, enveloping Wu Mian. With ease, he reached out and grabbed Yin Chu's wrist. The guy was stunned. Wu Mian had neutralized his attack so simply that Yin Chu couldn't even move. A look of irritation crossed Wu Mian's face as he muttered. Compared to the repulsion of the world's energy after an overload, he trailed off. Even so, Yin Chu's eyes widened. This kid, with a flick of his wrist, Wu Mian tossed him aside effortlessly. Not interesting enough. Yin Chu's face visibly contorted as he was sent flying. Beside them, Xiao Bu remained completely unbothered. Wu Mian asked, "Xiao Bu, are you hungry yet?" Hearing the question, the little girl chirped, "You really didn't lie to me. So much delicious food." He didn't hold back. "Go ahead and eat." The girl crouched to dash, grinning. "Don't have to tell me twice." She launched herself toward Zhang Wu's group. Zhang Wu shouted, "Eddie, report. I'll deal with gluttony." He quickly responded, "Copy that." He called, "Bai He. Chief, the sin of gluttony is at the abandoned city, and we've encountered them." Hearing this, the person on the other end replied, "I know. The traitor who released gluttony, Zi Luolan, has already been captured. But don't worry, gluttony's current strength is likely only at level 51. Don't worry, just capture it." The voice on the other end added, "And there's that imposter, Wu Mian too." Hearing that name, Bai He's eyes widened, and he paused. "Wu Mian? You all need to try and avoid fighting him." Seeing the call was over, Zhang Wu asked, "Eddie, what were the orders?" Eddie replied, "Gluttony's current strength is only 51. Also, try not to engage with Wu Mian." Hearing that, he gave a cold laugh. 51? He repeated, finding it meaningless. He looked at the gluttony entity before him and shouted, "Is he kidding me?" He hung up. "Bye." He kept repeating the name Wu Mian. Despite that, he slid the phone into his pocket and stared through the glass in front of him. Whatever. Compared to that guy, there are more important matters. A woman's voice rang out. We meet again, Huang Yi. Huang Yi looked up. Humph. His face darkened as he shouted, You mad woman, you're still not dead? Ziluolan repeated his name manically. Huang Yi, Huang Yi. She let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. Finally, her gruesome face locked onto Huang Yi with sheer madness. Tears streamed from her eyes. I finally killed you too. She ordered her monsters to rush toward Huang Yi. She continued to rave. Every single day, I dreamed of tearing you to pieces. A monster coiled around his neck, causing him to narrow his eyes. She kept screaming, Come on, avenge Brother Lin. She frantically commanded the monsters, Tear him apart. Devour him. A monster lunged at Huang Yi. Even then, it wouldn't stop saying, We won't give you another chance to run. Ah, she clamped down on him, leaving nothing around him, not even the chains that had bound him. Ziluolan breathed raggedly but kept muttering. Finally, for Brother Lin. Click, 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 click. A sound echoed. Huang Yi shattered the monster that had bitten him, his mouth mumbling, It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. His face tilted up as he looked at her, his eyes narrowing. You think that's funny? Seeing this, her face went pale. What? Ziluolan, I forgot to tell you. I originally wanted to give you a chance to repent, but you refused before I could finish. Bye. His thoughts surfaced. Behind the glass, Huang Yi was relentlessly torturing Ziluolan. So, it's a real shame. His lip curled in disdain, a cold, terrifying smile appearing as he thought about how to punish her. You are the sinner who released gluttony and caused mass chaos in the city. You die here. Deep in the abandoned city, Eddie was charging at gluttony, attacking non-stop. The rain was still falling heavily. Gluttony just inhaled, and Eddie was sent flying. Zhongwu shouted, Eddie! He gave an order. All members of the prisoner cage, listen up. Put everything you have into capturing gluttony. He looked at Wu Mian and asked, Wu Mian, why are you doing this? You clearly know what serious consequences will follow if a sin goes out of control. Wu Mian replied, That's exactly why I brought her here. He turned to look at Zhang Wu. Old man, if detaining the sins is your responsibility, he smiled, his face still dark and gloomy. Then shouldn't you try harder to do your job? He walked toward Xiao Dan, who had been turned into a golden statue. Gluttony is yours to deal with. I have to take my friend and go. He stepped close to Xiao Dan, who was being pelted by the relentless rain. Wu Mian raised his hand and said, Xiao Dan, I'll help you recover. A surge of energy enveloped him, forcing him to stop. A white clock appeared behind him. Jin Chan reached out, felt it, and said, Miss Kim. He glanced at her with a look of disdain. Is there something else? Only then did Jin Chan speak up. I just need a favor from you. Wu Mian Li frowned, confused. A shadow appeared behind him, listening to what she said. Wu Mian Li smiled dismissively. After all, in his world, there was nothing she could do. Hearing that, Wu Mian Li's face remained expressionless. Jin Chan curled her lips at his reaction. That attitude of yours really pisses people off. Hearing that, he turned to ask the truth. She can see you? It replied indifferently. Indeed. She is the perfect replacement. Hearing this, he wondered. Perfect replacement? Wu Mian Li explained to him. It is a pseudo-object that has been completely replaced by a mask-wearing master. Wu Mian Li glanced over as he listened. You could say this guy is the mask's true form. Jin Chan tossed something toward him. Catch. He gripped the object tightly. She said, Give this to your master. Looking at the item in his hand, he asked, This is, she explained, fusion medicine, the necessary component to repair a puppet. She looked at a corpse and remarked, He should still be useful. Hearing that, Wu Mian Li glanced at it but remained silent. She continued seriously, I wonder if I'll ever get to eat something this delicious again. Wu Mian Li looked over at her and asked, I'm curious, why would a pseudo-object like you throw your life away for too long? That question made her pause for a moment. Time stood still. As they spoke, Zhang Wu approached, shouting irritably, Jin Chan, why are you still standing there? Forget about Wu Mian Li, and come help us deal with the glutton. Jin Chan yelled back, Stop rushing me. She glanced behind her, startled when she realized Wu Mian Li was gone. He's gone? On a building rooftop, two figures stood. One of them spoke. Do you see what's happening in this city? Grand musician Tu Lung looked down, his face twisted with annoyance. This is the chaos the pseudo-objects have caused. He continued speaking to Bai Ye. Your father is pathetic, but if he isn't executed, he will end up just like these monsters, mindless husks, killing innocent people. He went on. If we leave them be, they will tear this city apart. Below, the air was filled with constant screaming as monsters attacked mercilessly. A young boy wailed, Dad! Cries for help echoed everywhere. Those stone monsters roamed about, disregarding everyone. We have to find the mastermind behind this. There were children lying dead, still clutching their teddy bears. But first, we must finish off these monsters. Baye looked down with a darkened expression, as Grand Musician Tu Long's voice continued to drone on about the senseless slaughter. The Grand Musician glanced at the little girl, thinking, are they really this easy to manipulate? Such an innocent girl. He smiled with satisfaction. But I like it. Then, the Grand Musician looked slightly puzzled. If she knew the truth, she'd definitely be devastated, wouldn't she? This so-called Great Purge was nothing more than a stage, meticulously arranged in advance. A pair of eyes seemed to observe everything in this city. He smiled while his mind raced. A stage to trap the pseudo-objects, created to avoid government interference as it naturally should be. He paused for a second. Still, I didn't expect that guy to cause such a commotion right from the start. He's even more active than I calculated. The Grand Musician's face darkened into a smile. Let the hunt begin. A gruesome laugh echoed. Human life was truly fragile. He grabbed someone by the throat and began walking slowly. Such a pathetic little group, reduced to this. He sneered crudely. How ridiculous. He looked at the person in his grip and asked, am I right? A pawn of Tu Long? The person trembled, stammering out, damn it, must inform the other executioners. He squeezed the wrist, causing the person to choke out a few sounds. He then jabbed his hand into the victim. So, this city isn't your hunting ground. With a gruesome look on his face, he said, it's my private feeding ground. The man screamed at the top of his lungs. Ah! Where did that blood-covered monster come from, aiming straight at the sky? It approached two people walking by. One turned around and asked his friend, hey, what is that thing over there? A terrifying monster appeared before them. The other turned, saw it, and screamed, what is that? Where did that thing crawl out from? It spoke slowly. One word. Kill. With a wave of its hand, the ground buckled. He looked at the monster before him and exclaimed, even though this is the first time I've tried creating something like this, I'm very satisfied. The feeling of taking a life with a mere wave of the hand. He floated slowly behind the monster, his face full of addiction. It's too good. At the southern branch of the city hall, something crashed down, sending dust flying everywhere. A battle was raging between two people. One of them spoke. An ordinary person can't obtain power like a pseudo-object through a mask. Lu Wu replied. But there is a certain type of person who is born with talents far beyond the reach of normal people. He said slowly. They are called geniuses. His hand gently blocked the other's punch, and he muttered, heh, you're not the only genius here. He raised his head and smirked. Me too, you know. When Jingguang asked him back, oh, really? She landed a kick on him with such force that he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Thud. Another punch headed for him. Seeing his face tighten, the blow connected, making him recoil. Lu Wu remarked, that's some scary power, but I've already adapted to it. He blocked her hand easily. You're not as strong as I imagined. I possess high-level adaptation power. He grabbed her hand easily. I can adapt to any genius's strength. He shoved her away and smiled. You can't corner me. He rubbed his shoulder and said, you'd better just obediently stay here. Wen Jingguang didn't hesitate. Get lost. As if he hadn't heard a thing, Lu Wu asked, I didn't quite hear that. The girl sighed, her face darkening as a terrifying surge of power radiated from her. A punch whistled past Lu Wu's body, but he hadn't even reacted before Wen Jingguang was already behind him. Lu Wu glanced at her, stunned. Since when? Once again, Wen Jingguang appeared behind him, set to deliver a kick. The impact caused everything around them to turn white. Lu Wu, kicked to the ground, finally spoke, surprised. I can't even keep up with her movements anymore. Looking at her, he was shocked. How is that possible? Given my ability to adapt, what kind of person are you? Wen Jingguang stepped toward him and said coldly, I'll give you 5 seconds to answer my question. Before he could respond, she stomped on his face. With his face pressed under her boot, she said, looks like you can't adapt, huh? Wen Jingguang then asked, then go adapt to death. Trembling, he glared at her with wide eyes, unleashing a burst of magic power in her direction. Wen Jingguang glanced behind her, sensing an incoming attack. Wen Jingguang easily dodged aside as a woman approached her and Lu Wu. You're telling me that even helping me stall her for 10 minutes was a struggle? I clearly overestimated you, number 19. Seeing the newcomer, Lu Wu trembled and stammered, Lord Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo threw a disdainful glance at him. Pathetic. Wen Jingguang smiled unexpectedly as she looked at Ji Ruo. I thought I'd never have to see your hateful face again in this lifetime. Ji Ruo said with some annoyance. The current situation isn't what it used to be, is it? She brought up Vo Niem. I heard the child you took away. She tilted her head and continued, has now become a pseudo-entity. She shot a look at her. You know, don't you? He was never meant to become a pseudo-entity. Hearing her words, Wen Jingguang fell silent. He was the personality that took over Anlei after the successful integration of the RIP chip. Ji Ruo asked, why do you think it was so easy for you to take him away? The RIP chip controls the personality. Once fusion is successful, the host shouldn't be able to become a pseudo-entity. That's why the prison didn't bother you over him, she explained indifferently. Her expression darkened. Now that this has happened, I can only think of one possibility. The chip he fused with has undergone unexpected changes, she continued, speaking with a cryptic tone. I have to be careful. After all, I'm the one who created that chip. She hesitated for a moment. Wen Jingguang interrupted her. So what? I am his guardian. I will raise him myself. Her face darkened terrifyingly, and dark energy began to radiate from her surroundings. If he abuses his power and becomes a catastrophe, I'll kill him with my own hands. She glared at Ji Ruo, cold and menacing. This isn't for you hypocrites to worry about. Ji Ruo's expression darkened as well. You're so stubborn, she added. After all this time, you still insist on being our enemy because of that child, she continued. In the end, he's just a puppet. Wen Jingguang shifted into a battle stance, and in a flash, she was right in front of Ji Ruo. She grabbed Ji Ruo by the throat. He is not a puppet. Glaring at Ji Ruo, she added, he is my little brother. Hearing that, Ji Ruo silently pulled away and said, I didn't come here to fight you. Wen Jingguang's hand didn't drop. Ji Ruo smirked. Let me share a piece of interesting intel with you. Ji Ruo tilted her head and said, the main target of this sweep by the prison is a criminal who has been on the run for years. She glanced over indifferently. You're probably very familiar with him, aren't you? Ji Ruo went on. He goes by the alias The Godfather, a ruthless serial killer from 8 years ago. That's right. He is also the culprit who murdered your younger brother and sister that year. Hearing this, Wen Jingguang's face darkened instantly. The killer you've been searching for all this time. The conversation between them grew tense as Ji Ruo brought up the current situation. Make your choice, her sharp gaze urged Wen Jingguang. He is currently hiding in the western district of the city. Ji Ruo continued, her voice calm but heavy with pressure. If you want to kill him yourself, now is your only chance. Ji Ruo's words struck Wen Jingguang like an arrow to the heart. Wen Jingguang lowered her head, her eyes filled with agony. Ji Ruo's words had reopened a deep wound in her heart. Wen Jingguang whispered in self-reproach, if only I had come home to them earlier that day, this wouldn't have happened. It's all my fault, all my fault. She remembered the scene in the blood-soaked room all too clearly. That day, her 2 siblings were lying unconscious in a pool of blood. Wen Jingguang, still holding a birthday cake, stood frozen, unable to move at the sight of the tragedy. She continued to blame herself. These sorrowful memories flooded back like a slow-motion film. In the memory, Wen Jingguang was smiling at a child, gently patting their head. Listen to me. I'll buy you a big birthday cake when I get home tonight. The child looked up, eyes bright with excitement. Really? I want the one with cherries. Wen Jingguang nodded firmly with a smile. Of course. It's your birthday today. Her younger sister looked so happy. Wen Jingguang felt immense happiness too. Suddenly, she glanced at her younger brother, Wu Mian Li. Back then, he was just a little kid. He crossed his arms over his chest, gritted his teeth, and stared at her, face full of skepticism. You'll definitely be home very late again. Understanding his thoughts, Wen Jingguang tapped his head, making Wu Mian Li cry out in pain. She quickly told him, your sister, Can Quan, has to work. I don't have time to play with you kids all day. He rubbed his head, still in pain. Damn it. To reassure him, she held out her finger toward Wu Mian Li. Come on, Wu Mian Li. He widened his eyes in surprise. Wen Jingguang knelt down gently and hooked her pinky with the child's. I promise. I will be home early today. Wu Mian Li looked radiant and warned her not to break her promise. Wen Jingguang nodded with a soft smile. Of course. Meanwhile, at the surveillance hub of the 1st Division, a mutated gunman bared his teeth, mocking the agency. Pfft. Her partner remembered the importance of her mission and advised her. Can Quan, you go ahead. Leave this to me. Her partner's voice was grave and serious. Thu Dung has lost control under the sin of the Wind's Eye. Tell them to send the Grand Maestro to support us immediately. He sensed the danger approaching. How strange, why is this happening? Looking at the dangerous creature before him, the man grew increasingly anxious. If this thing gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable. With a determined gaze, his voice rang out, firm and decisive. I'll stay here to hold him back and buy time. While he was still speaking, Wen Jingguang surged forward, causing her partner to shout in alarm. Can Quan! Wen Jingguang turned back, her eyes filled with resolve, though her heart remained heavy with worry for the children waiting for her. Wen Jingguang said in a deep, resolute voice, I promised the kids I'd be home early. I don't want to be late, she said coldly. Leave this one to me. Back at her home, the two children were anxiously watching the clock. It was already late, 11:40 at night. Wu Mian Li clenched his small fists. With deep-seated anger, he knew exactly what was about to happen. Liar! Wu Mian slumped his chin on his hand, continuing in a melancholy tone. You're such a liar. You promised you'd be home early. Unlike his reproaches, his younger sister was very gentle and even sympathetic toward Wen Jingguang. It's okay, I'm sure she's just busy with something, and got held up. Wu Mian sighed, pouted, and scoffed, as if he were used to scenes like this. Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted, and the doorbell rang out loud and clear. Wu Mian's attitude did a complete 180. He cheered happily. She's home. Then, he excitedly trotted over to the door to open it. But upon seeing who was outside, Wu Mian froze. His eyes were wide with shock, as if he were witnessing something truly horrific. Oh, a group of aggressive, towering men. They flashed sinister smiles and said, Good evening. And so, when Wen Jingguang finished her mission and returned home with the cake, she only found her two siblings lying coldly on the floor, covered in wounds and surrounded by blood. The cake in her hand fell to the ground. Unable to handle the shock, Wen Jingguang stood there, dazed for a long time before sobbing uncontrollably, her mouth mumbling in self-reproach. Back to reality at the southern branch of the city hall. Ji Ruo glanced at Lu Wu, who was lying motionless on the ground, her voice filled with constant disdain. Hey, stop lying there. Get up and get to work. He sat up abruptly and asked with curiosity, We're just letting that woman go like that? Ji Ruo replied helplessly. And what, you think you could have stopped her? She closed her eyes and sighed, saying, We don't have much time. Ji Ruo quickly ordered Lu Wu, Take this chance and go find that boy named Wu Mian. He stood behind her, looking unwilling to do the work. Meanwhile, in an abandoned factory somewhere in the city, the atmosphere inside was desolate and empty. Wu Mian's group suddenly rushed in. After finding something to lean on, he panted heavily and complained, Phew, I'm exhausted. Xiao Dan and the others were sitting opposite him. Xiao Dan spoke up with appreciation. Thanks for this time. Hearing that, Wu Mian was startled. Her eyes were bloodshot, and she continued with irritation. Because of your carelessness, everyone almost died back there. At this moment, Ling Diao was severely injured. She tried to gasp out words so everyone could help her. Xiao Dan observed carefully, worried about Ling Diao's condition, and asked gently, Ling Diao, are you okay? Suddenly, Ling Diao's necklace turned pitch black and tightened around her neck, causing her immense pain. Xiao Dan approached the chain with a calm expression to inspect it, but her face suddenly turned pale. This collar is trying to split her personality. Xiao Dan shouted in desperation. What do we do? If this continues, it won't be good. Ling Diao's face was flushed, her teeth clenched tight. Wu Mian's eyes narrowed. He seemed to have discovered something, so he frowned and blurted out, The collar. He suggested to everyone, Let me try. This made everyone turn around in astonishment. Wu Mian's eyes widened with determination as he explained, That collar doesn't seem to work on me. Perhaps my power can help. As he spoke, he reached out, intending to touch the mysterious necklace. In short, I'll try using my paradox power to make contact first. Ling Diao was trembling. Just as his hand was about to touch her, the voice of Wu Mian Li suddenly rang out, stopping him. Stop. His arm froze in midair, unable to move. Wu Mian went stiff. He thought to himself, Ugh, I can't move my body. He gritted his teeth in anger, his whole body shaking violently as he cursed internally. Damn it, what kind of madness has gotten into you? Wu Mian asked indignantly. Why are you interfering with my body? Wu Mian Li was standing behind him, gripping his hand to stop him. Wu Mian Li's face darkened as he warned, Don't touch that thing. Hearing this, Wu Mian glanced at him and asked, Why? But Wu Mian Li acted mysterious and intentionally evasive, saying coldly, You don't need to know. Xiao Dan couldn't see Wu Mian Li, and only saw him standing there muttering to himself, so she called out in surprise, Hey, what's wrong with you? Wu Mian was speechless, his body still unable to move. Ugh. Wu Mian began to break out in a cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and stammered, I. Suddenly his eyes widened, and a blood-red color appeared in them, as if he were no longer himself. Wu Mian Li had taken over Wu Mian's body. He used his free hand to cover Ling Diao's eyes, and in a cold tone, Wu Mian Li ordered, "Sorry, kid. I can't let you save her." He seemed to have gone mad, his body withered and broken, glaring at Ling Diao as he declared, "I have to eliminate her along with the collar." Wu Mian couldn't control his body, so he helplessly shouted to stop Wu Mian Li from hurting Ling Diao. "Stop it, Wu Mian Li." Wu Mian Li raised his hand, and a white orb appeared before him. Wu Mian's eyes went wide with astonishment, his gaze hollow as if he had discovered something that made him freeze. Ah, the white orb in front of him quickly vanished, and the truth eyes glowed a striking red. Zidan's attitude changed as he smirked triumphantly, mocking him. Oh, what a pity. Such a rare opportunity. She stood there, staring at Wu Mian Li, and couldn't help but ask, "When did you figure it out?" He, with his blood-red eyes, replied in a disdainful tone, "Before you, some other idiot used an illusion to deal with me. Don't embarrass yourself with such poor sleight of hand." Hearing that, Xiaodan chuckled, her mouth agape with amusement. "Haha, you really do have a big mouth," she smirked, confidently believing that in her world, even if he had been hesitant with his judgment earlier, he was definitely going to kill that girl. Wu Mian Li was indifferent to that attitude and said coldly, "Is that so?" Wu Mian Li's gaze suddenly turned fierce, staring at Xiaodan as he warned, "But even if I were truly going to kill her, I wouldn't hesitate, because right now, you are standing in my way." As the words ended, the atmosphere became tense. The two stared at each other, each with their own calculations in mind. Facing this ambitious person, Xiaodan sighed in frustration. "You really are." At this moment, a small entity that looked just like Wu Mian appeared in the form of a young boy. Although he had the appearance of a child, his power and cunning seemed inferior to no one. His name was Pandora. He spoke up with boredom and disdain. "What a boring guy. This person seems very dangerous and will threaten the truth." Seeing this, he glared in anger and shouted, "Enough! Get out!" Pandora spoke with a gloomy expression. "Hey, even though I have no intention of fighting you for this body." He widened his eyes, staring fiercely at his opponent. "It's still lucky I've been using your power for so long." Saying that, Pandora floated in front of Truth without fear, continuing in a challenging tone. "Taking a little benefit for myself isn't too much to ask, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, before Wu Mian Li could even prepare himself, Pandora brushed past him and pressed a finger against his forehead. He grinned triumphantly. "Huh. See? You're the one who needs to get lost." The space around Wu Mian Li blurred, and everything seemed to freeze. Wu Mian Li had left. A single drop fell into the silent, dark space, setting everything back in motion. Wu Mian Li had vanished, and Wu Mian Li returned to his own body. Panic-stricken and drenched in cold sweat, he stared at the mysterious figure before him, demanding, Who exactly are you?" His voice was stiff and stammering. "You?" Wu Mian Li glared at Pandora with a hint of anger, his tone mocking. "You've got a twisted sense of humor." Pandora fell into deep thought, arms crossed over his chest. He said with feigned regret, "I told you, if you had wavered even a little, he would have truly disappeared." Pandora asked with a hint of confusion, "Why not try to trust me? It's such a good opportunity." He was incredibly confident, believing that following his plan would be the only way to regain control over the body. Hearing these questions, Wu Mian Li replied coldly, his voice sharp, "This is my business, not yours." Looking at the mysterious person who shared the same appearance as his younger self, he couldn't help but ask, stunned, "In the memories the chains brought me, I've seen you before. Who are you, really?" Pandora's expression darkened, and he curled his lip in a cold response. "Who am I?" Then, with eerie eyes, he stared straight at Wu Mian Li, gave a cunning smile, and said, "Heh, I am the origin." Suddenly, Pandora stopped, touched his chin, and mused, No, that's not quite right either." Once again, he pointed directly at Wu Mian Li, and stated firmly, "To be more precise, I am a part that makes you who you are." As soon as he finished, the atmosphere turned strangely silent. Wu Mian Li stood there, completely exposed, facing the cunning Pandora. After a moment, he didn't blink, simply saying indifferently, "Is that so?" Seeing his absolute calm, Pandora was slightly surprised. Aren't you shocked?" In the dark, quiet space, Wu Mian Li's voice slowly resonated. He looked apathetically at the stranger before him, saying it wasn't that he wasn't shocked. He stepped closer to Pandora, his face icy and expressionless, and continued slowly, "It's just that I have no interest in these things you're saying." This made Pandora feel somewhat annoyed. He scoffed. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the dark night sky above them, forcing both of them to stop their conversation and look up. Wu Mian Li's blood-red eyes were staring down at them from above. Perhaps at that moment, he only wished he could rush down and tear them both to shreds. Pandora seemed to realize something. His face grew anxious, muttering that he could no longer suppress this guy. With that thought, Pandora turned back to call to Wu Mian Li. He gave a cunning smirk, placed a hand on his chest, and didn't forget to make his offer. Let's make a deal. Hearing this, Wu Mian Li leaned forward, staring intently at the other. His gaze was vague, and he replied without hesitation, I refuse. We don't know each other. Faced with his cold rejection, Pandora felt a bit stung, but he maintained his composure and continued slowly. Hey, actually, you've known for a long time, haven't you? He suddenly brought up a painful memory of Wu Mian Li. The fact that he had actually died many years ago made him freeze, listening intently to what Pandora had to say. In that dark, cold setting, Pandora stood across from Wu Mian Li, his cold gaze seemingly piercing through his thoughts. Wu Mian Li bowed his head in silence, but his eyes couldn't hide his unease. Pandora spoke up, his tone deep and laced with sarcasm. What is the reason for everything you've done until now to keep strengthening yourself? Saving the person you love, making those who disrupted her life pay the price, acting as a messenger of justice. Wu Mian Li moved slightly but remained silent. Pandora took a step forward, his voice turning sharper. Maybe so, but those aren't the real reasons. Pandora sneered, coldly emphasizing every word. Redoing a terrible past, redeeming your past self that is your true desire. Wu Mian Li looked up, a flash of pain in his eyes. But he didn't refute it. Pandora smiled faintly, continuing to dissect his inner soul. That is why you use the loop endlessly, not fearing the danger of being replaced by the mask, just to try to make the paradox stronger. Because this power really has the ability to realize your unrealistic illusions. Wu Mian Li clenched his fists, but still didn't speak. Pandora paused for a moment and tilted his head, his voice light but full of pressure. Am I wrong? You have always lived. Under the shadow of he, spoke the scornful words without hesitation. Wu Mian Li, the coward, clenched his fists tightly and finally looked straight at Pandora. Shivering slightly, he stared at him and asked, What kind of deal do you want to make? Pandora smiled, his eyes flashing with amusement at Wu Mian Li's weak resistance. In the quiet setting, Pandora stood across from Wu Mian Li, his gaze cold. I will teach you, he continued, his tone a mix of instruction and mockery. How to use the true truth. Wu Mian Li frowned cautiously, asking in surprise, Teach me how to use the true truth? Pandora let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with ridicule. Ha ha, don't misunderstand. I don't mean that guy. His eyes sharpened as he emphasized each word. I mean the power that can make people sympathize with you, Pandora continued. That is the fundamental power that belongs to me. Hearing this, Wu Mian Li was stunned, standing there blankly. He was confused, a look of bewilderment flickering in his eyes. You mean that was never the power of truth granted to me? Pandora stood tall with his arms crossed, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Wu Mian Li. The space around them turned silent, with only the faint sound of whistling wind. Pandora's voice rose, filled with sarcasm and mockery, each word like a jab at Wu Mian Li's pride. Are you stupid? You were already able to use that power before making the deal with him, weren't you? He paused, tilted his head at him, his lips curling into a faint, mocking smile. Even though you could use that power, it was thanks to him. Pandora bit his nail, looking very angry. But that guy is so shameless, he keeps lying to you. I really despise him. Wu Mian Li hung his head in thought. Pandora continued, his tone more decisive. Listen clearly. What you understand about absolute sympathy is completely inaccurate. The effect of my power is to reverse judgment. It seemed that, at this moment, Pandora's words held some truth. As long as the other party wavers at your words, it will take effect. Wu Mian Li looked up, his gaze more serious, listening carefully to Pandora. Mastering how to use it will be a huge advantage when you encounter opponents later. Pandora stepped closer to Wu Mian Li, his eyes cold and full of disdain. Each word sounded like a blade piercing his fragile confidence. If the paradox is strong enough, even if you don't fully grasp your power, it's enough to deal with it, right? He remained silent, then questioned his opponent. If that's the case, why would I risk making a deal with you? Pandora curled his lips into a faint smile, continuing to apply pressure with sharp logic. Haven't you noticed? Even if you really could return to the past, you couldn't take this paradox power with you. Those words seemed to shake Wu Mian Li. Pandora tilted his head, his mocking gaze fixed on Wu Mian Li, every word emphasizing his sarcasm. You from back then never met that truth guy. His voice was steady, filled with hidden meaning. Even if you were given another chance to start over, you were so small and weak. Would you even have the ability to survive the assassin's hand? Wu Mian Li gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his eyes burning with inner struggle. Seeing him remain silent, Pandora continued his relentless attack. Wu Mian Li's face darkened as he listened, and finally, he looked back at him, firmly asking, "What price must I pay?" Hearing this, Pandora was extremely satisfied. He smirked triumphantly, then made a dangerous offer. "Let me eat your heart." He pondered for a long time without answering. Pandora patiently observed his state and continued to urge him on. "It was mine to begin with." Wu Mian Li raised his head, his eyes flashing with determination. Without hesitation, he replied with a firm voice, "Fine." Pandora grinned with delight. While he was immersed in his victory, he was suddenly attacked from behind by the hand of truth. A crimson hand pierced through his body. The space seemed to freeze for a moment. Both Pandora and Wu Mian Li fell silent. Only Wu Mian Li was gripping Pandora's neck with an angry expression, firmly stating, "I didn't agree to this." Pandora laughed coldly, his eyes sharp. "Ha ha, you're too late." Wu Mian Li, full of rage, gritted his teeth and cursed, "You bastard." Pandora was fearless and even grinned provocatively. "Ah." At this moment, Wu Mian Li's entire body seemed to convulse. He widened his eyes, feeling something, and blurted out, "Oh, we're done for." Wu Mian Li's eyes suddenly turned white. He gritted his teeth in anger and hissed, "You tricked me." Pandora wore a cold smile, his eyes filled with complacency, but it was already established. Wu Mian Li, eyes filled with helplessness, roared, "You bastard." Pandora smiled, pointing to his own chest while standing behind Wu Mian Li's body, speaking in a solemn tone, "You cannot destroy me. From now on, I am his heart." His voice was sarcastic and soft, yet filled with power. "I am your heart, too." The heart on Wu Mian Li's chest was slowly emerging. He stood there motionless like a statue. Pandora opened his mouth, filled with sharp teeth, to savor the bright red heart. He continued with delight, "And it also used to be my heart." As the words ended, Pandora bit down hard on the heart. Blood splattered from the corners of his mouth. The atmosphere became tense, and a vortex swirled around Wu Mian Li and Pandora. His tone suddenly became light, as if lamenting, "Thank you so much." While speaking, he placed a hand on his chest. "You can return it to me in repayment. Feel free to use this power." Pandora stared at Truth, speaking as if lecturing. "By reversing the judgment, one can exploit this guy's paradox to eliminate its conditions for existence." He sneered, confident that this was how to use the power to make people absolutely agree. Wu Mian Li was shaken. He clenched his fists, touched his chest, and softly called out, "Wu Mian Li?" Wu Mian Li lowered his voice, looking at Pandora with sharp eyes, and asked, "You are also a mask of mine, aren't you?" Pandora looked straight at Wu Mian Li and replied with a soft laugh, "My name is Pandora. I am simply your heart." Wu Mian Li listened thoughtfully to the conversation between the two. He couldn't hold back anymore, and manifested thousands of red eyes filled with hatred, staring at them both. Pandora sneered, his sharp eyes fixed on Wu Mian Li. "Looks like someone is angry." Wu Mian Li, full of fury, ordered bluntly, "Get out!" Pandora was not afraid. He just stood there looking at the disgusting thing before him and said, "You will need me. My goals do not conflict with yours." His tone was dripping with sarcastic contempt. "Forgive me for being blunt, but based on your current state, it's not enough to take it back." Before these flowery explanations, Truth was suspicious and refused to believe him, so he used all his power to attack Pandora. Just then, a massive gale was created, and Pandora's body began to fade away. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You stubborn guy." In an instant, Pandora vanished, leaving Wu Mian Li standing there exposed and bewildered. Wu Mian Li laughed mockingly, his voice filled with disdain. "Kid, you fight dirty." Wu Mian Li seemed to have fallen under Pandora's control and sneered, "It's all the same anyway." His voice continued with sarcasm, "Your speed in taking over is too fast. I'm scared." Pandora paused for a second, his eyes turning cold. "Scared that before the power is fully complete, you'll be replaced by me." He looked down at the body he was possessing, his voice firm and determined. "Then let it all go to waste. I must persevere until the paradox is strong enough to influence time." Having said that, he raised his head and stared at Wu Mian Li provocatively. "Right now, I just happen to need the power that can balance you." Wu Mian Li's face suddenly softened slightly, and he slowly said, "Little devil." He paused for a moment, his voice soft, but still emphasizing his point. "I actually don't hate you as much anymore." Wu Mian Li smiled sarcastically, his sharp eyes warning, "But you will definitely pay the price for the choice you made today." Pandora said nothing, smiling faintly within Wu Mian Li's muscular body. "Ha," Pandora said with a serious tone, her cold gaze fixed on the truth as she sternly asked, I've always had a question. If the mask was created by your second personality, Pandora tilted her head in thought for a moment, before continuing her inquiry with a stern voice. Then what are you, since you were picked up by me? Wu Mian Li froze, caught off guard by such a sensitive question. He began in a calm tone, but his eyes were sharp as he looked at Pandora. Fine, I'll tell you, but you have to answer my question first. He tilted his head slightly, his tone probing, as if trying to test Pandora's thoughts. How do you know that the paradox allows for time travel? He continued, his expression deadly serious. Not even that person has ever tried it. Pandora stammered, forcing each word out. That person was like the truth itself, cornering Pandora with no room to escape. Answer me. Seeing him growing impatient, Pandora was startled, eyes widening as he stared at his opponent. Then he lowered his head and slowly replied to this. Pandora leaned back, his tone shifting to a thoughtful one, as if recalling a distant sensation. I don't know when I gained this power. I already had that feeling. He looked at his own hands, feeling puzzled. It could do things without any reason. He just felt it. He cast a probing glance at Wu Mian Li, his voice dropping low, as if calculating something. Have we met before? He replied immediately, without a second's hesitation, his tone sharp. Never. As soon as the words left his lips, he suddenly vanished, leaving Pandora alone in Wu Mian's body, standing there in astonishment, eyes full of shock and resentment. He gritted his teeth and suddenly roared, unable to contain his anger, his voice echoing through the space. Ugh, that jerk. The truth, get out here. You're playing dirty. You still haven't answered my question. Back to reality, a voice suddenly called out. Wu Mian, making him startle and freeze. Wu Mian had returned to his gentle yet worried tone, his gaze turning toward Ling Diao. Are you okay? Ling Diao gave a faint, forced smile, her voice low and weak. Just barely. Seeing the interlocked chains fading away, she exclaimed in panic. Oh, the chains! Even the ones on Xiao Dan's neck had vanished, which reminded him of Pandora. Wu Mian's eyes flickered with unease as he looked down at the chains. Is this because of Pandora? That guy seems to have a major connection to these chains. Ling Diao scanned the surroundings, her voice full of vigilance. Wu Mian, is this place safe? Wu Mian nodded slightly, his expression stern but relieved. Yeah, it should be safe for now. Ling Diao breathed a sigh of relief, her voice softening. That's good. Thank you. Saying that, she slammed her hand onto the ground, using her remaining strength to pull out a square box. Ling Diao instructed wearily, this should hold it for a while. Let's wait for everyone to recover, then we'll find somewhere else. Wu Mian looked at the box, his voice firm. Understood. You focus on healing. Ling Diao smiled faintly, her eyes filled with trust. I'm just a bit weak, don't worry. We artificials aren't that fragile. Suddenly, Fu Shi remembered something nearby, his face turning serious as he shouted, Wait, there's one more thing. Before he could finish, he started coughing violently. Cough, cough. Seeing this, Ling Diao interrupted, her voice raspy but her eyes resolute. Fu Shi, you're badly hurt. Don't talk anymore. Fu Shi glanced in another direction, his voice stiff. We have to deal with this guy's situation first. Only then did Ling Diao recall, in surprise, Hua Li was still huddled in a corner, not daring to speak. Hua Li was slowly waking up, eyes opening hazily, his voice sounding faint. Me, he swayed slightly, panting as he realized he was still alive. I'm still alive. Hua Li looked around in a panic, his trembling hand touching the empty space where the chain used to be. The chains, they're gone. Ling Diao stood nearby, her voice calm but her eyes flashing with bitterness. That's right. The tone was matter of fact, letting them know they were all alive, which startled Hua Li when he heard it. He was stunned, turning his head in confusion. Sister Ling Diao. Ling Diao's eyes widened upon realizing the betrayal, her voice filled with pain. How could you do that? She stared at Hua Li, shouting angrily, Why did you betray us? Hua Li turned away, his voice low and full of justification. But in the end, he didn't apologize. Instead, he gritted his teeth in agony, insisting, I didn't do anything wrong. He kept insisting, I just made a choice so that I could keep living. Hearing this, Fu Shi was startled and called out to Hua Li. A flash of stubbornness crossed Hua Li's eyes, tears welling up suddenly, his voice filled with criticism. You guys have changed, the boy kept questioning. Ever since that guy joined, everything changed, leaving Ling Diao's group bewildered. Wu Mian, standing by, was speechless, not expecting it to be related to him getting hit by a stray bullet while just sitting there. Hua Li stared at Ling Diao, his voice mixed with suspicion and hurt. Why did you provoke the cage? Why not just live carefully like before, as long as we weren't noticed? If only we hadn't been noticed by… The cage? Hua Li sighed, his eyes full of resentment as he looked straight at Ling Diao. They definitely wouldn't have come looking for us again. Fu Shi's voice choked with pain. Why didn't you tell us about something like this? His eyes were full of disappointment, his voice trembling as if he couldn't believe the truth. We've lived together for years. We're friends. Can't you trust us? If you had told us, Xiao Diao and everyone else would have helped you deal with it. Fu Shi's voice grew smaller, filled with heartache. Why carry it all alone? Hearing this, Hua Li's face darkened, the boy remaining huddled and silent. A moment later, Hua Li's voice sank, laden with helplessness. Could we even deal with it? Hua Li looked into the distance, his voice choking, yet trying to remain calm. I always thought that to escape the cage's sight, I wouldn't have to be afraid anymore. Even if it was a bit difficult, living with you all was at least something I could feel secure about. He looked up and suddenly gave a weak laugh, but the smile was full of bitterness. But when I met you guys again, I knew I was wrong. Hua Li's eyes widened in fear, his hands clenching into fists, his voice filled with suffering. The shadow of the cage has never left me. That person's terror still makes it hard to breathe. I was never free. Hua Li's eyes were vacant, speaking like a confession. Obeying was the only thing I could do. Hua Li turned to Ling Diao, bowing his head, his voice like a trembling whisper in his torment. I'm sorry, Sister Ling Diao. I just wanted to keep living. Ling Diao's voice was gentle, her eyes filled with pity. You did very well. You're a good kid. Hua Li looked up, his face filled with panic, his voice trembling. But the mission failed. I still have to be punished. He screamed in despair, backing away a few steps, his mouth incessantly begging for mercy. No, no, don't! Something appeared like disgusting black slime, attacking the boy from behind. A strange, cold, deep voice spoke from the darkness, carrying a cruel edge. According to our contract, I shall eat you. Pandora had appeared out of nowhere. He smirked, chuckling as if discovering something interesting. Oh, is that so? Pandora calmly noted that it turned out she was also a child from Luo Yuan. Hua Li's glasses fell to the ground, shattering into small pieces. That black shadow grew larger and larger behind him, completely swallowing Hua Li in an instant. Fuxi saw it and choked, his whole body trembling, his eyes filled with panic. Eaten, it was eaten, Xiaodan also exclaimed in shock. It's a complete replacement. She was incredibly curious and confused. But why now? A look of suspicion appeared on Pandora's face, her voice cautious as she revealed the origins of the Nue. Hearing this, Wu Mian asked curiously, What is that? Pandora tried to steady her breathing, but her voice was slightly shaky. Every child who comes from Luo Yuan has a seed planted within them. It will replace the weight of the trade by repairing the child and the mask. He explained slowly. Once certain conditions are met, it will sprout and break the contract. Pandora's eyes were hollow as she spoke, as if reciting to herself, every word heavy with bitterness. This is Nu-Yi's curse. Wu Mian Li stared at her, his voice cold as he asked, So, this place you call Lac Nguyen is? Pandora's eyes flickered with a mix of pain and resentment as she explained. But the mask's methods are usually easier to manifest in young children. Tu Lung has a place that gathers children with potential, called Lac Nguyen. He glared at Wu Mian Li. He wore a bitter smile, as if recalling the past. I was also a child, taken in there. Pandora's voice grew deeper, each word falling heavily. Those children are forced to become pseudo-beings and have seeds planted in their bodies. His gaze suddenly turned icy, his voice hardening. Without exception, they all become convenient tools or sacrifices for Tu Lung. Pandora looked up at Hua Li, who was being swallowed, her voice soft but carrying a profound meaning. As for this child, he continued slowly, I fear that your existence leading to her failure is the moment the seed inside her body sprouts. Wu Mian Li suddenly appeared, his face unable to hide his contempt. How despicable. Pandora crossed her arms over her chest, offering a faint, indifferent smile. Saying things like that really doesn't suit your style, but I sympathize. Wu Mian Li was speechless upon hearing this. He remained silent, unable to utter a word. Wu Mian Li tilted his head and firmly suggested, Let's finish this quickly, to avoid unnecessary trouble. But as he moved to advance, Ling Diao's hands reached out to stop Wu Mian Li. Ling Diao nodded, her voice hollow as she declared, Leave it to me. By now, Hua Li had been completely replaced. To them, he looked no different than a mindless monster. She sighed, her eyes filled with sadness, whispering to herself, Phew, just one more step and I'll have true freedom. Hua Li's face turned vicious, a sneer forming as he said, As long as I catch you all. Ling Diao faced Hua Li, her eyes both disappointed and firm. If you felt that staying with us was dangerous and wanted to leave, I wouldn't have stopped you, but you betrayed us. Hua Li shrugged, his gaze cold, but his words carried a hint of helplessness. For me, this was the best choice. Hua Li controlled a massive hand emerging from the ground to attack Ling Diao. His voice was bitter. There's no turning back now. Ling Diao stood motionless before the attack. The giant hand slammed down, and she was nowhere to be seen. Everyone watching panicked, calling out for Ling Diao. But suddenly, Hua Li's gaze froze, his eyes widening in shock. Huh? Ling Diao was completely unharmed, and the giant hand had been petrified by her into fragments. As the dust settled, Ling Diao appeared, looking cool and unscathed. Seeing this, Hua Li gritted his teeth in anger. As expected of Sister Ling Diao, he said with a faint, cold smile, speaking with confidence. But an ordinary pseudo-being still can't beat me. Hua Li held his head high. I am. The cold voice rang out like an affirmation, the one completely replaced. The things Hua Li created to attack Ling Diao were easily destroyed by her, becoming lifeless fragments floating around her. She tilted her head, her gaze sharp, her voice light yet challenging. After being completely replaced, do you feel happy? Ling Diao shook her head gently, her voice tinged with mockery. If it were me, I would actually feel very lonely. Hua Li stopped abruptly. His eyes widened, his voice cracking. How could you? Ling Diao stepped forward slowly, her cold eyes fixed on Hua Li. Hua Li, the reason we can live peacefully isn't because we are weak. As she spoke, she manipulated a small cube in her palm. Glowing small cubes surrounded Ling Diao. She gritted her teeth, every word piercing the opponent's heart. But because I have already killed all the enemies. Inside a vast, white, box-like space, Ling Diao stood perfectly still. Fu Shi whispered with a worried look. Ling Diao. Xiao Dan stood frozen, unable to speak. Wu Mian Li frowned, his eyes sharp as he asked, why didn't you tell me this sooner? Wu Mian Li hovered behind Wu Mian Li, asking urgently, are you all right? That child has no hostility toward you, and haven't you noticed her unusual behavior, at least a little? Hua Li shouted, angry as if betrayed. You've been hiding it from us all along? Ling Diao's eyes were tightly shut, her voice cold. It doesn't matter anymore. Ling Diao raised 2 fingers, her long black hair covering her expressionless face. Hua Li was lifted into the air and stuffed into a transparent cube created by Ling Diao. Hua Li began to feel uneasy. His wide eyes watched the space around him slowly shrink. The cube trapping Hua Li gradually grew smaller. Hua Li began to panic. His eyes went wide, his hands pressed against the transparent wall, his mouth rambling, don't think you can trap me. Hua Li floated in the cube, unable to escape, exclaiming in surprise, wait, why? Ling Diao manipulated the rolling cube and explained softly, you can assimilate and manipulate everything around you, but not this space that I have created. Ling Diao's voice was chilling, her eyes soulless, empty inside. The cube kept shrinking, making it impossible for Hua Li to move. His eyes filled with extreme fear, he stammered, what are you trying to do? The shrinking cube pressed in, making it impossible for Hua Li to struggle at all. Hua Li's face was pressed and distorted, he muttered incessantly. I know now. His voice held a note of pleading. Sister Ling Diao, I know I was wrong. Ling Diao said softly, her voice filled with regret. I always treated you like family, Hua Li. I'm sure you must have treated me the same way once, right? Ling Diao asked, choking back tears as she watched Hua Li stiffen, his eyes rolling back in a daze while trapped in the narrow space. Behind a row of dilapidated, old houses, a faint whispering kept echoing. Save me, someone save me. In a trash can, a child was huddled. Inside a large trash bin, the child was sobbing. Is someone there to save me? A tall, thin figure wearing a black cloak slowly approached. The child in the bin was trembling with tears in their eyes. A hand opened the lid of the trash bin. A child was curled up amidst the filthy, stinking trash bags. Ling Diao asked softly, what are you doing hiding in such a dirty place? Ling Diao wore a soft smile and called out gently, little one. Hua Li, with his face covered in tears and snot, glanced toward the light. Who are you? Hua Li retreated in fear, wearing a thin dress that revealed his emaciated frame, his eyes fearful as he looked at Ling Diao, stammering, where is that person? The one from Tulung? Ling Diao cracked a harmless smile, reassuring them that she didn't know and had never seen it before. Not far from the two, a man lay with his mouth full of blood, his soul having already departed from his body. Ling Diao said nonchalantly, they must have left a long time ago. She stood calmly in front of a stark white room and introduced, from now on, this place is our base. Fu Shi couldn't help but admire the room, amazed that the small space had transformed into such a spacious area, making Ling Diao puff out her chest with pride. Suddenly, a soft, lovely voice caught Ling Niao's attention. Sister, Hua Li said, looking at Ling Niao, I also want to do something for everyone, just like you, Ling Niao. Hua Li whispered with an admiring gaze. I also want to use my strength to protect everyone. At this moment, Hua Li was motionless in the cramped space, eyes dull, pupils dilated, and her face distorted and twisted. Ling Niao said with a hint of regret. In the end, your strength was still not used to protect us. Ling Niao reached out her hand and muttered, I cannot forgive you. Fuxi saw this and tried to stop her in fear. Ling Niao, don't. Hua Li's eyes were brimming with tears as her mouth kept moving. I'm sorry. Ling Niao threw a heavy punch. The cube exploded, blood splattering everywhere. Wu Mian stood frozen, witnessing the other person's actions. Wu Mian Li's eyes were covered with a bandage as he listened for any movement. Fuxi's eyes widened, and he let out a helpless grunt. Ling Niao said in a low voice, We have always been like this. Without turning her head, Ling Niao whispered, You should get used to it too. Fuxi hung his head, his voice trembling. I understand. Ling Niao bowed her head, her spirits low. These past few years, my hands have been stained with blood. Ling Niao stammered, unable to finish her sentence. Ah. Ling Niao looked at Wu Mian and whispered, I don't want to stain my friend's hands with blood anymore. Hearing this, Wu Mian asked in a serious tone, Are you still Ling Niao? Ling Niao nodded firmly. I have always been. Somewhere far away. A little boy smiled and called out affectionately, Ling Niao. Ling Niao clutched her chest, choked up. That is the name that child gave me. Fuxi suddenly knelt down, his voice trembling with frustration. I still can't accept this. He choked back tears, completely helpless. Clearly everything was fine yesterday. Why did it turn into this? Tears and snot streamed down his face. Why? Fuxi cried, clutching his head, asking himself why it had to be this way. Seeing him losing control, Wu Mian stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. Fuxi, calm down. Fuxi turned around abruptly, his voice laced with resentment, and bluntly brushed his hand away. What do you understand? Why are you all so used to this? Seeing him acting so unreasonable and wild, Ling Niao ran over and, without a hint of mercy, angrily kicked him hard in the stomach, making him yelp in pain. Ugh! Fuxi panicked, clutching his stomach and stepping back, his voice stammering as he asked, Ling Niao, what are you doing? Responding to him was another heavy slap across the face. Ling Niao tilted her head, her voice cold yet softening slightly as she asked, Are you calm now? She furrowed her brows, her face just as moved, tears uncontrollably welling up in her eyes in a very pitiable way. Fuxi lowered his eyes, his voice softening with repentance. I'm sorry. Seeing no response, he glanced up at Ling Niao. Ling Niao smiled faintly, shook her head, and said in a calm tone, You should be apologizing to me, actually. She looked away, saying a bit shyly, The fact that I am a complete replacement, I have always kept it from you all. Xiao Dan, watching the scene from afar, spoke up. Being so reserved doesn't suit you at all. Xiao Dan stepped forward and smiled gently, her voice encouraging. No need to be so concerned. Everyone has little secrets. Suddenly, she cast a glance at Fuxi and asked a question full of implication. Right, Fuxi. Fuxi nodded slightly, his voice becoming softer, filled with empathy. Yeah. Xiaodan looked intently at Ling Niao to reassure her. To some extent, we all have pasts we don't want to bring up. She looked straight at Ling Niao, her voice firm and full of trust. So, does it matter if you are a complete replacement? I only know that if it's Ling Niao, you would absolutely never do anything to harm us. Saying this, Xiaodan held out her hand. She stood before Ling Niao and said sincerely, I trust you. Ling Niao's eyes were full of emotion. Without a word, she lunged forward and hugged Xiaodan, taking her by surprise. Oof! Ling Niao was momentarily startled, her eyes glistening with emotion as she spoke softly. Thank you. Xiaodan, feeling shy, stammered as she pushed her away. Don't be like that. It's so embarrassing. Ling Niao hugged Xiaodan, her eyes gleaming with warmth, her voice gentle. Let me hug you for a moment, Sister Xiaodan. Xiaodan's eyes widened in surprise, but then she softened and embraced Ling Niao, expressing her feelings. Yeah. Meanwhile, Uncle He suddenly coughed a few times, cough, and couldn't stop vomiting blood. He sat down, bowed his head, his voice filled with self-reproach. Things like this happening again, it's all because I'm useless. I'm sorry. Ling Niao hurried over to Uncle He, her voice firm. Your wounds have just healed. Don't move. He kept his head bowed, his eyes troubled, his voice weak. I am truly sorry. Wu Mian looked at Uncle He, his eyes flashing with surprise, his voice attempting to change the subject. That it seems like Uncle He has become younger, Or is that just my imagination? Yeah, Uncle Hay reached up to touch his face. His voice was calm but carried a hint of nostalgia. That's right, I have returned to my former appearance. Everyone finished coughing after hearing this. Saying that, he picked up the syringe from the ground. Uncle Hay stared at the syringe in his hand with a look of deep gratitude. This fusion medicine was taken from Jin Chan, right? Thank you. It has been many years since I last had a dose of this. Wu Mian looked at Uncle Hay, his eyes showing curiosity, his voice soft. Uncle, do you really need this that much? Uncle Hay nodded slowly, his eyes thoughtful, his voice even as he explained. For a puppet like me, this is something incredibly precious. I'm a semi-finished product. If I don't get a refill of this, I'll age several times faster than a normal person until I die. Uncle Black gave a slight smile, his voice tinged with appreciation. I'm the same. It was only because I got a refill this time that my body regained some activity. That's why I look younger, too. Bird Spirit looked into the distance, her voice carrying a hint of melancholy for that woman's kindness. Xiao Dan looked up at everyone, her voice firm. In any case, we can't stay here any longer. Xiao Dan folded her arms and shook her head slightly, her voice calm yet firm. If Prison Dragon is already set on wiping out the pseudo-objects here, he certainly won't spare us. She weighed her options, sharing her assessment with the group, though it seemed unlikely they could wipe out all the cities at the exact same time. Xiao Dan frowned, her tension and determination clear. She figured fleeing to another city was the best course of action. Hearing this, Wu Mian glanced hopefully at Ling Diao. But we'd be safe if we hid inside Ling Diao's space, wouldn't we? Ling Diao rested her chin on her hand, looking worried as she replied, My temporary space is unstable, and it's hard to predict their scouting methods. If we aren't careful, we'll be like fish in a barrel. Xiao Dan sighed, her eyes sweeping over everyone before she said softly and firmly, In any case, just get some rest for today. Fu Shi sat curled up in a corner, watching the others deliberate. He hung his head in sorrow. Fu Shi bowed his head, his fists clenched, his voice heavy with disappointment. I couldn't do anything to help. Suddenly, Wu appeared, standing beside him, and mocking him cruelly. Hearing that, Fu Shi started and looked up. Wu stood with his arms crossed, his voice filled with contempt. A real man wouldn't bow his head over something like this. Wu's face darkened, looking incredibly cold as he continued to challenge him. Are you going to give up again? Fu Shi fell into a deep silence, not answering. Nearby, Wu Mian's group was discussing their counter-strategy when Ling Diao suddenly stopped in panic. Her eyes went wide as she stared ahead, as if she had discovered something terrifying. She stammered, What is going on? Suddenly, a black orb appeared, with someone lunging out from the center. A young boy stumbled out, his clothes in tatters, his face dark and gloomy. He let out a sinister laugh and growled, Hey, you're here. Huh? Wu Mian looked at the black orb and cursed Fu Shi, calling him a fool. As soon as he finished, the black smoke dissipated, and an object hit the ground with a loud thud, kicking up dust. Ling Diao immediately rushed over to the rubble to look. A young girl in a white dress with messy hair lay face down on the ground. Ling Diao exclaimed in horror. Does Wu Mian recognize who it is? The boy hiccuped. Yeah. Outside the room, the members of Zilong were gathering. Fan was waiting for the others. Behind him, Zhang Wu and Jin Chan approached. Is it settled? Zhang Wu asked. Fan replied nonchalantly. Not yet. It ran away. He turned to look at the two of them, smiling as he asked, Are you two all right? Zhang Wu was surprised by his calm demeanor, hesitating for a moment before answering. We're fine, Jin Chan added. The appearance of that man has directly changed the course of our grueling battle. She looked at Fan as she spoke. Fan smiled as he bowed slightly to answer. Please, wait a moment. He popped another piece of candy into his mouth and said, I'll be right back. Then, he strolled away. Fan chanted a spell, and the ground beneath his feet began to soften. A black orb pulled him inside and vanished. Jin Chan said to Zhang Wu in a low voice, I have a feeling this sweep won't go smoothly. Zhang Wu looked grave and replied, You're right. This city has become a muddy pool. Inside the room, Wu Mian pulled Xiaobu out, sighing as he observed the child's bloodied, wounded body. Did it track my scent to find me? To be defeated so quickly, I suppose I overestimated this little bean. Ling Diao leaned down to look at the child with pity. It seems to be just a cute kid, yet it managed to open my space. Wu Mian heard this and said, Trust me, once you find out who it is, you won't think it's cute anymore. Suddenly, Xiaobu opened its eyes and gasped, struggling to catch its breath. Wu Mian felt a glimmer of relief and whispered, Oh, it's awake. Hearing Wu Mian's voice, Xiaobu's mouth began to quiver. Wah! It cried out and lunged forward to hug Wu Mian tightly. Wu Mian was startled and yelped, "Oof!" Xiaobu started sobbing loudly. "Wah! I couldn't beat him. It hurts, it hurts." It rubbed its tears and snot onto Wu Mian's shirt. Witnessing Xiaobu's reaction, Wu Mian was completely shocked. Is this kid scared? Seeing the child like this is so different from its usual self. It seems it went through a very painful experience. Wu Mian felt a pang of guilt. Tricking it like this doesn't feel right. Seeing the child clinging to Wu Mian as soon as it woke up, Ling Diao looked at Wu Mian with annoyance and scoffed. "Since when were you so close to this cute kid? You scum." Wu Mian waved his hands in confusion. "Ah, no, listen to me. Let me explain." Suddenly, a strange voice spoke up. "Unbelievable. To think such a large space was hidden in a place like this?" Wu Mian was startled, his heart sinking. Fan had appeared in front of him in an instant. He stepped on Xiaobu's head and asked, "Oh, why is it so attached to you?" He leaned in close to Wu Mian's face and smiled with amusement. "How rare." Ling Diao trembled as she watched Fan's elusive movements. How did this person get in? Wu Mian held Xiaobu tightly and backed away, reciting a paradox spell. A bubble exploded where Fan was standing. The smoke from the explosion cleared, and Fan stood there unscathed, not even a speck of dust on him. He looked at Wu Mian in confusion. Wu Mian stared at him in shock. "It didn't hit him? That's not right. This is a box." Ling Diao regained her composure and began to deploy her technique. Instantly, a transparent box enclosed Fan. He remained calm, hands in his pockets, and poked at the side of the box. "Predicting space, huh? So, that's your power." He turned to Ling Diao and smiled as if nothing was wrong. Fan effortlessly leaned out of the box and praised her loudly. "Interesting, isn't it?" Ling Diao's face darkened as she watched his behavior, exclaiming, "You've got to be kidding me." Fan dropped his smile and spoke in a deep voice, but that was still a bit sloppy. He appeared right behind Ling Diao. She spun around in a panic, and Fan flashed a triumphant smile. He swung his hand down. Ling Diao agilely dodged, stepping back. She noticed a lock of her hair had been snipped off. It seemed his swing wasn't meant to hit her body, but was a clean cut. She looked aside in suspicion. The wall of the room had been sliced by a long black line. Ling Diao looked at the cut, feeling a chill. She was truly lucky to have dodged his strike. "Where are you looking?" Fan appeared right next to her, his hand ready to swing another slash. Ling Diao collapsed, muttering, it's over, it's really over." Fan slashed his hand horizontally, and a flash of white appeared before him. His slash cut across the room, no blood, no screams. Fan tilted his head to look. So Wu Mian was fast enough to block the attack for Ling Diao. Wu Mian's palm had been cut by a shallow line. Fan looked stunned for a moment. He blocked it? He wore an intrigued smile, praising Wu Mian. "Interesting." He raised his hand, watching. Ling Diao saw this and whispered, guessing what he was about to do. She shoved Wu Mian aside and shouted, "Get out of the way!" A circular cut appeared on the wall. Fu Shi stared at the cut, his mouth agape. Wu Mian and Ling Diao both breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Ling Diao was quick. Fan's voice sounded somewhat bored. "So you managed to dodge that too?" Ling Diao glanced at him and asked, "Are you also a spatial type?" Fan lowered his head and replied, "That's right." In a flash, he appeared behind Ling Diao and said, "Which means your death won't be in vain." He gestured with his thumb, preparing for another strike. Wu Mian rushed over, kicking his arm upward, deflecting the slash into the opposite wall. Fan immediately swung his hand, sending a slash across Wu Mian's body. Wu Mian moved with agility, arching his back to dodge it. Ling Diao dashed toward Fan's blind spot and kicked him squarely in the jaw. Fan was sent flying into a wall, kicking up a cloud of dust. Despite the impact, he managed to stay on his feet, refusing to fall. He muttered in frustration, "Humph, a tough one, huh?" A faint sound echoed in Fan's mind, catching him off guard. He looked over at Wu Mian. Wu Mian stared back in confusion. In Fan's vision, a faint light was pulsing from Wu Mian's chest. What? What is this? Wu Mian suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. He clutched his chest in discomfort, his heart pounding erratically since the start. Watching Wu Mian's pained expression, Fan muttered, "His body hasn't been his own since the beginning." Wu Mian issued a cold warning. "Will you cut it out?" He looked up with a sneer and continued, "My patience has its limits. Bandora, stop pulling these tricks again." He glared at him, threatening loudly, "I don't care, I'll just rip you to shreds." Hearing this, Bandora let out a sound. What? There was pure disgust. Seeing the dark energy constantly radiating from Wu Mian, Fan voiced his serious assessment. "His aura has changed, even the air feels suffocating. This isn't a normal pseudo-object." Wu Mian shouted a threat. 3 seconds. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or you'll be staying here forever." Seeing no reaction, He poured all his strength into counting down. As for Fawn, he still didn't move, standing there and contemplating, should I probe a little more? He's strong, but not invincible. Most importantly, the strange feeling I just sensed from him hasn't been verified yet. I really want to know. The aura surrounding him intensified as he counted to 2. His eyes, already bloodshot, suddenly shifted to a deep red. Just as he counted to 1, the moment he finished the count, Fan vanished instantly, leaving him all alone. He frowned, standing still to scan for any movement, then looked around vigilantly and muttered to himself. Did he leave? He immediately slumped to the ground, exhaling in relief. Thank goodness I scared him off. Not having to fight those dangerous creeps is such a relief. As he said this, his eyes drifted toward the red and black orb floating in the sky, and he said, a bit panicked, oh no, there are some things I can't hide anymore. A while later, in another space, seeing him suddenly appear, Xiaodun was caught off guard and called out in doubt. Wu Mian? Once she confirmed it was really him, she rushed to his side and asked him caringly, are you hurt? Where is that guy? He replied coldly, yeah. He ran off. He then turned around in a hurry and announced, we're safe now. Xiaodan looked stunned. At the same time, in another location, Fan suddenly appeared and calmly uttered, Zhongwu, sorry about that. I let him get away. Having said that, he thought with a hint of regret, I left this time to avoid creating a scene that might draw him here. Zhang Wu didn't reply. Meanwhile, in the western part of the city, head music master Prison Dragon witnessed something that left him stunned, asking himself, What happened here? It's full of monster carcasses. Did someone wipe this place out already? Just then, not far from where Prison Dragon stood, a bulky monster was lurking near someone. It crept up slowly behind the person. Seeming to realize the monster's intent, the person immediately raised a fist, decisively splitting the monster into 2 pieces, before it even realized it was dead. Hearing the commotion, a pink monster nearby turned its head and looked down, observing the person for a moment. Its gaze fell upon the person's arm, which was dripping with the blood of its own kind. The person kept a cold, emotionless expression while staring back at it. Wandering through the dead city among the grotesque monsters, the Godfather suddenly felt like something was off. He sensed the surrounding aura and thought to himself, the creatures here are all dead. Suddenly, a massive, giant monster fell from out of nowhere. It hit the ground with a thud and lay motionless. Facing this scene, the Godfather didn't know what to say. From the shadows, a small figure emerged from the dust. He smirked and said, Heh, I like this one. Wen Jingguan stepped forward powerfully and said, You must be the Godfather, right? Seeing the small but resilient figure calling out to him, the Godfather blurted out, This one? He flashed a twisted smile. Someone still remembers me. How touching. Watching his mocking expression, Wen Jingguan lowered her voice and said, Touching, huh? She couldn't help but sneer. Wen Jingguan continued, I think so too. She placed a hand over her heart and whispered, You can finally rest in peace, little ones. Then, Wen Jingguan glared at her enemy with murderous intent. Just then, a huge monster was about to rain down a devastating blow upon her. A second later, its fist caused the ground to shake violently, sending dust flying everywhere. The Godfather spread his arms, looking smug. For that, I grant you a miserable death. Suddenly, something flew straight toward his face, which was twisted in a sadistic grin. The monster's head rolled behind the Godfather, who turned around, confused. Before the Godfather could process it, Wen Jingguan leapt into the air to launch a critical strike. She kicked her nemesis with full force. The Godfather's face grew distorted, and he hissed. You! He growled in a frenzy. You're provoking me. His body was quickly enveloped by a terrifying aura. Wen Jingguan turned her head to look behind her. Now, the Godfather was advancing toward her, looking utterly grotesque. He hissed, inferior creature. Even facing such a disgusting monster, Wen Jingguan showed no fear. She clenched her small fists and punched the Godfather with all her might. He grunted, Ugh! The monsters behind him swarmed forward, and even with a hole in his stomach, the Godfather calmly said, Your punches. They don't even hurt. At that moment, a ferocious beast lashed out at Wen Jingguan. The Godfather watched the battle calmly, not even bothering to lift a finger. Wen Jingguan spoke softly, I have a question. Despite the powerful attack, Wen Jingguan blocked the monster with just one hand. She asked in a low voice, Have you ever felt ashamed? Hearing this, the Godfather looked confused. Ashamed of what? He smirked, intrigued, and asked loudly, Isn't it fun? The feeling of trampling on others' lives as you please. Isn't it a thrill? Me? Oh, I love it. The godfather bared his teeth, asserting himself, clearly enjoying it. Hearing that, Wen Jingguang just hissed. Ah! She clenched her palms tightly. She directed her attack toward the priest, believing he deserved to die. At the same time, Wu Mian Li whispered to Wu Mian Li, "To be honest, I have no impression of your parents or your younger sister." He continued. Only when seeing the photo of that smiling face placed on the funeral wreath did he feel shame, and an indescribable emotion, as if it wanted to pierce through his body, began to surge endlessly. The young Wu Mian Li was choked up to the point of welling with tears. Wen Jingguang, standing beside him, said softly, "She is your little sister." Wu Mian Li asked quietly, "Sister, why was I the only one saved?" Hearing that, Wen Jingguang felt a bit flustered, and she hesitated. "That was my fault." Wen Jingguang bowed her head and said, "It was all because I came back too late. I could only save you." Wu Mian Li knew deep down that he must be saying that just to comfort him. Wu Mian Li hung his head and asked himself, "How could such a thing happen, and yet my body has no scars? How is that possible?" Brother Din, Nin, the me back then must have escaped already, Wu Mian Li told himself. After such a terrifying event, people usually run away in fear, right? I was afraid of dying. The priest held out a stem of white chrysanthemums toward Wu Mian Li and spoke up. "Here," he said softly, "offer a flower and a blessing for this simple, kind, brave, and resilient girl. God has called her, and she will become a beautiful angel." Looking at his sister's smiling face in the portrait, Wu Mian Li blurted out the priest's words. Resilient and brave? Is he blaming himself like that? He wondered. If it were her, she definitely would have bravely shielded me that day, right? I'm just a weak coward. Wu Mian Li believed that he must have taken advantage of the time his sister bought him to run away. In the end, he had survived out of shame. Finally, this memory was like a nail driven deep into his soul, forming a root in the depths, making him live on as a relic of her. It seemed that this was the only way to make him feel a little better. Afterwards, Wu Mian Li reflected. He began fighting constantly and became rebellious. He had always struggled to make himself look strong, to the point that after encountering Tu Lung's attack, he realized how ridiculous his so-called strength was. Wu Mian Li wondered. It was also from that moment. As his consciousness slowly faded, a wild thought sprouted in his brain. Had he died once before? He felt very clearly that he had experienced this feeling before. This emptiness, helplessness, sorrow, fear, and unwillingness. Wu Mian Li remembered it vividly. The feeling of watching his own body slowly go cold, he had felt it before. He thought to himself that it was absolutely correct. Wu Mian Li bowed his head and thought. The things said after Pandora appeared made him even more convinced. He realized that the man from earlier had made his heart beat rapidly, making the anxiety in his chest even more palpable. Wu Mian Li suddenly felt like a stranger to himself. He began to look deep into his heart. No, it wasn't because of their appearance. He had just always been afraid to think about these things, always running away. Wu Mian Li subconsciously reached out and thought. He was afraid that acknowledging it would make his emotions, his entanglements, and his life over the past years meaningless. After a while, he called out, "Wu Mian Li?" Wu Mian Li asked in a low voice, "What on earth happened to my body? Tell me." At that, the truth just coldly replied, "I don't know." Wu Mian Li continued, "The investigation into your memories only stops at the day you were born." Hearing that, Wu Mian Li looked up and whispered to himself. "Ah." Born Wu Mian Li then clarified, "The day the perfect puppet named Wu Mian Li was born 9 years ago." At that moment, Wu Mian Li's face showed clear shock. Then his eyes became vacant and a bit sorrowful. Wu Mian Li added, "But calling you a puppet doesn't seem appropriate anymore." He continued, "I should call you an artificial human. This is something I have always kept from you." Wu Mian Li began to explain in detail. The personality of a puppet and a human are fundamentally different. They need to be given a purpose to exist. This is a flaw that creations cannot avoid. Because of this, they get caught up in the rationality of their own existence. Wu Mian Li believed that doubting the meaning of one's own existence is fatal. He looked at the distracted Wu Mian Li and thought, he has no awareness of being a personality puppet. This shouldn't have been possible. He didn't need to go this far just to keep secrets. Wu Mian Li thought to himself, if he had been a bit more careful at the beginning and hadn't let him be fitted with that cursed chain. At this point, he blurted out, "Ugh. Thinking about it is annoying." Wu Mian Li thought, if he couldn't hide it, he might as well let him know everything rather than letting him guess and doubt on his own. Seeing the darkness enveloping Wu Mian Li, the truth had no other choice. He told himself to give him a logical answer. Thinking this, Wu Mian Li crossed his arms and said, "A gamble it is. I want to see." He raised his voice. What talent does this kid have to be called perfect? Seeing the situation take a wrong turn, Wu Mian Li was momentarily surprised. By now, dark energy had engulfed Wu Mian Li, creating a massive surge of power. Wu Mian Li worriedly shouted, "Don't actually go and deny yourself." Looking at the situation, he was somewhat astonished. Wu Mian Li called out, "Hey, kid." He forcefully reached into the endless darkness to pull Wu Mian Li out. Wu Mian Li shouted in frustration, "What are you doing? Is this all you've got, you little brat?" He angrily tore through the darkness and roared, "I misjudged you. Is your heart really that weak?" Wu Mian Li continued toward Wu Mian Li, not forgetting to hurl insults at the fool. Suddenly, Wu Mian Li's cold hand grabbed him tightly. Wu Mian Li smirked with amusement. "Look at you being scared." Seeing that, Wu Mian Li realized he had been played. "You!" He immediately backed away and shouted angrily, "You played me!" Wu Mian Li said, "You thought I was too weak." He stepped forcefully out of the darkness and said in a low voice, "I was just a little disappointed." Wu Mian Li looked up and thought, "But when I was certain that I wasn't just living a temporary life, for some reason, I felt an unprecedented sense of relief." Wu Mian Li realized, "For the first time, I felt that living wasn't such a heavy burden anymore." Afterwards, Wu Mian Li whispered, "Thanks, old friend." Hearing that, Wu Mian Li put on a cold front. "What? It wasn't for you. It was just to ensure that I can take your place later. Instead of this fake gratitude, why don't you thank me with something material?" Wu Mian Li whispered his offer. "Then how about you take control of this body for a while?" Hearing that, Wu Mian Li's eyes lit up. "Really? For real?" Wu Mian Li turned and walked away, not forgetting to instruct him, "Handle it yourself, and stop playing with fire." He said quietly, "I want to rest for a while." Seeing that, Wu Mian Li called out, "Hey!" He spoke up, "Things have reached this point. Do you still want to try and change your uncertain past?" Hearing that, Wu Mian fell silent for a moment. After pondering, Wu Mian replied, "Of course I do." He glared with a determined gaze. "Otherwise, I wouldn't have peace of mind." Seeing this, Wu Mian Li blurted out a sound. Click. Just then, Fuxi looked down from above with a look of pure shock. "The city, what happened to this city?" Bird Spirit immediately pulled Fuxi inside to hide. She didn't forget to scold him for sticking his head out too far. The fool crouched down and watched the monsters lumbering below. Fuxi whispered, "Is this what you call the Great Sweep? What are these monsters that all look the same? Are they mimics?" Wu Mian Li, standing behind, replied, "No, those things are all humans who lost their form after being affected by some method." Hearing that, Bird Spirit looked stunned. "No way. Those things are human?" Wu Mian Li crossed his arms and said nonchalantly, "That's right. On my way here to meet you guys, I ran into this." He grinned with excitement, saying that since Tulong's attention was diverted by these things, it would be even easier for them to move. Just then, Ziduo spoke in a stern voice, "We can't delay any longer. Let's move. We just need to enter the forest north of the city. Under the cover of night, it shouldn't be easy to track us." She continued, "The gray lands on the outskirts are areas that neither Tulong nor the city hall can control. It's enough for us to hide there for a while." After reaching the ground with everyone, Wu Mian's phone suddenly vibrated. Buzz. That made Wu Mian Li a bit anxious. After opening the phone, a notification caught his eye. A new message. An unread message from his sister. Wen Jingguan had left a note. "Leave the city quickly. Once I finish up here, I'll come find you. Be smart about it." Seeing that, Wu Mian Li fell into deep thought. Then, Bird Spirit urged him, "What's wrong, Wu Mian? Let's go." Wu Mian Li replied, "Oh, right." He muttered to himself, "This guy's sister isn't my sister. Why am I spacing out?" Wu Mian Li felt frustrated, thinking that he must be acting abnormal from being with that guy for too long. At the same time, Bai Ye observed the scene around them and remarked, "Dying here is like walking through hell." The smell of rotting flesh and fresh blood blanketed the entire city. The great conductor Tulong cast a glance and spoke up. "The numbers and the way they died so exaggerated. Who on earth did this? If it wasn't the great conductor, no one could have done this." Suddenly, something caught the great conductor's attention. Amidst the pile of monster corpses stood a tall figure. Bai He casually said hello. The great conductor Tulong narrowed his eyes and asked, "What is this? You? What is Bai He doing specifically guarding this place?" The great conductor looked suspicious. "Are you trying to steal rare prey from us executioners?" Bai He stepped forward and explained, Hey, you're blaming me wrongly. The situation around here has nothing to do with me. Bai He glanced at the pile of limp corpses nearby and added, "The situation here was caused by the intrusion of a rather troublesome character." Hearing this, the great conductor Tu Long looked puzzled. "Bai," he smiled until his eyes closed and said, "The matter here. How about I handle it for you?" The great conductor Tu Long said irritably, "Humph. Why ask when you already know? Do whatever you want. You know I hate killing people." The great conductor bared his teeth and continued, "I only hunt mimics." Afterward, the great conductor turned to leave and didn't forget to call out, "Bai Ye, let's go," he said in a soft voice. "Let him handle the business here. We'll go handle the other place." Seeing that, Bai He smiled with satisfaction. After the great conductor Tu Long left, he muttered, "The troublesome ones are all gone." Next, Bai He bared his teeth and put on a look of pure pleasure. The real sweep was starting. At the same time, heavy, brutal blows rained down on the Godfather, and he shrieked in horror. Damn it! Watching Wen Jingguan fly into a rage, the Godfather wondered what this woman actually was. Just then, Wen Jingguan tightened her grip, intending to punch the bastard who killed her family to death. The Godfather shrieked in terror. Click! All of his sensitive points were in Wen Jingguan's sights. She quickly unleashed a barrage of attacks that her opponent couldn't dodge. In the smoke and dust, the Godfather hissed, "Ugh. Even though I can create substitutes to take the damage for me, this is too strong. She's not even giving me time to catch my breath." Wen Jingguan shouted in fury. "That was 73. You've died 79 times now. How many more substitutes do you have left?" She clenched her blood-stained fists and growled, "How many more punches until you die?" Hearing this, the Godfather smirked with disdain. He wanted to kill her. He yelled, "I was only giving you some face." The Godfather's arm transformed into a hideous monster appendage. He struck a blow that sent Wen Jingguan flying several dozen meters away. The very next second, she ambushed him, aiming for his neck. 80. He roared in madness. "You can't kill me, you idiot." Without a word, Wen Jingguan reached out and grabbed his head, then gave it a snap, successfully decapitating the Godfather. 81. The drawn-out battle continued like this. He just wouldn't stay dead. The Godfather laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha ha. Desperate now, aren't you?" he sneered. "Trying to catch me for so long must have tired you out, right? In a little while, I'll help you out so you won't have to worry about a thing." Wen Jingguan continued to clench her fist and threw a lethal punch. She landed a powerful blow on the Godfather and counted 82. Wen Jingguan gritted her teeth. "I don't care." She continued to strike, not stopping until she killed him. Wen Jingguan punched while counting 83. In the dark night, the number of times she had defeated the Godfather kept climbing. 84, 85. Wen Jingguan squeezed his disgusting face. She wanted to crush the bastard who killed her family into dust. Wen Jingguan counted coldly. 969, the Godfather asked. "Strange, does your stamina have no limit?" He assumed the creatures in this city were the ones meant to die. Meanwhile, Bai Ye looked up, wondering, "What's happening over there?" The number of creatures is dropping at a terrifying rate. She took down each corpse and whispered, "I'm sorry. May you find peace." Grand Maestro Tu Lung stroked his chin and thought, "In terms of destructive power, she must be approaching the level of a great sin, right?" The Grand Maestro smirked with amusement. That guy Bai, he had given him an interesting toy. He looked at Bai Ye before him, secretly thinking that with proper training, she could surely become an executioner, no less capable than his own subordinates. By now, Wen Jingguan had already killed the Godfather 3,781, 3,782 times. She delivered a punch to his chin and muttered, 3,700. Then, Wen Jingguan landed another powerful, heavy blow. 83. Sprawled on the ground, the Godfather stammered, This is hard to believe." He thought to himself, every single attack was a lethal strike. Just shifting positions was already exhausting. The number of creatures was falling too fast. If this continued, the Godfather feared he would truly be beaten to death by her. Even though Wen Canquan's arms were covered in blood, her rage remained unquenched. As she continued her assault, a voice suddenly echoed from behind. "To be born a deadly sin and end up in such a state, it's truly hard to watch." The man grinned widely. "Heh heh, why don't I give you a hand?" Hearing this, Wen Canquan paused. "Bai," he smirked deviously. "I don't mind adding a little more difficulty to this game." Wen Canquan glared in frustration. "Did you really have to choose this moment?" Bai he summoned a monster and spoke in a mocking tone. "What do you mean? This is, after all, a party I carefully prepared just for you." A massive, ghastly monster head appeared right behind her, its eyes deep and lifeless. "Bai," he continued, "it even has a face you recognize, and right next to it, Gun is baring his teeth. Wen Kangquan narrowed her eyes and muttered, "Deadly sin." Bai He believed that no matter how strong she was ultimately human, and humans have limits. They eventually run out of strength. He shoved his hands into his pockets arrogantly and said, "Ah, if you want to run, now is the time. If you decide to leave, we can't really stop you." Then, Bai He lowered his head and whispered, "But I know you won't." Wen Kangquan replied coldly, "I don't care about your interference, and I believe you feel the same." She threatened that she wouldn't hold back if she accidentally killed them. A terrifying aura instantly suffocated the atmosphere. Standing before such overwhelming power, Gun hesitated. Bai He urged him impatiently, "What are you afraid of? Gun, you're not the same person you were back then, are you?" He smirked and added, "Besides, look closely." Bai He reassured Gun, pointing out that she was already covered in wounds. Indeed, after killing the father thousands of times, Wen Kangquan's hands were stained with blood, and her clothes were shredded. Bai He observed her and added, "Her breathing is uneven from exhaustion." Wen Kangquan is struggling to control her breath now. Bai He smirked, believing that human wounds and fatigue don't heal as fast as his creations. "We just need to apply a little more pressure." At that moment, the father recovered and shrieked in a fury, "I don't need help from losers like you." He used his massive, hulking body to try and crush Wen Kangquan. Little did he know, she had already agilely dodged. Wen Kangquan leaped into the air, her eyes burning with murderous intent, before launching a fatal strike toward the father. Seeing him collapse, Wen Kangquan remained calm. Seizing the opportunity, Gun scurried behind her, attempting an ambush. Facing his powerful punch, Wen Kangquan managed to block, though the impact still took a toll. She grabbed Gun's hand and threw him to the ground with immense force. Gun hit the ground with a loud thud, sending up a cloud of dust. The monster head bulged its eyes, blowing out a stream of revolting, foul-smelling gas. Wen Kangquan leaped aside to avoid the stench, though a bit of the toxin still seeped into her body. Gun launched a barrage of attacks that shook the earth, shattering the ground into small fragments. He lumbered forward, roaring, "It's over! The end has begun!" On the side, the father used his skill, reanimated corpses, and a swarm of monsters burst from his body. The father added, "Even the microorganisms I consume can become my creations." Now, 500 monster minions had been summoned, all tall, hulking, and constantly roaring. The father hissed, "I'm going to stomp you into the dirt." Facing this situation, Wen Kangquan cursed in frustration. "Damn it, this is basically a gang fight now, isn't it?" Seeing her try to bolt, Gun quickly blocked her path. Wen Kangquan roared, "Get lost!" Gun attacked, but she countered. Not happening. A monster ball was summoned to stall her. She looked back anxiously. The 500 monsters had her surrounded. Wen Kangquan had nowhere left to run. She let out a frustrated cry. Then, Wen Kangquan launched a powerful strike, fearing no one. The monster head opened its grotesque mouth, trying to swallow her whole. But Wen Kangquan smacked him right in the face with pure disgust. Just then, Wen Kangquan's eyes were hit, and fresh blood gushed out. Even so, she refused to yield. She lifted her leg high and landed a crushing blow on Gun. Facing Wen Kangquan's strength, Gun was sent flying dozens of meters back. Wen Kangquan turned to look at the monster head. Just then, the father lunged at her, punching her in the gut, sneering. "Oh!" His force sent Wen Kangquan flying, slamming her hard into the wall behind her. Wen Kangquan let out a pained, "Ugh!" She stumbled, dragging her battered body forward toward her opponents. The father glared with murderous rage, swinging his hand to deliver the finishing blow. Just as his strike was about to land, Wen Kangquan looked up. Then, she agilely zipped right past the father. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, muttering, "This guy, she waited for me to expose my blind spot to attack. If I hadn't pulled back just now, I wouldn't even have had a chance to react." Gun regained his footing and pushed the father aside. "Get out of my way!" He gritted his teeth, hissing in a frenzy. "Let me tear her apart." Gun marched toward Wen Kangquan with murderous intent and growled, "I'm so angry." Watching from the sidelines, Bai He felt confident that Gun's strength would grow based on the intensity of his emotions, increasing his power in stages. He stroked his chin, his face showing a hint of disappointment. "Still a bit weaker than I expected." Meanwhile, Wen Kangquan punched Gun hard. Receiving the blows, he could only let out a grunt. "Ugh, Then he swung back at Wen Kangquan. "Hra." Seeing this, she clenched her small fists and countered directly. Wen Kangquan slammed Gun down and growled, "Aren't you done yet?" In an instant, she successfully downed him. Wen Kangquan panted, trying to catch her breath. "Huff huff," she asked, "is this fun for you?" Her face was now a mask of blood. She charged toward Bai He, her eyes blazing with fury, and let out a scream. Seeing the tide turn, Bai He secretly cursed that loser gun. The monster head bulged and spat out a cloud of toxic smoke. Wen Kangquan was well accustomed to this cheap trick. She stomped her foot and stepped back to dodge. Then, Wen Kangquan gathered her strength and lunged straight at the monster head. She kicked him right in the nose, and in the blink of an eye, the monster head was defeated. Wen Jingguan landed powerfully with a cool pose. At this point, even Bai He felt a slight chill. Wen Jingguan lifted her blood-stained face and growled, "You're next." Wen Jingguan always remembered her little sister, who had innocently urged her, "You have to come home early, okay?" The little girl even gave a thumbs up and said, "It's a promise." That memory had become a thorn in Wen Jingguan's heart. She had once sought out Tu Lung, but they told her, "I'm sorry, I cannot help you with this. Dealing with human criminals falls under the jurisdiction of the City Hall. Until it is confirmed to be a pseudo-creature, I have no authority, nor can I help you mobilize people to hunt down that culprit." Hearing that, Wen Jingguan was furious and gritted her teeth. She turned to leave and coldly stated, "Then I'll do it myself. I'll just leave Tu Lung." Suddenly, from behind, Tu Lung called out loudly, "Wait, Wen Jingguan." The man hesitated and warned, "You cannot take Wu Mian with you." He continued, "He is an incredibly rare, perfect artificial human. He has immense research value. The superiors will absolutely not let you take him away so casually." Hearing this, Wen Jingguan glared, threatening, "Just try having them stop me." Facing that terrifying aura, the man felt a slight chill, sweat pouring down his face. Wen Jingguan said gently to her younger brother, "Wu Mian, let's go home." Then the two walked away, leaving cold corpses behind them. Wen Jingguan recalled that, later, she joined the city hall, searching for that person for 9 years, that serial killer, this godfather, who seemed to have evaporated from the face of the earth. Her sworn enemy had appeared, and now he stood right before her. She thought to herself, it didn't matter what conspiracy or scheme was behind this. Then, Wen Jingguan clenched her fist, determined to exact her revenge. She launched a powerful strike that shook the very earth. Wen Jingguan believed that someone like him would absolutely never feel remorse for what he had done. The souls that died by his hand would never rest either. She grabbed the godfather's head in resentment. Death alone was not enough to offset his crimes. Wen Jingguan struck the godfather in the face, thinking to herself that she must shatter his will. At this moment, the monsters surrounding them became increasingly ferocious. Wen Jingguan relentlessly struck the godfather, trying to break his faith. By now, the monsters were gradually fading away. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, the godfather still stammered inside the monster's mouth. Wen Jingguan was filled with resentment, determined to crush his arrogance regarding life into the ground. She delivered a strike of terrifying intensity, carrying a blast of light that lit up the entire sky. Held firmly in Wen Jingguan's grip, the godfather still talked tough. "Phew, as long as my creatures still exist," Wen Jingguan retorted furiously. "They don't exist anymore." Then she unleashed the 10,000 butterfly strike technique. A terrifying surge of power quickly swept through. Seeing the situation, Bai He couldn't help but be shocked, a physical breakthrough beyond human limits. In the blink of an eye, the monsters had all vanished. Grand Maestro Tu Lung wondered in confusion. "What's going on?" "All the surrounding creatures have been killed," Bai Ye said softly. "I didn't do anything." Grand Maestro Tu Lung quickly replied, "Come with me and let's go see." By now, Wen Jingguan didn't stop her hands, her heart pounding rhythmically. Wen Jingguan continued to strike, intending to settle the score for all the hatred. The surrounding land shook violently, the ground shattering into small fragments. The godfather was now exhausted, his arm falling onto the cold ground. Seeing that, Wen Jingguan finally stopped. She smiled with relief and whispered to herself, "I've helped you all defeat the bad guy." When she was little, Miss Yao introduced the new child, Wen Jingguan. "From now on, stay with us, don't be so shy." Miss Yao called out gently, "Wu Mian, come over and say hello. From now on, Wen Jingguan will live with us. Come here and call her sister." Seeing this, Wu Mian's eyes sparkled as he said, "Oh, it's Sister Wen Jingguan." Miss Yao kindly instructed, "Think of her as your own family." Little Wu Mian had always liked her. Hearing that, Wen Jingguan bowed her head and whispered, "Thank you, ma'am." "Miss Yao, I'm sorry to be a bother." Seeing this, Miss Yao gently stroked Wen Jingguan's hair and chuckled at her precocious demeanor. "What are you saying, you silly child?" From that moment on, Wen Jingguan secretly told herself that while she couldn't protect her parents, this time she would definitely protect everyone. At this moment, a tear silently rolled down her cheek. Wen Jingguan's face was covered in blood and tears. She sat amidst the scene smelling of rotting flesh and quietly apologized. Suddenly, a foot stepped forward, and then that man kicked Wen Jingguan hard. He aggressively attacked the young girl, then kicked Wen Jingguan away. He hissed in frustration. What a handful. Glancing around, he snarled in fury. It took 3 great sins to barely win. He wondered to himself, is this the true strength of a so-called genius? I have a temporary grasp of Wen Jingguan's physical limit data, he thought. From what I know, there are at least 5 more geniuses in the city hall. If they all have this kind of strength, this is a real headache. He decided that this experiment was still too dangerous. It was still too early to fight the city hall. Suddenly, he was stunned to see Wen Jingguan still had the strength to sit up, and he couldn't help but cry out. He couldn't believe his eyes. She had avoided the lethal blow, to be able to react in that situation. Thinking this, Bai He extended his sharp claws, having gained such great power without paying any price. He headed straight for Wen Jingguan while growling, "You favored people are truly strong enough to be annoying." Suddenly, a hand grabbed Bai He's head. Wu Mian had appeared just in time. He said irritably, "Paradox." Then, Wu Mian powerfully slammed Bai He to the ground. Only when he slumped to the ground in a pool of fresh blood did Wu Mian Li stop. He stepped gently toward Wen Jingguang. Wu Mian Li said softly that if he hadn't arrived in time, the kid would have regretted it for the rest of his life. Hearing the familiar voice, Wen Jingguang asked in confusion. By then, Wu Mian Li had already turned to leave. Wen Jingguang asked quietly, "Are you that gentleman?" Seeing this, he paused. Wen Jingguang continued, saying that even though she couldn't see, her other senses had become extraordinarily sharp. "I'm sure I'm not mistaken," she said softly. "I'm truly grateful for what you did back then." Wu Mian Li said coldly, "You don't need to thank me. Back then, I just handed over a defective heart. It was useless to me anyway." He turned his head, thinking, "I never did anything worth your gratitude." Wen Jingguang replied, "But that was precisely what allowed the child to survive, though she had always lived under the shadow of past memories. Even after losing an arm, she kept pushing forward with positivity in her heart. One day, she would surely realize the truth about herself. If a final replacement is truly unavoidable, I hope you can save her first." Hearing this, Wu Mian Li couldn't help but sneer. You're overthinking it." He shoved his hands into his pockets and said, "He's likely much stronger than you give him credit for." Then, he said coldly, "I'm telling you, if you want to save her, you'd better be quick." Hearing this, Ziluolan finally stepped out. The two of them landed right behind Wen Jingguan. Seeing this, Wu Mian Li spoke up. Finally decided to show yourself?" Ziluolan narrowed his eyes in suspicion. "So you noticed the red glow I was hiding. Your perception skills are truly impressive, kid," Wu Mian Li growled. "Are you done watching the show?" Ziluolan bowed his head and said, "Please forgive us for not providing backup from the start." Before the great maestro could finish, Wen Jingguan interjected, "Don't blame them. This was my decision. I felt that this part of my past was something I had to bear and end by myself. It's the only way to find redemption for me and for them." Seeing this, the woman in the red cloak spoke softly. "All right, wounded one, don't dwell on it anymore. Leave the rest to us." Ziluolan added, "Even so, if there was real danger of her dying, I would have stepped in. A city hall official is too important to give up. The fact that she avoided the fatal blow earlier, and your appearance, were all within my surveillance, so I didn't need to intervene." Ziluolan narrowed his eyes. "I haven't seen the moment of her death yet." Hearing this, Wu Mian Li didn't know what to say. Ziluolan continued, "We're done here. We're taking her, and we will do everything in our power to keep her alive." At this, Wu Mian Li asked coldly, "Can I really trust your words?" Hearing this, Ziluolan paused. He turned his head to look at the person standing behind him. Wu Mian Li was now glaring with an intimidating gaze, his killing intent radiating throughout his entire body. Ziluolan quietly affirmed, "I can guarantee her absolute safety." Hearing that, Wu Mian Li finally lowered his head and said, "That's good." After that, he immediately walked away. Watching Wu Mian Li's retreating figure, the woman in the red cloak whispered, "That man, he gives me an uneasy feeling." As Ziluolan took Wen Jingguan away, 2 people were observing the scene from the dark alley. They were the great maestro Tulong and Bai Ye. Bai Ye looked at the scene before her and asked, "Did that woman handle all of this?" Seeing Wen Jingguan in their arms, Bai Ye was deeply moved. With tears in her eyes, she whispered, "Thank you so much." At the same time, at the lantern ward, he muttered to himself, "What a pity to let her be saved just like that. It's really frustrating." He spoke softly, This sweep you're conducting should be coming to an end. He glared and continued. Those hidden dangers you left outside, if it weren't for the commotion caused when Bai He was killed, I wouldn't have noticed them. Elsewhere, Wu Mian Li met up with Ling Diao and Xiao Dan. He said quietly, I'm back. Ling Diao asked, that fast? Did you finish handling your business? Suddenly, a car sped past them. Everyone turned to look. A person opened the door and stepped out of the black vehicle. Ling Diao immediately warned, everyone, get ready to react. Suddenly, a voice rang out, there's no need to be tense. An old man said gently, I won't hurt you. He turned to look at the group and added, I just want to talk to you. Fu Xi looked at the car parked right in front of him, his emotions rising like waves in a storm. Ling Diao spoke up. You're the mayor. She frowned deeply. I don't believe we've ever had any contact with City Hall. The old mayor remained ambiguous about it. Xiao Dan gave Fu Xi a hard shove and said expressionlessly, go on. You have things you want to say, right? Ling Diao, not understanding what was happening, glanced at Fu Xi and called out, Fu Xi. Meanwhile, Huang Yi seemed much calmer, standing there without saying a word. The mayor put on a look of someone feeling very grateful, saying, thank you for taking care of my son all these years. He introduced himself as the head of the Fu family, Fu Xi's father. Fu Xi said slowly, I have nothing to say to you. Go back. Watching the father and son standing face to face yet feeling worlds apart, Ling Diao looked at her comrade with concern, calling out his name, Fu Xi. These words were perhaps not outside the mayor's expectations, but hearing them come from his own son's mouth, the look of shock was still clearly visible on his face. Fu Xi didn't say much to the mayor, turning away sharply. Let's go. Don't waste any more time. The old mayor certainly couldn't let it go so easily. He reached out an arm to try and stop his son. Wait. Don't be so stubborn. Seeing Fu Xi completely unmoved, he said, Tu Long has locked down the entire city and is conducting a sweep for abnormals. There isn't much time left, he shouted. Come back with me. At least I can protect you. Fu Xi didn't turn back, asking him calmly, can you protect my friends as well? This question was the final nail in the coffin for the mayor's desperate attempts. The old man looked helpless. Fu Xi sneered. Ha, ha. Just go back to being your distinguished mayor. Don't ruin your career over a lowly abnormal like me. Then he turned back to look at the mayor. Fu Xi said bitterly, I don't deserve to be your son. The old man shouted back, what nonsense are you saying? You are my only son. It is my duty to protect you. Fu Xi questioned him gloomily. Then what about my mother? She was your only wife as well. Yeah, didn't you need to protect her? He continued. Why did you abandon her? The old mayor could only stand there and take it. The distance between them grew even wider. Fu Xi asked painfully, I've been gone for so many years. Did you ever once take the initiative to look for me? His face showing clear resentment, he said, do you truly consider an abnormal like me your son? Stopping himself from looking at his father anymore, Fu Xi turned away. Stop with the fake affection. Faced with all those questions, the old mayor was stunned into silence. Fu Xi hadn't walked more than a few steps when a massive amount of ice appeared on the ground, locking his feet in place. Very quickly, a solid wall of ice rose up, blocking the path for everyone trying to leave. Wu Mian Li stared at the thick layer of ice, exclaiming, Ice. Ji Ruo slammed her notebook shut with a loud clap and said, Oh, I gave you a chance. Sitting inside the car, her voice was colder than the temperature radiating from the ice. But it seems you don't have the strength to bind that abnormal. The old mayor looked at her, stuttering in fear. Wait, give me a little more time. Ji Ruo snapped her head to look at him with a dead, emotionless gaze, saying nothing. The temperature was dropping significantly now. The ice and snow made the air even drier and harder to breathe, especially for those caught off guard like Ling Diao. Ling Diao rubbed her arms and exclaimed, It's so cold. Wu Mian Li said calmly as the surrounding temperature plummeted in an instant. Ji Ruo stepped out of the car and said slowly, Mr. Mayor, I suggest you stay where you are. I can no longer guarantee your safety. The old man stubbornly argued. So what? At least let me take my son. Ji Ruo replied. Request denied. Fu Xi was furious, asking why these people were brought here. Ji Ruo wrote a few lines in her small notebook and said, The remaining time is for the final cleanup of the leftovers, of the aberrations trying to escape, and to recover the source of the catastrophe from the outside. Aiming a sharp gaze ahead, she uttered two words, Wu Mian. Wu Mian, the faceless smiled, aiming to charge at that heart. Are you? Oh, what an interesting thought. Wu Mian Li appeared, his signature red eyes glowing, a grin stretching wide across his face. Are you planning to hunt me in my own world? Ji Ruo didn't offer a single word in reply, muttering about absolute zero, her eyes still locked on him with vigilance. In the blink of an eye, the temperature truly plummeted to a level unbearable for ordinary people. Ice and snow covered everything rapidly. The truth, clenched his fist, his eyes wild and cunning. I won't allow it. The temperature, I can't adapt to this. He tightened his fist as he appeared in this world. That firm grip caused all the ice surrounding him to shatter in an instant. Never dropping his guard, he shifted his attention toward the one attacking him, but Ji Ruo was still one step faster, closing in on him, making those crimson eyes widen in surprise. Ling Niao wrapped her arms around Truth to pull him to safety, and she shouted to warn him. A second later, Ji Ruo unleashed her move, a massive ice attack with sharp, protruding claws. Ling Niao and Wu Mian Li narrowly escaped the danger. She scolded him. What are you distracted for? Be more careful. Noticing her arm frozen and crumbling like lifeless shards of ice, Ling Niao cried out. Oh no, Wu Mian Li said worriedly, reaching for her arm, but she brushed him off. It's fine. My regenerative power is much stronger than that of ordinary aberrations. Wu Mian Li trusted her completely and turned back to the enemy. He admitted, You're good. I can't cover her entire range. Looking at Ji Ruo, who was plotting something within the ice matrix she had created, he deduced that extreme cold could freeze everything around it. Wasn't its essence something more than just temperature control? On this side, the man known as Uncle He said nothing, just quietly observing the situation, but the air felt somehow different. Discovering the great Maestro Tu Long standing right behind him, Uncle He glanced back in shock. He decided to strike first, aiming straight for the great Maestro's face, but when Wu Mian Li turned back, he heard Ling Niao scream, Uncle He! He was completely shocked to see Uncle He's entire body sent flying away by the great Maestro Tu Long, as if it were effortless. He called out, Hey! Uncle He's muscular arms were held up to defend, but one arm had been broken by the sheer force of the impact. He replied, I'm fine. The blow unleashed by the great Maestro Tu Long remained, and even after Uncle He and he were standing face to face at a distance, the pressure had yet to dissipate. The great Maestro Tu Long pointed directly at where Uncle He was standing, his face showing extreme apathy. Zidan gritted his teeth. Do these two great maestros think so highly of us? Pan, holding a toothpick in his mouth, said with a smile, Hey, don't underestimate them, you two. He tilted his head back, hands in his pockets, standing near Ling Niao, and said, Don't be careless and get hit. Ling Niao looked at him with extreme caution and asked, Who are you? Pan's eyes were carefully shielded behind black glasses, as if to prevent being seen through. He ignored Ling Niao and just let out an enthusiastic, oh. That surprised sound was surely meant for Truth. With the intense, murderous red gaze typical of him, Ling Niao immediately assessed the situation, rushed to Truth's side, and shouted, Everyone, stay close to me to get out of here. Pan pretended to think, and said, Oh, I forgot to mention I've already destroyed the weak space nodes around here. Hearing news that hit like a bolt from the blue, Ling Niao's eyes widened, and she stood frozen for a moment. Pan continued, Using a shield in this fragile space, it probably won't turn out well. With the situation in chaos, Truth placed a hand on Ling Niao's shoulder and stepped forward, signaling for her to let him handle it. From now on, he would deal with Pan. If you want to play it like this. A wild, demonic smile appeared on Truth's lips again. He concluded, Then I can't hesitate too much. In an instant, the sky and the landscape turned dark and gray. Pan didn't understand what was happening, as everything began to rumble. With that same smile, Wu Mian Li gestured to summon an incantation while starting a conversation. Do you know why Tu Long is called Tu Long Slaughtering Cage? Very quickly, a crimson door appeared, adorned with countless eyes as decoration. Pan asked anxiously, This door is Wu Mian. Li didn't rush to explain. He placed his hand on the door, and immediately, the aura there flowed into his hand, instantly staining his entire body a deep black, dotted with a few flecks of bright red. He laughed. That's because I took the power of this thing to name it. The great Maestro Tu Long was so stunned he couldn't speak. Is this a coincidence? Looking ahead, he widened his eyes, his voice trembling with surprise. This door, Ji Ruo followed his gaze, her face dazed. Door. She frowned, confused, saying, No way? How can this be? Her face grew increasingly serious as she kept questioning. Why would this door appear here? The figure of Wu Mian Li appeared, his voice raised in arrogance. It's been a long time since I used it, but this power belongs to me now. Pan stared at the strange person before him and fell into deep thought. Is this the source of that feeling of displacement coming from him? He looked up with a look of astonishment and said loudly, This isn't right. This is a different one. Wu Mian Li turned his back, wearing an evil smile of welcome, as terrifying blood-red eyes gradually filled the screen. He spun around, baring his teeth in a wicked grin. He declared triumphantly, "Now, this place, this world is me, and I am the world." Amidst thousands of blood-red eyes, a strange sound suddenly echoed. He froze, wondering about the source of the clapping. After a moment, he let out a loud laugh and nonchalantly remarked, "Ah, forget it." Grand Jailer Tu Lung's expression remained tight, his mind still swirling with thoughts. No, this pattern, this feeling of danger, there was no doubt about it. This was that door. Looking ahead, that door was sealed in the deepest part of the prison. Pointing at the iron chains wrapped around the door, he continued, "They say the one who started the disaster all those years ago was imprisoned behind another gateway." The door was shrouded in a gloomy color, and something incredibly dangerous seemed to lurk behind it, making anyone who looked at it feel terrified. A door. The Grand Jailer looked shocked, as if realizing something, and he let out a twisted laugh. Could it be that for decades, Tu Lung had been using all their resources just to suppress this thing? A flicker of doubt arose in his heart, and his smile gradually lost its humanity. Real or fake? This is actually quite thrilling. While he was still lost in his own calculations, blood-red eyes suddenly appeared behind him and spoke up. Like this? Staring intensely, they sent a chill down the Grand Jailer's spine. His face showed clear panic, and a terrifying voice declared, targeting him, "Then let's start with you." As the words finished, the Grand Jailer looked a bit dazed. He regained his composure and then smirked. "Oh, really? Then let's see you try." Suddenly, an eye opened on the Grand Jailer's face. He froze as those eyes continued to open across his arms. He began to panic, staring at the horrific things sprouting all over his body, and stammered, "What is this?" Wu Mian Li's command to seize caused the red eyes to gradually take over the Grand Jailer's entire body. He was confused and flustered, muttering, My body. What's happening to it? Consciousness, Chi York, help him. Try to hold on." As soon as she finished, both Chinurk and Fan rushed forward. Both wore terrifying, serious expressions. Chinurk lunged to the left, Fan to the right. But before they could reach him, the eye on the gate opened wide, looking extremely ominous. Wu Mian Li smiled a wicked, jagged smile, and sneered, "That guy must have warned you that you absolutely shouldn't come near me, right?" After that remark, eyes began to appear on Fan's body, leaving him panicked and speechless. "You!" Then, appearing behind Chinurk's head, he waved his hand forward and commanded, "Coerce! Seize!" Chinurk's body was possessed by the eyes, and Fan also began to sink in, losing control of his body. Wu Mian Li flashed to where the two were, smugly grabbing them by the throat with a condescending tone. "Oh, you bunch of fools." With just a little effort, he easily slammed both of them down. He savored his own strength, feeling excited as he witnessed the failure of others. Wu Mian Li bared his teeth cruelly and chuckled. Ah! The more he thought, the happier he felt, losing more of his humanity. He tilted his head back and laughed loudly. Ha ha! Unable to contain his feeling of pure satisfaction. But suddenly, an eye with a golden pupil opened wide, and his smile vanished. Then, the three of them luckily escaped, falling hard to the ground. Fan struggled to breathe. Damn it. Once Fan could breathe more easily, as if he had just returned from the gates of hell, he couldn't stop lamenting. Whew, that was close. I almost lost my life back there. He turned to the other two with a probing tone and asked, "Are you two still alive?" Chinyuk struggled to stand up and slowly replied, looking forced. The Grand Jailer was still visibly shaken, muttering, "Strange." His body trembled, his face twisted as he mumbled, "My strength and my body, they won't coordinate properly anymore. It feels like I've lost an important part of myself," Fan gently explained. "Consider ourselves lucky. If that state had continued, everything on our bodies would have been taken if his power really comes from the back door of that guy." He pondered, questioning why the remains of the original sin were linked to that name. Looking toward the hole where everyone had fallen, he continued, "Besides, we managed to escape at the last minute. It seemed that, thinking of something, the warden had taken action." Looking toward them, Ling Diao asked with a worried face, "Why are they the only ones who made it out? What happened to Wu Mian?" Xiao Dan stood beside her and replied, "It seems they suffered very serious injuries. If they want to run out now, they might have a chance." Ling Diao fell silent, as she was very worried about Wu Mian at that moment. Ling Diao looked impatiently at Tu Dan and asked, "But if we can't let it go, are we going to have to fight?" At this point, Fu Shi said to everyone with a grim face, "I don't want to owe him any more favors here." Fu Shi and Uncle He stepped forward. their voices tinged with self-reproach. Having been saved by him so many times, I really don't have the face to run away alone. Hearing this, Ling Diao bit her lip, her eyes becoming determined. Then she declared resolutely, "There's no turning back now." Back to Wu Mian Li. Those golden eyes widened, staring at the gate bound by iron chains. Tuhak sighed. "What? Why are you only showing up now?" At that moment, the jailer appeared, his hand piercing through Tuhak's body. "I've been waiting for a long time." The jailer ignored the remark, saying, "Command, paradox." Then Tuhak disappeared. The jailer said, "Today, I will completely extinguish the source of the fire." He pulled his hand back. "I will manage that place much more strictly. I won't let you have any more opportunities for outside interference." Wu Mian Li, merging with Tuhak with your personality, you wouldn't have been this late to make a move on me. What's wrong? Is your condition not stable? He said arrogantly. If you pretend like this, how much longer can you hold me? Sooner or later, I will get out. Let's officially greet you today. He thought of the other three, regretting that he couldn't completely finish off those three flies. He felt a bit guilty toward Ling Diao and the others. The jailer said with a sneer, "You've also gotten stupider than before. If you had been a bit more modest, I wouldn't have noticed so soon." He then flashed to his side and landed a blow. "I'm afraid you can only struggle to survive for a few more days." But he replied arrogantly, "Haha, but my goal from the beginning was that source." Tuhak spoke up, "Hey, Tubu, it's dinner time." Tubu bared her sharp teeth, her eyes bloodshot, and she jumped onto Wu Mian's shoulder, sitting just like a cat. Using Wu Mian's shoulder as a pivot, Tubu leaped toward the jailer. She gritted her teeth, making a grinding sound. Tubu was extremely excited, but her strength was still far inferior to the jailer's. That ugly jailer countered, punching Tubu in the stomach. He suddenly blurted out, "Paradox." After the jailer's punch, Tubu was thrown more than 10 meters away. A loud bang echoed, and Tubu fell heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, Tubu tried to get up, her eyes becoming even more bloodshot. She bared her sharp teeth, drool constantly dripping onto the ground. She seemed to be getting more and more excited. Looking at Wu Mian in front of him, the inspector asked curiously, "You erase the presence of this monster and you always keep it with you? Are you kidding me, Wu Mian? Heh? You really should thank me. Paradoxes are quite convenient. It's just a shame that only things directly related to me can have their presence erased." The inspector cracked his knuckles, looked at him, and said with contempt, "Just acquiring one isn't enough to make you someone I'd rely on to oppose me. You, from before, even though you were arrogant," his fingers grew larger as he spoke, "wouldn't go seeking your own death." As soon as he finished, his middle finger pierced right through Wu Mian's body. He continued, "What is it that you're actually relying on?" Wu Mian smirked, as if he had just heard a joke. "Relying on something?" Wu Mian suddenly grew angry, his eyes turning blood red as he growled. "When have I ever needed to rely on anything to beat someone up? You," he continued. "How many anomalies you sweep up to supplement yourself has nothing to do with me. If you target me, I won't hold a grudge. But you keep insisting on targeting this kid's sister." Wu Mian snapped angrily. "Take a look! Because of this kid's outburst, I'm about to lose the control I worked so hard to gain. All because of a fool like you." Wu Mian's eyes turned even redder, filled with a killing intent so sharp it could cut. He was furious. The inspector panicked, feeling a chill run down his spine. Is this feeling the evolution of sin? Are you trying to directly evolve the second stream of sin within your body? How nostalgic. This scene is just like the day I watched you being born. The inspector watched Wu Mian, who became even more aggressive. "Don't disgust me anymore." He gritted his teeth, snarling, "I hate that I can't just smash your head in right now." Lu Wu walked toward the short-haired girl. Watching the scene before him, he sighed. "Are you all right, Sister Ruo?" Everyone suddenly disappearing just now scared the life out of me. The person called Sister Ruo looked up at him and said, "It seems you weren't pulled in." "Huh?" She panted heavily and added, "Finish up the remaining sweeping work." Lu Wu thought for a moment and asked hesitantly, "I have one thing I don't understand. Are anomalies really such important research subjects to you people? Why must you hunt them down so relentlessly during the sweeping?" The girl stood up and turned to leave. Before she walked away, she said, "We aren't the ones who set these rules. The city hall did." In the corner, a bald man pulled a kid behind him. He said coldly, "Fu Shi, try to stay behind me later." "Why? Uncle Hay?" he warned him. "Don't try to act tough, or you'll die," they shouted. "It's here. Sister Ruo Fei is coming with lightning speed." She swiped at the Ling Diao, but it dodged nimbly. Not giving up, she launched a new attack. She leaped into the air and conjured sharp crystals. "Ma Fang," she said. "Sorry, but I don't think I can let you go support your friends." Outside, a young man with red hair stared at the scene ahead with hateful eyes. Tu Long, standing beside him, warned, "Pan, don't underestimate her. You and I will take her on together." Unbelievable. That idiot Silver Dog's report was actually true. I recognized those eyes, the only sinner to ever escape my grasp. Lu Wu interjected, "Ruo, leave the rest to me. There are two of them. How annoying," he added with a dismissive tone. "Even if they are just two pieces of trash." He suddenly stopped, looking over with an intrigued gaze. Compared to that short brat beside you, you actually seem somewhat worth watching." Hearing this, Fu Xi fell into deep thought, not knowing what to say. The blond boy, Fu Xi, looked dazed, his face darkening as he muttered, "What is this? My body feels so stiff." His eyes flashed with fear. "Am I scared?" He stared at the person in front of him, suddenly feeling very anxious. How was he supposed to deal with this guy? While Fu Xi was still thinking, suddenly from behind him, a black-haired man appeared and pushed him back. Thousands of questions flooded Fu Xi's mind. "Can I really handle this guy?" A voice suddenly rang out, reminding him, "Hey kid, don't just stand there. Protect yourself." Fu Xi stood and watched as Uncle He charged powerfully toward Lu Wu. He stammered, "Uncle He." Uncle He was about to reach Lu Wu, yet Lu Wu remained as calm as could be, without a shred of fear. Uncle He delivered a thunderous, painful punch to Lu Wu. Lu Wu reacted quickly, blocking it with his arm. He stared at Uncle He and said with disdain, "Sorry, but power at this level." Before he could finish, Uncle He landed an uppercut right on his chin, and blood sprayed from Lu Wu's mouth. Lu Wu was knocked away, but he leaped backward, and since the hit wasn't strong enough to defeat him, he landed lightly on the ground. Lu Wu wiped his chin, looking smug as he continued, "I've been used to this for a long time." Suddenly, a streak of light appeared in Lu Wu's eyes, closing in fast. A golden flash zipped past his face. Luckily, he tilted his head and dodged it, escaping death by a hair's breadth. He looked at the golden streak and grumbled, "Sword energy." From a distance, the blonde-haired Fu Xi held his sword, staring at Lu Wu with hateful eyes. Fu Xi gathered his courage and consoled himself. There was no room for hesitation. Even if he couldn't win, he had to try his best to hold him back. He gripped the sword tightly, his gaze firm. He absolutely could not let him interfere with the Ling Diao's fight. He just needed to hold on until Wu Mian came out. He panted heavily as he spoke, covered in sweat. But suddenly, he froze, his mind wandering. Since when did I start feeling like I could rely on that guy? Without further ado, Lu Wu lunged toward the two of them, saying, "You've got some skill, Baldy." Uncle He furrowed his brow, looking at Lu Wu with a serious expression. They entered a combat stance. "You strike, I dodge. Then I strike, you dodge." Uncle He punched forward, and Lu Wu easily ducked to avoid it. He was like a bolt of lightning, making Uncle He's punches miss repeatedly. Uncle He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, as if he suddenly realized something. At the same time, Lu Wu was heading straight toward the weak, blonde-haired Fu Xi. When Uncle He noticed, he gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it." But it seemed too late. The blonde-haired Fu Xi saw Lu Wu charging at him. He placed his hand on the hilt of his sword and entered a combat stance. He swung his sword wildly, using techniques to block Lu Wu's path. Lu Wu easily dodged the successive blade strikes coming his way. Fu Xi refused to give up, still preparing his stance to unleash his next move. He gripped the hilt tight, but it was blocked by a pair of black shoes. Before the blonde-haired Fu Xi could react, Lu Wu appeared and stomped his foot onto the hand holding the sword. Lu Wu grinned deviously and said, "Generally speaking, prioritizing the enemy at a distance is the right move, right?" As soon as the words left his mouth, like a wild beast, he raised his powerful fist and delivered a painful, gut-wrenching punch to the blonde-haired Fu Xi's stomach. This hit was quite heavy, causing him to moan in pain as blood sprayed out. "Ugh, are you serious? That hurts so much." Not stopping there, Lu Wu continued to attack. Wraiths have stronger recovery than humans. If you want to kill them, you have to inflict as many fatal wounds as possible. As he spoke, he furiously delivered even more powerful punches. Uncle He, seeing this, shouted anxiously, "Fu Xi!" He's lying on the ground now, with no strength left to resist, his spirit broken and falling into negative thoughts. "Am I finished? I'm so useless." Uncle He, with blank eyes, gritted his teeth and pushed Lu Wu away, snarling, "Get lost." Uncle He intended to kick Lu Wu, but he was faster, spinning into the air to dodge the blow. Lu Wu appeared behind Uncle He, his eyes cold and sharp, his red pupils constricting, radiating a fierce, murderous aura as he launched a surprise attack. A thin fishing line was wrapped around Uncle Hei's neck. Lu Wu exerted force, strangling Uncle Hei from behind. The thin line tightened, making Uncle Hei unable to breathe, his pupils constricted, his teeth gritting together. A sharp knife was thrown. Lu Wu stabbed the knife through Uncle Hei's chest. Facing the indignant gaze, with blood at the corner of Uncle Hei's mouth, Lu Wu whispered triumphantly into his ear. In combat, exposing your back to your opponent is the same as death. With a tone of contempt, he continued. This is also a treat, right? Saying that, Lu Wu pulled the knife violently from Uncle Hei's body, causing blood to spurt out in a long streak as he collapsed to the ground. Blood splattered on Fu Shi's face. He stuttered, calling out, Uncle Hei! Fu Shi lay motionless on the ground, his blank eyes helplessly thinking, only now do I realize that from the start, my strength has been completely inferior to these people. Lu Wu, with a bored gaze, spoke in a dull voice. Even more interesting than expected, I'll still go over to the weakling to have some fun. A thin, wounded hand grabbed Lu Wu's leg, whispering weakly, but Fu Shi gathered his remaining strength, pulling Lu Wu, stuttering, No, I won't let you go there. Lu Wu looked up at the sky and muttered, You know, I have a slight misunderstanding, why don't you try to run away? Lu Wu cast his glowing red eyes with sarcasm. Who knows, I might spare you. Fu Shi, his face covered in wounds and blood, gritted his teeth and said, I don't need your concern. Lu Wu fell into silence, deep in thought. Lu Wu kicked Fu Shi hard, sending him flying away, shouting for him to get up. Lu Wu arrogantly looked down at the struggling Fu Shi, provoking him, Try to kill me. Fu Shi struggled to stand, raising his head in anxiety. Lu Wu approached, pressing his foot down hard on the ground. Lu Wu said with arrogant contempt, I'm very angry. With guys like you who are clearly so weak, yet keep trying to put on a brave front, people so weak that even killing you doesn't feel interesting. Can you stop being so self-righteous? Fu Shi stared with constricted pupils, mouth gaping wide. Under the foot pressing down, full of pain and contempt, You pathetic trash. Fu Shi's eyes were blank, hollow, and soulless, thinking painfully, Actually, I understand how useless I am. Ever since I thought about the Ling Diao protecting me, I have always lived under their protection. Uncle Hei is also using his life to protect me. They won't look down on me. I have always tried to find a way to stand shoulder to shoulder with them in battle, repeating this shameful complacency and losing awareness of myself. Fu Shi thought helplessly, I am truly very weak, but this is not the person I want to be. Fu Shi gritted his teeth hard. I clearly hate becoming someone like this the most. Even if I'm just cannon fodder, I don't want to hide behind them anymore. I want to be useful. I want the Ling Diao to see me as a friend, to be able to rely on me. And I also want to be like that guy. Fu Shi remembered Wu Mian Li's relaxed, at-ease demeanor that never lost its grandeur. He didn't know why he always felt there was something he craved in this annoying guy. Fu Shi always watched Wu Mian from afar, with a mix of jealousy and admiration. Maybe I could. Fu Shi raised his thin, frail hand into the air. Have always wanted to be someone like that. Fu Shi used his remaining strength to grip Lu Wu's leg with both hands. Fu Shi looked up with weary eyes, still holding onto Lu Wu's leg, and whispered, Didn't I manage to hold you back for a few minutes? Lu Wu said with contempt. Wow, how truly commendable. Lu Wu raised his blade coldly and spat out. Try to be reincarnated into a better life next time. A car came roaring forward. As the blade was about to pierce him, Fu Shi murmured, I'm sorry, this is all I could do. The car slammed directly into Lu Wu's side. The impact sent Lu Wu flying. Fu Shi's eyes widened, his pupils constricted, and he screamed, Arg! The mayor gritted his teeth, gripping the steering wheel tightly. He had lost all sense of reason and was driving recklessly. Fu Shi's father was speeding straight toward Fu Shi. He opened the car door and shouted, Get in, quickly. Fu Shi looked on, unable to believe what was happening right in front of him. The person coming to save him at this moment was the very father he hated the most. Seeing him dazed, the man roared, Go with your father, stop dawdling. Fu Shi looked at Uncle Hei, tears welling up, and said, Uncle Hei. At that moment, Uncle Hei was pinning the guy to the ground and shouting, Take this chance while I'm suppressing him. Seeing this, Fu Shi looked at Uncle Hei and shouted back, I don't need to. How could I just leave everyone behind and go? Uncle Hei's expression darkened as he said solemnly, That's enough, Fu Shi. I've heard your story. You are not like us. I've always felt that you don't belong with people like us. After all, we are just outlaws with blood on our hands. Someone as pure as you shouldn't become a pseudo-object. You deserve a happier life than this, a much brighter future. Uncle Hei's voice softened. Besides, you still have family waiting for your return. Seeing this, the mayor turned to Fuxi and said, Son. Fuxi hung his head low, gritting his teeth as he said, No, I don't have a father like you. Hearing his son say that, the man's face twisted in pain as he explained, I was wrong. I was wrong about the past. But I never abandoned you as my son. All these years, I have always been watching over you. He had been doing his best to protect his child's safety. I know you have such good friends, and I've seen you grow up all these years. Honestly, I really wanted to come and see you. Images of the years he spent watching Fuxi flashed through his mind alongside his words. But I just didn't know how to face you. He then sat down, placed a hand on Fuxi's shoulder, and continued. I never wanted to give up on you just because you are a pseudo-object. Fuxi kept his face turned down and muttered, If you had cared about her that much earlier, she wouldn't have had to choose that way to end it, would she? After saying that, he stood up and declared, I don't want to do something I'll regret. Then, Fuxi started walking toward Uncle Hei. Seeing Fuxi heading his way, Uncle Hei immediately shouted, Fuxi, don't come over here. Fuxi's eyes burned with hatred as he replied, How could I possibly waste this opportunity? They had to take him down, right now. But despite the tension within Fuxi, the one lying on the ground just laughed triumphantly. Seeing that, Fuxi angrily drove his sword into the ground and shouted, Are you looking down on me? But as the smoke cleared, he looked at the sword in his hand and said in surprise, No, I didn't hit him. The one being pinned down just laughed and said, Is this your first time trying to kill someone? It's natural to be nervous, but you won't get a second chance. As he spoke, he drove his blade into Hei's body, then quickly pulled it out, causing Hei to collapse instantly. He stood up and said, I gave you 3 chances to live, but you didn't take any of them. Then, he swung his sword emotionlessly and looked at Fuxi, saying, See that? That is the fate of the weak. A quick strike was delivered. The blade came down, but it didn't hit Fuxi. It turned out Hei had lunged out to shield Fuxi, taking the hit himself, leaving everyone stunned. Seeing this, Lu Wu didn't hold back, looking at Hei with extreme annoyance. Lu Wu said, Huh? What's up with this bald guy? He's that badly hurt, yet he can still stand? Lying beneath Hei's sturdy frame, Fuxi gasped, Uncle Hei, I didn't tell you to jump in. Are you not hurt? Hearing that, Fuxi burst into tears. Uncle Hei, am I just that useless? Even in the end, am I still this pathetic? Clearly knowing he was the enemy, he still hesitated to strike, thinking about actually taking a life. He knew that if he didn't kill him, he'd be killed, but he still hesitated. Hei lowered his head over the boy, bleeding non-stop, and frustratedly scolded Fuxi, asking why he was acting so foolishly. He said that if he had just followed his father, he might have lived a normal life. Hei stood up, grinding his teeth as he stared at Lu Wu, saying, Besides, I don't want you to see me in such a pathetic state. Lying on the ground, Fuxi said in despair, Uncle Hei, if I hadn't met you, my life would have fallen apart long ago. Thank you for taking me in back then. To me, you all became my family a long time ago. Fuxi slowly sat up and continued. I have to stay. Being able to live with you all is what a normal life means to me. Hearing that, Hei responded helplessly. There was no getting through to him. If he was going to make that decision, he should have at least talked it over with him. Suddenly, Hei's voice dropped. I can't understand the feelings of a father, but I really hope you can keep on living. Hearing this, Fuxi was confused and said, Uncle Hei. Hei turned his back, smoke beginning to rise from his body. Hei said, There's one thing actually. I'm only 17 years old this year. Calling me brother might be more appropriate. Lu Wu, watching from afar and hearing their conversation, saw Hei like this and suddenly spoke up. In that form, so you're an artificial personality puppet? Hei spread his arms and said, Let's just call me an artificial human, if you want to be precise. Finished with that, Hei immediately lunged toward Lu Wu. It caught Lu Wu off guard, and another fight broke out. Hei's current strength made Lu Wu extremely excited, saying, Now that's something. Just as he finished speaking, Lu Wu drew his sword and swung it toward Hei, slicing off the man's arm. Lu Wu said there was a gap that wasn't so simple to bridge. After that, he successfully severed Hei's arm. But this meant nothing to Hei. Hei's arm immediately regenerated. Hei said, It's not over yet, personality refinement. Witnessing this, Lu Wu remarked, Is this guy planning to burn through his entire life force? Fine. Lu Wu took off his outer coat and continued, I acknowledge you. You are strong. Gripping his sword, Lu Wu said, My name is Lu Wu, a genius with 999% of the effort of an ordinary person. Out of respect, I will now use my full power to take your head. Standing in that situation, Hei had his own thoughts. Fu Shi, actually, you were the one who saved me from the start. Only you guys didn't treat me like a monster, and you gave my existence meaning. Just as Jin Qian was about to enter the space behind the mysterious door, eerie entities grabbed her feet and said, "Don't come any closer." Several blood-red specters glared at Jin Qian and threatened, "Don't get any nearer to this place." Then, they raised their sharp points toward her back and hissed, "Otherwise, we will kill you." Jin Qian looked at the eerie creatures blocking her path with indifference. She was getting quite annoyed. Suddenly, a voice came from behind Jin Qian. "No need to be tense. Let her go." A mysterious man in glasses walked up behind her and said in a low voice, "What are you doing here?" Jin Qian looked into the distance and replied softly, "Though my tattletale is dead." Then, Jin Qian looked up at the giant door with a blazing red eye above it and asked with a frown, "Where is this?" The bespectacled man replied coldly, "My grave." After hearing that, Jin Qian put her hands in her pockets and pouted, complaining that it didn't look like a nice place, before stepping inside. As soon as she entered, she was greeted by blood-red entities staring at her. Suddenly, Jin Qian's pupils dilated. She stood stunned, looking at a mass of black mist forming a vortex. Above it, a red eye was sucking in all that black mist. At this moment, the man in glasses walked in, reminding Jin Qian, "You'd better not get close to that thing." Jin Qian regained her nonchalant demeanor, turned to the man, and asked curiously, "What is that?" The man looked into the distance and replied, "That is Pandora's black seed, the core for destroying and recasting personalities." After the explanation, having made it clear to Jin Qian, the man in glasses returned to her main objective. "So, what kind of puppet do you want this time?" Jin Qian thought for a moment and said hesitantly, Maybe a cook again with a natural talent for it." Thinking a bit more, Jin Qian turned and continued, "Actually, forget it. It's too easy to get attached, and I'm not used to these kinds of goodbyes." The man coldly replied that he understood. Jin Qian stepped onto the rooftop of the building, quietly observing her surroundings, then muttered to herself, "That fusion medicine was such a waste, what a fool. But if you think it's worth it, then so be it." Returning to He and Lu Wu, He was still actively lunging in, closing the distance to attack Lu Wu repeatedly. He threw a powerful punch, but Lu Wu quickly raised his arm to block it. However, He was channeling an incredible amount of power, and Lu Wu couldn't help but be knocked back, the ground shattering under them. Lu Wu gripped his sword and cursed at He, calling him a tough bone to crack. Watching He loom in advance, Lu Wu questioned himself, "Is this truly the intensity a personality puppet can reach?" Thinking of this, the corner of Lu Wu's mouth curled into a sly smile, saying, "This really makes one look forward to it." The mayor and Fu Shi stood outside. Watching the match, the mayor gasped, stammering, Your friend is truly formidable." Fu Shi replied indifferently, "Yeah." Suddenly, the mayor's voice broke into sobs. "Just follow your own heart." Hearing this, Fu Shi's eyes widened in shock. He turned to look at his father, unable to help himself as he let out a confused, "Huh?" The mayor hung his head, his voice heavy with sorrow. "I've always been so ashamed. As a father, all I've ever done is hurt you. I've never been able to do anything right for you. They're more like family to you than your father is." The mayor looked at Fu Shi with a mix of remorse and tenderness, continuing, "You really have made some excellent friends, and I should respect your choice." Hearing this, Fu Shi could only hang his head and mutter, "Father." Fu Shi's eyes flickered with emotion as he said sadly, "This is the kindest thing you've ever said to me." Suddenly, Fu Shi gritted his teeth and roared, "Wu, make me stronger." Wu, hearing this from within, was shocked and tried to stop him. "I can't. You've already reached your absolute limit." Fu Shi didn't let Wu finish, and immediately commanded, "Then just replace me." Wu was both surprised and curious at this. "Are you serious? You're really going to give up your own wishes right here?" Fu Shi's gaze darkened, and he spoke in a cold voice, "Wu, this is my wish." Wu held the sword in silence, and hearing the determination in Fu Shi's tone, Wu could only respond, "I see. I understand." Then, Wu gripped the sword tightly and lunged forward, driving the blade straight through the heart of the Fu Shi standing before him. Despite being impaled, Fu Shi was utterly satisfied, a smile playing on his lips as he slowly said, "Yes, exactly, this is it. No, I should have done this a long time ago." Deep inside, Fu Shi was flooded with memories, fragments of his past. He said with a heavy heart, "I am the only thing that's truly redundant here." Wu couldn't believe what he was hearing, and warned him one last time, "Listen closely. Once the replacement is complete, everything that makes up your original personality will vanish forever. Are you sure you won't regret this?" Fu Shi smiled and answered quickly, "Of course I regret it." "Wu, I only regret not choosing to do this sooner. I regret not erasing this pathetic version of myself earlier. At that moment, memories flooded back. His unfortunate mother, sitting on her hospital bed, telling a heartbroken Fu Shi, "Fu Shi, if it weren't for a mother like me, you would have lived a happy life. I'm so sorry." A young Fu Shi looked at his mother, barely able to call out, "Mom." Then, the young boy looked at his mother with resolve. "That's not true. I love you the most. When I grow up, I'll definitely find a way to cure you." Hearing her son's words, his mother felt her heart warm up. She laughed happily and patted his head. "Heh, is that so? One day, Fu Shi will definitely become a reliable man." Suddenly, a harsh voice rang out. "Why did you come here again?" A dark shadow appeared at the door of the hospital room. It was none other than his father, the mayor, standing there with his head bowed in fury. Fu Shi felt a surge of anxiety as he saw him. Just as he feared, the mayor stormed over and dragged Fu Shi outside. "Let's go," Fu Shi complained. "Hey, wait, father." But no matter how hard he resisted, he was dragged out in the end. The door to his mother's room slammed shut. His mother sat on the bed, head bowed, her eyes filled with dark despair. Outside, the mayor dragged Fu Shi along, interrogating him. "Why did you come to see her without my permission?" Fu Shi said indignantly. "But it's been a whole month." The mayor didn't let him finish, his voice booming with rage. "I told you already. Your mother is suffering from a terrible illness. The person sitting in that room may not even be your mother anymore, but a monster known as a glitch." Hearing his father describe her that way, Fu Shi bit his lip to keep from crying, and just quietly replied, "Yeah, ever since that incident, I could never see my mother again." Deep down, Fu Shi painfully remembered. "In the end, I never even saw her turn into the monster he described, because not long after that, she died by suicide." Recalling his frail mother sitting alone in that bed, ignored by everyone, Fu Shi said with a heavy heart, "I understand now. My warm, loving mother was always living in agony. Ever since I learned to read, I never saw her leave that windowless room." Watching his mother live her life confined to that bed, Fu Shi thought bitterly, "What should I do? I always wanted to do something for her." But in front of his stern father, he always chose silence. It wasn't until he saw the white sheet covering his mother's cold body that Fu Shi finally gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, filled with remorse and regret. Fu Shi cried out, "I regret it so much, I did nothing at all." That was when Wu appeared. Wu came to him and asked, "So, what is your wish?" Fu Shi leaned forward, all the darkest corners of his personality spilling out. Fu Shi said, "I hate this version of myself. I want to be a brave man. I want to be strong. I want to be like you." Wu listened in silence. And from that day on, there was a Wu within Fu Shi that stood in total contrast to his own personality. Back in reality, even after being run through with the sword, Fu Shi looked perfectly calm. When my father realized I had become a glitch, he tried to lock me in that room, and I ran away. From start to finish, I never had the courage to face his eyes, the same eyes he looked at my mother with. I kept running. I could never become the person I wanted to be. No matter how much I pretended, deep down, I was still the same weakling. Fu Shi looked at his hands and said resolutely, "In the end, I was just a clown. So, this isn't giving up." Fu Shi clenched his fist, a sad smile on his face. "I'm just making the one decision I won't regret. Wu, I'm letting you replace my weakness and helplessness. If it's you, you'll definitely be able to help everyone." Wu pondered this, then replied, "I'll do my best." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu swung the sword decisively, and Fu Shi's body instantly dissolved. In the final moment before vanishing, Fu Shi said wistfully, "Come to think of it, I still had things I wanted to say to Ling Diao." After that, Fu Shi vanished completely without a trace. Wu looked at the pile of ashes where he once stood, and sarcastically muttered to himself, "Talk about wanting to be like me? I'm nothing more than a fiction you created to represent your own fake courage." Outside, the mayor stood in stunned silence, unable to understand how his son had suddenly disappeared. The mayor looked at his son's body standing there, dazed, and called out to him. But in response, he was met with a sharp blade pointed directly at his face. Fu Shi, now replaced by Wu, stood there pointing the sword at the mayor and said, "Leave. He's not here anymore." Fu Shi looked at the mayor with a blank expression and asked, "You'll respect his decision, right?" Seeing the mayor's shocked expression, Fu Shi said honestly, "I have always hated you." Then, Fu Shi turned away, leaving his words hanging in the air. "But when you drove your car into that guy, you really did look like a father." Wu, or rather, the person now known as Fu Shi, walked away while closing his eyes. Oh, Fu Shi. It was unclear if this sigh was for the Fu Shi who had vanished, or for Wu himself. At this moment, his eyes were sharper and darker than ever before. Returning to Ji Ruo and Ling Diao, Ji Ruo looked at Ling Diao and laughed. Huh? A complete replacement, is it? At that moment, his eyes became sharper and darker than ever before. Back to Ruo and Ling Diao, Ruo looked at Ling Diao and laughed. Huh. A complete replacement? My choice here isn't necessarily the right one. Looking at the Rubik's Cube shielding Ling Diao, Ji Ruo thought to herself, everyone's physical form, once fully replaced, will gradually turn into a mental plane that belongs only to them. They use their unique planes to project and overwrite reality. Ling Diao was in a tattered, crumbling state, staring silently at Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo looked coldly at the Ling Diao shield. A fatal wound in reality might not kill you, but here, it definitely can. With that, Ji Ruo lunged straight at Ling Diao, putting all her strength into a punch aimed at the cube. The force was so immense it tore the very air behind it. Naturally, such power was enough to shatter the cube into tens of thousands of pieces. Ji Ruo saw no sign of Ling Diao, but suddenly, one fragment vibrated. Ji Ruo's eyes sharpened. Just as expected, Ling Diao seized the chance to jump off the fragment and attempt a sneak attack from behind. However, Ji Ruo had already anticipated this move and instantly summoned ice to shield herself, causing Ling Diao to panic. Before Ling Diao could even process what happened, a sharp icicle surged from the ground and struck Ling Diao, forcing the defenseless girl down. As Ling Diao lay on the ground, clutching her stomach in agony, that same ice pillar lunged downward, piercing her. She screamed in terror, still struggling frantically to escape. Ji Ruo stepped toward the ice pillar, her cold gaze fixed on the blood on the ground. She glared and said, "That's enough. Stop maintaining that wretched corpse of yours, and show me your true essence." Ling Diao's body was torn beyond recognition, yet she still dragged herself forward, saying angrily, "I really loved that child. I truly wanted to keep her kindness and honesty forever." Ling Diao raised her eyes to glare at Ji Ruo, hissing, "Not this ugly form." Ji Ruo asked, "Do you like this world?" Ling Diao seemed surprised. "Huh?" Then she continued, "How could I possibly like it? If I liked it, why would I create a world like this? Resentment, hatred, regret, suffering, and fear. Are these what make up your emotions? You're a dangerous anomaly. I don't see a shred of love for this world in you." Before she could finish, Ling Diao tried to attack, and the surrounding space began to warp. Ling Diao retorted, "You talk of love? Isn't that ridiculous? Were we ever loved?" She unleashed a powerful shockwave, as if denying every word Ji Ruo had just spoken. The wind was so strong that even Ji Ruo struggled to stand, though she managed to defend herself. Ling Diao wondered, how strange. The cold air around her isn't shattering, and even the space in contact with it is freezing. This chill doesn't seem to belong to this world. Ji Ruo gradually broke free from the cold air and reached out. A massive tremor caused the space to break apart into boxes. Ling Diao stood there, without resisting. Then, Ji Ruo controlled those boxes to surround Ling Diao. She narrowly escaped, intending to sneak up on her from behind. The cube user thought she had defeated Ji Ruo, but unexpectedly, Ji Ruo skewered her through the body and used her cold aura to trap her. "You're truly persistent," she said. Ling Diao was still trying to break through the ice. Ji Ruo said calmly, "I don't understand why you had to stop us to this extent. If it were you, when we were completely controlled by that brat, you would have had the power to help the others escape too." Ling Diao explained. "Because I thought he would win." Ji Ruo replied, "But you're all going to die here." Upon hearing this, Ling Diao begged, "It's true. I don't want to die. I regret it now. Please, can you let me help them leave?" Ji Ruo looked at her and said sternly, "No." She then shattered the ice, destroying Ling Diao inside. She stood there for a moment, sighed, and said, "Phew, that's done." Suddenly, she sensed something. No, this isn't right. The world she created still hasn't started to collapse. Then, something suddenly grazed past, attacking Ji Ruo. Luckily, she managed to dodge. She glared at the spatial blocks, which were now sprouting multiple arms. The area has been torn open. At this moment, Ling Diao's mask on the ground moved, floated up, and formed a new body. Ji Ruo looked at her and said, "So, this is your true self." Ling Diao said nothing, just stood there, then directed hundreds of arms from the blocks toward Ji Ruo. Ji Ruo stood her ground, using a hint of cold air to freeze them solid before they shattered into pieces. The real Ling Diao remarked, "If one were to ask what kind of frost could be cold enough to freeze space itself." Before she could finish, Ji Ruo leaped in to deliver the final blow. Ling Diao tilted her head slightly and finished her sentence, pointing to her own chest. Then it must come from deep within the heart. Ji Ruo paused for a second, then swung her arm, determined to strike. Ling Diao was completely encased in cold air. Ji Ruo wondered, what's going on? With this level of chill, I should have thoroughly killed her. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind her. Ji Ruo sensed it quickly, but it was too late. She was struck, and one of her arms was severed. She clutched her painful arm. How is this possible? Ling Diao, still alive, appeared and said, within my cube, even if there's nothing, it remains an independent, intact plane. Therefore, it's enough to expand into world lines where various other possibilities exist. Ji Ruo didn't back down, launching dozens of ice shards into her body. Despite being hit, she continued, in these world lines, there's a version of me that gets pierced, just like this. Ji Ruo was taken aback. Then, another Ling Diao materialized nearby and said, or, there's one where I managed to dodge it. Ling Diao recounted her life that child had no right to choose. After all, choices had no meaning. She recalled the days of her childhood, huddled in a corner of the house. Her abusive father walked over and shouted, are you mute today? You animal, don't make me angry. I'll ask you again, since when did you like running off to the park? Tell me, where have you been hiding lately? He grabbed Ling Diao's hair, forcing her face up. Was it your mother? Did she sneak in to see you? Ling Diao replied weakly. No. He threatened her. Listen carefully. Custody is in my hands. The food you eat and the place you sleep are all thanks to me. Before that woman comes to see me, to reconcile if you dare to meet her, I'll break your legs. He let her go, stood up, and said, I'll spare you today. Go to the kitchen and bring me some liquor. Ling Dai listened, having no choice but to follow along. It was as if her true self was also present in that very moment. Young Ling Dai spoke with a playful tone. Hey, this secret base is our little secret. She thought to herself that, in reality, her mother had never come looking for her, all because she feared her father's years of violence. After the divorce, she had never appeared again. Considering her age and her lack of status or power, the child had no weapons whatsoever to protect herself. Young Ling Die had to stand on a chair and tiptoe to reach for the wine bottle for her wretched father. She only knew that if she tried her best to do as she was told, perhaps she wouldn't get beaten. But the wine bottle slipped from her hand and shattered on the floor. Any small mistake was enough to destroy the fragile piece she held onto. The little girl just stood there, too terrified to imagine what was coming next. It was exactly as she feared, but this time, it was even more horrific. Her father, he was truly a piece of trash. Oh no, you monster. The little girl had been beaten to the point of death, and he stumbled back in fear. No. I didn't mean to hit that hard. If you hadn't broken my wine, everything would be fine. That was the only thought in the child's mind during the final moments of her life. There was no resentment or hatred, only a sense of being wronged, fear, and self-blame. Ling Dai spoke up. You're wrong. Even if you hadn't broken that bottle, you still wouldn't have escaped this fate. This world doesn't save the naive and kind-hearted like you. I am no angel here to protect you. I am simply taking your place to keep on living. The little girl's father was startled. Damn it, you almost scared the hell out of me, you brat. The girl turned to look at him, and suddenly, a square box flew at him, decapitating him instantly. Then, she coldly said, only when this man disappears from this timeline can Ling Di have a future. It would have been better if he died sooner. But, only now do I realize that something is missing. Perhaps the future I hoped for wasn't just to replace her, but to save her. Did I actually save her? But she's already dead. Is this it? Is this what being a replacement feels like? It's a bit lonely. She once wished for Minthan to start a family, just like that. This should be enough, right? I will protect the home she created. I will protect your final wish. This is good. Taking your place to live on is the very purpose of my existence. I will use my own way to shield your innocence and kindness. From the moment I accepted that person as family, the choice to abandon or run away no longer existed. The person Ling Dai mentioned is Wu Mian Li. As family, I will always have his back. Even if there is no strategy, Ling Dai will tear through anything. I will not let myself live in a future filled with regret again. It's so strange. Unlike other family members, I don't know when I started feeling this inexplicable tension whenever I'm around him. It's also the first time that someone outside of Ling Die has made me feel this sense of satisfaction while fighting. What is this bizarre feeling? I don't understand it. The transformed Xiao Dun calmly said, Have you ever heard of a moth flying into a flame? How ridiculous, how foolish thinking you can go against me. You're just like these people blocking my path. As she spoke, She pointed toward Grand Chief Tu and Fan. Grand Chief Tu warned, Fan, don't let your guard down. From now on, it's better to treat this person as a major threat. Fan didn't seem to care much, calmly chewing on a toothpick as he said, Huh? What's this person's background? I don't smell any danger from her, and her energy signature is incredibly faint. Is there any detailed info on her? Grand Chief Tu thought for a moment. Huh? About her, I don't seem to remember clearly. Fan looked at Grand Chief Tu, annoyed. What the hell are you talking about? You fought her, shouldn't you know her best? Grand Chief Tu put a hand to his head, confused. But I really can't recall. Come to think of it, what did I even come here for? His body seemed to be controlled by someone else. Fan finally realized the problem. The entity taking control of Grand Chief Tu said, Yo, sorry about that. I'm temporarily taking over this body. Fan prepared to lunge at him. Hey, are you looking to start a fight? The entity pointed to Grand Chief Tu's head. I don't mind, but the one who will get hurt is only this guy. Then, he smirked. You better think carefully. Fan was furious but stopped himself from attacking. You get out of the way, Xiao Dan said. Sorry, looking at the situation, you've all been dragged into this. If possible, I'd like to settle this nuisance early, but something unexpected happened on my end, so it can't be helped. Xiao Dan ignored the entity's explanation and asked directly, Cut the nonsense. What do you want here? I'm about to show my skills. Don't get in my way. The entity replied indifferently, but your condition right now looks a bit rough. Your power is restricted too much, right? If I'm not mistaken, using it again might come at a huge price, don't you think? Xiao Dan just laughed in response. What are you rambling about? 2 little ants aren't enough to exhaust me. The entity offered. That doesn't sound very convincing. Let me help you remove all the bindings on your mask. Xiao Dan replied. Then do it. The entity continued. The fragments of consciousness in this body won't last long, but it's enough to release a large-scale paradox once. I can help you. Huh? Xiao Dan walked up close to him and slapped him across the face. The entity looked surprised, just standing there stunned. Xiao Dan said seriously, Pervert. Then she turned to leave, but he still tried to call her back. Hey, wait, you've got a huge misunderstanding about me. I wasn't talking about the clothes on your body, but the shackles binding your mask. He pointed behind Xiao Dan and said, That massive thing behind you. Xiao Dan remained calm, listening to what he had to say. He laughed while continuing. If you don't agree, I can use my power on them. Causing them damage could be considered helping you, too. Xiao Dan looked into the distance and said, So it has always been there, though I haven't seen it in a long time. Then why don't you try it? The entity laughed. Leave it to me. All right, let's start. Hey, if you mess this up, it's a very strong trump card for me. After that, the entity released a binding breaking energy. The surrounding space became slightly chaotic, and a massive amount of energy was released, forming a spiral across the entire space. Fan watched in surprise, not at himself, but at his ally using such power. Then, he suddenly noticed something. Huh? What emerged from that massive body was just a tiny creature. Xiao Dan was also taken aback. The entity wondered, why is it a doll? The doll stared fixedly at him, and the entity felt as if his body was being squeezed tight, he couldn't move a muscle. Then, the doll retracted back into the giant puppet. The entity wondered, the binding has been lifted, and everything is back to normal. Fan was surprised. It disappeared? What was that suffocating pressure I felt for a split second? Xiao Dan sighed, then chuckled. Looks like that didn't go as planned. That guy inside the Grand Prison Warden's body explained, Wait, why is that happening? I had already cleared away all those shackles, so it should have been fine. Zidan just smiled, explaining to him that perhaps the things holding her back weren't actually shackles. Then she looked up at the sky and replied with a laugh, It was me. At that moment, the Grand Prison Warden's body seemed to regain consciousness and began to change, his hand reaching up to his face to take off the mask. Give my body back. That guy resisted, shouting, The Grand Prison Warden's trial card is about to expire. With that, the Grand Prison Warden tore the mask off, threw it onto the ground, and yelled, Get out! The guy hit the floor, crying out, Ouch! Seriously, the Grand Prison Warden is furious that I keep losing control of this body. Wu Mian Li was tossed aside, looking at Xiao Dan and saying, Looks like I can't help you after all. Xiao Dan walked over to him. Hey, are you still in one piece? She picked up the mask. This is the first time I've ever spoken directly to someone else's mask. Turns out, you're not such a bad person after all. Then she held the mask, deep in thought. You actually arrived at a pretty good time. She began to play with the mask. Hey, what are you doing? Xiao Dan held it up. Fits perfectly. Then she put the mask on. Huh? The mask seemed surprised. What are you doing? At that moment, energy began to radiate from all around Xiaodan. She seemed to turn into a different person. This time the feeling is just right. As expected, completely covering my face is the only way to match my true aura. The Grand Prison Warden nervously warned Fan. Fan, make your move. I was too careless. Her ability seems to be severely limited for some reason. This is our best chance. Fan finally realized it. Then why did that suffocating pressure appear just now? If those restrictions are lifted, something truly catastrophic will happen. He lunged forward. Let me crush her. The giant effigy from earlier rushed out, attacking and blocking Fan's strike. Xiao Dan, now wearing the mask, turned around. The space around them was completely distorted. It made everything appear blurred, constantly being torn apart and swirling together. Stones and debris that had been lifted into the air fell back down in a heap. Xiao Dan seemed to have been defeated by Fan. Fan stood on top of the rubble, with Xiao Dan beneath it, exclaiming, "That was easier than I thought." But then again, it makes sense when the space in front is compressed and crushed like that, nothing can survive. At that moment, a red button with a star shape fell from above, landing right in front of Fan. He followed it with his eyes as it rolled away. The button rolled into a hand that was being pinned under the rubble. A voice suddenly spoke up. 2 rituals completed already. I wonder how many more times I can use this. My right eye is starting to throb with pain. The scene shifted to a flashback of Xiao Dan as a young child. The abilities I use always require a ritual. I jokingly renamed this process the ritual, even though it has nothing to do with the word ritual at all. In my opinion, it is a process worthy of such a name. The current condition to complete the ritual is to kill off my own past, sleep well, my past self die. I've encountered other conditions in the past, but those are just memories now. As I grew up, the conditions to access the ritual slowly vanished, leaving only this one. In a small town on the outskirts of District B, there was a belief in a deity, and that's where I was born. When Xiao Dan was little, many adults forbade their children from playing with her. Hey, stop paying attention to her. You'll get infected with her misfortune. Have you forgotten? The priest said she's the child of the devil. Hearing this, the young Xiao Dan could only laugh. She sighed. Giving up already, huh? Weak humans are always like that. Xiao Dan pouted. I guess I really should just hide my aura after all. My aura is too powerful, so the cowardly villagers don't dare to come near me. They say my mother was a fool, and no one knew when she even became pregnant. On a Black Friday, she ran like a madwoman to the church and gave birth to me. All the men in the town swore to the gods they worshipped, proving that none of them were my father. The cowardly priest threatened that I was the child of the devil. Xiao Dan said smugly, "Ha! How truly stupid. The child of the devil? How could that be? I am clearly a demon god incarnate myself." The young Xiao Dan always remained cheerful and innocent amidst the prejudiced glares of the adults. Even so, their worries weren't entirely baseless. As for the hometown where I was born, I actually grew quite fond of it. That is why I deliberately sealed my power into this doll, to avoid accidentally hurting the cowardly people in the town. Come to think of it, this doll and we look so much alike. I just don't remember who gave it to me. Only the old monk in the church had any real insight. He didn't seem to avoid me, and even periodically offered food to me and my mother. The priest brought a basket full of steamed buns to the young Xiao Dan and said, "Take these, little one. There are plenty left over today. If it's not enough, just come back for more." Young Xiao Dan was surprised. "Oh, you're the only one who understands," the monk said. "The priest isn't here today, won't you stay for a while?" Hearing this, Xiao Dan stopped in her tracks. The young girl turned back, looking at him naively, and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me?" The monk just smiled and said, "How could I be? Ha ha." The girl turned away, waving her hand to decline, saying, "I'm sensitive, so it's not convenient for me to stay." What a strange old man, but I don't hate him. The young Xiao Dan happily carried the basket of buns, even though there were countless judgmental eyes watching her from all around. Whether it's the townspeople or the priest, everyone is actually quite kind. They are only afraid of me because of my unique status. But I am not a god of indiscriminate slaughter, and I don't hate them at all. Sometimes, the villagers would even secretly paint my house with pretty colors. Although sometimes the smell of the paint wasn't exactly pleasant, it was perfectly fine. The girl's house was covered in paint, or rather, beautifully decorated, as Xiao Dan put it. One day, they will surely like me. Xiao Dan brought the basket of buns back to her mother, who was lying in bed, and said, "I'm home." Seeing the pile of buns still full, she asked her mother, "Why aren't you eating? Staying sick like this isn't good." At this point, it was unclear if the mother lying on the bed was still alive or dead. There were only flies buzzing around her. Xiao Dan sat there eating, waving her hand to shoo away the flies buzzing around. There have been so many of them lately. The young girl wrote down her simple questions on a piece of paper. August 15th. Clear skies. Still no food to eat today. Mother still doesn't care about me. Will mother end up like the people in town? August 17th. Clear skies. Didn't see the strange old man today, so I didn't get any offerings. August 18th. Clear skies. Doesn't look like there's any food today either. What a waste. The steamed buns have gone bad and can't be eaten. They smell rotten, and there are so many flies. I'm starting to get a little worried about her. Why isn't she hungry? And every day, I have to face her stomach swelling up like that. Such a strange illness. Then, she continued to write. On the 18th, the sky was clear, but a feverish plague seemed to have started in the small town. Many people in the village seemed to be suffering from the same illness as Mom. Suddenly, someone kicked open the door to the room where she was sitting. They covered their noses with their hands and said, "The stench coming from in here, I really can't take it anymore." Xiao Dan, who was writing, turned around at the noise. Guests? The adults were panicked. Ugh, what is that? By now, Xiao Dan's mother had already withered into a dry skeleton. The people urged each other, "A few of you, come help. Help me drag this disgusting corpse out of here." Xiao Dan blocked them. "What do you think you're doing?" They glared at her and spat. "Get lost. Don't touch me, you filthy brat." In the end, there was nothing the little girl could do. On the 20th, my sick mother was taken away by the villagers to be burned to ashes. Xiao Dan couldn't resist the strength of the adults. She could only stand there and watch. On the 22nd, she wanted to go outside, but being all alone, there was nothing to do. What should I do now? Xiao Dan just sat, curled up in a corner under the bed where her mother used to lie. On the 26th, the old freak hadn't brought any food for a long time. I'm so hungry, but I don't want to go to the church. By this time, Xiao Dan had become so thin that her clothes hung loosely off her body. Damn it, the human body is so inconvenient. The girl fell asleep from hunger. On the 30th, the day was gloomy. Xiao Dan opened her eyes slightly. Who's there? Is that you, father? The priest was holding a torch in his hand. Xiao Dan was shocked to find herself tied to a funeral pyre. Huh? The priest shouted. Repent, villagers. God is noble, holy, great, and merciful. Please forgive our ignorance. Please, Lord, lift this punishment. I beg you to stop this plague. I will execute this child of the wicked Xiao Dan before your eyes. At first, I let her go out of sheer ignorance and blindness, choosing to spare the child of Xiao Dan, which led to this great catastrophe in our town, the plague. The woman who gave birth to this demon was already punished by God and died. And yet, I was too foolish to realize it in time. By God's will, I offer my own life as penance, to be buried with the dead, praying only for God's forgiveness. The villagers cheered enthusiastically. Father! Oh, Father! Xiao Dan witnessed the scene but was helpless to do anything. The plague that wasn't just a fever? Is it my fault? I clearly didn't do anything. The old freak walked toward her holding a flame. He approached as if he didn't care about her feelings at all, and said calmly, I'll handle the rest of this execution for the priest. Old freak, she called out to him, confused, then shouted excitedly, You came just in time. Stop making a scene and let me go. He replied, Tell me, wouldn't it have been better if she had never given birth to you? He brought the torch close to the firewood and said, Saying those things and doing this kind of work, it doesn't make me feel even a shred of regret. Then the fire roared to life. Don't resent me. Perhaps this is your destiny. Your birth was never blessed by anyone. Hearing those words, it felt like the sky had collapsed on Xiao Dan. All the faith she had in this world vanished. The 30th, gloomy. I don't like this town at all. I just wanted to live happily with the people here. Xiao Dan screamed in pain. It hurts. It's so hot. Let me go. Let me go. No matter how long she screamed, the old freak didn't care. I just wanted to be loved by everyone. The villagers below cheered. Woo! Woo! Burn her! Burn the witch! Xiao Dan wailed within the flames. Within the fire, another shadow appeared. It wasn't Xiao Dan. Your wish was both foolish and arrogant. It's easily satisfied with your body. The villagers didn't stop their cheering. Punish the demon. May the Lord forgive us. Punish the demon. May the Lord forgive us. Punish the demon. May the Lord forgive us. Xiao Dan said with hatred, I hate you all. Suddenly, the flames soared high. The villagers wondered, Huh? What is that? The old freak stepped forward to reassure them. Don't worry, citizens. The Lord will surely forgive our sins. Just then, he sensed something terrifying behind him. A giant cross collapsed, crushing him to death. Everyone panicked. What happened? Where is the high priest? Xiao Dan emerged from the flames, her hair glowing crimson, and said angrily, I hate this place. Then, as Xiaodan transformed, she lost consciousness and destroyed everything around her. When I woke up, the small town was gone. All my unrealistic dreams and fantasies about the future had vanished along with it. This was the first time I had met the requirements to trigger a ritual. Looking at the scene before me, my heart felt strangely at peace. It turns out that hating something is simpler than liking it. Perhaps I never liked them at all. Xiaodan noticed the doll in her hand and thought, "This doll." She picked it up and stared at it. I remember now. This wasn't a gift from someone else. It was a vessel created to hold all my unhappy emotions and memories. It's my mask. It's a gift I gave to myself. Xiaodan asked the doll, "Do you want to take my body?" The doll replied, "I could not fulfill your wish. I failed." Wu Mian Li appeared and said, "Is that why you can't use your powers freely?" Xiaodan told him, "That's not it. My powers were never meant to be used freely. Losing my wish became the price for the first ritual. And after that, every time I have a chance to use my powers, it seems something important is required as a prerequisite. It's just that each time after achieving a ritual, my connection to it gradually weakens. How does that saying go? Humans grow by constantly losing something, and my growth seems to be tied to its inevitable death. It seems now that when my body suffers enough near-fatal damage, it can also meet the conditions for achieving a ritual. If experiencing death can be counted as a form of growth, perhaps it wants to entrust me with the freedom to do as I please after encountering this inevitable growth." Transformed, Xiaodan looked at her old body and said, "The plane that shrouds my breathing." A blinding light flashed, forming a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. Returning to the present, where Fan and the Grand Jailer were, Xiaodan returned, causing chaos in the surrounding space. Fan asked the Grand Jailer, "Do you have any countermeasure for this thing?" Standing before them was that giant puppet of Xiaodan. The Grand Jailer looked on tensely and said, "Any memories related to it must have been lost, but since we've fought before, maybe I can still hold it off." Suddenly, a holy sword grazed the neck of the Grand Maestro of Imprisonment. Thankfully, he dodged it. Just then, that crucifix attacked him from behind by surprise. The blade of the crucifix was incredibly fast, appearing to cut through anything in its path. The Grand Maestro steadied himself and blocked it with his hands. Pan suddenly rushed over, shoved the Grand Maestro aside, and shouted, "Move!" "Good thing," Pan warned him, "or he would have been crushed by that giant crucifix." Xiaodan, now distorted, sat atop the giant cone-shaped crucifix with a look of disdain. "Fine, leave this trash to me." She turned around and asked, "Anything else?" Wu Mian Li smiled and told her, "Hey, while you're at it, do me a favor. Help me create an opportunity to talk to that guy in the dark glasses in private." Xiaodan was suspicious when she heard this, but she brushed it off. She stood up, pointed downward, and said, "Fine, but you'd better make it quick. My current state can't hold up for long." Wu Mian Li headed down, saying he wouldn't take too long, as the cleanup was almost finished. Only then did Zidane voice her thoughts. "There's something I've always been curious about. After a mask evolves, it takes on a unique form based on the wearer's specific traits. Why have you always kept your original appearance?" Wu Mian Li seemed surprised by the question. He turned back to look at Xiaodan with a distorted smile and said, "Huh? I've never really paid attention to that." Xiaodan continued, "So, how can you show the true nature of such a special person? I have two guesses. Either you are a mask without any specific traits at all, or you've been disguising yourself from everyone from the very beginning." Wu Mian Li said nothing, then began to fade away as he spoke. "This is really sudden." Before leaving, he looked back at Xiaodan with deep thought. "You!" Xiaodan then controlled the cross, planning to slam it down and crush him. He said calmly, "Don't use your powers on me." At that moment, the cross stopped right before hitting him. Zidane was annoyed. You're too cunning. You saw everything about my past when we touched earlier, didn't you? But when it comes to you, I can't see anything." She then acted pouty. "That's not fair at all." Wu Mianli looked at her, confused. "Yinwei, is that what this is about?" Xiaodan reached out toward him and said, "Satisfy my curiosity. Consider it the incense you're begging the gods to grant you protection for." Wu Mianli just sighed and explained, "Didn't you basically guess it already? Just as you speculated, I truly have no specific traits, and yes, I have been disguising myself all along." Xiaodan said, dejected. "You're so boring. I just said that, and you're already mimicking me. Besides, this doesn't." Even Wu Mianli laughed. "Doesn't make sense, right? A mask is inevitably born because a persona emerges with traits different from one's true self." Hearing this, Xiaodan agreed with his logic. "True, there's no one in this world without a personality, and no mask without traits. Likewise, a mask that acts as a copy of a persona shouldn't be able to disguise itself. After all, the shell that forms the mask is created by that person's own personality. Ling Niao can see you too, right? Doesn't that guy feel curious? It's annoying. I've always been curious about it, but I'm too embarrassed to ask because it would be humiliating. Wu Mian Li told her. I told you. Your guesses weren't as wrong as you think. Truth and lies aren't actually that important. What makes it hard to accept is just the logic of the answer. Even if it's a lie, as long as it's logical enough, it can become the truth. At that moment, they both sensed something and fell silent. Xiaodan was shocked. I think I guessed wrong. That guy is a scoundrel, even worse than I predicted. Wu Mian Li just laughed. Don't rush everything about me. I'll give you a logical answer. The priority now is to finish what's in front of us. Let me go investigate first. Then, he was suddenly attacked without warning. Xiaodan had slammed the cross straight down at him. Sending you off that way will be a bit faster. She sat on it, annoyed. Humph. What a detestable guy. The cross fell right where Pan and Grand Maestro Tu were standing. He said there seemed to be something under the cross. Xiaodan prepared another move, thinking to herself, back in Ling Niao's space, something must have happened between him and that guy in the glasses. What kind of embarrassing thing could it be? Suddenly, the entire space turned black. Grand Maestro Tu just sighed, while Pan stood there with a toothpick in his mouth, complaining, turning black again. He raised his hand to block something that was about to attack him, just inches from his face. Pan pushed it back and said, as expected, it's not easy to pierce through. I was careless, he thought. The world projected by a simulacrum displays different colors based on the emotions contained within it, but most of it is dominated by a grayish white. Such a large, dense mass of black is really annoying. What should I do this time? If it were just grayish white, I could easily tear it apart. Suddenly, a voice came from behind. There's no need to rush out like that. A long red hand emerged. The truth crawled out from under the cross, pushed him down, and said to Pan, "We meet again." Pan was surprised. How did you crawl out from the ground? It took Wu Mian Li a moment to fully recover his body, and he said, Pandora. Both of them stood there as if mocking each other's intentions. Pan prepared to use a truth-based move, but he stopped him, grabbing his arm and saying, "Don't be so agitated. I'm just like you." At that moment, the toothpick in Pan's mouth was knocked to the ground, and something sliced through the space near Xiaodan. She wondered, What's going on? My shrine has been severed. Pan asked Wu Mian Li, "Who are you?" He took off his mask and laughed out loud. Pan looked at him, seemingly surprised, then laughed and said, "What?" Pan ran a hand through his hair, put his other hand in his pocket, looking as if he'd just learned something interesting, and looked up at the sky, laughing loudly. Ha ha ha. His eyes widened, revealing his dark glasses as he spoke. So that's how it is. His face was excited, hands in his pockets, speaking in a sarcastic tone as he approached Truth, who stood opposite him holding the mask. So that heart has already been taken by you? I can finally understand the source of that strange feeling when I see your body. Wu Mian Li put on the mask and replied in an indifferent tone. Look who's talking. I borrowed it. Pan stepped forward, grabbed Truth by the body, and shook him hard, asking in confusion, "It's hard to believe, why did you end up like this?" Then he smiled, his hands pressing deep into Wu Mian Li's body. "But doesn't that mean we haven't failed yet?" The very next second, Pan's face began to contort hideously, his eyes wide, and he wore an evil grin as he questioned, "Why didn't you come looking for me sooner? We could have crushed that old body into dust together." But suddenly, as if realizing something, he froze for a moment. Then he immediately jumped away, standing far from Truth. Pan's expression changed, his playful look vanished, and his voice was full of caution. "That's not right. The power you showed at that gate, you've had contact with that guy, haven't you?" He looked at him searchingly, asking seriously, "Your transformation into this form has something to do with him, doesn't it? Are you finally?" Wu Mian Li didn't answer that question. He smiled at Pan as if to comfort him. In short, just calm down for a moment. Of course I'm still me. The agreement between him and me is just that, an agreement. He stood there, speaking with a calm tone, as if it were the most normal thing in the world. But those things didn't matter. If you're willing, you can consider me a form of truth. Besides, clearly, I should be the one who's surprised. Wu Mian Li began to reminisce. Back in the day, I saw with my own eyes that old man hack you into 8 pieces and strip away your personality. I thought I was lucky to have snatched that heart. Should I say I'm not convinced by you? Pan recalled those memories too and replied, "It seems the memory fragments I hid back then were seen by you." Wu Mian Li stood there with his arms crossed. "Otherwise, there's no way I could have used this method to meet you." Pan looked at him, eyes narrowing as he asked, How do you want me to help you? Then, he suddenly pulled back his clothes to reveal his body, stitched together from various parts, and broke into an excited grin. He proposed, "Though I am now just a body pieced together from scraps, if you can return that heart to me, I can help you slaughter every guilty soul in this city." Wu Mian Li only replied, "Don't even think about getting that heart." He spoke to Pan in a provocative tone. Coincidentally, it has also awakened its own consciousness, but it seems to be just a collection of emotions. It even had the audacity to demand to be my heart. I suppose it doesn't want to come back, right? Hearing that, Pan's expression darkened, and he retorted, "I'd die before trusting you. If you don't want to return it, just say so. Why all the chatter?" Wu Mian Li ignored that remark, turned in another direction, and said, "Bandora, that old man won't be able to miss your existence forever. It's just that you only have one personality now, and aren't a threat to him, so he's too lazy to deal with you." He narrowed his eyes, explaining it thoroughly for Pan. "The limiting paradox might have been buried within you. Once an anomaly occurs, you'll definitely be the first one they eliminate." Wu Mian Li stepped closer, placed a hand on Pan's shoulder, and continued, "That's why I didn't come here this time to ask for your help." Pan furrowed his brows, not letting him finish. Wu Mian Li leaned into his ear and made his request. "Your power will shatter my world's balance. Promise me. Until I confirm success is possible, don't act recklessly." A wild gust of wind rose, and the truth vanished, leaving only a mask behind. Pan stared at it, silent. Only when the mask slowly dissolved into the air did he finally smile and say, "See you again." After that conversation with Wu Mian Li, something in Pan seemed to have changed. The prison lung likely noticed it too. He looked at Pan and asked anxiously, "What happened? Pan, are you still all right?" Pan remained silent and pensive, as if deep in thought. After a moment, he turned back to look at the prison lung, saying nothing, just staring at him with a twisted grin. The prison lung quickly realized the sudden change in Pan's attitude, his eyes widening to track Pan's every expression. In a flash, Pan lunged at the prison lung, throwing a powerful blow. The prison lung reflexively raised his hands to defend. The force of the attack was so strong that the ground beneath them shook violently. Even though the prison lung blocked it quickly, he couldn't avoid the terrifying impact of the strike. He was sent flying back a long distance by the sheer power of the attack, pinning him against a wooden pillar. That truly infuriated the prison lung. He glared at Pan with rage and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" Pan, seeing the prison lung pinned to the pillar, felt immensely gratified. He wore a mocking smile and said, "I'm in a great mood right now." He spoke while laughing a twisted, mocking tone. The prison lung wanted to find someone to punch. Hearing that, his expression changed, The frustration of seeing Pan like this grew even stronger. Pan showed no intention of stopping. His provocative way of speaking to the prison lung remained. He kept that twisted smile on his face, right? The more the prison lung looked, the more wrong it felt. There was something off about Pan, he shouted angrily. "That is not the personality I programmed." He looked at Pan closely, but Pan was now just insufferable to him. To the prison lung, Pan radiated a terrifying murderous aura, like a phantom waiting to haunt the weak. The prison lung said uncomfortably, "Pan looks very strange now." The prison lung pulled a black ring from his pocket, muttering that it was just in case. He dashed to Pan's side so quickly that Pan hadn't even reacted. The prison lung was already right next to him. But Pan showed he was no match for the prison lung's speed either. He smirked smugly and said, "I'm done playing with you." The prison lung quickly thrust the black ring toward Pan, trying to put it around his neck, but it was too late. Pan was too fast. He dodged it, and vanished from where they stood. The prison lung watched him disappear, feeling helpless and speechless. He cursed, "Damn it." At that moment, perhaps the prison lung realized the difference in Pan. He frowned in frustration. This isn't good. The guy from earlier definitely wasn't Pan. But if that's the case, could it be? Thinking of this, the prison lung really didn't want to believe his own deduction, but his suspicions were correct. His eyes held something strange when he spoke. High above, where she could observe every move, Bandora no, Xiao Dan had seen everything. Pan thought he had run away, but it turned out he had come to meet Xiao Dan. Even without turning around, Xiao Dan knew Pan was right behind her. Xiao Dan asked Fan a question. "No head, no tail. So you're considered on our side now." Fan looked at Xiao Dan and replied, "Not exactly. It's just that I won't make a move for now." Upon hearing that, Xiao Dan said cryptically, "Well, you've chosen a pretty good seat then." Fan kept his composure, still wearing that same smile. He looked at Xiao Dan and continued, "By the way, a little reminder, don't get trapped by the black ring on that guy's hand." Only then did Xiao Dan suddenly realize, glancing behind where Fan was standing, curiously asking what on earth it was. Fan looked away and calmly replied, "Ah, it's quite embarrassing to say, but it's considered my own blood." In a skyscraper piercing through the clouds, with a black and white checkered floor, the atmosphere was haunting and surreal. There seemed to be the silhouette of someone lurking in the darkness, expanding, like the master of this place. From somewhere, getting closer, came the sound of thudding footsteps. The gate was wobbly and unsteady, swaying from side to side, not firm at all. Then, someone unidentified collapsed onto the floor with a thud. Lying face down, motionless, not even a breath of anger left in that body. An old, frail man with a thin frame and long white beard sat arrogantly on the throne of darkness. He spoke bit by bit. "Has the body of Bai. He reached its limit already?" His cold, golden pupils glanced downward. Hidden in the darkness, his true expression was masked. What a pity. A gaunt, bony hand reached out as if to do something, his aged voice retreating. He controlled a puppet-like figure to approach the body, and it easily lifted the person up. Then, a cruel nature swallowed the person into a deep, eternal vortex. His expression became more fierce and terrifying. He sat firmly in his place, and behind that chair, a vortex of black magic emerged, with two frightening eyes peeking out. Even behind his chair, from his back, a mountain of emotionless masks, big and small, piled up, as if to represent brutal death. He sat there, contemplating. But how did those remnants of truth-seeking sparks outside manage to kill Bai He directly? It's truly baffling. He began to summon a slave under his command. Some entity was stretching out from the mountain of masks behind, its face as pale as a corpse. That creature began to pull the body part away, to go and see what was happening. It was likely a mindless puppet following orders. It landed safely, while he sat there emotionlessly. This puppet looked somewhat like him, but its attire was different, and it even wore an earpiece. Better to be cautious. The puppet followed the will of its controller. It dragged itself out heavily, moving step by step. Bars blocked the way, looking like a giant gate. The puppet stood before the barrier, peering through the gaps to identify what was outside. He looked up, his gaze extremely puzzled. He channeled a bit of magic, touching the lock. A door gradually revealed a dazzling, bright light, appearing right before his eyes. As Bai He touched it lightly, wanting to test it, the place immediately boxed into a large container, heavy chains dangling and fixed in place. He felt a moment of relief, losing his guard slightly, and peered into the frame, thinking, "Am I just being too suspicious?" He stooped low, his elderly back hunched. Nothing was going as expected. He waved his hand, and the fragments flew into the air, his annoyance showing through his carelessness. This mess is really bothersome. His eyes darted around, probing the surroundings. Turning back, he saw the body lying motionless, speechless, motionless, enduring every blow, its clothes shredded to rags. Cold-bloodedly, he looked away, ignoring everything and leaving the mess behind. He looked with contempt at the things obeying his command, floating in the air. Without a madman like you, neither Pandora nor the current truth is anything to be feared. He ruled this space alone. He stood indifferently, lamenting his feelings. Lately, he had been feeling restless. The person remained motionless, spasms continuously torturing the body, thin as a wandering zombie. The face was deformed, gaunt, and covered in wounds. The Grand Warden was blown away 8 meters, creating a long, shallow trench, flanked by silent crosses like a deadly graveyard. He stopped thanks to a massive boulder, dust rising in a cloud. The Grand Warden felt his head throbbing. He struggled to sit up, rubbing his red hair mixed with thick dust. The Grand Warden's fiery red eyes widened in panic. He muttered about this power. Before he could finish the sentence, a massive vortex appeared, swirling rocks and debris around him. A giant hand suddenly appeared from midair, heading straight for the Grand Warden. It arrogantly declared, "Try it yourself." The power from that hand struck with the force of thunder, instantly engulfing the Grand Warden's body. In the distance, Xiao Dan controlled the power, attacking her opponent with an expressionless face, as if crushing an inferior creature. Her hands held the attack posture, her red hair and robe fluttering in the wind. Xiao Dan slowly lowered her 5 fingers. Suddenly, black magical vortices appeared in the space where she stood. Xiao Dan clearly felt something shifting in the air, drawing small, oscillating circles that slowly approached her. The Grand Warden, like a ghost, rushed to her side, whispering, "My power is called equivalent." His eyes flashed with murderous intent. As he raised his hand to strike, he arrogantly declared like a saint, "I use the destructive power of equivalent to bestow upon you the fairest punishment. No sooner had he finished boasting than a giant cross appeared, creating a loud noise as if to tear the space apart. Xiao Dan looked at the Grand Warden like a dancing clown and kindly explained, "Huh, ridiculous. In my shrine," she continued, "there is no such thing as equivalent." By then, the Grand Warden had been pierced straight through the chest by the cross, as easily as skewering a piece of paper. He let out a pained groan and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Grand Warden tried to endure the pain and swung his chain, thinking, if not now, then never. The chain, like a writhing snake, aimed straight for Xiao Dan. While she couldn't understand what the Grand Warden was plotting, the chain flew past her face. It gifted her a black ring around her neck like a dog collar. The Grand Warden sat on the ground, looking more ragged than a beggar, but his eyes still glinted with malice. Clutching the chain, he provoked, "Huh, ridiculous, you say? I'm afraid you won't have the chance to laugh anymore." With the master controlled, cracks immediately appeared in the dimensional space. Seeing this, Pandora exclaimed, "Ah, we're done for." Clinging to the top of a giant cross, he spotted Xiao Dan's puppet flying in to rescue its master. The puppet quickly approached her, decisively raising its blade high. It swiftly and precisely slashed straight down toward Xiao Dan. With a single clean strike, the black ring was severed. Xiao Dan, her face twisted in a ghastly red mask, seemed to have run out of patience. Her voice echoed as if from the depths of hell. "Don't you go misunderstanding things." Pandora almost let out a whistle of applause for Xiao Dan, exclaiming that she had made it look so easy. With an unreadable expression, Xiao Dan declared, "I told you, there is no such thing as equality here." She stated it with absolute certainty. "Because this is my shrine." The Great Warden no longer maintained his lofty air, sweat pouring down his face as he gasped. "What? How is this possible? That is a ring capable of easily suppressing even great sins." Hearing this, Xiao Dan haughtily replied, "I am the heavens here." Purple magic power immediately manifested around her, then slowly spread across the sky. Her voice continued, steady and calm, representing totality, representing infinity. A five-pointed star symbol appeared within a crimson circle, the color of syrup. Zidane's silhouette floated in midair, surrounded by circles of purple magic power. Looking like an ascension ceremony, she declared herself the only god. With soulless red eyes, she pointed straight at the head warden like he was some idiot, telling him, "I don't care what that ring is. Ultimately, it's just something under my command, and those standing under my roof don't even know how to bow." Pandora watched this badass display and felt something was off, he thought to himself. It didn't feel right. It didn't make sense. He felt this malicious aura was far too overwhelming and real. Pandora's brain suddenly kicked into gear, a thought flashing through his mind. Could it be? Looking up at the turbulent sky, Pandora wondered about something. The world this guy projected was the inside of a door. Pandora continued to analyze. Was it that paradox attack from earlier that helped her open that door? On the other side, Judan continued, "Should I be honored? You lowlifes are nothing but tombstones erected by the gods for me." A cross symbol suddenly appeared above the head warden, and the ground beneath him transformed into the intersection of a cross. By now, the head warden was deathly pale. He looked up at the sky, endless and unfathomable, as a giant crucifix descended with the mission to crush him into dust. The head warden immediately launched an attack at the cross, causing cracks to spiderweb across its surface. He strained his eyes to watch, refusing to miss a single one of Judan's attacks. Just as he suspected, millions of crosses poured in from all four directions like a stampede. In less than a minute, a flurry of swords slammed into the spot where the head warden stood. Even with eyes wide open, one couldn't tell what condition he was in now. Suddenly, a cyclone erupted, blowing away the swords that had pinned down the head warden. He was still alive, screaming frantically, "Forced equivalence!" Out of nowhere, a massive, mummy-like foot appeared beside him. Judan's puppet was heroically clutching the cross where Pandora was hanging, preparing to strike the head warden. Pandora was terrified out of his mind, cursing, "What the hell?" Judan sighed quietly and muttered, "Open the door." The puppet used every ounce of its strength to smash the cross down onto the jerk who had angered its master, with the intense desire to send him to his grave. In the space that opened up, two figures stood back to back, the real entity and the shadow. The mask was the vessel for the pseudo-artifact's power, as well as the manifestation of its mutated second personality. A mask with eyes swirling with black rings looked up. Perhaps it was just the prison itself, imagined that way. Within that mess of black rings, a red object appeared. Unlike those geniuses born with natural talent, their abilities came from the expansion of their obsession or the delusions of their primary personality. It should have been a fake, merely a subjective, unrealistic thought. That red object slowly took the shape of a door. Until one day, 30 years ago, there was this one guy. He opened a red door carved with patterns of interconnected eye-like rings. The masked face suddenly split in two, one side bearing a human face, the other a gloomy black shadow with red eyes, a door separating the boundary between the pseudo-artifact and the personality. But the boundary this door represented seemed to go far beyond that. The mask appeared and took on a concrete form. Ever since then, a certain rule in this world shifted. The masks of the pseudo-artifacts achieved reality. Dark energy from behind the door began to leak out, and that imagined self began to be able to participate in this world. The face of Wu Mian Li, blurred and indistinct, slowly emerged from that chaotic surge of power. Original sin, the truth of the person who opened the door, that's what the prison called it. He was once the second warden of the prison, and also the man who personally founded the pseudo-artifact talent. The cross, used as a weapon by the puppet, just hit the ground, kicking up thick clouds of dust. The pressure from its energy created massive craters in the ground. Pandora regained his cool, handsome persona, standing from above with his hands in his pockets, whispering, "That's seriously strong." Behind his dark glasses, his eyes were pensive. He thought, even if it wasn't because the door was opened, it wouldn't make much of a difference. He jumped off the cross and bickered with Ju Dan. "I'm saying, even if you're fighting, you should watch out for your teammates. I almost got smashed by you." Ju Dan acted innocent, the purple magic dancing on her head like rabbit ears, and replied, "I asked you. It's not like you had a clear plan." Pandora couldn't believe her shamelessness had reached such a peak. He retorted, "Are you really that petty?" Ju Dan stood before the cross, declaring that he still wasn't dead. She reached out, and the black cross was lifted gently. The head warden, his hands covered in blood, was still muttering those two words, forced equivalence, like a lifelong obsession he couldn't let go of. Ju Dan's eyes burned red as she waved her hand, controlling the cross to crush him completely. Suddenly, a hand reached out and stopped the cross, which was falling at rocket speed. Pandora had appeared beside the head warden before anyone knew it. Ju Dan saw this and asked, "You want to save him?" Her tone carried a warning. Pandora put on a salesman's smile and replied, "No, no, no important things must be said 3 times. How could that be?" A cruel look flashed across his face. Pandora explained, "There are just some things I might be able to use. Saying is doing." He reached toward the head warden's red eyes. Blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a miserable, gut-wrenching scream. The eye surgery, performed without an operating room, was over in 2 seconds. Ju Dan glanced at him, judging, "You really are ruthless." Pandora, face covered in blood, didn't care about her attitude. He said, "All right, let's go." Ju Dan replied, "Good thing we weren't delayed too much. This is enough to go help Ling Diao and the others." No sooner had she finished speaking than a gust of wind blew past her. In the air, cold mists began to appear. Ju Dan seemed to sense something that shouldn't be there surrounding her. Looking at the white mist, she questioned, "What the hell is this? Is it cold?" Not making her wait long, a figure emerged dimly from the center of the cold mist. A girl with short hair, looking like a snow queen, slowly revealed herself. At another location, the earth-shattering solo fight between Lu Wu and the personality puppet had almost reached its end. Lu Wu smiled mockingly. "What's the matter?" The personality puppet, after Lu Wu's attack, was completely drenched in blood, one of its arms having already checked out of the fight. Lu Wu asked further, "Can't that arm of yours grow back?" He looked at the mangled puppet and said, "Even if that flashy power of yours truly leaves me speechless." The puppet didn't care about Lu Wu's blabbering and raised its remaining hand, preparing to attack. A thunderous sound echoed as the puppet punched straight at where Lu Wu had been standing, but he had already vanished. Less than a second later, he suddenly appeared, delivering a few more slashes to the puppet that sent syrup splattering for the umpteenth time. Lu Wu said to it, "But your attack patterns are too monotonous." He looked at the puppet with utter disdain, stating that he was used to it. Lu Wu took a fighting stance, like a master swordsman preparing to strike, telling it not to be in a rush, as it wouldn't take long. A blade red as blood appeared. Lu Wu's face was unreadable, save for eyes burning with murderous intent. He comforted the puppet, saying, "I will quickly put an end to your miserable life." The sword strike carried the force of a thunderbolt, aimed straight at the puppet. Uncle Hay, the puppet, was scared out of his wits, thinking there was no escape. His body, perhaps due to the pressure from Lu Wu or the terrifying sense of impending death, Uncle Hay felt his entire body grow heavy, unable to move. Suddenly, a cross-shaped sword appeared, blocking Lu Wu's attack. He looked at the golden sword before him and gasped in surprise. Unexpectedly, standing right in front of Lu Wu was the cool, calm, and collected Fuxi Age. After the clash, both of them immediately jumped back to distance themselves. Fuxi's hair instantly shifted from gold to a glossy black, his eyes no longer wearing the dazed, confused look from moments before. Fuxi gripped the golden sword tightly. Uncle He asked in surprise, "Fuji, you," Fuxi replied. "I've come to help you. A gentleman battles with skill, not just strength." With that, Fuxi lunged straight toward Lu Wu. A world-shaking sound echoed. The high-level clash was too fast for ordinary people to follow. As the dust settled, it revealed Fuxi holding his sword and Lu Wu standing perfectly still, as if frozen by a spell. It was only when the wind from Fuxi's blade brushed his neck that he finally snapped back to reality. Lu Wu immediately drew his red sword to counterattack, aiming to slice his opponent in half. To his surprise, Fuxi nimbly dodged the attack and instantly crouched low. He slashed straight at Lu Wu's legs, causing Lu Wu to let out a sharp cry. Fuxi, having become a pseudo-entity, returned to a striking stance and shouted, "Blade Series," he continued, "Dragon's Tooth." A sword wave emerged, striking toward Lu Wu. The strike was fast as the wind, instantly passing through Lu Wu's torso. He stood frozen like a statue with a terrified expression, his sword already shattered into pieces. On the 8-pack chest of the genius, who possessed 999% of the effort of an ordinary person, appeared a deep, gaping wound. Syrup splattered everywhere like a pouring waterfall. Lu Wu had been struck in the hip, but he just stood there, staring at his wound. He felt the impact, but there was no pain. He had long grown accustomed to this feeling of pain. After countless brushes with death, through fire and thorns, he should have been used to it. Why was he feeling so annoyed now? Then, the substitute Fuji darted forward with lightning speed to strike his arm. Lu Wu blocked it, glancing at the substitute Fuji. The attack lacked any real technique, relying only on muscle memory, which was easy enough to handle. The substitute Fuji gripped the sword tightly. Spear Series. She lunged at Lu Wu, but only managed to graze his cheek. The substitute Fuji didn't give up, launching a barrage of attacks with the Sickle Series. Lu Wu only had to lean back slightly to dodge the attacks from the substitute Fuji. Of course, the substitute Fuji would never give up. Just as she was about to try again, she saw a sword flying toward her. Lu Wu delivered a thrust straight into the center of the substitute Fuji's body, but unexpectedly, the sword only pierced through a layer of armor surrounding the substitute. Not only that, but the tip of the sword broke off. The substitute had used the shield series to block it. While he was distracted, a massive figure on the other side swung a fist and struck him. The blow sent dust flying everywhere. It was Uncle He. Lu Wu was punched by Uncle He so hard he was driven deep into the ground, crushed. His head was ringing. He finally understood why he was so annoyed. He didn't mesh well with this guy, regardless of his attack style or the person himself. Lu Wu, not nearly so weak, leaped up from the crater. He was suddenly locked in a bear hug from behind by Uncle He's massive, gigantic arms. "Fuji, take the opportunity now." Lu Wu felt absolutely enraged. What was happening to him? The substitute Fuji, naturally, took the chance to lunge forward with her sword. Her movements, her judgment, and her attack methods were all completely different from before, to the point where even a ridiculously weak person like this could actually wound him. Lu Wu dropped his sword and kicked it toward the substitute Fuji, sending it flying straight at her. A substitute? He had heard Jiro mention this transformation of the pseudo-entity, but just based on this power-up at that moment, the sword spun around and landed near Lu Wu's feet. He seized the perfect opportunity and kicked it hard. "Do you think you can defeat me?" The sword instantly pierced through the middle of the substitute. Lu Wu said with a dark expression, "Have you been too careless?" After kicking away the substitute Fuji, Lu Wu suddenly felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. Uncle He's massive arms made it feel as if he were about to be snapped in two. Lu Wu bared his teeth and laughed. "Ha, ha," he strained against Uncle He. "This arm of yours that just grew back doesn't seem very sturdy, does it?" With that, Lu Wu used all his strength to rip Uncle He's forearm off, then tore both of Uncle He's arms away and tossed them aside. Ignoring the limbs, he whipped around and landed a straight blow to Uncle He's throat. "Ugh!" Uncle He immediately spat out blood, his eyes bloodshot and bulging. Without a second thought, Uncle He used his own head to slam into Lu Wu's. Lu Wu was knocked backward, blood spraying from his nose. Even without arms, Uncle He still had his legs. Uncle He leaped into the air and used his own weight to crush down onto Lu Wu. Uncle He looked up at the sky, teeth clenched tight, and without another thought, used his head again. I mean, using his head to smash against Lu Wu's head, just to see who would drop first. Lu Wu looked stunned. It was hard, after all. Uncle Black looked up again, his mind still fixated on only one thing: his loved ones. Protecting them was the only reason this substitute personality existed. Lu Wu, lying underneath, kept provoking him. Is that all you've got? Do it again. Uncle Black felt confused. He was becoming something strange, something different. He went berserk, slamming his head into Lu Wu's over and over. I want to fight him. I want to crush him. It has nothing to do with protecting anyone anymore. It's just my own raw desire. Yeah, I actually like this feeling. Meanwhile, the replaced Sister Foe, who had been unconscious from the previous strike, struggled to prop herself up. Uncle Black, I'm coming to help. Just as she was about to jump back into the fray, she coughed up blood. She looked down at her chest, where a deep, crimson slash near her heart stained her clothes. She calmed herself down. It's okay. It didn't hit my heart. She stood back, watching the battle between Uncle Black and Lu Wu. Shockwaves tore through the space every time her uncle slammed his head down. She covered her eyes, but then she slowly parted her fingers. Is Uncle Black laughing? She was beyond shocked. She stood there, eyes wide, whispering. I can feel his emotions so clearly now. That laughter came from a pure, inner thrill. While Uncle Black leaned back, gathering momentum for another headbutt, Lu Wu taunted him, bring it on. Suddenly, Uncle Black just stayed frozen, leaning back in midair. Lu Wu laughed with excitement. Hey, what are you doing? Don't stop now. Your little attack is. But he cut himself short. Uncle Black stood stiff, like a toy that had run out of batteries, showing no signs of life. Holes began to appear all over his body, multiplying rapidly, until he disintegrated into grains of sand, vanishing into the air. Lu Wu sat up, cursing. Damn it, what the hell was that? He stood up and scanned his surroundings, feeling like a win like this brought no satisfaction at all. Suddenly, he felt someone behind him. It was the replaced Sister Foe, weapon in hand. Lu Wu dodged effortlessly, like a squirrel, and sarcastically remarked that the sneak attack was pathetic. But Lu Wu hadn't anticipated that she had used a specialized tactical crossbow against him, which robbed him of much of his agility. Lu Wu's eyes widened, his voice sounding like it came from the depths of hell. When did you fire that? My mind feels so slow. Was I hit too hard? Not letting him ramble, she seized the moment while he was paralyzed and fired one final arrow straight into the center of his head, ending Lu Wu's life for good. She stood there, watching him collapse with her weapon still embedded in his skull. I know full well how weak I am. She walked over to his corpse thinking, my body is so fragile, it can barely even withstand my own power. I'm not the one who defeated you. It was all thanks to Uncle Black's sacrifice that I was able to win. Lu Wu, with his last breath, wheezed. This was worth a shout. She couldn't care less about his words. She casually took her blade and stabbed him through the chest to make him stop rattling on. She didn't need his praise. She stood up, realizing her Uncle Black had dissolved into dust, leaving only a pile of nothingness. Uncle Black, after taking on this duty, I'm still not strong enough to stand in front of you. I am so sorry. She clenched her fists. I can't fix this. Using the specialized divine weapon once is the limit of this body. Even if I split it into smaller bursts, it just prolongs the battle. And the power is only marginally stronger than a normal weapon anyway. As she drifted into her thoughts, she noticed a white mist swirling toward her. What is happening now? She looked toward the source. A vortex of white smoke consumed her field of vision. She was confused, unsure of what was going on. From the heart of the mist, something or someone shot out at breakneck speed, brushing right past her. In a few seconds, she realized it was Ling Diao. Ling Diao? Ling Diao flew 10 meters away, skidding face first along the ground. A massive object with a sharp, spear-like tip aimed straight at her. The replaced Sister Foe rushed in just in time to block it. Dragon Fang. The massive, mountain-like object split in two and crashed to the ground. She turned to Ling Diao, asking, Ling Diao, what happened? Ling Diao looked utterly devastated, barely able to whisper, Foe, sorry, I couldn't stop her. Then, Ling Diao looked up in surprise, struggling to sit. Sister Foe, have you been replaced? The replaced Sister Foe said nothing, just stood there in silence. A moment later, she walked into the white mist to see what was inside and what had done this to Ling Diao. Wait, what? It was Sister Ji Ruo, and she had also been transformed. Seeing her, the replaced Sister Foe immediately lunged to attack, but a beam of light shot from Sister Ji Ruo's eyes, grazing the side of her face. Ling Diao grabbed the girl's sleeve and leaped away, carrying them both to safety just before the area exploded, saving their lives. Ling Diao teleported to a nearby spot, collapsing from exhaustion. The replaced Sister Foe looked at the terrifying shockwave that the transformed Sister Ji Ruo had created, feeling helpless. Is this what a great prison warden is capable of? Ling Diao said. We have to find a way out of here. We can't defeat her. She staggered to her feet. You still have your blade, right? If we risk everything, we might be able to break out. I can't move anymore. I can't help you jump, but I can buy us some time. Looking at Sister Ji Ruo, who stood there without a single scratch, Ling Diao smiled. Sister Fo, you definitely gave it your all, right? That's enough. You just got replaced, but you don't need to die here too. She had decided to sacrifice herself so the girl could live. The transformed Sister Ji Ruo created countless circles. Now, she understood. The woman could summon massive rocks to crush her opponents, using only small bursts of power. Ling Diao raised her hand to use the square box, and suddenly, the replaced Sister Fo jumped in too. Secret Sword, Divine Weapon Series. The two strikes blocked the massive, terrifying block of stone being unleashed. She stood in front of Ling Diao. I'm not going anywhere. If I leave, there's no point. My life wouldn't have any meaning at all. The Secret Sword and Divine Weapon combined were effective. The block of stone Sister Ji Ruo created shattered into pieces. She hung her head and told Ling Diao, Uncle Black is dead. Hearing this, tears streamed down Ling Diao's face. Grief and shock flooded the young girl's heart. The substitute aide decided, how could I accept seeing you die right in front of me? But I think I'm starting to understand Uncle Hay a little bit. The substitute aide let out a savage laugh. Because right now, I feel just as excited as he does. I suppose this is what it means to find joy in fulfilling one's own value. A series of massive boulders lifted by Ji Ruo came crashing down toward Xiao Diao. Wu Mian, wanting to protect Xiao Diao, used his own Xuanyuan sword to fend off the massive rocks. Like a mythical swordsman, with a single strike, he obliterated all the stones the opponent had just summoned. After the dust cloud clears, Wu Mian's imposing figure appears, sword in hand. He feels a sense of respect for his opponent's immense power, as it has caused his sword to freeze. The Xuanyuan sword energy is actually capable of freezing objects. Before he can even finish his thought, the sword in his hand begins to show strange signs. The swirl of white smoke surrounding the blade has completely engulfed it. When Wu Mian looks down, the sight before his eyes leaves him stunned. The sword, now covered in white smoke, has been shattered into tiny fragments. This is truly a massive shock in Wu Mian's life. Just looking at his facial expression, you can tell how bewildered he is. Ruo doesn't hesitate at all. Even though her formation was broken, she calmly continues to take slow, deliberate steps toward Wu Mian. Her appearance is even more majestic than a protagonist stepping out onto the battlefield. Wu Mian starts to panic and curses under his breath. Damn it. Without stopping her advance, seeing Ruo approaching amidst the violent winds, while he holds a sword that is no longer in one piece, he feels deep anxiety as she draws closer. After fighting and observing for a while, Wu Mian realizes that the surrounding space and everything inside it seem to be freezing, and right now, ice is beginning to form on his own face. To guard against any unfortunate events that might occur, Xiao Diao is the one who acts first. Holding her left hand out, she pinches her thumb and index finger together and shouts out. Amidst the intense atmosphere, as Ruo advances, bringing with her a freezing cyclone intent on swallowing the two small figures before her. Luckily, the girl's technique proves effective. The icy whirlwind in front is blocked by a large barrier. It shatters like a broken mirror, simultaneously causing the cyclone to dissipate. Wu Mian's eyes widen as he glances at the person behind him. He instinctively calls out, Xiao Diao. Perhaps because she pushed herself too hard, she coughs up a large amount of blood, her frail body looking as if it is about to collapse. Knowing he is worried about her and fearing that she will distract him, Xiao Diao still tries to speak words of comfort. I am fine, but she looks far from fine, withered to the very core. His vacant eyes stare at her, welling up with tears. He resolves within himself that he cannot let her sacrifice herself any further. Like a surge of strength, Wu Mian enters a state of deep focus. His eyes flash with the light of a judge, and he asserts that this woman must be stopped by him. Immediately, from within the ethereal bone smoke, Wu Mian pulls out a massive axe from nowhere. Surrounding the axe are heavy golden streaks. Grasping the massive blade, Wu Mian begins his strike. Divine Weapon Series, Covering Form. Because the size and weight are proportional, this blade is not easy to control. The pained expression on his face as he struggles to swing it shows just how heavy it truly is. Wu Mian starts cursing. Damn it, so heavy. After a struggle, fighting against the weight of the weapon, Wu Mian loses his breath, panting heavily to stabilize his heart rate. But he cannot give up easily, because giving up means Xiao Diao will have to sacrifice herself. Knowing what his goal is, Wu Mian hardens his resolve. He widens his eyes and screams, "Move, you piece of junk." Not failing his expectations, he actually lifts the blade, which is several times his own body size. The trail left behind by the blade is truly magnificent. To test his new weapon, Wu Mian swings it in a wide arc. As the blade moves, it causes the ground beneath them to sink. The pressure forms a circle surrounding the two of them. After fully gaining control of the weapon, he uses a massive amount of strength to swing a powerful blow at his opponent. The arc of the blade is wide and broad, covering a huge area of destruction. The blade carves a long path, slicing the bone smoke in front of him, causing it to split in two. Although it is just one strike, it costs Wu Mian quite a bit of stamina. He pants heavily, his eyes not forgetting to look forward to see the outcome. But things are not as easy as he thought. The sight before him leaves him rooted to the spot. What? The long path of the blade remains, but the bone smoke has not fully disappeared. And the final thing is what makes him freeze completely. That strike almost hit Ruo, missing her by mere millimeters. Yet, she shows no fear at all. With one hand, she lightly touches the sharp edge before her and taps it. Cracks and cold smoke begin to appear on the surface. In just a fleeting moment, that sharp attack is completely shattered into fragments, and the cold smoke gathers once again, surrounding them everywhere. The scene leaves Wu Mian stunned, unable to utter a single word. Perhaps he is just too shocked. Xiao Diao, behind his back, guesses his current state of mind. She reaches out her hand and says, "You and Sister Fu are exactly the same, both such fools. Step back behind me. Protecting you is my duty." Before she can even touch him, an invisible barrier pushes her hand away. Xiao Diao is bewildered, unable to understand. She touches the air in front with both hands. Realizing she truly cannot pass through, she asks him, puzzled? An invisible wall? What is this? As she is filled with 1,001 questions, Wu Mian remains silent and deep in thought. Then, Wu Mian speaks. "No, Xiao Diao, you should step back behind me." Having said that, the silver-haired woman in front advances toward him again. Following her is the thick, icy smoke, like a grim reaper coming to claim lives. Ruo fears no one. She lunges toward Wu Mian, her eyes wide as she darts through the white smoke like lightning. This time, since Ruo is the one initiating, everything seems different. The two collide, creating a long trail of white ice. Xiao Diao, behind the invisible barrier, witnesses the battle. Worried for him, she cries out, "Sister Fu!" The two figures continue to clash fiercely. Wu Mian is struggling to withstand the opponent's powerful attack, gritting his teeth, but he still speaks with a threatening tone toward the person in front of him. "As long as I am here, don't you dare come near her." The grit of his teeth shifts into a strange, twisted grin. Divine form, divine weapon series. Indeed, Wu Mian is unleashing his technique to counter the enemy. After he executes the move, the screen before them seems to shatter like glass. Then, the scene shifts to a white color, the southern heavenly gate. The white screen immediately shatters into countless tiny pieces, just like sharp glass shards. They do not fall to the ground, but instead fly straight toward Wu Mian. A series of sharp fragments pierce through his body, blood flowing along with the shards. Yet, that person remains standing firm and resilient. He stared blankly at the enemy ahead with empty eyes, as if mapping out a plan for the battle to come. Suddenly, the damaged body of Wu Mian began to change. The black streaks that had been shattered moments ago evaporated. They swirled in a circle and rose high into the air, forming the shape of a massive portal. It was enormous, larger than a city gate towering over his small figure below. The person beneath it began to enter a state of infinity. Xiao Niao, trapped inside the invisible barrier, witnessed the scene. Anxious, she frantically pounded against the shield, screaming out, "Poti! Poti!" The black screen Wu Mian created gradually engulfed the entire sky, but it couldn't pierce through this barrier. Though he couldn't hear the familiar cries of the young girl, he turned his head. Blue cracks lined his face, and with a wicked grin, he said to Xiao Niao, "Let me stand in front of you this time." His words carried a heavy sense of responsibility, as if repaying her for all she had done for him. This invisible barrier didn't just block objects, it also blocked out all sound. Because the sound was stifled, Xiao Niao's constant screams and desperate pounding failed to grab Wu Mian's attention. Seeing her helplessness, the girl to whom he owed so much, he could only look away and murmur to himself, "You know, this kid, Poti, never hated the world. He only hated himself, seeing himself as weak and useless." It turned out this was Poti's body, but since Wu Mian was now in control, he would reclaim this opportunity for the boy. "But I don't hate him." After a moment of contemplation, he hung his head. That blackened face showed signs of breaking, his cloudy white eyes filled with the hope of change as he exhaled a powerful jet of black steam. Wu Mian was determined. I want to help him complete Poti. With that, Wu Mian put all his strength into resisting Ji Ruo's attack. The two were like opposing poles, clashing like a black and white Bagua formation, fighting for dominance. Behind him, dark, jagged streaks spread out. Looking at Wu Mian's back, Ji Ruo was slightly impressed, though she didn't show it on her face. She was suspicious of the sight before her. Wu Mian's massive hand gripped Ji Ruo's small shoulder. One might have thought a single squeeze would crush her, but she didn't seem to care in the slightest. Seeing his portal-like magic, she voiced her judgment. Why are you using a body to construct a gate? You're truly insane. However, successful people always follow their own path. Though she wasn't much affected by his power, as she looked at him, something changed in the depths of her heart. How strange, I have a weird sense of déjà vu. The Wu Mian before her was completely different from the one moments ago. His body was shrouded in layers of black smoke, while half of his face remained normal. He laughed bizarrely and warned, "Watch closely, Poti. Now, the one standing before Ling Diao is me." The smile on his face gradually lost all humanity, and Wu Mian seemed like a frantic monster struggling to rise. This time, you little coward, you won't be hiding in the back anymore. Would this body still be able to control itself? For the thing clinging to Wu Mian's face now claimed to be his mask, and also, to be him. The shape of the gate on his back had evolved into a real portal, laced with gold and black colors familiar to his power. His one remaining normal eye darted away, catching a sight that left him stunned. On the other side, where white smoke billowed, something caught his eye. What was that? Within the smoke lay the shattered fragments of glass, forming the face of someone familiar. Staring at the image, Wu Mian cursed him. "Why are you still here? You old bastard." Had that person caused him some grudge? Suddenly, the place where Xiao Niao stood became empty. The barrier had vanished, and the two combatants were nowhere to be seen, leaving only lingering wisps of white smoke. Xiao Niao's eyes widened. Looking ahead, she realized this was a spatial distortion. Then, the girl suddenly fell silent, saying nothing. She clenched her teeth tight, her thoughts unreadable. Back at the battleground, from the portal, Wu Mian summoned a massive, four-armed golden monster. It stepped out, posing a dangerous threat to his opponent. Facing the towering monstrosity, Ji Ruo showed no signs of worry or fear. The creature's massive hands were several times larger than her entire body. Ji Ruo tilted her head, carefully observing the structure of the portal Wu Mian had created. There was nothing special about it, she concluded. As expected, the structure is a failure. Quickly, the intense battle escalated. The creature from the gate clasped its hands together and delivered a powerful, high-speed strike toward Ji Ruo's small frame. Maintaining her composure, she remained completely unbothered. The hand was frozen by her mist of ice, not even grazing a single hair on her head. With a cross-shaped glint in her eyes, Ji Ruo analyzed that the power of a pseudo-artifact usually had a fixed upper limit. "And your capacity is just too small." Her words implied that Wu Mian wasn't on her level. Right then, both of the monster's hands were frozen solid by her. She stood like an icy queen, powerful and charismatic. With pride, Ji Ruo scoffed at his inability to structure the gate, raising her hand to strike, her dangerous gaze piercing through the cold, icy mist. She declared, "You won't be able to stop me. The strong always have their way." Hearing Ji Ruo's dismissive words, the monster grew truly enraged. Its gray-black head emerged and it spoke, "You think." Its head spun 180 degrees, tears streaming from its eyes, as it challenged Ji Ruo. "Can you erase me?" As it finished, from the 4 golden arms, 4 more appeared, along with a head that was slowly freezing over. It shrieked like a madman. The 4 arms descended, intending to threaten the tiny human below. Standing before the giant monster from the portal, Ji Ruo remained unnervingly calm. With no expression on her face, she simply raised her white cross-shaped eyes to look at the beast with utter contempt. The 4 hands converged and slammed down toward her one after another. It was powerful, massive, and fast as lightning, creating immense pressure. Would Ji Ruo be injured by it? The answer was a definite no. She was completely unharmed. She spoke quietly amidst the swirling ice mist. "It might take a little time, but it won't take too long." As it turned out, those 4 hands were struggling to break through her icy white barrier circle. She stands there with such effortless grace, as if she truly owns this place. She seems a bit bored by whatever Wu Mian is trying to pull. Does this even mean anything? Ruo Wuding's eyes pierce through the smoke. She mocks Wu Mian's noble cause. You can't change the outcome. What on earth has this human been through to become so emotionless? After saying all that needed to be said to the young man, Ruo prepares to end the battle quickly. Without using any real effort, She gently touches the massive hand of the golden monster. Instantly, that hand begins to freeze. Within seconds, the monster's entire body is encased in ice, starting from its arm. No one would ever guess this was the work of such a petite woman. Through this, we see that Ruo's power is absolute. There's no room for debate. Everything is frozen, and with just one punch from Ruo, that giant body shatters into tiny fragments. You were acting so tough earlier, why don't you get up and gloat now? A single, small punch was all it took to destroy her opponent. It shattered from head to toe, leaving no hope for resurrection. It's truly over now, folks. All those shards were shoved away by Ruo as she lunged forward. Her physical form may be small, but it stands in inverse proportion to her power. Can Wu Mian protect Ling Diao? From within the debris, Ruo swiftly grabs Wu Mian by the throat, taking control of the fight. Her slender hands tighten around his neck. He grinds his teeth in pain. His face has yet to return to its original state, and freezing, icy mist radiates from the hand gripping him. She effortlessly controls the game, slamming Wu Mian backward while looking at him with utter disdain. Your struggling is just a waste of time. However, things seem to change. Wu Mian actually manages to smile, a smile full of desire. He speaks, "Of course I know. Knowing it and doing it anyway, I really am a lost cause, aren't I?" And from out of nowhere, a series of massive hands appear, surrounding the two of them. While being at a disadvantage, he blurts out these strange words. "But at the very least, in this moment, I can become her hero." Quickly, these giant hands wrap tightly around the two of them. Who knows how they will fight inside there? Like in Naruto, just as the battle reaches its peak, we get a flashback. Inside the cluster of hands, Wu Mian remembers his painful past. "I was born from the regrets of sister, and I will always live in the regrets of Wen." After meeting her, his regrets seemed to be healed, at least in part. That was when he met Ling Diao, sitting aimlessly on the road. She walked up to him and asked, "What family are you a young master from?" Looking like he was about to die, with a tattered face, hollowed-out eyes, and covered in bruises, Wu Mian could barely hear her. He looked at her and asked in a strained voice, "Huh? Is there anything to eat?" Seeing him like that, Ling Diao realized he wasn't some wealthy young master. "Oh, so you're just a beggar." But she didn't cast him aside. Instead, she took him in for a meal. She asked Uncle He to cook a feast for him, and he ate so voraciously that Ling Diao had to joke about it. "Hey, you have to pay for eating like that." Hearing the mention of payment, even with his mouth full, he responded with concern. "I don't have any money, but I'm very capable. How about this? Hire me as your bodyguard. How's that?" Yet, he was always the one being protected by them. Whenever they got hurt, he would anxiously ask, "You two are hurt? Are there enemies?" Ling Diao gently replied, "Ah, don't worry, it's already been taken care of." Hearing that, Wu Mian just stood there stunned. Oh boy, looking so helpless, even I almost forgot the purpose of my own existence. Back in reality, the two of them are completely enveloped by the hands at the structure's entrance, and Wu Mian is deep in thought. Perhaps I have always longed for this moment, the desire to be someone who can stand without hesitation in front of the people who matter during the critical moments he's been waiting for. Wu Mian shuts his eyes tight and wears a satisfied smile. He guesses it might all be in vain, but if there's even a glimmer of hope, it might just work. Ruo's icy hands grip the structure, beginning to freeze everything around it. Wu Mian hopes, "I hope the time I've bought can give Ling Diao a chance to survive." As expected, the structure froze completely the moment Ruo touched it. With just a bit of pressure from her, the entire structure collapsed like a detonation, creating a shockwave in every direction. Chunks of ice, large and small, rained down to the ground. Inside, we see two figures standing opposite each other, both with that "I don't care about the world" expression. Ruo stares at the person before her with indifference. Standing right in front of her is no longer the out-of-control Wu Mian. Now, he stands with a powerful suit of ice armor. Ruo looks down at her opponent with milky white eyes, anticipating the next move because of Wu Mian's new form. Ruo gently closes her eyes as if to hold a moment of silence for someone who fought selflessly for others. Then, she approaches the frozen body of the sister and sighs. "You must have been a very gentle child. I rarely see a golden-colored personality in the plane of false objects." Ruo touches the sister's face with her hand and analyzes with regret, courage, hesitation, yet without a shred of malice toward this world. A desire to protect others' wishes, that is what formed this temporary personality world. But then, Ruo ruthlessly grips the statue's chin and says coldly, "It's just that false objects are targets that must be cleared on this path. If only you weren't a false object." Suddenly, slash the arm touching the statue is abruptly severed in two. The hand, left with nothing to support it, falls away, leaving Ruo momentarily surprised. Even more shocking is that not only was her arm slashed, but the space itself was cut in half. Ruo quickly locates the source of the slash. She turns her head. Right in front of her is a long crack scorched across space. From that crack, sharp claws appear out of nowhere. Then, they violently tear through space, revealing a small figure hiding behind. Ling Diao is on the verge of tears, saying helplessly, "You are such an idiot for suggesting that." Boom, the entire space suddenly trembles. Quick as lightning, Ling Diao lunges forward, only to be blocked by an orb of energy surrounding Ruo. She reaches her claws toward Ruo, but it turns out her target is the ice statue behind her. She cries out in agony, calling the name of the statue. A rectangular box immediately encases the statue. Seeing this, Ruo feels insulted. She glares and asks, "You're willing to break your own personality just to force your way to me, all to take this block of ice?" As soon as she finished speaking, Chiji Ruo snapped her fingers, and a black void instantly opened up behind her. A surge of power shot out from that void, striking straight at Ling Diao. She was completely unharmed, and even managed to reach out and grab the box she had been trying to retrieve. Ling Diao said softly but firmly, filled with sorrow, "Sister Foe, I'm taking you home." 3 sharp spikes suddenly erupted from the ground, piercing straight through Ling Diao's body, making it impossible for her to move. On top of a snowy peak behind them, Chiji Ruo landed gracefully, observing the pitiful creature below with a cold gaze. Ling Diao tried to hold back her tears, looking up as she swung her clawed hand, shattering the spikes and seemingly tearing through the space itself. Just as Ling Diao looked up, Chiji Ruo descended, landing face to face with her. She said arrogantly, "You're different from the others. Your personality-based ability is fundamentally ill-suited for this. Even with your attempts to destroy and forcibly distort things, you cannot defeat me." Chiji Ruo then landed lightly on the ground and casually froze Ling Diao in place. She continued, "You will only end up destroying yourself." Still frozen, Ling Diao tried to retort, "My personality is my own, how I use it is not for you to judge." In response to Ling Diao's defiance, Chiji Ruo, with the composure of a superior, simply voiced her curiosity. "I just don't understand why a falsehood like you, with a personality so full of negative and extreme emotions, would always go out of your way to protect others." Waves of icy energy radiated from her, chilling the air until their breath turned to white mist. Chiji Ruo continued, "Years ago, I dealt with one just like you in this city. It was the only time I ever—" She paused, then added, "encountered a falsehood with healing powers." That statement successfully caught Ling Diao's attention. As Chiji Ruo reached out, intending to land a finishing blow on Ling Diao, she said, "If we hadn't met within the Thon Tao, I might have been tempted to study you." Unfortunately, a pair of glowing red star-shaped eyes suddenly appeared. A small figure with fiery red hair stood in front of the ice block holding Ling Diao, standing still to intercept Chiji Ruo's frost-covered hand. Whoosh! Blocks of ice surged forward. Through the swirling dust, Xiao Dan gradually emerged. She stood to one side, breathing out hot air, and shouted, "It's so cold!" Chiji Ruo's attack faltered for a second. She muttered in confusion, It didn't freeze?" Xiao Dan tilted her head slightly with an enigmatic look in her eyes and spoke, "Is ice like that supposed to be cold? I've seen things much colder than this." Suddenly, a shadow darted past Xiao Dan, lunging toward Chiji Ruo like a predator. Ling Diao roared in a frenzy, "What was that you just said? That was a falsehood with healing abilities. What did you do to her?" Chiji Ruo tilted her head slightly and replied coldly, "I took care of her. Probably about 7 or 8 years ago. A stubborn woman." She recounted how, even after being captured, the woman had managed to struggle and escape back here, hindering the Thon Tao countless times. Hearing this, Ling Diao flew into a rage, causing the atmosphere to become violently turbulent. Ling Diao growled, "Don't talk nonsense. What do you mean 7 or 8 years ago? You clearly just took her away not long ago." Chiji Ruo calmly waved her hand and replied, "Not long ago? I haven't heard of any such falsehood appearing recently." Suddenly, Chiji Ruo felt that something was wrong with her body. She clutched her head in a daze and gasped, "How strange, my head suddenly hurt just now." At that moment, Xiao Dan whispered, "Ling Diao, if you can, get away from here, as far as you can." Ling Diao cried out worriedly, "Xiao Dan." Facing Ling Diao's tear-filled, pained eyes, Xiao Dan gently said, "I can't leave you behind." She continued, "Please, I mean it, try to stay away from me." The time I can maintain my sanity is reaching its limit. By now, the energy field surrounding Xiao Dan had begun to lose control. She smiled faintly and said to Ling Diao, "If you stay here, I'm afraid I might hurt you too." Xiao Dan's eyes looked momentarily sad as she turned away and added, "I've lost so many important things already, I don't want to lose you." 2. Ling Diao stood behind her, completely distraught. Suddenly, a massive, giant boulder hurtled straight toward Xiao Dan. Ling Diao shouted in alarm, "Look out!" However, in the blink of an eye, the rock shattered into tiny pieces. Xiao Dan glared with murderous intent and declared, "Now, I will be your opponent." She moved calmly toward her enemy, step by step. Unlike Xiao Dan's small stature, her opponent was a gigantic, muscular figure who raised a massive weapon in his hand. Xiao Dan calmly called out a name, Monday. At that moment, the giant swung his axe with immense force, creating a powerful shockwave. Qiji Ruo scolded the two useless ones, Pan and Mo, with frustration. She muttered, "What a massive headache they've left me with." After the giant's previous attack, dust flew everywhere, but Xiao Dan's gaze remained steady and determined. She quickly unleashed her technique, creating a massive field of energy. Xiao Dan stood calmly in the middle of the brutal battlefield and shouted, "Ling Diao, hide and protect yourself. I can't look after you anymore." Ling Diao quickly retreated, replying, "I understand." Inside the mirror cage, Ling Diao frantically thought, "Just recover a little, and I'll come to help you." Once she felt safe, Xiao Dan's eyes erupted with killing intent, and she quickly launched a counterattack, triggering a massive explosion. In a flash, Qiji Ruo closed the distance to Xiao Dan, and the two clashed in midair. Xiao Dan gritted her teeth and said, "You should die." She reached her hand behind her to activate her skill, catching Qiji Ruo off guard. Xiao Dan unleashed a powerful strike, shaking the very earth. Seeing the intense tremor, Qiji Ruo was silent for a moment before remarking on the force of the attack. She whispered that it would destroy everything, and then raised a wall of ice to block Xiao Dan's strike. Xiao Dan coldly replied, "If it's destroyed, what does that have to do with me?" She continued her barrage against her opponent. Even though Xiao Dan's power was terrifying, Qiji Ruo did not back down. She quickly opened a stone cage to deflect Xiao Dan's attack. Immediately after, Qiji Ruo lunged forward with incredible speed. Her eyes blazed with such intense malice. It was as if she wanted to devour her opponent alive. Qiji Ruo stabbed straight through Xiao Dan and said, "Bearing such heavy evil intent, it must be very painful, isn't it? The malice in your soul, let me help you freeze it." The battle seemed to involve only the two of them now, floating amidst a terrifying surge of power. Qiji Ruo shouted her move, Worldly Judgment. The entire area plunged into a bleak, grim atmosphere as the ground and rocks transformed into sharp spikes, hurling themselves directly at her. At that moment, Xiao Dan gripped Qiji Ruo's hand tightly, then glared and aggressively crushed it. "Your dirty hands are not worthy of touching me." Xiao Dan coldly shoved Ji Ruo onto the shaking ground. Lying amidst the shattered stones, Ji Ruo stared blankly into the air as she spoke in a cold voice. "Even that couldn't freeze you? The malice in your soul is so great it truly shocks me." Xiao Dan replied, "That's not entirely correct. I am not a soul filled with malice, I am the malice itself." As a flurry of sharp spikes was summoned, Xiao Dan continued, "I am simply taking the evil this world has inflicted upon me, and returning it to you all." Xiao Dan thought to himself, "I know she is bearing everything for me, bearing the pain they have brought upon me, holding on to the kindness she deems righteous. With that steady gaze, she considers it only natural." Little Dan's erratic train of thought continues. When it slowly fades away, everything should return to her. By now, Little Dan has started to change, her expression growing more aggressive, her body shrouded in murderous aura. She asserts callously, "I won't sympathize with anyone. Even if it means crushing this city to dust." Little Dan stands indifferently amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, then she unleashes a lethal blow that shakes the very earth and sky. At the same moment, in the inner city, Zhang Wu looks around, looking bewildered. Why is it getting dark?" Zhang Wu squints and speaks up. Seeing the series of spikes converging in one direction, he can't help but wonder to himself, "What's going on?" In the blink of an eye, an area becomes completely isolated from the city. A terrifying force surges forward, forcing everyone to raise their arms to shield themselves from the impact. In the distance, a powerful explosion occurs, followed by a cloud of thick dust that obscures vision. At that moment, the cross-shaped spikes are uprooted one after another and pointed straight toward the sky. The surrounding ground shatters into tiny fragments. Ruo Tianran stands in the middle of the battlefield, her voice cold as she shouts, "Time stasis." Just then, A blue aura fills Ruo's eyes. For a split second, she seems to have regained her vitality. Ruo charges forward with great force, waving her hand to shatter the surrounding rocks. She mutters to herself, "This feeling, it's just an afterimage." Little Dan sneers. "And you call this time stasises?" Behind her, Little Dan says in a low voice, "Neither you nor that flashy woman can stop time in the true sense." She continues, "This half-baked stopping ability is like pure arrogance. It's as ridiculous as a party." A cross is suddenly pulled into a bottomless vortex. Ruo doesn't flinch, launching an attack directly. She glares and says, "I never expected to encounter a high-level sin of such danger here." Little Dan mutters, "It's not hard to break this frozen zone." She extends her hand and adds, "You just need power that transcends your own perception." Little Dan growls, "Crushing you in this land into dust will be enough." A terrifying force quickly envelops the entire space. Ruo murmurs, feeling an oppression like a disaster. She is forced to use her trump card. No choice. Ruo glares and shouts, "Dimension cover." Just then, Wu Mian Li suddenly appears and speaks up. "Although it's beyond my expectations, if I had been one step slower, I would have been in trouble." He shrugs and smirks. Sorry for the interruption." A low voice resonates along with that familiar name. Standing in the middle of the fight, Wu Mian Li casually clasps his hands, shouting in a low voice, "Paradox." All three people are instantly caught in a frozen moment. A second later, Ruo and Little Dan both drop to the ground, each on one side. Both sides still glare at each other with hatred. By now, Wu Mian Li has also landed. He is carrying the jailer's head when he suddenly sneezes. Wu Mian Li tilts his head and says, "Sorry, I took way too long." Seeing this, Ruo's eyes widen in shock. The jailer is done for? No, that looks like just a mental projection. Ling Diao, trapped in the ice cage, stammers. Oh, she can't believe her eyes, asking repeatedly, "Wu Mian? Is that really you, Wu Mian?" After confirming it's him, Ling Diao steps out, overjoyed. "You won, that's great." She smiles and says, "I'm so glad you're okay. Truly, I'm so glad." Suddenly, Ling Diao bursts into tears. "Sob if only we could have." She breaks down. "If only we had been a bit faster." Sob, "Sister and brother He are dead." Wu Mian Li says softly, "I'm sorry. I couldn't change that outcome." Ling Diao replies, No need to apologize. This isn't your fault. It's just I was too useless. I couldn't." Seeing Ling Diao so distraught, Little Dan grabs her hand. Little Dan says quietly, "Ling Diao, calm down." She continues, casting a meaningful look. The two just stare at each other through the powerful force, neither saying a word. Wu Mian Li suddenly goes silent, and Ling Diao asks confusedly, "Little Dan, what's wrong?" Just then, she realizes, Ling Diao thinks to herself, "I was indeed too agitated to notice the unusual feeling coming from the man in front of me." Ling Diao feels that this person's aura isn't Wu Mian's, and it's definitely not his mask either. It's so strange, the feeling is so weird, why? Wu Mian Li remains silent, turning his head to look at them. Ruo suddenly speaks up. "The jailer was actually defeated by you?" A monster's voice echoes out. "Chomp, chomp, chomp." Wu Mian Li suddenly says, "Oh, you mean this? What is it?" "This is just a mental projection, preserving the physical abilities of that old guy." Wu Mian Li tosses the jailer's head up and adds, "Just disposing of this thing." A monster begins to drool, baring its teeth hungrily. The very next second, the monster opens its maw to snatch the delicious-looking head. It's enjoying the feast. At this moment, Ruo glares and asks in a harsh voice, "Is it really enough to startle you that much?"